Skyping now, and what I'll do at this point, I mean streaming, we're streaming now, and then what I'll do at this point is go to the live dashboard, refresh the page, get the link, and that'll take a few seconds, so be patient with me. It takes a few tries. And that will bring us on board with everything. I mean, this is so exciting to have Noreen back. Such a positive individual, and always so full of pleasant vibrations. And Noreen, there we are. We're echoing. That's good. And let me put that there. Get the share. And by the way, this is the worst part of the night, is doing all this. The links are just the devil in all the details. So let's get this link kind of stretched out right here, and cut and paste that, and press enter, and get this link. There we are. That's working. Marcus Grix says hi, hey guys. So hey to Marcus Grix. And with that, I will open up the Skype text and put in the link for our young lady, and let's hope this works. So tell us if you can see that, Noreen, and if that makes that accessible to you. Okay, yes, good. Wonderful. And you can share that on Facebook with your friends. And in the interim, let's see what our man, that's funny, just got a notification that Salman Sheikh had left a comment, and let's give him a heart. There we are. We'll bring up an amusing story briefly with Selena Khan deleting my promotional banner for tonight for everyone later, as soon as we go official, which won't be to the top of the hour. It's amazing that you could respond so quickly. Honestly, it's just miraculous. But then you always were. And by the way, Selena, Noreen Halpan worked with me at Revolution Radio for many years, and she, is definitely the answer to your demand to have more women on the switchboard, so to speak. And
Nice.
And she's a very positive character who we'll find out more about as the future progresses. And so let me tell people that we are now live in burning bandwidth. Takes a while for me to retype all this. By the way, just to keep people occupied, Derek Talley will start talking some trivia. That'll get us to the top of the hour, and people feel free to respond to him.
All right. Hey, how's everybody going?
That's not the way to start. The way to start is, I can't breathe.
Okay. Yeah, I've been having some problems lately.
You can tell us that. Wait, officially. Wait till we're burning bandwidth officially, because you'll give a kind of situation report on that. So that's fine. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to start that way, but it was an awful joke. It's an ugly joke. People probably think it's a racist joke, so you'll explain at the top of the hour why it's not.
Yeah, I'll explain. I had to. Yeah, I'm a little short of breath right now, so it's something that I gotta remedy here pretty soon. So I won't be doing a whole lot of talking tonight. But I'm looking through the a couple of news stories to see if I can get anything interesting up and get a couple of stories at least to keep things going. But it's been rainy out here down here in Tennessee. We got a flash flood warning going. I remember before I moved to Tennessee, there was a time to where Nashville was completely underwater, and
Wow.
so I hope that doesn't happen again. You know, I wasn't living here when that happened, but we moved here to the Nashville area, and we're getting the flash flood warning again. So I wonder if it has anything to do with all the hurricanes that's going on down further south.
No, it has to do with climate change, of course. Basically, we're all flooding in one way or another. So definitely glad that you're still, doing fine, that you're still dry. And I would use the term high and dry, but you don't do half the drugs that, all the drugs you do are prescription. So you're not into the kind of scene that Brendan Zogit and JMO Reese are in. So
what's Brendan into?
Shit, what's Brendan not into? Oh my God! If Brendan were listening, I'd say it even more emphatically, just so he could hear it. Brendan does everything. He's like Terrence McKenna to an extent. Organic shit.
Is this the Brendan that I recall?
You're thinking of Brandon Young. You're probably thinking.
Okay, different person.
Brandon and Brendan are similar sounds, but different names and different people.
Yeah. Yes. And Brandon Young does listen to us at times, and he joins us every once in a while. I should try and get him back on at some point, but he's so busy, and his what he's involved with as being a parent now leaves him pretty tired. I mean, of course.
Why do you know that he's a parent? Since when?
Oh God! Since he forgot to put a condom on, and I told him to fucking wear a rubber every goddamn time, but no, he wouldn't.
Well, I mean, I don't know. You're saying it was, I guess, no offense either way. This was an accidental pregnancy, or I didn't know if it was a marriage. I had no clue. So.
Oh no, he got married. And these people, they get married so they can actually have children. So it's kind of like a suicide pact. So I guess he just wanted to end it all and said, that he was going to go for it all the way, and that now he's living the life of dad and shit, and it's he's got no envy from me.
I don't know if he's happy or not. I was just asking. I have no idea.
Oh, he says he is, but they all do, right? What are they going to say?
I don't know. Some people are, some are not. I don't know him.
Yeah.
His situation.
Yeah, I think he's happy as can be. I mean, he's tired all the time, but I would have killed myself. But that's just the difference between he and I. So let me see if I got the right link up here. It's this weird AWIA. Let's check it out if I've been able to get that reproduced correctly. That's funny. Now I gotta reset the page. This is all, like, the worst part of the night is this shit. Okay, I succeeded in that. Okay, that worked. And so with that, it's a pity Derek Talley is breathless, but hey Derek, you've been listening to me for a long time. Do you remember Brendan Zoget from the old days?
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
You talking about Brandon White?
Brandon Young.
Brandon Young. Shit, that's what I meant. Fuck,
yeah.
Two white boys. They all look alike. Well, they don't. That's terrible on my part. They're actually quite different. Brendan Zoget looks like Gunther from the Luan comics, and with Brandon Young, it's hard to tell what he looks like. I never really saw him personally, to tell you the truth. He's one of these people who's kind of a mystery. I've seen photographs of him, but, he's changed over the years. He's been through a lot. And so we've got all the links up. Incredible. Never thought I'd get that done. All right. And with that, Brandon Young, one time he was on with us when he just kind of collapsed on air. And I called the police to do a well-being check on him. And he was like...
You didn't shoot him?
No, he's white, and he's of an important family in Boston. Yeah, no, they didn't shoot him. No, his parents donate to the Policemen and Firemen's Community Club Fund and shit. Yeah. Yeah. So V Sexton says, "Hey everyone, hey honey, love you." And Derek Talley says hello. Daniel Orella says hi, H-I-G-H. Yes, he does a lot too. He's Mr. Psychedelic. Mazumink, which is our lovely lady Noreen Helpan, says hello all. So wonderful to have her in the chat room. Such a warm feeling. Just gives me that big warm fuzzy from back in the old days. And the best of it all is we're not in the company of all those assholes over at Revolution Radio anymore. She's still there with her Wild at Heart, right? You're still...
Yeah, I'm still there, and I've got Nick is sort of my co-host, but Nick from Canada, he's cool.
Okay, all right.
He's pretty cool.
Yes, and we can go over some gossip, of course.
Sure.
That's some other time, and I'll try and ascertain what I can say publicly and what I can't, because I don't want to, of course, sever you from Revolution Radio. Things must have changed radically ever since the death of Mike Ringley. So what's it like there now?
I wouldn't say radically, but some changes have happened, and let's just make a general statement without being too specific. I think things are running fairly well for all things considering. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Right. Hey, yeah. No need to go into any details. I mean, yeah. And Marcus Crick says, as a generic white guy, the joke "we all look the same" was classic. There we are. Thank you, sir. Underfell Girl Cyan says, hi, everybody. Have a great transmission, Douglas. That's Sarah Shields. So, hey, honey. Love you dearly. And don't forget to call Derek Talley. That's a private joke. None of you would get that outside of the in-crowd. And let's see now. Arietis of Rigor Mortis says hello. So just going through the list of people in the chat room until we get to the top of the hour. In the interim, let's see now. What else comes to mind? Derek will respond, of course, and provide us a little trivia. Oh, yes, before you do. So, Selena, what's going on is that I've talked to Peter and let him know, of course, I was, dealing with so much, and I'll be speaking to him tomorrow morning as soon as he wakes up, because I'm awake until all hours. Basically, after transmission, I have to stay awake until the Meals on Wheels delivers my home-delivered meals at about 8 in the morning Pacific time. And then I have to bring that in so that the homeless people are, these days, it's my neighbors who are like former Silicon Valley types, and now they're starving and they're out of work, and they're all like trying to steal my home-delivered meals. So I have to be up until then anyway. And because I bring the cooler in with that, I'll be up around 8:30, 9 o'clock California easy. By that time, Peter Moon will be back up again, and he and I will talk about
Douglas, I didn't understand. What was that you were referring to? You talked to Peter about what?
Oh, just talking to him about, just certain business that he and I will discuss. That's all. You're aware, of course.
Oh.
Yeah. That he and I.
Oh, okay. No
Yeah,
problem.
and just keeping you up to date, honey. And
Got it.
yeah,
Thank
and so 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. will be about noon Peter's time. So he'll certainly be up before I retire for the day. And once I retreat for the day, I really don't get up until the next day after transmission. So we've yet to get to the top of the hour. We've got about 6 minutes left till then. Noreen will speak a little trivia because Derek Talley's so breathless. And Selena, of course, is welcome to speak to a little trivia as well. The two of you ladies can do a little chatter while I just check around.
Well, I haven't spoken along with Douglas in a while, but it's cool. I'll just pick up from wherever. If that's okay with the rest of you.
Well, hey, I thought it was
absolutely.
fascinating. I thought it was fascinating that both your numbers have changed.
A little bit later, I might have to leave, but for now, I'm here.
Remember,
yeah,
honey, by the way, this is all trivia and we're not official yet, so there's no need to introduce yourself formally just yet. But one of the things I did want to bring up that I found interesting was that both your numbers, your cell phone number and your landline changed, and when I called your old home landline, basically it's a business there now, some kind of salon or something. Chinese or Vietnamese or Thai. No, it was definitely not Chinese. It was Vietnamese or Thai language or something of that nature. Maybe Burmese or something. It was a very exotic Asian language. I didn't recognize it. So, so did your home become like a salon or something? I mean,
no. Yeah, I don't have Laotian workers here either. Anyway, so we're not on. I thought we were on. Aren't we on the YouTube channel right now?
Oh, wait.
Well, at 7 o'clock we do official. So we do small talk between the time we start and 7, and then I'm on Central Time.
Yeah.
So 7 Central, which would be 5 o'clock Pacific Time.
Right.
So we're doing a warm up before we get on air.
Yeah, it's
okay,
a warm up.
It's
It's all on record, and everybody listens to it, and it will be on bandwidth to the point where it's recorded permanently when it's published on YouTube. But it's just small talk, so we're not saying anything private or anything like that. You don't need to go into whatever happened to your home. I feel this is probably okay of me to ask. Is your mother still? Is your mother still?
Confused about the difference.
Sure. Is your mother still alive?
Yeah, I'm just confused about the difference between being live on your channel and what the small talk thing wasn't clear to me.
Right. Well, it's not a professional channel. If we were professional and we were on like some actual like
Yeah.
station, then I would have someone producing for me, and we would come on at a certain time, and we would have music and whatnot. But no, I have to do things the way I do them because we are just basically informal, and we kind of like do the YouTube channel the way it is because it's always worked that way thus far, and this way we at least have a kind of yeah. It just
Okay, so that we are being listened to by people. Okay, that's
yes.
no problem. I
Yes.
don't care. I just was wondering.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure exactly
Yeah.
how this is happening. So
Yeah. So
I think I get it. Yeah.
yeah, is your mother still alive?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She is. I'm her caregiver now.
Okay.
So.
Oh, okay, good. I mean, good in the sense that I hope you are officially recognized, that as I suggested.
Oh, well, here's the thing. I do work for the county, but the problem is a little complicated with my situation here with her because she has insurance, but in order to qualify for this agency, she has to be on Medi-Cal, which is a very thick document. And during COVID, this was been kind of a off and on, put on the shelf, taken off the shelf situation. So I have other clients, but I'm trying to get her on board still. So it's just a work in progress. And COVID kind of, for many people in many circumstances have kind of circumvented things, kind of put them on the shelf, right? So
Understood. Well, I was there.
Yeah.
I was there, and so certainly I feel that a lot of the experience that I related over many years, I hope it helped. I hope it helped.
Thank you. No, you went through a lot. I mean, yeah, I know. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so good. I mean, I'm glad that you, hopefully what I shared about that helped you, and definitely I'm glad you have some other clients as well. So that's good. That's good, and
Thank you.
and definitely look forward to getting your new phone numbers. You can send them in the messenger
Sure,
to me
yeah,
later.
I can put that into your private Skype, not a problem later, yeah.
Wonderful. And with that, we're almost 2 minutes to the top of the hour. Selena, anything about the weather over there? Is the weather behaving?
Weather is excellent. It's getting colder. That's what I like. I don't like hot weather, so my weather is coming. So I'm very excited. I enjoy weather, cold weather. So yeah,
And,
it's good. It's great.
Wonderful. And with that, how about down where you're at, honey? I take it, Noreen, that it's still warm in Los Angeles, and so
Yeah.
you're not. How are the fires treating you? Are you out of
Well,
any?
I'm not in the danger path, but however, all over the place there's like a kind of like a reddish, slight yellowish overcast, and the air quality is a little bit hampered depending on where you live. But even down here, when I look at the sky and I can kind of feel it, which kind of coincides with the Santa Ana winds, but at the same time, yeah, the fires, all the smoke from the fires have generally kind of blanketed a whole region. It just seems to me like, I'm not saying like completely, but probably in many areas. So down here, definitely some of that has come to this direction. Yeah. Yeah, it's going all over the place, really.
Yes. Yeah. All
So
California.
I think the fire is more towards Oregon, Medford, more towards north and west, I guess. Is that what it is?
It's one of those things that'll take a while to describe. I'll go into that later tonight in Arc of Narrative. Fortunately, we have enough people here now that even with the small amount of time that Noreen can dedicate to us based on the short amount of, how should I say this, time that I gave her, I mean, basically this was literally... Yeah, she came in at last minute, and all my fault, and yeah, and it's wonderful to have her here. So she'll help buy some time for me, as well as will Peter Moon with his usual professional flair. And with that, of course, Selena will also have some things to relate. It is the top of the hour now, so I do want to officially start the program, and I want to welcome everyone who's here. Take another look at the live dashboard, and we have with us Baby Yi-Fi. It says hello from Munich, Germany. Wonderful to have someone from the Vaterland, the fatherland, and so shout out unto he or she. Feel free to let us know what gender you identify as. And Faustina E says hello from Arizona, ready for tonight's lesson. Hey, honey, good to have you with us. Daniel Arola says, an anti-DDD troll who is reading this comment right now is saying, get out of my head, basically. Oh, you should see, somebody was really upset over what I had said about David Icke. And they were saying...
What did you say? What did you say?
Oh, just the usual stuff. I mean, just that...
Okay, I get it.
Yeah, but I brought up specifically, not that this person referenced that, I brought up specifically that I'm convinced... I know for a fact, because David Icke has been open about this, that he suffers from very severe arthritis. And so he's been open about the medical condition of arthritis being an extreme case with him. And I'm convinced that what he has, which is an actual medical condition, is arthritis of the brain. At the time, Jameson Reese was with us, and he was verifying that because he knew of some people who had that. And so arthritis can afflict the brain. And when it gets to be a severe enough case, which David Icke is basically a medical textbook case of that, of someone who has arthritis on the brain. And so he's someone who is impacted mentally in terms of his processing. And
Well, he suffers from alcoholism too.
oh, well, that doesn't surprise me, but thank you for bringing that up. That explains
Feed
everything.
the other, and
Yeah.
one can feed the other.
Yeah.
So, and he does have I guess what you call a very active mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's active under duress. Marcus Grix points out the fact that when Australian fires happened, they told pregnant ladies to stay in their houses, and now they're having very underweight babies with breathing problems. So that's frightening. That's frightening. This is very much like nuclear testing, and these fires have their own form of radioactive impact, so to speak. It just the impact of their soot, the dust, their particulate matter is getting into everything. And for this reason, it's interesting that this happened during the COVID pandemic, in the sense that at least people are wearing the breathing masks more often and staying indoors anyway. So we'll see ultimately how this all works out. But definitely it's dire times. And with that, I do want to start off in the normal way. We have Derek Talley pretty much introduce himself as the executive producer. He'll give us a kind of date line as to when he will ultimately be going back to work, and he'll be telling us about his medical status, because people are always curious about that, because he did suffer from cancer and essentially overcame it. So he's in a very fortunate position in that regard. So I'm going to have Derek introduce his situation, give us a situational update and report. We'll go from there to Selena Khan for a few minutes, who will get us kind of up to date on what's going on with her, and then we will turn to the lovely young Noreen Halpan, who was a co-hostess of mine on Revolution Radio, and who I am beseeching on bended knee to become co-hostess with myself once again as we move into the future. And of course I've come crawling back to her after all these years, prostrating myself, which of course I've done to any number of women in public on bandwidth in the past. So this is nothing new.
You put it in such humorous
So she'll be kind of introducing herself in general in a few minutes. But let's start with Derek Talley, and of course after that we'll introduce the heavy hitter, the professional Peter Moon, who is of course with us tonight and actually has worked with Noreen Halpand in the past, and I think worked with her independently of myself. So it's very interesting he remembers her. So I do want you to know that, Noreen, you're impossible to forget. And he knew instantly who I was talking about when I brought your name up. Yeah.
That's good.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember Peter.
Yes.
How are you, Peter?
Hi, Noreen.
Yeah.
Fine. Fine. How are you? Fine.
Yes. Wonderful.
Good to be back together.
Good.
Yeah.
You're
Good.
still in Long Beach, right?
Yeah, near there. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
And Long Beach has its own mystery and mystique. And of course it's
It does.
yeah.
Dog.
Yeah. It's an
That's
area.
Snoop Dogg's territory.
Yeah, yes, that's right. So now that Derek Talley has interjected himself, take the stage, and it's yours.
Hey, you ever get a chance to hang out with Snoop Dogg, Peter? When you're down there in Long Beach?
No, he this guy's not he's not what people think he is.
I'll take your word for it. Yeah, a lot of these, big time superstars aren't. But basically, how's everyone doing? I'm doing all right. Yeah, it's recovering from cancer, and I've been getting stronger every day. And I'm going back to work October 1st. So that's only a couple
Really
weeks
good.
away. Yeah. I took a physical at my doctor's office, and they told me that I had low thyroid activity. So my thyroid is low, and so they gave me a medication called levothyroxine, and ever since I've been taking it, I've been real short of breath, and I've been taking it for a week. And today's my worst day, so I couldn't figure out why I was short of breath. So I looked up side effects for that levothyroxine side effects. It says increased sweating, sensitivity to heat, mental mood changes, tiredness, diarrhea, shaking, headache, shortness of breath, bone pain, easily broken bones.
For you. It's not good for you, obviously, or it wouldn't do shit. Let me say something, Derek. That exercise I gave you will help your thyroid as well, because the thyroid is related to the lymph, and the lymphatic system does not have a pump in the body. So when you do that exercise I showed you, it will move the lymph. And the lymph, you can look up in medical articles and journals how the lymphatics are related to the thyroid. I can, if you want, Douglas, I can share a very interesting story about this exercise. It just happened today. In the last transmission I did with you, there was this girl I talked about who was with me on 9/11. Out of the blue, she writes to me. Now, she didn't hear the show. And she says, with you and Clyde on 9/11. That's about all she said. And I wrote to her and said, it's nice to hear from you. I just mentioned you in a transmission the other day. Didn't name her. And she says, she's now in the Bay Area teaching autistic kids.
Oh.
And so that was stage one. I get this email from another woman who her father was very involved with Montauk and stuff, and she wants to talk to me. I was not eager to talk to her, not because I wasn't interested in what she had to say, but I don't have a lot of time right now. And then she told me she suffers from a brain problem where her tissue is eroding. Brain tissue is eroding.
Holy shit.
I asked her for she seemed fine. I asked her for the diagnosis, and she gave me this complicated name, which I looked up, and I said, before I even looked it up though, I said, I think you have a problem with the blood-brain barrier. You need to get blood and oxygen to your brain to be able to, for the brain to function properly. So you got to go to the blood-brain barrier, which is in the sacral area. And then she gave me I can't remember the name. She gave me the diagnosis, and she said the diagnosis though is really complicated. They got all these doctors and nobody knows what to do. So I looked it up, and then you have to read, I went to several different articles, and basically I was asking the question on the internet, what is the relationship between the lymphatics and the brain? And they said there are articles, but it's unproven, unknown. They don't know what they're talking about because they do acknowledge it. So then I drive up to football today, and I see my doctor there. And he's in a convertible, and I pull down the window. We say hi, and I ask him this question about the relation between the lymphatics and the brain. He's got a degree in neurology. And he says, oh, yeah. And then he went on to a spiel about it. So basically, if you give the lymphatics and you get the lymphatics flowing, they clean out your system. They're a cleansing of your system. So for this woman, I told her, I said, this is going to help you. And because the doctors don't really have a treatment. And she said, "Oh boy, I'll do it." Right now they say I'm okay. My lymphatics are okay. I seem to be okay, but I'll do this. She reached out at it. Now, what's interesting is when I also read these articles, it said that the there's a relation between the neural system and the autism. So I told my friend in Palo Alto or wherever she is in the Bay Area, I said, I sent her the links. I said, why don't you take a group of these students, a small group, and have them do this exercise and see if they become more responsive and interactive. Because the whole thing with autism is you're not interacting with your environment. The more severe it is, the less interactive you are with the environment. So you might just say, you might be sitting there with an autistic person and they could say anything that's completely non sequitur and just out to lunch, like the movie Rain Man with Dustin Hoffman.
Yeah.
He plays this autistic person. And so if you get them doing basic health, getting their lymphatics to move, getting the body to breathe, this is your immune system. The drugs are not an immune system. The drugs are there to remedy a short-term situation at best. At best, they will stimulate the immune system into working. The immune system is the immune system is the immune system. It's not something else. You have to boost your immunities. Breathing is the best way because oxygen goes into your blood and it brings all the healing. And then the lymphatics is another system, which this doctor this morning said it's basically an open-ended system that's connected to everything. So that lymphatic system I showed you is very, very powerful. My daughter had a case of adolescent psoriasis, which was basically chickenpox, that she had hardly any chickenpox when she was small. When she became an adolescent, it broke out horribly.
Oh my God.
And the doctor gave her medication. I warned her against the medication. She says, no, I'm going to take it. The doctor said it'll work. She learned all about doctors and medicine with that one experience. It did not work.
Ooh.
I had my Chinese doctor friend who was an expert in acupressure. She worked on her lymphatics and fixed her. If it wasn't for that beautiful woman, Magdalena, I don't know what would have happened with my daughter. But, because that stuff can be scarring, and she got better by working the lymphatics. She wasn't doing the Qigong exercise. I didn't know it at that time. But it's this stuff cannot be overemphasized. So I think that it would be very interesting to test autistic kids with this. Now, when you go into an area like autism, multiple sclerosis, or any horrible condition that people have, and you go into interact with them, they are so brainwashed into having that disease that it's sometimes very challenging to work with them, particularly the people working around them and the enablers who are absolutely convinced there is no cure. And case in point is a 13-year-old kid that was brought to my teacher because he was drooling. He was, what's the word? Alcohol.
Fetal alcohol syndrome. Fetal alcohol syndrome.
This kid was brought to him. Nobody knew what to do with him. They gave my teacher, and my teacher started working with him and had him doing a lot of standing. And he'd have him standing for hours, doing a Qigong stance, and he had no sense of time. So he didn't know. It could have been 5 minutes, could have been 10 minutes, could have been 2 hours, could have been 10 hours. He didn't know. So this kid came out of it. He came out of it. He began to get educated. And now, after when my teacher passed, before he passed, he said, look, I'll leave all this behind to you guys. You guys can fight it out and see who's the best. When he said fight it out, that didn't result in people going after with nunchucks and stuff like that. No. what it was is it comes down to push hands. I wasn't involved in any of it because I was released. I was sent on my own, which is fine. But what I did find out that this kid, Larry, who I know and worked with many a time, was the best. He was the best at being able to perform. He learned this stuff. It was ingrained into him. He was learning it on a level that was because that's all he was absorbing. His education was Qigong first, and then all the other stuff came when he was about 13. So he worked with my teacher for a long time, and he's what's left over, and he's arguably the best teacher. I've been told he's very good. I will go in and see him again someday when COVID-19 is over, and I've been basically left on my own, which is fine. But this is the amazing stuff that Qigong could do. It could take a person with prenatal alcohol syndrome and who was the system had given up on, the family had given up on, and for some reason they gave him to my teacher, and boom, 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 boom. He had nothing else to do, nobody better to go to, and he healed and then some. So this is how powerful this stuff is. And one can say inspirational stories all night, but when one actually does it, one gets a result, and one keeps at the result. So Derek, I hope I've inspired you to keep going with this exercise.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sure have, and I'm really grateful to you for showing me that, taking me the time for that, because you sent me 2 videos that are real helpful to me. And like I said, it's discipline on my part. I'm up. I know you said 45 minutes a day. I'm kind of like up to 5 minutes a day. But
well, I will say this about another woman who did that exercise. She had a cyst, an ovarian cyst, and I went back to my teacher. I said, well, you said this exercise is for cancer. I says, is it going to work on a cyst? My ignorance. He says, yeah, sure it is. So I told her, I said, you do this exercise 45 minutes a day for 99 days and your cyst will be gone. Well, lo and behold, 6 months later, whatever, the cyst was gone. But I found out she'd only been doing it for 6 or 7 minutes. I said, you should have been doing it 45 minutes. 45 minutes is a lot of work. It's because you're going back and forth, back and forth. However, you will find, and this is the way you do it, Derek. I did not this exercise, but another exercise, which was quite excruciating, I thought, when I started it. I could only do the exercise, like 2 minutes was very painful. It's not that strenuous of it. It's not like doing a pull-up. And I did the exercise, and I said, okay, 2 minutes. Okay, next day I'll do 2.5 minutes, then 3 minutes, then 4 minutes. Then I'm up to 7 minutes. I go from 7 minutes to 12 minutes. Then the next thing you know, I'm up to 25 minutes, and I'm supposed to do this one an hour a day. And I get up to an hour a day, and I'm doing this exercise as slow as possible. You do it as slow as possible for an hour for 6 months. And then once you do it for 6 months, then you do it as fast as you can for 6 months. You're doing it slow. You've got to build the body up. This is the type of excruciating work you do, but it builds a foundation. And I work up to it slow. So if you do 5 minutes, it's not the best way to do it, but to work up, watch some TV show you like and do it. Okay, 5 minutes. Work up to where you're watching a whole TV show and you're going, okay, that's a half hour. And it's a lot easier to do with the mind because you're trying to get the body to pump. You're not trying, in this exercise, you don't have to breathe. It doesn't matter what you're doing. You could be watching porno. Not that I'm encouraging you to watch porno. However, it keeps your attention. God, I could do this exercise. All right, look at this very exciting pair of whatevers. depending on your taste. And boom, 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 boom. It's like you're trying to get the body to pump the lymph and move the lymph. And you can look up the lymph nodes. It's good to study the lymph nodes. You educate yourself. So I will routinely talk. I haven't seen a doctor in a long time. Try to avoid them with COVID-19. And I've had very good doctors, actually. And they always listen to what I say, and they understand and appreciate it because I'm coming at it from a different angle. Doctors are not taught about breath. They're talked about oxygen only in the most obvious ways. But all of this stuff is like if you present it to them in the right way, they're very agreeable. I even went to a neurologist. I developed carpal tunnel syndrome for the first time in my entire life. Somebody who's been typing since they were 10 and typing aggressively since they were in their 20s. Douglas has heard me type over the air.
We all do. That's fine.
Yeah. I mean, one time somebody in an office saw me typing. He thought I was joking. He goes, "Oh," he says, "You're just," "Oh, I really realized you were really typing." And it was on a computer. And so I never got carpal tunnel. And I started to develop some form of it. And she tested it. She said, "Yeah, that's what it is." And after listening to me, she says, "Just do your Qigong." And I did, and it got better. There's specific Qigong you can do for carpal tunnel, which is basically squeezing a towel. And that's what I did, and I got better in short order. So.
Go ahead.
No, that's it. But this is to inspire Derek to get back.
Right. Right.
To do more. And anybody who wants this exercise, you can email me at petermoon333@gmail.com, and I will send it to you.
Wonderful. Yes, so go on,
Right.
Noreen, about that. Oh, Derek, finish up first, and then Noreen will kind of. I think she had something to say about that, and then we'll bring on Selena to kind of catch us up on what's been going on lately. And so, Derek, finish up. Take your time and give us kind of like whatever thoughts you feel are important for us right now, in light of everything.
That exercise that Peter Moon sent me is helpful, even to the point to where I'm going to therapy right now for the swelling of my face and my arm, the damaged blood vessel in my arm, and she has me doing something similar to that, to where I kind of hold my hand in a fist and go back and forth. She has me go up and down to do 20 reps of those and then go back and forth in the same manner is the move that Peter sent me. But the move that Peter sent me, I'm not holding my hands together. But this side effects from this medication I'm taking, one of the things is shortness of breath. So I was telling Douglas before we went on the air that I probably wasn't going to be speaking too much today because I have to take a breath like every third word that I speak because I'm kind of having the shortness of breath until I get this medication out of my system.
Right. And
long, slow breath equals long, slow life. You see the difference between a turtle and a dog. Turtles breathe long and slow. They live to 100. Dogs, short breath.
Good point. Yeah, good analogy. Selena, what's going on with yourself before we bring? Noreen. Oh, please continue. Actually, yeah, let's have Noreen. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Then, if you don't mind, Selena, then whoever can.
Oh no, absolutely not.
Okay.
You already mentioned that you're not gonna be here for that long. So
good point. That's a good point because Noreen is very generous
here.
To be here. Yeah. So
I just wanted to confirm all the statements that Peter Moon said, but since me and you haven't talked in a while, and neither of maybe me and Peter and others, I don't know, and for those listening, I just wanted to real briefly say that the last few years I've been very much into natural, holistic, organic health and cures. So everything that pretty much that Peter has said, I echo or confirm. There was one thing I was going to say to the who's the one having the problem? I'm sorry, Derek, is it?
Yeah, that's Derek, yeah.
Okay, I wanted to just say this, and you know what? I really don't want to tell anybody, let me just close this door, what to do on air, and that's not what, I guess I better make a disclaimer on that. But the thing is that when you're doing these natural, cures, I'm just going to do the umbrella term natural cures, okay, because it covers a whole bunch of things. But I think it's important to keep in mind that it's not that you shouldn't be under a doctor's care, but understand that once in a while there's going to be like a conflict between the natural cure and what the doctors, like the kind of prescriptions are giving you, like you just described, the side effects, okay, about this particular, drug with the shortness of breath. And see, understand that what can happen, and I guess, I don't know, I'm just going to come out and say this. What can happen is if you take a drug like that is potentially, quote, harmful, even though you're doing the natural cures, it may, in other words, you might be doing some damage to your body that's unnecessary, and then all your efforts doing the natural cures, is not, all the natural cures efforts, maybe, I'm not saying they wouldn't still help, but they might be hampered because it's almost kind of like you're putting a form of toxin or poison in your body through these kind of high level side effect drugs, and yet you're saying, oh, well, I'm doing exercises, oh, I'm eating well, and that's perfectly fine, but you're basically revealing that this particular drug has a lot of side effects. So if it was me, I'm not a pharmacologist, so I don't have an extensive medical background, but something that harmful, I'd be very careful to put into my body, especially if I'm trying to solve something like a thyroid problem, because even for myself in the last few years, I've had some blood sugar issues, thyroid problems, and all this stuff. But, I'm getting a handle on it because I'm trying to avoid, anything like synthetic as much as I can, prescribed by a doctor that can have side effects, because really that's not necessarily going to cure your problem. So for example, just to shorten this, if a person has a thyroid problem, which many people do because we have a lot of toxicity in our world, all our organs, all our cells, our blood, everything is affected for many people. So, but if you're taking in prescription drugs that have side effects, it may not necessarily be a good thing. So I just advise you to be very cautious about what doctors prescribe to you. For example, if your doctor prescribes you that medicine or anything similar, definitely go online, do your research before you think about going on it regularly, because it may be detrimental. And also, if you can, try to utilize some of the good things that the medical industry can do, which is give you, they can give you lab tests, but some of these lab tests are really not thorough enough. So, I'm not saying dump your doctor, dump everything, but make sure you enter his or her office with caution, accept the medications with caution, research them before you take them. And if possible, sometimes they're pricey, but I have actually found a local holistic doctor. Well, he's a functional integrative practitioner, meaning he's an MD, but he's into the natural cures too. So you want to find, a good balance. You need to have that, because if you're not sure how to handle your thyroid issue, you have to almost look at it from many levels. So my suggestion, and there's books and there's stuff online that you can do that to help your thyroid. Anthony Williams.
What's your thoughts on iodine?
Exactly. Yeah, Anthony Williams has written a book specifically about the thyroid, and you're right about the iodine. Although some will say, well, don't take the ones with kelp in it. I'm not going to tell you anything like that. But I think Peter's exercise that he just told you, perfect. So, I guess where I'm coming from is just be careful of these medicines, because when you're telling me, oh my God, it could do this, is that to me is scarier than taking a chance in doing this thyroid exercise that Peter, was talking about, or taking iodine. To me, those are more safer and more long-term effective than taking a medicine that may be, quote, harmful to you in the long term. So I just wanted to add that. So.
Well, I appreciate that, because one thing that you said was research the medicine before you take it. And the one thing with, even though I'm off of work, I've kind of developed so much of a busy schedule. I trusted my doctor to give me something that I needed. So I actually didn't do the research until after I said, okay, what's wrong here? How come I'm having trouble breathing? You know what I'm saying? So then that's when I looked up. You know, but right now I'm really only taking that one medication. I got a couple of others that I'm just not taking right now. You know, with the blood pressure and stuff. Every time I get my blood pressure taken, it's been pretty decent. I've been eating good. So other than that, I haven't been taking any medication till they gave me this, and they said it's going to help your thyroid. You take it, it's going to bring up your thyroid function, because right now your thyroid's low functioning. So I just, you know, took it off of the word of that, and then I just noticed I've been weak.
Eric, let me give you another tip. And this is what I've learned from doctors. And I can get the most inappropriate reactions from human beings when I give this advice, and it comes from doctors. It doesn't come from me. It's called muscle testing. My teacher would do it all the time. He had a degree in kinesiology, and muscle testing and kinesiology, you know, they're very related subjects. So like if you take a medication and put it in front of your heart and hold your hand out, and if you try and I press your arm down, you look up muscle testing. You can do this, and you can find doctors who will do it. Muscle test you on what will help you. If your arm is strong and resists, it's good for you. If I can push your arm down, or he can push your arm down, it's not good for you. It's weak. And this is standard fare that doctors use. And when I say doctors, I'm talking more on the lines of kinesiology, and chiropractors use it, kinesiologists. But study, and you test it, and this applies to the type of water you're drinking. Whatever it is in your food pantry, you shouldn't be eating foods that fail the muscle test. And it goes for the medication too. You say, is this going to help you? Is it going to make you stronger? And you can find out instantly. Your body is telling you, because your body's the one that's going to take it.
Right. He's right about that. I've done that. I've had muscle testing done to me before many times. You know, I just want to say another thing too about thyroid medication. They're not all dangerous. My mom in the past has taken thyroid medicine with no side effects, and they might have been helpful. So I don't want to diss every single pharmaceutical medicine out there. I'm not saying every thyroid medication is harmful. I just was a little bit alarmed, you know, when Derek was talking about shortness of breath, which to me, if it's from that medicine, that's actually, you know what I mean? That's a little bit alarming, because it's not like, oh, I took it and whatever. Okay, fine. But this was like, whoa, like you got a symptom right away. To me, that sounds dangerous. Shortness of breath to me sounds dangerous. It doesn't sound to me like something that would help your thyroid. Okay, I'm just being, so that's where I'm coming from on that particular reaction he had to that particular drug. Yeah.
No, definitely Noreen Helpand is incredible. Honey, I want you to know how much I appreciate your interjecting yourself. And it's just...
me too. I'm really grateful. I'd love to have... I could probably talk to you for hours.
Yeah. And I want you to talk for hours. As a matter of fact, I think Derek should consult with yourself. And I appreciate the fact that Noreen qualifies what she says. But believe me, there's no need to be too concerned about it. I understand that what you're saying is pretty professional. As a matter of fact, I'd like you to emphasize the fact that right now you are a care provider, and therefore you are caring for people with a lot of these issues. So please emphasize a little bit about that. As a matter of fact, take advantage of this moment to introduce yourself, Ken. And I want everyone to know that Noreen Helpand was my co-hostess on Revolution Radio. I can formally introduce her. She was mistaken for many years, actually, as my wife, and understandably so, because we very much have a comfort zone, enough so that when I called her, basically coming back with my head hanging and, of course, on all hands and knees, she came on immediately, and there you have that. I mean, that's the amount of comfort zone that we have. So she is someone who is doing something that I was doing for a long time for both my parents, and it was something that I had described to her in detail. And so I'd like you to tell people a little bit about how you over time became what you are now, and how you balance that with what you do on your own show, Wild at Heart.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, just a real brief bio that I'm just going to kind of start from the point with Douglas, because I'm not gonna, he or anybody can have their pros and cons about Revolution Radio. I'm just neutral. I'm on there. I'm cool with it. That's fine. That's cool. But for myself, I'm just gonna start, I guess, with me. I actually met Douglas. For those who don't know me, I met Douglas through. Well, actually met
Facebook.
him initially through Facebook, right? Yeah. But then he got me involved with Revolution Radio. Back, gosh, maybe about 8 years ago or something, and I wasn't even aware of Revolution Radio because my extent of alternative information was maybe coast to coast, which is fine. That's a great starting place for people or anything like that. But the internet alternative information was new to me. So then he needed a co-host and people to support him on air, and I did, and that was great. And then whatever that evolved away and all that, and then I got my own show fairly soon, and then I've been doing that every Monday nights on Studio A, 9 p.m. Pacific Daylight or Standard Time, but I guess
midnight Eastern, midnight Atlantic.
Yeah,
so go
exactly.
On. Yeah.
Right. So you can find me on there. It's a 2-hour show, and if you want to call in, make sure you have Skype, because I don't have a Skype number. And the station doesn't have a Skype number anymore. So make sure if you do want to call in and speak on my show, that you have a Skype account, because my show is a roundtable, but I also once in a while I will do a guest interview and have an actual formal show. But more than half the time, I'd say more like 80% of the time, my show is a roundtable. So people are free to call in randomly, generally. Okay, unless I have a guest, and sometimes I do. But anyways, I've been doing that, and what I was saying about what was that? Okay, so yeah, me and Douglas, we went to the we actually met at the UFO Con 2012. To me, that's very auspicious, the year 2012. Okay, because we know about it has to do with the Mayan calendar or whatever. But and then soon after is when I got on board with his show at the time, or he had 2 shows at the time on the station. And then I also met him again at the Super Soldier Summit, and that was in Henderson, Nevada, which is really close to Vegas. And then I had the fortune of going to Australia with him on a lecture tour back in 2013. That was at that time sponsored by Nexus magazine, which I don't even know exists anymore. I really don't. It doesn't matter. I don't know. I mean,
no worries. I'm only laughing because I'm hoping that they don't. But go on.
Wait, well, but you know what though? We have to be thankful that they gave us the opportunity for a free trip to Australia, which is not a cheap trip, okay? That's how I look at it. So I don't know about Douglas, but I would have never been able to go there at that time for that amount of money, because we were lodged in very nice accommodations and very nice environment. But anyway, so and then after that, Douglas no longer in association with Rev Radio. During that time, I was I think I was still tutoring, or let me see, because whatever, I'm trying to think about within the last decade. Yeah, no, the tutoring of the English subject and other subjects was kind of going down, and then I got involved with other things. But then right now, yeah, in the last few years, I've been doing caregiving, and some other things. What else is going on? Just basically renovation of this property, which has been going well, very well. It's almost done. Not that it was really that bad, but anyway, so basically, what else? Oh, the holistic thing because I was speaking to all you guys about that. Yeah, I've been much more into that, and so let's just say that I'm not a perfect eater. It's not like that, but I have really been watching, whatever my food intake, what it is, how organic it is. Although we could talk about that subject another time, because now with the way the soil and the air is, it's not like you could get organic things, but it's kind of cross-pollinated. But I'm not a perfect eater. Okay, not everything I eat is organic, but I'm very watchful of what I eat, the balance of the foods, and I take supplements, and I'm mindful of all that stuff, and the environmental problems, toxins that affect our health, that, by the way, affect thyroid, diabetes, heart conditions, arthritis, you name it. A lot of these ailments that people, I'm just segueing into that, that people have nowadays are really a result of just massive toxicity in our air, water, and food. So I think I'll just wrap it up with that, because since we were kind of talking about that with Derek and Peter, then we can talk about that and other subjects too.
Well,
so,
actually, I think it's fascinating.
Lorraine,
Yeah.
Sunday, not tonight, but some night when I'm here, I hope you will talk about in detail, because we've heard it from Douglas, what happened in Australia.
Oh, sure. Sure,
Because
why
it will
not?
give perspective. I'd love to hear your perspective.
No, I mean, as long as Douglas doesn't mind. I mean, I mean,
I don't mind.
beforehand,
Yeah.
I'll have to ask Douglas, is there anything he doesn't want me to say, right?
Oh, no. I mean, honestly, you could cut loose tonight if you wanted, but we'll do it another night only because that'll just give us some time to familiarize you. As a matter of fact, I think it's really important to inform the audience, because first off, they hear this this lovely young voice and they understand you're a very energetic person and that you're involved with a lot. But what people are trying to do is get a kind of picture in their mind of you. So if you would tell people a bit about your ethnic background, that you're essentially a double Jap. Yes. Tell us about
Yeah,
that.
well, my mom is from Japan, and then my dad was, for the most part, Jewish American, so I'm a double Jap, yeah.
Right, a Jewish American princess and a
Well, I
Japanese
don't know
American.
the princess part, because I mean, I mean, I'm just being facetious here. That has a sort of a stereotypical connotation of being like a real bitch, but I'm really not like that.
No, God, yes. I meant that in an affectionate sense.
I know.
Yes.
I
And
know.
I do want everyone to know that aside from that, her father met her mother while he was, I believe, still employed with the American Secret Service.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yes. So if you would just tell us a bit about this, because of this, you had a bit of an understanding of the conspiracy background with which I was working. And so, and so feel free to share anything that you are willing to share about that,
Yeah, that, to be quite honest, is, I wish I knew more, because all I know is basically what my mom had actually revealed to me, that during his stint doing that, he was changing, because, you're talking old technology, not like what we have now. So in those days, the airplanes had cameras literally hanging from the bottoms of the plane, where he would change the film, and that's all I really know. And another thing about that era, when he was doing it, is I'm assuming there were more people that were employed as Secret Service employees, if you want to call it that, because I mean, other than that, I don't know a lot. And, because there's going to be a range of people, I'm assuming, with Secret Service, coming from people like my dad, that I'm assuming that's all he did was change the camera film of the planes, all the way to all kinds of, positions and actions that they do, that I don't have an awareness other than what I was told. So, we can look at it from the historical era, first of all. But as far as myself, and my mom doesn't know a lot. She just she's not stupid. She listens to what I say, but she doesn't really know a lot about the conspiratorial world, somewhat, but not a lot. And I don't know, my dad died in the 80s, so I don't know. But my mom, she just was a bare minimum. English is not her first language. But so for myself, getting back to what I was saying earlier, and I think Doug could concur, my initial introduction quote into this world of, I call it alternative information. Not that it doesn't matter, to me at this point, if people want to call it conspiratorial, if they want to call it alternative information, I'm okay with whatever the label is. I'm not hung up on it. But I will say that, my initial introduction to that was, it's ironic, Coast to Coast Radio with Art Bell, right? And then, other people ensuing after that. And then Douglas with Revolution Radio and then other books and other websites. And, I'm sure many of you listening have a similar journey, maybe. I think for a lot of people, too, September 11th, which just passed, the 19th, numerologically significant, anniversary of that.
Yeah.
That incident actually opened up a lot of people's thinking, to what's going on, and for me, yeah, but I think for some people it's literally like a real watershed moment, like that just did it for me, so whatever, but look, there could be time on other shows where I can just go on about what I think is currently going on, which is whatever, is a lot of agenda, but anyway, yeah, so here we are, and yeah, this is something else I was going to say, and I can't remember.
Oh,
But
no
yeah,
worries.
so basically, this is really, where we are. And I just want to say one last thing. If I mute, because I know your show, Douglas, I'm presuming is long.
Yeah.
So what I might do is, if I have to take off and do something else at the other part of the house, I might just mute and type and be right back. Okay, so
Yeah. I don't
know when
but by the way, I think it's important to emphasize the fact that your father met your mother in Japan because as a United States Secret Serviceman, where he was, by the way, the Secret Service guards the president as sloppy seconds. Their primary responsibility is the United States currency. And for a long period of time, they were affiliated with the United States Treasury Department. And just as they used to have G-men or government men who were known to be FBI agents and the like, they had what they called T-men or Treasury men who were also armed agents in suits. And her father was essentially one of those men who was stationed in Japan as if he were a uniformed serviceman, but he was a plainclothes federal
they
agent.
call it like a civilian style service position. I mean, because you're right, that particular position doesn't necessarily entail a uniform.
Right. And he was doing this because a primary source of counterfeit money forever, the preeminent source of counterfeit American currency in the world is North Korea, which of course they were going through Japan to launder the money into the West. So that's probably why he was there.
I'm always glad for your tidbit of information on that, because see, I would not have known that, and that makes sense to me. And my mom was working as a secretary on a base, so it all kind of ties in to what was going on during that time. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you. And so you come from a very interesting background yourself, and your ethnicity gives you a multicultural perspective. So, like mine own, and very important. And so that Japanese Jewish background is incredible. And with that, of course, we turn over to Selena Khan. And Selena, please give us an update on what's going on with yourself before we turn back to Mr. Moon. And of course, Derek is welcome to interject whenever he feels he needs to, or whenever he has enough breath to do so. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist saying that. And, that's just so cruel on my part. But yeah, Our Lady Noreen is right, by the way, Derek. I mean, if you're having physical reactions to a pharmaceutical med, I mean, honestly, I would just stop fucking taking it. I mean, it's a thyroid problem. It's like everybody has a fucking thyroid problem.
I stopped. I took it this morning, but I honestly thought that the pool water, because I've been spending 2 hours a day working out in the pool, I honestly thought that is it the chlorine? I was looking up pool water. It didn't faze on me to even look up the medication until I got up this morning to take my son to work, because he's switching the engine in his car again. And I just couldn't catch my breath. My lungs are like constricting. It's like my lungs are restricted from the air that's coming in. So I'm breathing, kind of like just like how a dog breathes. I'm taking short breaths, trying to get in as much air as I can get in. So yeah, it's kind of. I'm okay if I sit here and don't move for a while, but if I get up and go to the bathroom or do something, it's just my heart just goes boom, 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 boom. And so, yeah, as long as I sit here and kind of mellow out for a little bit, I can catch my breath. As soon as I start moving, then so no more of that medication for me. I'm gonna call the doctor's office first thing in the morning and tell them that I have had to stop taking it.
Okay, good. Yeah, excellent. And in the worst case scenario, you can lose your thyroid, and thyroid supplements are always available, as opposed to that, which is a pharmaceutical med, just to kind of cover for the lack of a thyroid. So aside from that, we move over to Selena Khan. And so, hey, honey, tell us what's up.
Yeah, So basically, I work full time. I'm always busy, but so tonight, it was amazing what Noreen just shared, especially the food and the pharmaceutical medicine that I'm so against it. She somewhat agrees that it's okay to have some, but I totally against pharmaceutical medicine, and I have reasons. But I can go so much to it, but not tonight. I would love to share. Some of my thoughts and ideas that with Noreen probably another time or another circumstances. But yeah, I mean, food is the thing, number one entertainment in the world. How every human being is addicted to food pretty much, and that's the cause of sickness. So people don't understand that, oh, I didn't eat, or I'm losing weight, and they become so concerned about. So to begin with, we have the wrong mindset about our health. Your health, your body is the biggest wealth in your life. So if you don't recognize that, you will be doing all the good thing, and it's a tremendous. It takes tremendous effort. It could be simple, but it takes tremendous effort to pretty much pinpoint that what we would be eating. United States is the number one sick country in the world in terms of food. 60% of the population in this country basically sick, and they don't know how to get rid of their sickness, which is so simple and easy. But it needs work, it needs environment, it needs caring, many things involved here. So that's the reason people can figure out what to do. I see people every day. I'm with people, I'm part of their life. Like today it was like it was a very it's not sad or anything. So there's this one of my client, Douglas, if you have to have someone interrupt me, because I'm gonna be here for a long time, but so feel free to interrupt me and have them speak if they have to go. But the idea is that basically this family that came to see this property. By the way, if no one knows who I am, I'm a real estate agent. I'm here join Douglas, and I come to his transmission pretty much frequent every week. But I work full time. I'm a real estate agent in New York, Long Island, where Peter is like 15 minutes away from me. So we're kind of neighbors city-wise. My next town is like Westbury from Manhasset Hills. But anyway, so there's this client. It's a nice family. I think they're Asian family. Probably the father is Chinese, but the mother some other country. So they're very nice. They came a month ago. They came today. So they have a child. He's in 10th grade. This is a child. He's autistic. So first time he came, he just came and hugged me like a month ago. And then he said, "What is your name?" So their parents were like a little bit embarrassed and all this. It's okay. So I started talking to him. He does not leave me. He doesn't want to go anywhere. So I said, "What do you like? What do you like?" Seemingly he's autistic. His body is faces slightly different. Made him look he's not okay. Somewhat
different.
Not okay. Yeah. So now he came today and he said, "I told you something when I was here last time." Then I said, what was that? He said, you should remember. He has little blurry speech, but he speaks well enough. So then I said, I don't know. What was that? He said, "I'll give you an apple if you remember." I said, "Is that music?" He said, "Yes, you're smart, Selena." So his parents were like all over the house. They're looking around, talking, speaking, and then all day they're like, "Oh, Sam, you talk too much," and all this thing. And I said, no, it's okay. So what happened was, I said, "You know what? House has a piano. It's an empty house." So I said, "You know what? Do you know how to play a piano?" He goes like, "Yeah, I love piano." So I took him to the piano, and he was playing the entire time, playing piano. I was like so touched by it, and I can see the sadness and feeling of sadness in parents' face that it's their child, it's their first child. They have younger to other children. So it just, I mean, I'm very drawn to people who, and I felt kind of like, he has so much to share, but nobody listens to him. He goes to school, he's in his, specialty school and all this. So, but I sense that he's very intelligent. And so I remember a long time ago, Douglas, you shared that, autistic children are like, they're very treasurable,
Yes.
meaning, so I felt the calmness. I was very stressed out. And then I was listening to, he was playing piano, and I was almost like forgot where I was. I was so much into the music because I like music, kind of like music is therapy for me. So what I'm trying to say that, these are the people, they have so much that they cannot share. People don't understand them. People don't give them time, starting from family members. So they have pretty much lonely life that they understand, but the level of intelligence that they have, it's probably like in a different manner, different way that, it just, it was like an experience for me, like what he remembered me, he came last time, my name. So it was a very good experience, very positive. I felt so empowered that, I was able to connect with him. It's just, he's in ninth grade. He's a small child, probably like 13, 14 years old. So these are the things that I face. People will come, share, talk about their family problems. So I'm kind of like positively drained with these people that I become so attached to people's life and their feelings, their problems. So that's pretty much my job. But there are other aspects of that this is a business that there's so many people will come approach me like in many different ways. One of my client actually was, I don't know, I should, and I'm not going to mention what kind of, race. It's different. They're not quite like, they're from another race, and just South American, just a South American family that they want me to do something that, I was like thinking like how I'm going to work it out, basically some, money issues here. So I kind of like, like not too long ago, 2 hours ago, I had this, this client that, so is, well, I'm still not sure what I'm going to do with them with this money situation tomorrow morning. So yeah, what I'm trying to say that, there are many other incidents about money, like, I would say they're drug dealers because their body language is very different. They will come offer money to buy cash because they cannot, basically cannot purchase home through mortgage. All they have money, but they cannot show their employment. So, in a conventional way, you purchase a property basically if you want to like to get a mortgage. So you put down payment and a percentage of money, and then you pay remainder of the money through lending from the bank and whatnot. So I face this thing, at least 3-4 clients that they're and New York is probably the one of the state that people, all kinds of people, all kinds of that they come, they hide themselves and then try to go into, like, there are people, they will buy home, they will say, my income is like 30 grand, but I will pay cash, but they'll come up with different ideas and all these things. So I face this thing once in a while. So yeah, these are my work life that I experience so many things, and I know so many things, that there are people out there do such a thing, and I can tell these are the people are drug dealers. One of the incident that I rejected him, one of the client wanted to purchase a home, and he said all cash, but he was offering some different ways. It didn't work out. So yeah, I mean, these are the things that's what I do, and with people.
It's such a challenge. I mean, when you're faced with
it is a challenge, because I sometimes don't quite know what to tell them and what to tell the homeowner, or they're renting, what to tell them. I kind of like keep within myself I very nicely, politely, I avoid them because they really demand. Like they will offer me money, like just for the sake of renting. Like I'll give you $10,000. Like I'm not greedy for money. I'm not wealthy. I want money. I want to make money as much possible, but I will not involve myself, getting bribed and do things that I would know what would be the consequences. So, I mean, that's just me.
Sabina, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Is it possible to buy a house with Bitcoin?
It's not out there yet. The Bitcoin, the thing is that Bitcoin is something that it's not being used as in like purchasing big purchases like home, cars, whatnot yet. But Bitcoin is an industry. It's a 20 billion industry by now. Everybody, like I was in Dubai last year at the airport. I'll get to you about the purchasing. My point here being that they don't accept U.S. currency anymore. I was buying a bottle of water, $5. I just gave them change, so they don't. So they don't accept U.S. dollars. So I had to use credit card and whatever. So so now it's not. We haven't done that yet. It's not quite like lending industry basically don't accept it. But you can exchange Bitcoin. You can find a seller Bitcoin exchange into U.S. currency, and then that's probably the way to go, but not yet. It's gonna be Bitcoin will be the currency of future. I did study. I invested so much money and lost so much money. Pretty much 80% of my investment is just bad. Back in 2017, when it reached 20 grand almost, I made money as well, but I lost so much that it was just a very bad experience. But then again, there is an opportunity to, because I didn't know at that time. I became greedy and then didn't study enough. I just blind, put my money. I had the money available, but it's all went down to the drain. But I gained some, but it was just a bad experience. So I lost a lot of money. So now there are other currencies that, like, do you remember, Peter, that I mentioned about this cryptocurrency that you can buy it for like cents, like penny stock type of situation. So it's like what I did, like I just wanted to experiment besides Bitcoin with other currencies. So at this point, this is called XRP. It's like 20 cents per currency. What this system is, it's a payment system, the Ripple that use the banking industry that use it to transfer money. For example, if I want to send someone money to other side of the world or anywhere in the country, so what they do, like genuine cases, like you want to send money to your friend, brother, sister, whoever, you go to bank and they send the money to some place in California, let's say from New York. So what system they use is Ripple. Ripple use the computer system that is the software program, the XRP. So these are the one called currency, cryptocurrency. So so its cost is so less. Like if you want to send money from one state to another, if you use Western Union for $500, it's going to cost you $50-$60. But over here, if you peer-to-peer, you just send it through your cell phone and money will be in the account. It's just a matter of 5-6.
This is sending money between account is one thing, but the bottom line, I tried to buy Bitcoin when it was $300.
Oh my goodness, when was that? 2010?
But I found it very difficult to buy. I didn't know who I was dealing with.
When was that?
I don't remember. It was probably in the early 2000s. I don't remember.
They didn't have the exchange that back then.
Well, there were websites, but it was like, it's like walking into a store in a foreign country and trying to get help, and they're not inclined.
No. Those are the time, Peter. Those very initial stages of Bitcoin just introduced to the market. It was once upon a time when it started, it was like pennies. It was, you could get
of course,
pennies.
But my point is with Bitcoin then and today, if I have Bitcoin,
yes.
I can't use it.
Yeah.
I have to. It's like it's like investing in gold. I have to go cash it in. If I have,
Oh my goodness, I invested in gold too, but
yeah,
again,
but
lost
listen to
money.
what I'm saying. That's not the point. It's
Yeah.
like if you invest in gold, you can't do anything with that gold. You've got to turn it into cash, sell it, and then
Well,
currency. But it's not a currency. It is not a usable currency.
No, it's an investment to
Exactly.
It's like if you have a portfolio of like you put money in Bitcoin, some in gold and silver, some in your investment property, income producing, and then
it's not a currency, is what I'm saying. This is the whole point. It's not a currency, and it positions.
When you say it's not a currency, about you're saying
I will tell you. If you want to go buy a Coca-Cola, you can't use Bitcoin. If you want to go buy a coffee table, you can't use Bitcoin. It's not like you can't walk into a department store and say, here's my Bitcoin card. They'll tell you to go to hell.
Well, it's not right now. It's not
right
yet
now,
mainstream. It's not mainstream yet.
It's not a currency. And the best currency in the world is the United States dollar.
Yeah, but Peter, you have to understand that you're just giving your opinion. It's not a currency. There are many people in currency because
this is not my opinion. This is not my opinion.
Well, Peter's talking about Peter's talking about a practical experience that he's had, and it practically I've been complaining about it too. But in terms of what Selena is talking about is definitely investment, which is kind of like we're talking about different subjects almost.
Well, it is an investment. My whole point is it's not a currency.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So when you were saying, sorry, Peter, when you were saying it's not a currency, it's okay. It's not a currency because that's what your understanding is. However, you can convert Bitcoin into currency.
Right.
So
it is. We understand that. We understand that.
Since it's not mainstream yet.
Right.
You cannot go to Whole Food and buy, a bag full of groceries.
This is my point. I agree with you. I agree with you. But my whole point is, it is not a currency, and it is
what difference
in the conventional
does it make
in the conventional sense.
What
so
difference does it make? I call home, you call house. Somebody call mansion, but the thing is that how you use it, how you utilize it. The debate shouldn't be it's a currency or not. That shouldn't be the debate. The debate should be as in like, okay, it's a Bitcoin is a type of currency which is only exists digitally in the computer in a software system. Therefore, if you have 20,000 Bitcoin, one Bitcoin for 20,000, you can transfer it tomorrow. Whoever will buy it, and there are buyers because there are exchange out there right now, namely Coinbase, and then a few others. I have account with Coinbase. Just like if you want to do day trading, that's what I used to do. I would just buy stocks and sell. I would make money, which I did. So I have good experience in investing stock market, and I gained. I made a lot of money. I also lost a lot of money. So, if you're saying that it's not a currency or not, that's a whole separate understanding of
it's a statement. It's like a currency is defined as that which is generally accepted.
Oh, right.
It's a substitute. It's a substitute currency.
Yeah. It's definitely what Peter's talking about is that it's not conventional currency, which is understood, and
like you
we
can't
use the
buy
term crypto.
Yes,
not in a direct sense.
You can buy money. You can buy exchange.
I'm talking about goods. You can't go into
right.
a
The point's taken. The point's made.
I said, it's not mainstream yet because there are many reasons that I can.
Yeah.
That will take forever.
My only statement is it's not a currency. It is an investment. You can convert it into any different things.
However way you take it, that's fine. What I'm trying to say that whether you say it's not a currency, it is not, but it is something that people use it. Yes.
There's no disagreement. It is an investment.
What I'm trying to say that if it is not a currency, then how can you some form of currency if it's not a currency? There's all kinds of currency. Cryptocurrency is currency too.
Right, it's just a different type.
How the name comes than cryptocurrency. It is currency is something that it's current. It moves. It goes somewhere. If you put money, your $1 million in your account, it doesn't go anywhere. Sitting down, it's not current. So currency is something that it moves. US dollar is the #1 currency in the world. That's why people who came up with this idea, group of people, but that's not important right
Right.
now.
So yeah.
How did this idea of currency originated? There
Right.
must be some potential to it that average people like me are not aware of it. So they will say, oh, no, I'm not interested. This is not a good idea. Yeah, good idea is something that if you know how to utilize, anything is a good idea, in my opinion.
Right,
So
right.
if someone doesn't know how to use Bitcoin, like I didn't, I lost money. It was a disastrous idea that what I did. However, I learned after losing, I'm back again on the market. I bought it because it's now $10,000 and change. 2 months ago, it was $9,000. So if you do buy and sell, constantly you're making money. But if you don't know how to do it, like I put $200 on cryptocurrency XRP that I purchased like 3 months ago. I told you, I texted you that, you should do that. I mean, just, having conversation with you. And then I made it double, $300, because it was 19 cents. I sold it for 31 cents. So I made some money. So it's not a big money, but what I learned here is that, if I can do it for $200, I can do it for thousands of dollars as well if I had money. So yeah, if you're saying it's not a currency, it depends what your perspective is. Yeah, it is not a currency in terms of if you say that it's not like US dollar. It is not. It's a digital currency. So two different things, but the idea is same.
Well,
you can convert that into US dollar.
You can't go to Amazon and use Bitcoin.
Well, like I said, Peter, it's not mainstream. Yeah, that's
No,
what
you don't need to repeat yourself. We know it's not mainstream.
Yeah, so you're repeating too that you
can't
cannot
go to something, the most internet thing there is, which is Amazon, and Amazon will.
Yeah, but you can't do that with gold either. You can't do that with gold either. It's
what
just,
you're saying, you were repeating too, because you said we cannot go to Amazon and purchase something, because
I mean,
Amazon does not accept Bitcoin.
Right.
Whoever accepts,
we know that.
like
yes.
I accept Bitcoin. If you want to give me Bitcoin, I'll give you US dollar. So I'm the only person probably but there are big corporations. They're against it because of many, many reasons. This is a serious business that introducing something and bringing it to mainstream. It's a hell of a work between, I'm just the ordinary person, but people who are in the power, they're a group of people, powerful people, corporations, whatnot. They want Bitcoin. The other party doesn't. So there's a war going on, currency war going on right now that average people like myself, we don't know. We can give our opinion and talk about it. Doesn't mean anything. But what is happening?
There was a meeting in Iceland a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Of all these governments, and what the problem with Bitcoin is, the governments wanted to get in on the action of cryptocurrency, and the problem was they need to make it unhackable, and this was the problem. They couldn't make it unhackable,
right?
And this was the challenge. So they have the blockchain, and the blockchain is also problematic.
It's a technology. Yeah.
The blockchain is problematic because if you get the blockchain tied to certain illegal activities, then anybody who owns the Bitcoin down the road on the blockchain is culpable, theoretically, for the illegal transactions and illegal activities that it bought. That's a whole nother legal argument.
Well, look, everything has its pros and cons. Like how much you can take advantage out of a system or new technology, whatnot. Like for example, okay, what can I say? So let's just say Bitcoin is that. Do you think that J.P. Morgan, the lending industry, they're against it? They're the one doing something that there is a back door that they can do. They know the technology. They don't want Bitcoin to be the currency for people to use, everyday people. They don't want that. So that's why Bitcoin is pretty much like unknown to everyone. Or everybody's like jump like a spring. Bitcoin, oh my God, you lose all your money. But if you don't know how to use it, it has its advantages. Like if I want to send money, like I said, I'm keep repeating the same thing. Like $5 to send $10,000, but as opposed to much more money than So this is the thing. It helps if you have a friend, like one country to another. It's a peer-to-peer. Like one.
We understand this. We understand this. That there's no argument.
So people are benefiting from it.
There's no question. What I'm saying is, it isn't a real factor in our lives until we can actually, the common person can go buy a Coca-Cola with
that
it.
will take time. It's happening. that will take time, because people who are behind the Bitcoin, they're the group of people. They what they say is that they're in favor of humanity, so that remote village in countries, the poor countries anywhere, that they have to send money. They don't know how to. They can borrow money from people from anywhere. Anything that has to do with the money in USA, you have to show all your income. You have to show all your documentation. You have to show everything. With cryptocurrency, they can skip that expense cost to exchange money, and that benefited from it. They can invest money, they can borrow money from anybody.
On your tax return, you have to, if you follow the tax laws, you have to say what you have in cryptocurrency.
Yes, but it's not limited to United States. Bitcoin is everywhere it's a global currency. It's not United States.
If you do any perspective of the United States.
So if you do United States, if you do it, then you have to show, like I did. I showed all loss. So I got some tax break. But the idea is that if we are in the United States, we only think about anything only based on the United States. It's a whole separate argument. Right. So it's between people over here, but there are people other side of the world. They're not. Why they're poor? Why they cannot improve their life? Why all this poverty? So there's so many factors here that Bitcoin was a brilliant idea. However, it has its bad side too. Like money laundering is the best way. So that was another aspect of is that
it was created for the dark web.
Yeah. Well, I look. You can. We don't know. If I do a good thing out of something, that's all I know. Dark web, negative web, all these illegal activities. Those are not. Regardless, Bitcoin is there or not. People exchange money. Drugs comes in USA. USA is the marketplace for
Bitcoin
illegal drugs. Where does it come from?
Illegal activities. It has an advantage that.
That's the bad part of Bitcoin, that people can do this thing. You bring money here, and then next thing you know, you just buy drugs and sell on the street. And
criminals can do. Yeah,
right.
When they could use other currencies.
Right. That's what I've emphasized in the past, and what Selena is saying is that of course it's like a firearm. It can be used to hurt people, or it can be used to defend someone. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, it's just a tool.
Like a lot of people I hear from people like 5G. I think 5G is amazing. It's going to improve our life, but there are other aspects. Everything has a cost. You get the benefit, but you have to pay some price to it. So it depends how you do it. Bitcoin is the same way. There outside United States, they use Bitcoin. In India, they use Bitcoin. There is exchange in, I think,
they use Bitcoin exchange all over the world.
Yeah, right. But not necessarily they're selling illegal drugs. They're benefiting from it.
I didn't say, but it was invented.
No, I'm pointing out.
It was invented for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Whether it was or not, it's kind of like firearms are invented to kill people. So we can definitely say that firearms are invented for a reason that's rather sinister. And the same with what Selena is saying is that she's used it and it's benefited her. So that's without
no question. People have used it for positive things.
Yeah,
but, it's a.
Well, everybody's not drug dealers in this world.
Right.
It's an illegal world. You can get caught anywhere in the world, not just USA.
Right.
So,
I think the reason the connection came in Peter's mind was because you had brought up the fact that you were dealing with some people who were trying to pay all in cash to buy their homes. And then he was thinking, then that's what made him think, well, they're probably drug dealers, so can a person buy a home on Bitcoin? And so that was what he was curious about, and that of course is more than likely no. It's more than likely like gold. It's seldom you can buy a home using gold. You just got to convert it to cash.
Gold is just a part of anyone. Yeah. Like I'm talking about wealthy people who invest money on. They have kind of like it's a portfolio fancy thing. Like you have money over here, you buy gold today to lowest price. It was like once upon a time it went up to like 1,700 per ounce. So now, then it came down. That's the time I purchased gold. Gold. But it was a very bad investment. But somehow I recovered and sold it all, and then did something else. So, like your investment in all different ways. You don't put all your money as an investment in one area of that investment. You go everywhere. These are for people people who like to invest and make money and all these things. So yeah, gold is something you don't everyday thing. You don't just get an ounce of gold and price went up. You have to sell it, and there are some certain ways that you have to abide by certain rules, certain things. You have to show everything what you did, how much you made out of your investment with gold. So these are like different type of investment. Like you put money on stocks, and you can sell it, and next day you can get money. Next minute you have your money, and you go for shopping. That is like instant. But certain things that it's not, like if you have an investment properties, it will take time for you to sell. So what is it? You cannot use that money. It will take like 3-4 months to get the money and all this. So every investment has a different criteria. This is different ways that you do. So that's just all about all kinds of investment and different types.
Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing that up. Of course, you helped to put some context for what I was saying. I was usually taking a very negative perspective on cryptocurrency and in telling people to be basically not to get involved. But you were pointing out the fact
Douglas,
that
the thing is that the way everything works is that when you know something, when you have experience, that's the only way someone can talk about this is good or this is not good, as in like giving a perspective. Yes, absolutely. If someone asks you that, hey, what do you think that I should invest on Bitcoin or not? If you don't know, you did not experience the investment of all this, so you can only give your opinion. It's not a good idea. But I on the other hand, I have ideas, I experienced it, I gained, I lost, so I can put some context to it, like what's the point of, if you don't know, you study, you have to know 100% onto something that you know, and then you go about that. Without knowing, you invest your money, you lose money. You have to know how to invest money. You have to know how to profit from your investment. If you don't, say anything, like you buy a property.
Okay, well, let's move on. We understand. This is just common sense.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. Well, definitely appreciate that.
It's not that common in people. Common sense.
That's
so,
true.
Yeah.
Common sense is lacking sorely in many people. Certainly, I would have no confidence whatsoever to deal with such issues. But definitely glad that you do, Selena, and that's very important. So, aside from that, how are things going in general? Is Noreen still with us? I take it Noreen may be checking in later.
Well, I'm here. I was just kind of in and out of the room.
Oh yeah, certainly there's a lot of people at Revolution Radio who were very much into Bitcoin. I don't know if you were dealing with any of them at any time, but we can move on from the subject.
Actually, I'm not. I never got involved with that, but I do want to say that. What's to say about it? There were some people that actually, one or two did very well from it, but from what little I know, because I never got involved with it, is that I just heard from either Revolution Radio people themselves and or people that are listeners or connected to the station would just tell me that it's something that's very you have to know what you're doing. And I'm not talking about right now this year, because I don't know anything about this year in terms of what's going on with Bitcoin. But when it was first coming out, getting popular, people were saying to me, really, this is the kind of thing that you have to know what you're doing. You have to know what and who you're involved with, because there's like a dark side to it, I suppose, right? Okay, and all that, and underground and all that. And so it's kind of like if you don't really know, and I guess you have to have maybe some knowledge about technology and
we're beating a dead horse.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. I mean,
we're beating him very viciously.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it was a subject you didn't need to really pursue. I'm talking to Peter Moon about that. Not Noreen. Not Noreen. It was just Peter Moon asked a question and then got very adamant about the fact that it's not currency in the conventional sense, which of course
I would agree with him. Again, if you were to ask my opinion right now, I'm just saying that what little I knew was just very like it was almost kind of like an entity on its own. What my impression of at the time was that it was people have different opinions, obviously, about it. Like, oh yeah, no, get into it, no, don't, and oh, you got to know what you're
Why don't
doing,
we
and oh,
just
it's
leave
this
it
and that.
alone?
So
Like,
all I can say at this point is I'm not involved with it,
Right.
and I think those that did cash in, there are people that did, and still might be cashing in, definitely know what they're doing, because if you don't, then you could really be screwed over with it, is what I'm guessing,
Right.
or not gain anything.
Right. Well, I was just using Noreen as a gentle segue out of the subject, and with that, of course. Selena, thank you for sharing that with us, and I think that was wonderful. And with that, is there anything else?
Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah. Anything else you want to bring up before we turn over to Peter? Because Peter and I will essentially.
No, I would love to hear Peter. I think I had said enough. I hope I didn't say anything disappoint anyone. Forgive me for that.
No. It was wonderful. I mean, I appreciate it because it's educational. I mean, certainly, I always find
it is
that
educational.
Yes.
I can give people ideas, because how we can, like, as I was mentioning, I mentioned it to Peter, that Peter, you put $200, you will make double. But I did it, but I didn't, just sharing with him. But the thing is that, I mean, it's just all sharing. That's what we do. And Peter, thank you so much for giving input. Like, I was just saying things. So appreciate that. But if I had said anything disappointing, I apologize.
Oh no. You were wonderful, and Peter.
We need to get off the subject.
Yeah, and so Peter's with us now, and so Peter, of course, is an individual who essentially has taken on many responsibilities in helping myself through very troubling times. And Peter's helped many people through troubling times. Crystal River, of course, has been one of the people that he's helped in the past, and she's been a person who's been on recently, and I've let her know that she's always welcome on, and she usually tends to be up at night, and she gives her greetings and salutations, and of course her gratitude towards Peter for helping her. She's come back to speak to him recently about a number of issues, and Peter, of course, was helping her throughout that period of time that Max Spears was alive. And now that Max Spears has passed on, we were fortunate enough that his mother, Vanessa Bates, was very positive about the episode that Crystal River and myself were hosting and hostessing. And so Vanessa Bates responded in thread of our latest episode in regards to Max Spears. And that's something that hopefully will bring closure to a number of people. The best of it all is that we were not harassed by many of the sinister forces that were involved in Max Spears' life. And Peter Moon and Crystal River and myself were at one time very much harassed by Sarah Rachel Adams for reasons that make no rational sense. Sarah Rachel Adams definitely wants a monopoly on the narrative in regards to Max Spears, and that's quite sinister. There's no need for that. And the fact that we were able to conduct our latest episode on that subject without that level of harassment to discuss a very serious issue of essentially theft of what is a intrinsically priceless item, because even if it's not valuable as an antique, it was valuable in the sense of it was valuable to Max Spears personally, and so in that sense it cannot be priced, and that priceless item is in someone's possession where it doesn't belong. It rightly belongs at this point with Max Spears' mother. So Crystal River has offered to purchase the item, or at least pay for its shipment, to Max Spears' mother. Of course, nobody has responded who may or may not be responsible for its theft, which would either be...
Douglas, what they'll do is they'll take the money she gives them and then keep it.
Yeah! Yeah, that would be likely what would happen.
So you'd have to give them a FedEx number or something.
Yeah. The person in question would either be Sarah Rachel Adams, but more likely Ken Sendo, who is the person who provides housing for Andrew Basiaggio. So that gives you an idea of the people we're dealing with in this case. And I'm saying that without any fear of repercussion. So with that, we move into Peter Moon's territory. I want to remind everyone that Peter Moon is someone who can be followed by visiting his timeline. His timeline, of course, is on Facebook. And if you can't find Peter Moon on Facebook, far more important would be the TimeTravelEducationCenter.com. And that's where you can find out more about him. And also, most importantly, above and beyond all else, visit SkyBooksUSA.com. He's published over 250 books. None of them have ever gone out of print. And with that, we turn it over to Peter Moon, who has been reviewing a number of things kindly. I don't know if he had a chance to review the movie Shoot 'Em Up, which I had served as an anonymous consultant to on the year of my father's death, which was one of the reasons I was consulting anonymously. There was just too much going on, and I really couldn't resist the blowback. If he didn't have time to review that film, that's fine.
Not the movie. I listened to your tapes, but in some of it I was kind of confused as what you wanted me to understand or fathom. I wasn't quite clear.
Well, when it came to bringing the film up at all, what I was pointing out was several aspects about the film. I don't know exactly what I was talking about at the time in which the film became involved as an issue. Not in a negative sense or a sense of any kind of controversy, but it was just being brought up for a reason. What context do you remember it being brought up in? If
I don't, because it's like when I was listening to what you were saying, I'm saying, I wasn't getting the relevance. I mean, I listened to the stuff on the Congo was very interesting.
Okay. And we could certainly start off the night with that and anything else that you want to speak of. The Congo was important because it ties into, of course, the history of World War II and specifically the history of the atomic bombs themselves.
That's the point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And beyond that, of course, it was relevant with the death of the star of the film, Black Panther, which was a great segue into the Congo because the Congo is essentially the historical parallel to Wakanda, and the historical reality is so much uglier. You know, I noticed that when I tried to publish Peter Moon's Facebook timeline, that it did not come up. This is interesting to me, and it's very bizarre, so I have no idea what the fuck is going on.
Wait, what does that mean? You tried to put something onto the timeline, or you?
Yeah, when I was publishing the timeline, somehow your Facebook timeline address is erased by Facebook, which doesn't make any sense.
Not right now, though, because I was just on there.
It's not up there when I was trying to give out your Facebook timeline, which is fine. You can give people your Facebook timeline. It's not that important. But it's one of those things that's irritating because when I turn to my promotional banner to access it, this has happened multiple times lately where it's like somebody goes in and edits out everything. So it's bizarre to me. But that's what happened. So there we go with that. It's some kind of Facebook quirk. It's some kind of glitch that, we won't overdwell on that. But a lot of things have been happening with Facebook lately. So that being said, more importantly, we're graced with your presence tonight. We were going to speak about cosmology, which we're happy to go into. And, of course, in a sense, the Congo is kind of a segue into cosmology, and I can go into the reasons for that. Certainly one of the controversies that's brought up that Peter Moon could address probably with great flair is the fact that in the Wakanda franchise of Marvel Comics, rather the Black Panther franchise, since it's centered on their superhero motif, the Wakandan culture is basically Bantu or Black African in the sense that we're more familiar with. They tend to be more identifiable. Well, they were making them kind of a Pan-African culture, a pastiche, really. But in terms of what they're trying to present them as, they present them as the heirs to Egyptian culture because they're essentially presented as adhering to the Egyptian cosmology. And in terms of that, there is controversy, of course, as to whether the Bantu, or Black Africans in the majority sense in Africa, emerged out of Egypt or whether they emerged out of what we would identify today as the Skeleton, Gold, and Slave Coast areas, the original areas of European and Black African contact. So that would be for an anthropologist to argue. But in terms of Moorish cosmology, Peter Moon is second to none. And that could segue us into the Congo and various other things that we've brought up in the past that we can cover tonight cosmologically in terms of the African history and the like. It would be actually behoove us all to hear how Peter got involved with Moorish culture in the first place and became expert enough where he actually held several kinds of presentations in his own home where other people presented, or outside of his home where he presented on Moorish culture. How did all that come about, Peter?
Well, the first time I ever encountered the Moors was in a movie. I must have been in the 6th or 7th grade. I don't remember. And it's called The Longships. It stars Sidney Poitier and Richard Widmark. And Richard Widmark is a Viking who I think he steals a funeral boat because he's, offended the Vikings. His father's like the chief, but he goes down and he gets stranded on the Moorish coast. And and of course you see this whole civilization. Of course, as a kid, I knew nothing about any of this. He's obviously on the African coast. Now, what fascinated me about the Moors is the way they were portrayed. Was that, Sidney Poitier, who was black, was the king of the Moorish king, but they had whites and blacks in the Moorish army, and it was like, what's the difference? It's like a baseball team. A black third baseman, a white shortstop. It doesn't matter. And in the 1960s, this was, racial riot time, and I said, what is this? How come the blacks and the whites are interacting? It fascinated me. There was no distinguishing. You were a soldier. It didn't matter what color you were. And that fascinated me, just as it was portrayed in the movie. And I enjoyed the movie, and I asked my father about it. And he began to tell me about the Moors. He said the Moors were very important. And he would say this to me many times. He says, study the Moors. They're very important.
How did he know so much?
I think he has Moorish DNA.
Interesting.
I think so, because he's very dark.
Right.
He's when he would go, although his mother was born in Trieste, Italy, he was, and Trieste was an international city, but she spoke Italian, but she married a man from Croatia. But my father did not identify with his Italian heritage at all. And partly the reason for that is Italians, in my opinion, he would just not identify with the period, but they were persona non grata. Our Italian friends, they couldn't, you couldn't get an apartment if you were Italian. This is in 1940s, post World War II. It was like you were a member of the Axis practically, if not just considered, a mafioso or whatever. Because my best friends were Italian, where I grew up, and that was the culture I was exposed to a certain extent. But the Italian, but when he would go with his Italian friend up in the Nevada, I guess they were probably the mafiosos that operated the places you see in The Godfather too. They went to this bar and they thought my father was a Sicilian because he was dark skinned. He wasn't Sicilian, definitely wasn't Sicilian, because he was so dark skinned. So he was so dark skinned that when I was a young boy, I asked, is Daddy a Negro? It didn't go over too well.
Oh, I can imagine. Oh my God.
He wasn't.
Yeah.
But he had very dark skin. He tanned very well, and it actually enhanced his appearance. It made him, and the only man I ever saw that really looked like my father, other than his brother, was a man in an Indian restaurant. He was a cook, and he was Dravidian. He didn't look exactly. He was much darker skinned than my father, but he had certain similar features. The way his cheekbones My father was much better looking, but he looked, yeah. So I said, I had some, I think there's a genetic identity there. But he thought, well, of course, his father was a great student of history.
Mm-hmm.
He had the writings of Marcus Aurelius, and my father knew that everybody came from Transylvania. He knew this from history. He knew this. But it's not something, he mentioned that to me when I was watching the Dracula movie. He saw me watching it, he says, oh, that's where we all come from,
Interesting.
And that's just from history. The Romans identified. They knew that was their homeland. Of course, they kind of forgot it when they invaded it, et cetera, et cetera. But they knew it at the same time. But anyway, he always said, study the Moors. They're very important. So he put an imprint on the Moors. My interest in them was increased when I heard about a ashram in Ong's Hat, New Jersey, ONG''S. I later collaborated with Joseph Matheny, who was the one that circulated these documents, which is a whole complex story in itself, of an ashram in New Jersey of dissident scientists from Princeton, particularly the Institute for Advanced Study. It was a rod and gun club where they would go for recreation. And in later years, in the 70s, it turned into an ashram, a hippie Moorish science with physicists and drug takers. And they were trying to bridge to another world through a device called an egg. Part of this is legend, and part of it is not legend. I can't, put my finger on where there was an actual ashram there, because my friend Chelsea Floor from New Jersey used to talk to the ashram. So when I got involved in this pursuit or study, she was fascinated. She says, I do indeed remember that, because they used to talk to me, and she says, I got very upset because all of a sudden they disappeared and there was a nuclear accident nearby.
Holy shit.
So that was like, so there was teeth to the legend. But anyway, what it talked about in that travel brochure, when I say travel brochure, it was about traveling to other dimensions, which could be quite phantasmagorical. However, it talked about the Moorish Science Temple, and this was one of the reference points, that science from the Moorish Science Temple. So
well, this became a big part of your life, the Moorish Science Temple. So go on.
Well, yes, but see, I didn't think the Moorish Science Temple existed, because I read a book called Sacred Drift by Peter Lamborn Wilson. And Peter Lamborn Wilson, he's a legendary character in his own right. I went to a couple of his lectures, pointed out that his name was Lamborn, Lam, like Aleister Crowley's Lam, born of Lam. He didn't know where the name came from. There's a lamb born in England. But I told him of the association with Crowley. He didn't really get it, although he certainly knows who Crowley was. He's very erudite. But anyway, he had written some article about this, and he was part of, I guess, a group that referred to this as a social experiment. It was very surreptitious and all this, but however, he wrote this book on Sacred Drift, which talked about the character named Noble Drew Ali, who was a real historical character.
Yes,
Noble Drew Ali started the Moorish Science Temple.
Yes,
in the 1820s, they had there were a lot of Moors, and he had gone to Egypt and was brought blindfolded. I don't know how much of this is apocryphal, meaning of questionable authenticity, but he was said to have been blindfolded and taken into the Great Pyramid. And this was an initiation they did. And frankly, they didn't expect him to come back, because this is what happened to most people. Those bones you might see in the Great Gallery or whatever might be bones of people that weren't dead, that killed a long time ago. They were blindfolded, went in for the initiation, couldn't find their ways out, and died. Well, the next time they saw him not too long after, beneath the paws of the Sphinx. And he was initiated by a group of people who told him about the true history of the Moors, the true history of his people, which he was to go back and teach in the United States. And he started a whole cultural movement. Now, this is factual, that he started a whole cultural movement. He had a background to some degree of the circus, so he put up posters that were circus-like in their rendition, where they would play songs like, instead of "Give Me That Old Time Religion," "Muslims That Old Time Religion." And he had such a popular following that in the 1920s, a couple of Freemasons decided to lampoon him, and they created a radio show called Amos and Andy, which was a lampoon of the Moorish Science Temple.
Oh,
They called them the Mystic Order of the Knights of the Sea. They had, they had the head mackerel. They had names for these people. The congregation were called Sardines.
Right.
And the leader was called the Kingfish. And it was a mockery of just, blackface type comedy.
Yeah. It was just awful. Yeah, it was around forever. It was around forever. It was like one of the most popular pieces in America in terms of media popularity. It was just like people would watch that the way we would watch Good Times.
That turned into a TV show.
Yeah.
And I when Paula came here, I was, I showed her some of the stuff on YouTube by Amos and Andy, and she got the humor right away. She was cracking up, because it is funny. But the whole point and this was a radio show, it was the first nationally syndicated radio show in the history of the United States. The only other shows that were syndicated on radio were not shows, it was football games.
Right.
So I don't even think they did baseball games at that point, it was football games. Because football was initially, more popular than baseball as a national event or something. But so they had this is how important it was to lampoon the Moorish Science Temple. And they had a character in one of the episodes called Ali Benda, which was obviously a takeoff on Drew Ali. I think they had him put in jail for crystal gazing or something. And Drew Ali did go to jail,
right,
where he supposedly received a beating and then died shortly thereafter. I don't know that he received a beating. I don't know that he died. I don't know what the hell happened to him.
Nobody does. I think that he's entered into urban legend status. He's one of those people who just walked out of walked off the stage. It's kind of like Elvis left the building. So, but go on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm like digging this stuff. So I dug all this stuff up on Amos and Andy, and I put it into my book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, which was that book's over 400 pages, and the purpose of the book was to exorcise all of the quote unquote demons or literal demons that had accrued in my energy field from writing the Montauk stuff, and not so much about the Montauk Project per se, but all the residue around it,
right,
the Aleister Crowley stuff, the Jack Parsons stuff, the magic stuff, the Montauk Indian stuff, and it came up that I as I studied this stuff, I found out that the Moors were the first mention of them in the lexicon of the United States was in a court case in Delaware, the Delaware Moors, and it tied them to the Lenni Lenape Indians. The Lenni Lenape Indians were one of the heritage of the Montauk Indians. So I said, boom, boom, boom. The Montauk Indians were declared extinct because the judge said there were too many black people there. And they didn't recognize that black people were Indians. And of course, so I saw that they were tied to the Moors.
So where is this again? Which state?
Delaware was where the court case was.
Okay, Delaware.
The Lenni Lenape Indians came from Delaware,
right,
and migrated north.
Right, because I know what happened in Florida, just so people understand this, was that during the time of the war with the Seminole Indians, which I believe involved Andrew Jackson, it was a war that was vicious. It was a war very similar to America's Vietnam War, and it was in the swamplands of the Everglades. and because the Indians held...
I think it was north of the Everglades.
Thank you. It was, but it was definitely in area, and they took advantage of the terrain, and because of that, they were able to defeat the United States military, and because of that, they survived as a cohesive culture, and this is, of course, borne out or manifest in the fact that many escaped slaves, because Florida was part of the Confederate States of America, was definitely a slave-owning state. But many of the slaves who escaped, they would escape into the Seminole Indian tribe, and because of that, the majority of Seminole Indians today are black. And this is something that, because they're still legally at war with the United States, this came to a head in a case where 2 FBI agents were killed by Seminole Indians who, as far as I understand it, had robbed a bank or something of that nature, and during the time of their escape, they were pursued. They had crossed state lines or something. Somehow the FBI had gotten involved and had tracked them down, and the 2 agents that were killed by them, when this was brought into court, their attorney, who was historically savvy, brought up the fact that they cannot be accused of murder, and because the Seminole Indians are still legally at war with the United States of America. And because of that, both those men got off and were declared innocent of murder. What they had done was kill someone in wartime. And that is something that Americans are totally unaware of course. They're totally fucking ignorant of everything, and it's just another war America fucking lost. Here in the North American continent, with the very native population they were attempting to exterminate, that is now mostly blackified genetically to the point where they're essentially Moorish, so to speak. So with that, go on, Mr. Moon. Just had to get that.
Well, yes. Now there was other history that, and I looked it up independently, and I put a lot of it, like the stuff about the Amos and Andy stuff, I found out separately from anything I'd read in Moorish literature. I brought this to the forefront, and this was for pursuing sort of a synchronistic thread, I think, with Pepsodent toothpaste. I think it was Pepsodent. I looked in who bought, I did a whole thread of who used to own Pepsodent, because I think it sponsored one of the shows, and there was a tie-in to the...
And you know why they did that? Because the stereotype was that blacks have the best teeth. Because blacks, when they smile, they've got these great ivories that shine out, and so
early whites, yes.
Yes.
Well, that was, and it all tied to the book. The Seventh Seal is written about the Masonic secret word shin, which means tooth in Hebrew. So I was playing off the tooth. I was doing these connective threads. I don't even remember them all, but it was quite intricate. It was so intricate that I told people when they got to the end of the book to go back and read it again, because if you don't read it again, you're not gonna get it all. And it does, because it sort of plays on a theme, but which is the most powerful exorcist word in the lexicon. I'd like to put it up against the Vox Arca. Maybe I need to say it better. Who the hell? But anyway, we don't need to go down that route. Anyway,
I wanted to talk about some of the wars that we've been involved with in the United States here, because Doug was just talking about that. Over time lately, I've learned about, to me, most of these wars in the last few, maybe the last 200 years, and that's just a general time frame. A lot of wars have been, they're the early burgeoning global war, I guess, what do you call it, war horizon that we've been kind of dealing with for like almost 200 years. And a lot of it is Freemason. I don't want to go too deep into that, because I know Douglas is more of the military specialist than I am, so I don't want to get too much into the military aspect. But I think, when Doug was saying a lot of people are ignorant about wars, that's true about Americans, but I think globally. I've come to the consensus now that this agenda is global. And if we want to focus on Americans not knowing their own wars, that's a big effing deal. But people all over the world don't understand their own wars. So starting with America, let's focus on that. Yeah, no, and there's a lot of confusion in textbooks, number one, and in the newspapers and in the media. And alternative media is a source that we can maybe look to as being a little bit more thoroughly researched, although there's not a consensus amongst, even alternative researchers in terms of war. Okay, so this is a very kind of a vague, I don't want to say vague, it's a little bit, controversial or questionable as to every fact involved in wars, but I would say the last 200 years, yes. And America is in a unique position because really a lot of Americans are waking up that we did not need to go to Afghanistan, after 9/11. We didn't need to. There's actually, if you look at it from the global side, we don't even really have needed to gone into World War I or II. Those were just really banker wars. Most of them are in the modern time, and it's led us to this ignorance of where you speak of now in terms of understanding why countries and regions even get involved, okay? And they get involved globally, right? Because this has just become that kind of world. We're in a global society. And yeah, I think when you were mentioning Native Americans being kind of like, yeah, now it's kind of rare to find a pure-blooded one because of all the things that have happened. But I have to say America is going down the same path. If you're white, or if you're even black or Asian or Hispanic or whatever, no, we're all being decimated. All of us. Doesn't matter. There's no more favoritism, privilege, money in being any race anymore, because they will make sure whatever race you are, whatever economic level you are, whatever your educational level is, okay, whatever it is, if you are not part of that 1 percentile of elite, your life is expendable. So, this, getting back to the wars, this is why they're trying to fan the flames right now with COVID-19 and, the rioting that you have in the major cities with Antifa, BLM, whatever it is called, whatever the entities are called, whatever, okay, whatever it is. These are not staged, some of them are real, but the point is that it's all meant, it's not a coincidence that these so-called riots, protests are following the tail of the initial COVID-19, epidemic, if you want to call it that, mandates, because it was done. This is also, and maybe you've already discussed this on your show, I don't know, but this has all been done in accordance to an order and a plan, and not by accident. And again, I want to kind of just finish this part up by saying that I'm not pro or anti-Trump, nor do I feel the same about Biden. And I know I'm bringing this up because the elections are coming around the corner. They will use this to their greatest extent. The elites, American elites, yeah, but even the global system itself is going to use this election to manipulate the masses, to really, it's possible to self-destruct for all of us, okay?
Noreen, you should know that Douglas and I are working on a book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, which directs sort of the under layer of what you're talking about, but that's only an entree to a deeper aspect of the more occult or esoteric elements.
Yes, definitely.
The political plotting and so-called quote unquote Illuminati conspiracy, which is really just a catch-all word that people use to describe what they perceive as the political machinations of stuff. Right. It's much more occult and satanic.
That's why I mentioned the Freemasons.
But this is where we're working on this.
Good. That's great. That's fantastic. That's why I mentioned Freemasons in a very loose way, because all this stuff that's going on with the world control agenda is occultic or occult. It's a Kabbalistic, occult, all of it, like you said. So absolutely. And so really, if you think about conquer and divide through race, economics, all of this, it's really just a big, I don't want to say it's not real, it's just a way to control us. And COVID is another way. So, and it's all ritualistic, meaning the use of gematria, numerology. You know, I don't think it's coincidence that this is like what the 19th anniversary of 9/11 during the year of 2020, when we've got all COVID-19, 19th anniversary of 9/11. I mean, it's too in your face. Okay, so it's kind of like, yeah, but the November election, and again, this is just political, but it doesn't, like you said, Peter, it's more than political. What's going to happen in November is occult, psychological control, agenda. You know, they want to bring in Agenda 2021, Agenda 2023. That's the grand plan. And so just to wrap up what I'm saying now, I just feel like my motto, and I say this on my show too, is just say no. Say no to the COVID mandates. Say no to, which we know is about wearing masks and doing social distancing and shutting down and locking down the economy. That's like the worst you can do, okay, for any region in this world, number one. Number two, just say no to letting your, okay, some people might say, let the inner cities burn. They're a wasteland anyway. I get it, okay? But the problem is that you can't let lawlessness be run loose, because it will spread in some form. Okay, people will take advantage of this. And so
I think most of the people listening kind of get what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay, whatever, then I don't have much more to say. I'm just saying that, you know, in the coming months, it's kind of ironic that I happen to be coming on with you guys at this time, because, you know, obviously we're just around the corner from this big, quote, political event, which is actually more about, like you said, the deeper implications. So, you know, this is really a say no time to all these efforts that are trying to control us.
What I would also tell you, Noreen, in my view, all of this stuff is all being driven by planetary emotions.
Yeah.
It'll go up, it'll go down, it'll peak around election time, astrologically. Not because of the election, but because of the astrology. The election will follow the astrology, and it'll work out whichever way, and it'll wind down or transmute whatever it's going to transmute into. And some people will say no, some people will say yes. There'll be pro and there'll be con, and it'll all work out. In all you can do is negotiate your own life.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned astrology, because, as you know, right now we've got all these retrogrades. Mars in Aries retrograde. I won't get too deep into all this, but then we got like four planets in Capricorn.
Jupiter is just going.
Yeah, Jupiter just went direct, but it's in its fall in Capricorn. We still have Pluto, which is a very long transit in Capricorn, and there's a lot going on, as you know. So yeah, right now is a crazy planetary time. It's really nuts. I think we know this, right?
And we're kind of well aware of that as well.
Yeah. Before we go back to Peter, I just wanted to ask Noreen, because she was so good at this that I often told her she should become professionally an astrologer. But she, of course, you know, that takes thousands of dollars of computer programming to pump into. You know, you buy these programs and then, you know, you get licensed. It's like any other kind of profession, you know, there's kind of a cabal.
It is, although it's kind of changed to where it's not that. I think it's more based on reputation, maybe a little bit more. Now, I use like astro.com, which Peter knows is a free site. Now, actually, many YouTube astrologers, when you see them posting like transit charts, they'll use astro.com. It's that popular. And that's, you can have a free version of it or a paid, but yeah, I don't have Solar Fire or anything on my desktop, but you know, I don't know if I have time really to go to
no, tonight, in future episodes,
no, let me just finish what I'm saying. I don't mind the thought about doing charts, but if I was to invest in a program, which is fine, I would do a little more of it. I'm not sure. There's a lot of people out there doing it, so I don't know if I really want to get into that. But I still do charts just for kind of like just for fun for my friends. Yeah, you know, I did your chart, I think, Doug. So.
Oh, yeah, you predicted that I would be fucked over in Australia and in Arizona. Yes, you predicted it both. In both areas, you said, boy, you've got these really bad lines, your natal lines. Yeah, and,
that's right,
yeah, you were right. Oh, there's no denying that. And so, honey, what I wanted to say was, I was telling Peter how I had been warned away from drawing anything in terms of conclusion, in terms of agreements until next year by both Crystal River and Brendan Zogit, who are both very deep into astrology. I'm sure you pretty much feel the way that the same way that in concluding any agreements with people, doing any business and whatnot, it's probably best to wait till next year, right?
Well, it's more like coming up, as Peter knows, Mercury retrogrades in early October. And, if you're I'm trying to take care of all my business as much as I can now. And I think a lot of people are, and that's actually okay. But I would never buy big ticket items or sign contracts during Mercury retrograde, which is from the first week of October until the first week of November, generally. So, that would be more of a red flag about that. But right now, since we're not even at Mercury retrograde, even though we have some heavy planets, I'm trying to finish up a few things. And I think if it's not a bad time to actually finish personal business. And then maybe after the retrograde's over, that's kind of a crazy time, but still a good idea to wrap up personal, financial, or personal business in your life. Really, I mean, in my opinion, I would even do this into 2021, from 2020 onwards, because like I said, just try to be careful during the retrograde Mercury periods. But other than that, try to get business done, because as we know, the state of the world is so precarious that if you're talking about the next 3 years, who could predict it? But you want to make sure that you got your own affairs more or less kind of settled or comfortable, so that in case anything comes our way, at least we can say, well, my goodness, good thing I took care of ABC, because now I don't have to deal directly with the other things that would be like piled on top of whatever we neglected, if that makes sense.
I will clarify. Yeah. Mercury retrograde starts October 14th.
Exactly. No, I think it's
November 3rd.
Right.
And is it the 14th? I thought it was a little bit earlier. But
the 14th, and
okay.
It's a little short retrograde. It generally lasts close to 3 weeks.
Well, good thing it's a short one during this time, isn't it, Peter? Because we got enough problems on our plate with everything.
Yeah, right now Mars is retrograde, and that's a time to not engage in, launch new activities. You can launch.
I would agree with you on that. I concur. Although normally it wouldn't be, but because the all these planets in Capricorn, and also still being traditional in this one respect, Mercury retrograde is still worse in terms of getting engaged in new project contracts and signing contracts. That still stands. But with this Mars retrograde is a little different. But I still say finish what you can before Mercury goes retrograde. That's just what I'm saying. I'm not trying to say you're wrong, but because otherwise time just keeps going and going. And but if you want to play it safe, just do everything after the retrograde. But here's another thing, Peter. The problem is Mars in Aries retrograde is going to be there for a long time.
Into November.
Yeah.
No. Mars retrograde. You were talking about Mars retrograde.
Mars will be retrograde until about mid-November, till after the election, and it will be in Aries for a long time, but it won't be retrograde.
You're right. It'll be out of the retrograde. It'll be in Aries. Yeah. So, so you're right. We could resume normal activities maybe after November sometime. But right now we're kind of okay to do it until October. Yeah, generally. I'm just being very general, like you are. So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. And with that, Peter's going to go back to the Moorish question, so to speak, and we talked about Amos and Andy, which was definitely a cultural phenomenon that had an enormous impact and unfortunately gave people quite the stereotypical impression of blacks for generations to come. Therefore, I would say its overall impact was quite negative. But in terms,
it gets deeper and deeper, because as I looked into the history of the United States, that the first, and some of this was very generally stated in Peter Lamborn Wilson's book, which is a good book, Sacred Drift, but the first treaty with the United States was with the Sultan of Morocco. And the Sultan of Morocco had started it because he was very outraged that his citizens that were already in America were being taken as slaves and being enslaved. And they recognized the East Coast of America, if not more of America, as Almaricanos, meaning El Morocco. It was a colony of Morocco. And this is why you have the sheriff. The word sheriff comes from sharif, and they would wear a red fez, which is the red kind of truncated pyramidal hat that they wear in Morocco and elsewhere in the Arab world and the Mideast. And they would be called, the fez turned into the fuzz. So that's why the sharif was called the fuzz. The fuzz is after us. They were the police force of the Americas before there was a, what do you call it, colonies of England, before the Pilgrims came, before Columbus came. And they had, this is why we have words or named places like Memphis, Tennessee, Cairo, Illinois, and various. There's lots of place names that are named after African places. So there's a whole hidden culture that is not acknowledged. It ties into the mound builders of both Missouri. There is a Montauk, Missouri. If you look up Montauk, Missouri, it says, oh, this was named after settlers from Montauk. Piecing together what I could through threads is there were Welsh Indians in Alabama.
That's right.
There were Welsh Indians that came from Montauk.
Right.
They came through island, I forget the name, up beneath Mobile, Alabama.
Right.
I think it's called Massacre Island or something.
Right. By the way, I want everyone to know that my own late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George.
Mandan Indians,
yeah,
I know.
that's right. Yes.
They
So
migrated north, and they became the Mandan Indians in Montana, and migrated to California, where they became the Modoc. And you have the place names. So Montauk, Missouri, seems to be named after the Indians named it, the place name, because was it a bunch of white settlers that moved from Montauk and came and said, we'll call this Montauk after our place called Montauk. I don't know. It's I'd like to go there sometime and search the area. But yeah, a whole migration that came up, and it's tied to a man named Prince Madoc. And Prince Madoc was featured in a book by a guy named Alan Wilson. He went into the history of Prince Madoc, who was, by tradition, if not history, the man who supposedly handed down the black shoe stone that went to John Dee.
Magic. Or the guy who was with John Dee, the Irishman who was kind of like the con artist. Yeah. Yes, go on.
Yeah, but there was John Dee's shoe stone.
Okay.
Edward Kelly would read off of it, and so would John Dee. But John Dee claimed that he got this from, it was handed down by his ancestors, who got it from Quetzalcoatl, gave it to Prince Madoc. And Quetzalcoatl, that's not how they say it. I mean, they Quetzalcoatl.
They've got a certain enunciation that is just so much more euphonic. Yes.
My Mexican friends taught me the right pronunciation, but I can't remember it. But the so this shoe stone, now, according to Aztec tradition, Quetzalcoatl had a brother named Smoking Mirror. And according to which legend you choose, his foot was a smoke. He had a mirror for a foot, which was a obsidian plate or plaque like that you could look into. So you look down at your foot and you see your face, a reflection, or the smoke that comes out of it, the etheric smoke. Or he had a head that was a shoe stone. This is legend stuff. So this was given to Prince Madoc. Now, it made sense to me that somewhere along the line, because the medicine man had told me there was a character called Montauk Pharaoh, this is oral history, that left Egypt and came to, I think he was kicked out of Egypt and came to Montauk. And that's where they became the pharaohs. But but I look at the alliteration, it sounds like Prince Madoc and Montauk Pharaoh were the same person, especially if he came from Egypt. And that Prince Madoc was according to Wilson, was the brother of King Arthur. There's also many names for King Arthur in Tennessee area, maybe Kentucky, that area, and Prince Madoc. Yes. So there was some reason to believe they had a strong history there and were part of this migration that went all the way up the Mississippi into Montana and eventually across to California. And so basically and when you get into Native Americans, for example, the medicine man of the Montauk Indians has at least 4 brothers and sisters, and they all have different racial designations on their driver's license. One will say Caucasian, white race. One will say Native American. One will say Chinese, and one will say black. They have all these different, because, and then there was the shaman of the Montauks. She's got dark skin, sort of like chocolate milk, and light chocolate milk. Mm. I've met, and one day I met her mother. And I couldn't believe when I met her mother, I said, she was just white with brown eyes. And I commented on it, and she laughed, and she says, "Oh, we're everything. There's no distinction." In other words, if you were a native in the tribe, you were accepted. It didn't matter what color you were. Oh. So this color delineation, which is very messed up. It's very messed up to say, "Oh, you're this color, you're that color, you're this, and therefore you're this." It's like pigeonholing you into, and people do pigeonhole you.
Right.
They pigeonhole you. They say, "Oh, you're this, you're that. Oh, you can do this, but you can't do that. We know you do this, but we know you can't do that because you do this." So it's this is what people do. They, it's like if the plumber comes in and tells you he does electricity, and you say, "No, you can't do electricity. You're a plumber." And some of them are that way, Mm-hmm. So some excellent, carpenters can't do anything else but carpenter, and they're great, but they don't. But some are multi-versatile. So in any case, digging into the history of the Moors, there was this treaty between the Sultan of Morocco, and because he had taken ships, because they were taking his people, he took their ships up the Barbary coast, and he imprisoned.
Right. Yes.
He said, and so the United States had to sue for peace, because they said, "Well, you've got this." So a treaty was worked out between the secretaries. Now this was put on the back burner because while all this was going on, the United States was fighting the war against Britain in the Revolution. Mm-hmm. And this stuff didn't get settled till the 1790s, I think, with Thomas Jefferson as the president, or maybe he was acting as Secretary of State, I don't remember. But there was a treaty worked out between Morocco. The first treaty with the United States was worked out with Morocco, and basically it gave a quid pro quo. If you get arrested and you claim you're a U.S. citizen in Morocco, we'll let you off. Now, this is what William Burroughs and his cronies took advantage of when they went to Morocco, because they liked young men.
Yes, that's right.
This is why Morocco was a hot spot. Tangier was a hot spot because they could go get what they wanted without ramifications. And if they got arrested, they'd say, well, I'm an American citizen. They'd send them to the consulate, and okay, you can be free from punishment. You can go home or whatever. Now, there was acknowledged reciprocity, which meant that if you went to the United States and became a citizen and you were a slave, and you could go to the tribunal or the government and say, I am a Moroccan citizen. They would pound the gavel and say, okay, you're a Moroccan citizen, you're free. You can go back to Morocco, or you're a free person. Now, this was acknowledged reciprocity by the Secretary of State, but the problem was George Washington and his ilk acknowledged this to the Sultan of Morocco, but they did not make it known to the slaves or the people who had been incarcerated. They didn't make it known to anybody else. And this is where the legend came of George Washington chopping down the cherry tree. Because the cherry tree, the Moroccan flag was red, and it was known as the cherry tree. It was also known as Old Glory.
Interesting.
So when they would round up the slaves, they would take a red flag and have they go into some community and take all the black people, take off all their clothes, and say, you rally around this flag, and they would have the red flag. And this was to make fun of them, to mock them.
Interesting. Well, tomorrow is the 14th of September, and on September 14th of the year 1814 was when the United States flag survived the 25-hour British attack on Fort McHenry in Baltimore. So I find this a very apropos time for you to be bringing this up on on tonight, the eve day of the survival of the flag. That led to, I believe, probably the Star-Spangled Banner or some such. But anyhow, go on. Yes, it's
right. Well, so there was like all this hidden history. Now, this did not. This is some of the history that Noble Drew Ali was learning when he went to Egypt, and I feature him. I don't go into the specifics of it in that. I mentioned this in the book, The Seventh Seal, Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal. But I wrote it was a novel called Spandau Mystery, where Noble Drew Ali goes to Egypt, and he's being initiated by a group that involves a lot of strange characters that run from Karl Hausover to a Tibetan monk in their meeting. They all happen to be staying in the same hotel on the same day, where Aleister Crowley, Noble Drew Ali, and Rudolf Hess are all in this location in Egypt in the same day, it's by the pyramid on the Nile. So that's kind of, I answered a lot of questions. I asked a lot of questions in that novel and got a lot of answers because I wasn't getting them by normal means. And as I say, at the end of that novel, the two main characters are leaving Montauk after they've wrapped up, solved that problem, and they're heading out to San Francisco on a vacation. They're going to drive across the United States, where they're going to get involved in the Presidio scandals. That was what that did. I never got to the second book, but that's where they were going. So now I don't have to go to the book because I've met Douglas Dietrich, and I'm
yes, and we've got that taken care of. It's in the works for the nonfiction, the reality. So
exactly, yeah. But the Moorish thing is that, so what happened is I wrote this book, The Seventh Seal, and in that book I was paying tribute to the Moors, right, frequently and really making a big deal out of it. I also tied it into the cherry trees that were given by Japan to the United States, and how that was all a fiasco. And one of the most beautiful sights you'll ever see in America, and I've been there at least twice, maybe 3 times, in DC in April when the cherry blossoms bloom. They are just beautiful. I had no idea they were from Japan, but they're beautiful. And so that ties into, they not only chop down the cherry tree, they sort of refused or They had a disease. They didn't grow, and Noble Drew Ali. Now this is history, or the Moorish history. He goes to President Woodrow Wilson, and he gets Woodrow Wilson to acknowledge him and to give him the Moorish flag out of the safe. And therefore, there's a relationship there that he kind of outmaneuvers Woodrow Wilson. But Woodrow Wilson was a racist, and he was a great supporter of the KKK, and he was renowned for showing the movie Birth of a Nation in the White House.
Right. Yeah. He's just a real son of a bitch, and of course we speak a bit of that in the book that we're writing, now, and so very important. That cannot be overemphasized. The kind of ideology that drove America into 2 world wars is everything they accuse Germany of perpetuating. So yes, please go.
What was so spectacular about this book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, was that for me, first off, I wrote this 400-page book to get it out of my auric field and to put all of that stuff and exorcise all of the demons that I had encountered in all of this writing about the occult aspects of Montauk. And to my surprise, I was contacted by a man from the Moors. And I said, "Oh, are you from the diocese?" When I said diocese, he goes, "What diocese?" I thought he was from the Moorish Orthodox Church. The Moorish Orthodox Church was alluded to by Peter Lamborn Wilson, who was a member of it at one time. Timothy Leary was involved in it.
Oh.
And this was a group that was both acknowledging the Moorish heritage, but kind of co-opting it. Yeah. Because Moors were not a church. It's not what they are. And so they it met at Millbrook, where he had his League for Spiritual Discovery, acronym LSD, League for Spiritual Discovery. It had,
that was clever.
Because it was based upon that. They had the Moorish Orthodox Church. And there was, so he says, "No, I'm not from the Moorish Orthodox Church." He says, "I'm a Moor." So over a period of time, Elias Bay, I dedicated the Spandau Mystery to him. He's passed on now. But he was an herbologist.
Right.
And he was in his elder years, and he introduced me to Sid Catlett Bay, or Sid Catlett Jr., a former, he's in the Basketball Hall of Fame, not the NBA Hall of Fame, but the National Basketball Hall of Fame, because he was on the team that the only team that beat Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who was then Lou Alcindor in basketball in high school. His team, and Sid Catlett was the best player. So it was quite an accomplishment to beat Kareem, who was a far superior basketball player to him. Right. And he got a scholarship to Notre Dame, where he was, he said he was targeted. He's got a whole Notre Dame story. He's passed away too. His father was a famous drummer, Sid Catlett Sr. Wow. And Sid Catlett Sr. was killed, according to him. It was the sacrifice of the cat. Their name is Catlett. Wow. So it was all about the sacrifice of the cat, and Sid, a name which means cat, Sid as in the city. A city is a mound in Ireland. They call it a city, which is a fairy mound or a center of activity or spirituality. Mm. It's where we get the name Siddhartha. And Sid and cat, so Sid actually identifies as cat, and as does the name, well, cat, but he taught me that the word Moor, because I'd always looked for the etymology of Moor, comes from the Latin moros, which comes from the Greek moresh, and Mauresh is a combination of the Egyptian word for cat, which is Mao, M-A-U, also called in China, M-A-O, as in Mao Zedong. Mao means cat, In Egypt, Mao, M-A-U. And then Resh means king or head in Hebrew. So you have cat heads or cat kings, which Edgar Casey said there were cat people, ancient cat people.
Interesting.
So Moorish. So he had a very strong identification with the cat, taught me a lot about cats and the esoteric aspects of cats. And he was really cool. And he sponsored me to speak in both Chicago and arranged for me to speak in DC, which I met some of the most enlightened people I've ever met in America.
Wow.
And it's because these people are humble people, and they just know so much about the law and this and that it's kind of makes you feel very humble. And this was but by writing that book, I was introduced to the Moorish community. Eventually, as I had the Montauk nights at the house here, which I moved them to the house in 2004. And they only ran for about 3 years here because I knocked them off after I got into Qigong.
Yeah.
But the ones I liked the best, the nights we had would have the Moors come. If the Moors came more often, I would have kept them open. And the Moors would come sometimes, and they were all different types. They would come from Harlem, and they would wear their fezzes, some of them didn't. And it was a joy to be with them. I remember one time, this Irish guy, he raises his hand, he says, I gotta tell you, there's a strange energy in the room. He says, something really, really off here in the energy. I don't know what it is. I guess it's not exactly what it is. I said, you're surrounded by all these Moors. And I said, the white people have done so many damn things to the Moors that you're feeling all this. There's so much guilt going on here. And he kind of crawled up inside of himself. He never came back. It was absolutely true, though. It was absolutely true. And nobody had any, it was no problem. But one time I took a Mexican friend of mine into a gym that was all black. And it was a boxing gym, and we were going there to box and stuff and have fun. And he comes in there and he says, there's going to be a fight here. There's going to be a rumble. Because where he came from, the Mexicans fought the blacks. I said, no, there's not going to be any problem here. Okay, there's not going to be any problem. And there wasn't. He's just reacting to, what he knows in where he grew up in California. It was like,
right.
They hated black people and vice versa. So, no, this was not going to take place in Clearwater, Florida. But, so yeah, people respond. But these people were very educated in ways that you wouldn't know.
Right.
And I did get to speak in Harlem. They invited me to speak in Harlem. Gregory Bay. And his wife was Mike Tyson's sister.
Cool.
And that was a lot of fun because I was sitting up there eating lunch with them, and I started to explain some boxing move for some reason. I don't know why I was talking about Qigong. I see some boxing. She goes, "Oh yeah." She says, "Yeah, I know that." She says, "Yeah, my brother's a boxer. He's Mike Tyson."
Holy shit!
And so I felt kind of stupid, showing my However, she was very impressed by the fact that I knew that his real name was Kirkpatrick, which was her real name. Mike Tyson is Mike Kirkpatrick. Right. It's his real name.
Right.
She was the sort of like, she always said she was the inspiration for my cover, the Montauk Book of the Living, because the first sketch looked like her. The artist didn't know her, but it looked like her.
Interesting. And
so
it was just coincidence, or
just a coincidence.
Yeah. Okay.
But she identified with it, and I miss all those people. And Greg, I still hear from on Facebook, but they so they were a big part of my life for a long time. And what was so special about the Moors is that when I did the Qigong with the medicine man, and this was in Bayshore, Long Island, and he said to all of us, he says, if you want to go meet my teacher, he's going to be at World Tai Chi Day in Connecticut. Come. I was the only one that went. And so I get there, and of course I was very impressed. And then the following year, because I didn't know he had classes, I was invited to a seminar up in Suffern, which is like a sufferable time away. I'm not going to go there. I didn't know he was doing classes in Brooklyn. So the second year I went to see him, there was this woman, Sharia Jones Bay. And I had met Sharia, and Sharia, I was talking to her, and she had grown up in the Moorish Science Temple.
Wow.
And she was the one who told me about his classes. Oh, yeah, you can come to the class. I said, I didn't know there were classes. Yeah. So it's like I came, although I was introduced by a Montauk Indian to the teacher, I was told about the classes by somebody from the Moorish Science Temple. So that was a very strong connection. And I remember the first time I met Roosevelt Gainey, there was all these people listening to some speakers, and I went up and I just happened to be sitting next to him, standing next to him. Nobody was sitting. And I looked at him and I said, I'm looking for Artie Crippen. Do you know him? Do you know him? He said, yeah, he's my student. And that's how I met my teacher. And that was kind of a coincidence that I just happened to be standing next to him. And of course, I remember asking him, do you know anything about the connection between the Chinese and the Moorish science? Well, he says no, but he was the connection. He was the connection. And this is really interesting. I can't remember this man's name. He was a genius. I never met him. I'm not going to bastardize his name. I think he later took on an African name. But he was a teacher of one of my fellow students, Rudy Curry. Rudy Curry is a Tai Chi master. He's a legend in the martial arts, and he was one of my fellow students. And when his Chinese teacher died, I think it was Master Chin, he didn't have a Sifu, a teacher anymore. So he went to, I think this guy's name was Herman Kafra. And Herman Kafra told him to check out Roosevelt Gainey. And he went to check out Roosevelt Gainey, and his world was turned upside down. He met somebody who was like, it's like this guy was not human. He was out of this world in terms of his martial ability, in terms of his knowledge, and Rudy was just completely, wow.
Yeah.
He could better tell you the story himself. But this Herman Kafra guy, actually figured out the Egyptian language. He figured it out sort of with channeling, and he knew the language. He knew the ancient Egyptian language. And the Kemetic, my teacher would tell me that the Qigong was an ancient Kemetic art, meaning Egypt was Kemetic. So he could correlate Egypt with Qigong, and the way you could lift these big blocks, you can lift tons with your bones. He could give you a whole Qigong orientation to Egypt.
Amazing.
And this is Black Egypt. I don't have any fixed ideas on who populated Egypt and who didn't. Right. I just don't care.
Right.
But certainly there were plenty of powerful people there, and lots of different theories, and I don't know. But so then basically, when I go to study Qigong, I'm studying in a class that's like, 3 to 5% white, and sometimes there's no white people there. So, I remember going into the into the class in Brooklyn, and I walk in, and there's this one girl in there, and I knew she was a chiropractic student or something, and I'd seen her before. I don't think I ever met her. And when I walk in the room, she's just like brightening, just like brightened up to see me, like, wow, I'm really glad to see Peter.
Well,
I said, why is she doing this to me? It took me a while to figure out that she was doing that because I was the only white person in the room. And she could like relate to me. You know, like, oh boy, there's somebody I can correspond with.
right.
Like it was much proportionate. Just like some guy from New York was over at Atlanticron, and he comes and he sees me, and he's just like ready to jump on me. You know, he's so happy to see me. I thought, this guy. No, it's because he'd been around Romanians for 3 days, nothing but Romanians, and it you know, he was glad to see an American.
Yes.
I don't have the same reaction.
Understood. You're a bit more capable of adjusting to your environment, and so many people are not. And by the way, just out of curiosity, when both yourself and Noreen Helpan were working together last time, do you remember when that was, or what the event was, what the two of you?
No, I mean, she had me, and we'd working together. I did an interview with her, and
we did a couple of I think, Peter, you came on my show a few times, something like that.
We talked a few times as well.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And we got along fine.
Yeah.
And, yes, and yeah, so that was probably as you were winding off of Revolution Radio.
He says that so diplomatically.
Well, I'm still on there, you know.
No,
No, he's talking about me. He's talking about me.
Oh,
You're
God,
still
yeah.
there. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But no, that's incredible, and I'm so glad that both of you have that, at least that familiarity with each other is so important. And Peter Moon was working with this AbLab was the program you were using to do my chart that you gave to Crystal River as well.
Astrolabe.
Astrolabe. Yes, that's right. And I think that's different from what you use, right, honey? It's you were using.
Oh, you know, I just use astro.com. That's actually
It's astro.com, which I'm not familiar with, which sounds from what Noreen says to be a good program.
You know it is, because there's the free version and then there's the paid. But I will tell you, if you guys are into watching whatever YouTube astrology videos, a lot of astrologers, when they put up you know, like a chart for the moment or whatever, they do use astro.com. So I would say it's you know, I don't have
Astro. Oh, I see. I know this website. Yeah. This is a very good website.
Yeah.
I know this. I didn't know it as I call it Astrodeeds.
Oh, you know, that's another name for it. That's why it's confusing, because it goes by Astrodienst and Astro. Yeah, it's just kind of the same thing. Yeah. That's pretty good.
I'm so glad the two of you can relate on these subjects, and so. Yeah, and with what you were talking about that brought us to this point, Peter. So we now know how you got into the knowledge that you have about this subject, and how big a part it's played in your life, and all of these amusing sidelines from people who just don't adapt to multicultural environments very well, or even different environments, even in places like Romania, where the culture is white. But it's just different from a white American culture. And if people want to know, that one lady who was saying the book cover was inspired by her, the book that's published by Peter Moon and available at skybooksusa.com, that's entitled The White Bat, that young lady on the cover of that book, that is Paula. That's actually a photograph of the wife of Peter Moon that is on the book The White Bat. It's superimposed onto... Is that painting or an actual photograph that's superimposed on?
It's a photograph.
Okay. And so everyone who wants to see what Paula looks like, all you need to do is look up The White Bat on skybooksusa.com. Your covers are available on display, right? People can see them right there.
Yeah, I don't know how well she shows up on that, but she barely got on that cover. That was a whole complicated thing, but...
Is there a story that you're willing to share?
Well, I think I wanted to have I don't know. I wanted to have the Blue Goddess Mashande, is a blue goddess that appears in one of the books.
Uh-huh.
So I got her. She was willing to pose for it. Her brother took the photograph, and I had her displayed much more, I guess, what you call flagrantly.
Mm-hmm.
And I got some criticism from it.
By that, do you mean that she's displaying some flesh, or something tantalizing and titillating, or what?
Yeah, I mean, not like, her shoulders and chest, not her breast, but she's like, and people were like critical of it.
Why?
Because
so
they
silly.
thought it was too sexual.
Oh, that's just so silly. That's just so silly. Oh my God.
People stuff, but you know what? You don't. You take the response, and so then I had this white bat, which my brother-in-law had gotten for me, a beautiful white bat, which was supposed to be the main theme anyway, and I had to take her off the cover, and then I ended up, so she was kind of disappointed that she wasn't going to be on it, and then I felt, oh God, I can put her on the back, and then in the process of putting out the back, I realized I could fade it away and put her on the front.
Right.
And it worked out perfect because then she was happy. She got to be on the cover, and I didn't, and because I was like fumbling with Photoshop. Right. I'm not an expert at Photoshop. I'm competent to a certain degree. And, one of my artist friends said it was the best cover I'd ever had done, and I did it. So she helped me. The friend gave me some advice, critique-wise. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of how she got on the cover, and it's a good cover. Was a good model. Mm-hmm. She was, by the way, trained to be a video journalist of monasteries.
Interesting.
And she could have had a career going around doing. This is such and such monastery, and tell you the history of it, and it might bore you to tears. It certainly would have bored her to tears. She had jobs to get jobs in the media where she would be a, correspondent, or on video would be. It was too much, bakshish and. Bullshit you have to put up with. So she really wanted no part of that. Mm-hmm. But she was trained to be a video journalist.
Yes, that's that's incredible, and so I'm definitely glad that you hooked up with her. And honestly, I would never have cared for any of the comments from those people who said she was showing too much flesh. I would have told them to go fuck themselves. I mean, really.
Well, Douglas, you're not sexually repressed.
Yeah, I'm not.
And, and that is kind of a rarity in the culture.
I guess it's America's this pathological culture that was founded by a bunch of Puritans who were so radicalized in their repression that they were too much even for Oliver Cromwell to stand. So you're talking about a man who was a religious fanatic in and of his own right, who wound up kicking these people out of Britain, and they all had to come to North America because they were that crazy that it was just too much. Yeah.
What I'll also tell you about those Puritans, and there were plenty of Parsons, people named Parsons.
Yes, he brings that up because of Jack Whiteside. Yes, go on.
I went up to Salem with a full-blooded Celtic witch. She'd always wanted to go to Salem, and I was going to Salem, and she wanted to go with me. So
was she just hitchhiking, or did you know her from?
No, I knew her.
Okay.
I knew her. She was a friend of mine, and we went up there, and this lady tended to wear all black, mm-hmm. and we. I went up there too, and I met this guy at a magic called Ye Old Magic Shop, and he was
that's an original.
Very knowledgeable guy. He told me that all the old parsons of those days, he says they were parsons by day because it was the best paying job, but they were occultists by night, and this was uniform and standard for the Salem Colony.
Could you explain to us what a parson is professionally?
A preacher.
Okay, thank you.
Preacher. And so, yeah, he said this was standard fare. It's like, preacher by day, make their money, and occultist by night. And when he said, whatever he said, occultist, he didn't, I don't think he said Satanist. I don't know if it's a witch, but he didn't give his inflection was not that they were necessarily doing anything too good.
Right. Interesting.
So that was Salem. But what I thought was interesting about her is we went, had breakfast at this, it was a Sunday morning probably, and she says, I want you to sit with your back, with my back. You face the people in the restaurant because I'm tired. They're all staring at me. They're all staring at me. And I thought this was very curious because she's like a real witch. And Salem even has a logo of a witch on the police cars. And it was like, these people have never seen a witch before. It was like that.
Incredible. That's incredible. I mean, it goes to show you the level of fucking hypocrisy. I mean, these people have made an industry out of an atrocity. And honestly, you can't help but hold them in contempt. And so then for them to respond to a genuine practitioner with that level of kind of just, how would you call it? Just a kind of warped fascination or something that... it's just one of those things that it's so predictable and so typical.
Another funny. I'll tell you some more about her privately someday, but shouldn't be going the air. But when I went to meet her for the first time, I went to her apartment and it was all black. The whole apartment was black.
Wow.
And and so she's showing me around. She's showing me her snake and stuff. And then she takes me to the back by her bed and she says, "This is my altar." And I don't specifically remember what the altar, but there was this loud crack. It goes crack, like a boom. And she goes, "What was that?" And I go, "That was your spirit. It's your spirit of the altar." She didn't even recognize it. I sure did.
Wow.
It was, that was like real noise. It was unmistakable to me.
Yeah.
And it was like, boom. And she said, "What was that?" I go, "It was your guardian spirit." That was, and I noticed at that period of my life, women they were all attached.
Yeah.
The women I would interface with, all attached. They had attachments that it was almost like they were being controlled or directed by an entity. I can't say the entity was good, bad, or evil. Just it was there. And if you wanted to interact with them, particularly if you were going to act with them on an intimate level, you might as well deal with that entity. You know what I mean? Rather than deal with them.
Right.
I mean,
Fascinating.
Yeah, in other words, so you're going to say, well, let's go to the movies, no, you would be better off talking to the demon about entity. What do you like? What would you like? Should I bring popcorn? Should I bring a steak? Should I bring a...
Interesting.
Should I bring a goat with a severed leg?
So do you feel this was just some kind of demon or entity that was loose upon the land at that period of time or something?
No, it's like women, I've noticed, I don't notice it with men as much. And maybe it's just the way you interact with their energetic field. They'll often have a guardian spirit. And whether that guardian spirit is acting in the best interest of the woman or not, I can't say. I would tend to think not, but it's really none of my business, so I don't pursue it further.
Right.
If it becomes my business, if I don't, I don't necessarily want it to become my business, because if I'm going to have a relationship with a woman, I would prefer it to be with the woman herself, not with some invisible something else you have to be accountable to or responsible for or take notice of. So that's that was an interesting educational trip, and of course I was going there to check on certain connections. It's a hot spot. It's known as I didn't know it at the time. It was a hot spot for UFOs and whatnot. Marblehead, which is right up near Salem.
Yeah.
And the OTO later moved to Salem in droves, I understand.
Interesting. Well, that fucking figures, doesn't it?
Yeah, a lot of negative stuff. I was told by my friend Buddha, who passed away recently, and it's. I didn't have any negative encounters there, but.
Yes, well, definitely. I appreciate you sharing all of that, and so far we've had quite the evening, and it's been quite the round table. If Derek Talley's still with us, I'm wondering if he has any impressions that he wants to share, because of course I have my own that I'll be bringing up before I go into monologue tonight. I'll bring up, of course, a bit about the Congo first before we even think about letting Peter go. But Derek, are you still with us? Just curious. Let's see if he's still.
He might be sleeping.
He's probably sleeping. Yeah, I can imagine. He's been dealing with a lot. So
eats all the stuff you can get.
Yeah. So in terms of what was going on with the how would I say it? With the Congo and everything, what was your general impression of that before I kind of put what context I can into it? So you listened to what I had said the other day about it, and obviously you saw its important context in terms of the Second World War. But with that, what more can you tell us?
King Leopold II had lived considerably before the Second World War, and you talked about the human atrocities he was guilty of.
Yes.
I think what kind of shocked me the most was the wanton rape that was performed. In other words, this was beyond anything beyond sexual pleasure. It was sadistic.
Yes.
That they were. I mean, how could anybody get pleasure out of what they were doing with these women? Now, what was particularly disgusting was to read the Wikipedia accounts of it. And it's not that they denied that it happened, but they posted, and not just Wikipedia, but saying there is some question as to whether this comparing this to the genocide of the Jews is, exaggerated. Blah, blah, blah,
that's
blah.
so offensive. That is beyond offensive. But go on,
it was
please. Yeah.
minimizing, and even without taking the Jews into it, it was minimizing what happened there.
Thank you.
Minimizing it, and this was just really disgusting. But it's like they don't consider these people as humans, and so much of that lack of recognition of humanity has to do with the fact that they were not Christians. This is the most disgusting aspect of Christianity, is that if you're not Christian, you're less than human. You're a savage. Yeah. And this is this is racism on a level that is, and it comes out of the Torah. It all comes out of the superiority of Jews.
Right.
Our superior.
Now, the reason it's so important to have Noreen here is because she has encountered this herself, and she was able to confirm this for me and validate and verify what I was saying on Revolution Radio, where I was telling people about, and this is totally separate from the European phenomenon, but Americans, of course, for the longest period of time, things are changing now and society is mutating in a number of ways. But for the longest period of time, after 1945 and the foundation of the State of Israel, at that point in time, you had many Americans become infatuated with this as kind of like a manifestation of a biblical prophecy come to life. This was how it was interpreted and taken. And then at that time, there was a tremendous wave of Judeophilia, meaning a love of the Jews, and what I called a worship of Jewish people as if they were the master race, in the sense that many Americans feel, well, they're relatives of the boss. And so there's this kind of like, oh, here comes a Jewish person, open the door for them. This attitude that is very obsequious, very genuflecting. There's so many ways to describe it. Psychophantic. And it explained the reason why in San Francisco, where unlike many other cities, you can live almost anywhere else in the United States, and you might never encounter a Jewish person in your entire life. The places where you do are, of course, where they congregate, and that would be New York City and Los Angeles in particular, basically, where finances and media predominate. And in terms of the spin-off cities, you have, of course, Miami, which is America's hidden Holocaust, where all the Jews go to die. And then you have San Francisco, where Los Angeles, or rather Hollywood, comes to film all its car chases, because, of course, San Francisco is a city of hills, and therefore provides the best car chases, for the best car chases. That's, you watch the film The Rock, is a classic replay of the kind of police car chase that started with the movie Bullet, starring Steve McQueen. So all of this brings us to Noreen Helpan's own experiences, where she said, yeah, she encountered some people who, like one woman who basically, when this woman found out Noreen was Jewish, then it was like her respect for Noreen went up by 10 pegs on the pegboard or something like that. Noreen, do you remember talking about any of this to me, or does it bring up any of those memories? If she's still with us. She hasn't given me any note that she's left, so I take it she's still with us. Noreen, you there? Well, that would be ironic. She took off for the night.
Maybe you should recount the story as best you remember.
Pretty much like I said. That's okay. She can always tell us the story on another night. But it's one of those things that, going back to the Congo, what we have is a situation, of course, where the reason it's so offensive is another thing besides racism. When I was talking to several professors and academics, throughout the time I was at places like Sonoma State and had time to do this, and encountered enough of the academic community that was willing to talk, and this was at City College of San Francisco as well, various other academic communities throughout the time that I was growing up, so to speak, already a young adult and majoring in things like political ideology at San Francisco State University, from where I got my baccalaureate. And San Francisco State University, of course, was infamous to the FBI as America's quote-unquote little red schoolhouse, because it was so communist, or rather communized. And at the time, inspired by my own hero, Joe Mohawk, who was, of course, the man who had taken over Alcatraz Island with the Native Americans during the 1970s. Richard Oakes, who was known colloquially as Joe the Mohawk, was how a lot of Americans called him. But he was Richard Oakes the Mohawk, and he was someone who had basically become unofficially the mayor of Alcatraz Island when he was one of the occupiers there. And there's a whole tragic story behind that I'm not going to go into right now, but he was kind of a hero of mine when I was very young, and he died in 1972. He was assassinated at the age of 30, and he's one of those assassinations that no one ever talks about. Everybody talks about Martin Luther King Jr. because the blacks have come to take that as a large part of their ethnic identity. His life experience, and he's safe to talk about. He's not like Malcolm X. He's not a threat. So the whites take him and they put him on a pedestal simply because they want all blacks to behave like him, peaceably. And, of course, most famously, white men would beat him up and he wouldn't fight back, which is how whites like their blacks to behave. Well, Richard Oakes was not like that. He was like Red Power Malcolm X. And so when he was taken out by a known pedophile, killed by a man who was known for raping kids at the YMCA, and particularly had a fetish for quote-unquote redskin youngsters, meaning Native American children. And this white child molester was released by an all-white jury for having defended the United States from a Native American terrorist. This was the kind of impact on my mind that caused me to try and follow in Richard Oakes' footsteps. And so when I was majoring in political ideology at San Francisco State University, then I wound up speaking at great depth about atrocities like the extermination of the American Indians, and saying that this was obviously morally, if you were going by sheer numbers, something far greater in terms of its horror and in terms of its sheer depth, breadth, and historical impact of atrocity. Something far qualitatively worse than what happened in terms of the European extermination of the Jews. Now, of course, I understand morally there's no real, how would I say this? We shouldn't be trying to do this in general, but remember, I was speaking in an academic environment, and therefore we get into academics. And the very term academic can mean a almost pathological attention to detail. So within that realm, it becomes a point, it becomes an issue, where you try to say, okay, what is qualitatively worse? Or, obviously, in terms of quantitatively worse is the Native American Holocaust as compared to what happened in Europe. But qualitatively, is that the case, etc.? So you're arguing this with academics. It becomes almost philosophical. But the reality is, genocide is genocide. So what I was arguing against at that time, which has changed now, thanks to efforts of people like myself and other activists, we now know there were many Holocausts throughout the world. There was the Cambodian Holocaust. There was the Holocaust recently of the Rohingya Muslims. And if people are unfamiliar with that, it bears providing you some level of education, because it's that fucking important. We were in a situation just recently where there was, of course, a number of people who came out to talk about participating in the Rohingya Muslim genocide. And it brings some depth to the atrocity. 2 Myanmar soldiers have admitted on video to the mass killing and mass rape of Rohingya Muslims in 2017. And the video confessions of these 2 deserters were filmed by a rebel group fighting the Myanmar military and have been deemed credible by a human rights group. And since the confessions are legitimate, they represent the first admissions by members of Myanmar's military that a campaign of violence against the minority ethnic group took place in the country's western Rakhine state. And these 2 soldiers are believed to now be in The Hague at the International Criminal Court, where an investigation into the Rohingya crisis is underway. And human rights advocates do confirm their horrific accounts could be a big help in the Rohingya people's struggle for justice. Now, this is something going on today, and something that has happened in the past, to the point where when Sylvester Stallone was going to do one of his Rambo films in the series, he was going to make it a return to Southeast Asia, where he would be fighting the Myanmar military dictatorship. And I think he chickened out on that and wound up filming something else stupid instead. But this is the kind of political sensitivity that the very term genocide begets. People are afraid to say it, and yet they were very anxious to say it during the time of the Yugoslav civil wars. And at that time, that was because, as I observed, what Americans had was a nice white enemy to pin it on that would be politically correct. The European enemy, in this case, being the Serbs. And at that time, the Americans wanted to rescue these Muslim victims, as they perceived them, in Yugoslavia, and all of the sympathy was with the Muslims because Americans kept imagining these to be little brown people of some sort that somehow wound up in Europe that the white Serbs were killing, kind of like Europe's new Jews, so to speak, some quote-unquote Semitic minority that was being abused and persecuted that the white Americans could go and rescue. And so the Americans were constantly advocating military intervention in the Clinton administration. So this is the kind of romantic insanity that goes into a concept of genocide. It's one of those factors that played into the concept of the Tibetan genocide. Now, one of the interesting elements of the Tibetan genocide was that you had the Dalai Lama coming to the United States and, well, traveling the world because he was representing his people in exile. And as a result, people became aware of the fact that the communist Chinese were murdering Tibetans to the point where they were trying to destroy the entire culture, in effect, exterminate them, to repopulate Tibet with Chinese. Now, this is to a large part succeeded, and this is what they're doing in northwestern China. This is horrific. The only thing that favors the Tibetans and the Uyghurian peoples, the Eastern Turkestanic peoples who are Caucasian, from total Chinese annihilation is the fact that no Chinese person voluntarily wants to move to these places. So that's the only thing that plays into their favor of potential physical and cultural survival. But one thing that struck me at the time of the Tibetan genocide, which was going on in the 80s, was at that time we had the man who had David Carradine. David Carradine had played this martial artist, a Shaolin monk, and he came back to reprise that role in a 20th century remake that had that same Shaolin monk survive into the 20th century as if he never aged. It was a very bizarre series that my father and I would watch with this kind of fascination because there were elements of it that were outstanding, whether there was a positive or a negative, just depended on how you looked at it. But the factors that stood out was that, for one thing, I am Amerasian and could relate to the character who is half white and half Chinese. But, of course, it's played by a white guy, and then they had a white guy playing his son. So that at one time they had to bring in Brandon Lee, who was the son of Bruce Lee, to play his son when he, went back in time and was playing that he was the Shaolin monk in the West again. It was this incredibly surrealistic series. It was just absolutely bizarre. One of the things that stood out in its surrealism was that because they had all these people pretending to be ethnic, even though they're all white, there would be no blacks on it. So it made it a kind of interesting series to see in the sense that it was the only series on television that didn't have a token black. Because otherwise you'd see all black shows, or you'd see shows that would integrate a token black just so they'd have a token black. But this series was the only one that we knew of that you could watch outside of foreign television series that had no black people in it. It was just very bizarre for that. It made it a very bizarre experience. And so when we were watching it, at one point, there was this, they had someone portray the Dalai Lama. And of course they couldn't have the real Dalai Lama, so they had this guy play him who was usually playing the villain in movies like the Chuck Norris movies. And he was this Vietnamese guy who would play the enemy communist general. Or he was an Asian guy, I don't know his ethnicity, I think he's Chinese, who would portray the Vietnamese communist general, the villain in the Chuck Norris films. So this guy was playing the Dalai Lama, and he comes up and he's trying to speak to the white people about what's going on in Tibet, and he says, since the communist Chinese invaded Tibet, 1 million people have died. And so Beaver, who was with us, my gang brother, I turned to him and said, why is he saying 1 million people? Why doesn't he say 1 million Tibetans? And he says, oh, because if he says Tibetans, the white people just think, well, what's that? What's a Tibetan? They'll think it's like a canary. It's just going to be like a million canaries have died. No one will care. It won't have any resonance. You have to say people so people recognize these are people. And so you had that play into this kind of mentation process. The academics that I was debating about genocide and why they were sticking with, at that time, the concept that the Holocaust, the Nazi Holocaust, or persecution of European Jewry, was the worst of all possible crimes against humanity. That nothing else beats it. That it is the apex, the epitome of genocide. And so when I was presenting to them what happened in Cambodia with the people who were killed, and that was proportionately the worst genocide in all human history, because there's only like 6 million people in Cambodia, now known as Kampuchea, and 3 million of them died, which was the equivalent of half the population. It would be like if everyone in the United States who owned a firearm took their firearm and went out and killed their neighbor. That was the Cambodian genocide. It was horrific. There's nothing in human history that matches that. And what was interesting was that the academics had a special fondness, if you will, a kind of perverse identification with that genocide, because they were thinking that the Cambodian communists started off by killing intellectuals. And when I would investigate this, because this made it into print, and this made it into textbooks, this made it into academia itself, where this was circulating as axiomatic, as historical fact, I would investigate that and say, why would you say they started off by killing intellectuals? Whom, in the West, of course, the intellectuals are always perceived as the good guys, which is not the case in Asia, just so people understand this. In Asia, just because someone is educated and intellectual does not identify them as benevolent. So when you have the Westerners who think that this is like the ultimate crime, and they're saying, oh yes, the Cambodian genocide is almost as bad as the Holocaust against the Jews, and that's because they were killing intellectuals. You know, and when I would investigate, why is this the case? Why are you saying that? What's your evidence for that? They said, oh, well, because they gave the direct order from Pol Pot, who was the head of the Cambodian Communist Party, to kill people with glasses. Well, the reality is everybody in a third world nation like Cambodia is malnourished. There's not enough food to go around. And so therefore everyone, because of this malnourishment, grows up nearsighted. Everyone in Cambodia effectively got nowhere near the quality of eyesight that you are gifted with in general if you're an American or in a developed nation, because they just don't have the nutritional input in their bodies where they can maintain good eyesight. They're born with poorer eyesight because of this nutritional deprivation. So those people who could afford glasses, this was an issue of class. This was an issue of those people who were wealthy enough in such an impoverished nation as to be able to afford glasses were perceived as evil and parasitic and therefore needed to die. This was much more of a class issue than any concept that they're intellectual. Here in the West, we just think anyone who wears glasses is smart. They're identified as a stereotype that smart people wear glasses because they read so much. This is how the academics acted. So in other words, they were drawing this conclusion about a anti-intellectual crusade or campaign or pogrom in Cambodia on the basis of an asinine physical stereotype that had nothing to do with the reality on the ground. This is how anti-intellectual the intellectuals are. So there's no rationale to what they're saying. And when it came down to what I was saying about the other genocides, whether against the blacks in the Congo or the Cambodians, why are their lives not as worthy as the Jews? Then what it came to was basically the rationalization among the intellectuals, because most of them are atheists, and they can't say, oh, because they're relatives of the boss, they're the people of Abraham, they're the children of God. They would say, oh, well, it's so bad when it comes to the Jews because the Germans were killing people who can read and write. That's what it came down to when I confronted the overwhelming majority of academics throughout Sonoma State University, or other houses of education throughout my life, is the Germans are bad because they were killing people who can read and write. So when
It's
I related,
funny that they were so opinionated on the subject at all, that they would have such an opinion.
you mean it's
Any opinion. It's like you're killing people. Why?
Thank you.
Why does it matter?
Whether they,
What?
thank you, yes, what their race is, whether they can read or write, whether they're wearing glasses, you're killing people. Yes, thank you. So when I brought this up to Esther Fishman, who is this wonderful Jewish lady who actually helped me under judge's orders when I got my Social Security disability insurance, she acted as my guardian for a year because that was ordered by the judge, the person who took in my money for me. And when I presented that to her, what the academicians were saying, is she said, "That's so racist." And I said, "No, that's not racism. That's elitism." That's basically elitism. That's a class identity where if you can read and write, you're somehow better than someone who cannot by Western standards. But the reality is, when we get down to it, as Peter Moon said, the reality is simply that these people, no matter what race they are, they're simply not human by Western standards. And this is what makes the genocide in the Congo so unforgivable. You've got one man wrote a book, and his experience was profoundly telling because it ignited a firestorm in Belgium. And when it comes to the individual in question, it was, I'm trying to remember, the American author Adam Hochschild. So Hochschild, his surname is spelled Hochschchild. So he's probably of Jewish descent, judging by his name. I don't know him personally. But Adam Hochschild wrote this book called King Leopold's Ghost, which is not that old, maybe about 10 years old by now, or something like that. If you look up King Leopold's Ghost, you'll probably find the year in which it was published, almost certainly. And so when he began to describe what King Leopold had been overall responsible for, and this was released in Belgium, which basically Leopold's great-grandson, Albert II, is now king. And you've got the openly racist, extreme right-wing Vlaamsblok, which blames much of the country's ills on colored immigrants from Africa, and is bidding to become one of the biggest parties in every election in Belgium. Here you have a situation in which they're going to do anything they can to deny their history. And the Germans would never do that. And everywhere in Germany, everyone is educated ad nauseum on the Holocaust. And memorials of the Holocaust are everywhere. But Hochschild's book about the Belgian Holocaust of blacks, that stuck in the gut of Belgian historians. And when he proved that at an absolute minimum, 10 million people died, and in reality it was 15 million at least, because in the jungles so many of the bodies were lost forever in terms of their mass graves. Then you have these aging Belgian officials who worked in the Congo in the latter years, taken to the internet, and they released a public proclamation 10 pages long at the time of the publication of the Hochschild book, claiming that maybe only half a dozen people had their hands chopped off, and that all that was done by native troops. This is the audacity of the Belgian people. And they were arguing that American and British writers highlighted the Congo to distract attention away from the contemporary massacre of the North American Indians and the Boer War in South Africa in which white people were placed in concentration camps by the British and died by the thousands. The Dutch, who were fighting against the British rule. And of course, the British did that under Winston Churchill's orders when he was a local commander in the Boer War. A man who pioneered concentration camps before Adolf Hitler ever came to power. And so the Royal Belgian Union for Overseas Territories made the public claim in an open letter that there is nothing that could compare with the horrors of Hitler and Stalin, or the deliberate massacres of the Indian, Tasmanian, and Aboriginal populations. But a black legend has been created by polemicists and British and American journalists, feeding off the imaginations of novelists and the rewriters of history. And by that they were alluding to Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness. And Professor Jean Stengers of Belgium, one of their leading historians in that wretched nation, which, by the way, you can look this up and verify what I'm saying, has gone without a fucking government for hundreds of days. He said, terrible things happened, but Hochschild is exaggerating. It is absurd to say so many millions died. I don't attach so much significance to his book. In 2 or 3 years' time, it will be forgotten. Oh, and Leopold's British biographer, Barbara Emerson, a prostitute for letters. She wrote, I think it's a very shoddy piece of work. Leopold did not start genocide. He was greedy for money and chose not to interest himself when things got out of control. Oh, I like how she says that. He was greedy for money and chose not to interest himself when things just happened to get out of control. That's like saying, Adolf Hitler was just in it to loot Europe for the art. And so when Heinrich Himmler ordered all those millions of people killed, Hitler wasn't thinking about that. And so Belgian society is obviously pathologically defensive. And you've got all these people with the Congo connection saying, we were not so awful as that. We reformed the Congo and had a decent administration there. And of course some of them, like that Dr. Jean Stengers of Belgian academia, would acknowledge that the population of the Congo somehow shrank dramatically in the 30 years after Leopold took over, but he would argue that exact figures are hard to establish, since no one knows how many inhabited the vast jungles in the 1880s and the first. Now, they would then argue that the reporting scandals, or those reporting the scandals, have their own knives to grind or their own agendas, such as Protestant missionaries who were rivals to the Belgian Catholics in the region, or some bullshit like that. But when it comes to the biographer Barbara Emerson, that whore of letters, as I call her, she claimed that Leopold was appalled to hear about the atrocities in his domain, but that he dug his heels in when he was attacked in the foreign press. Now, she asserts that he apparently wrote to his Secretary of State saying, these horrors must end, or I will retire from the Congo. I will not be splattered with blood and mud. It is essential that any abuses cease. But you're talking about the same man who, as Queen Victoria herself said, had the habit of saying disagreeable things to people, was also quoted as having snorted, cut off hands? That's idiotic. I'd cut off all the rest of them, but not hands. That's the one thing I need in the Congo. So, whenever the Congo record is challenged in Belgium, strange things happen. And on the internet, I ran into an anguished claim by a student in Brussels called Joseph Mibeka, who basically confirmed his thesis was marked as a failure when he cited Hochschild's book, and saying, my director turned his back on me. And then you had that man named Daniel Van Groveg, that's a Belgian name. So his name is spelled Vangroenweghe. And Van Groenweg is a Belgian anthropologist who published a critical book about the period about 15 years ago, saying, well, by now it would be about maybe 20 to 30 years ago. But he said, senior people tried to get me sacked at the time. Questions were asked in Parliament, and my work was subjected to an official inspection. Because as a Belgian anthropologist, he was exposing the fact that so many blacks had been mass murdered in an exterminatory campaign that lasted throughout the reign of King Leopold. But here you get into the physical results of this, which are manifest in this large chateau outside Brussels, the capital of Belgium, actually now the capital of United Europe. And it's in Tuveren. And there you have the Musée Royal de l'Afrique, which Leopold was eventually shamed into setting up to prove his philanthropic credentials. And it contains the largest African ethnographic collection in the world. Rooms full of stuffed animals and artifacts, including shields, spears, deities, drums, and masks, a 60-foot-long war canoe, and even Stanley's leather suitcase. The man who went around Africa saying, "Dr. Livingstone, I presume?" And even there's a small watercolor of a native being flogged. But any visitor would be hard-pressed to spot any other reference to the dark side of Leopold's regime. Actually, dust hangs all over the place from what I've heard. You know, a curator said changes are under consideration, but absolutely not because of the recent disreputable book by an American. That's how defensive they are about any record of their hidden Holocaust. Honestly, this is the kind of Holocaust denial in the capital of a united Europe that makes Europe the second darkest continent after the North American continent dominated by the United States. This is the kind of horror that Peter Moon and I are going to try to confront, but I'm not quite sure in which book we would fit this in. Certain elements of this will fit into the Roswell deception. I don't know. What do you feel about that, Peter? When I was speaking,
it might be. Well, you know, I mean, it's. I think it might be too much. Going into the uranium and all that. You know, it might be too much.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
But it's a future book, perhaps. But certainly.
I think what we get to it is what Hubbard used to call man's inhumanity to man. It's like there are so many, from Tibet to Belgium to Germany to South Africa, Cambodia, and so on and so forth. There's no shortage of insane behavior that men have inflicted upon each other with this wholesale killing. And certainly you get a good dose of that, a horrible dose of it in the new book, Roswell Deception, that we're working on. Just, you know, what is this insane conflict? And of course, it all goes back to so much of the occult stuff that you've described ad infinitum. It's when does okay, so we've had the subject of racism improve markedly in the United States and during the course of my life. It's changed radically. It's so much different than it was 50, 60 years ago. And it's still not eradicated by any means, but it's better. The killing of people is a different situation, but it's like why is it acceptable for people to go out lynching people, as it was once in this country? Socially acceptable to lynch people, and right now, genocide is socially acceptable to the degree that people don't protest it, don't know about it, suppress it. It's something that goes on all the time.
Yes.
And where, if you go out and try and become a crusader for it, you're going to expend a lot of energy with very little result unless you happen to be very fortunately or cleverly placed, or that you're extremely clever. It's like, it's almost like going on and trying to try and balance what's going on in the animal world. You know, animals killing each other. Not so many animals left, but you know, they're predatory against each other.
Yeah.
And it's just a common behavior. And it seems to me, for whatever reason, in your own existence, you've been you've had to witness and be party in terms of knowledge to so much negativity that's gone on in this world, just by being the librarian that you are. You've been exposed
to destroying the records. Yes. Go on.
Yeah. You talk about what we call it, King Leopold destroying his records. Well, you're destroying the records for somebody else, except that there is no King Leopold in America. It's not like you are destroying them for President Reagan or whoever was there, because he didn't do that stuff. It wasn't, you know, he did other stuff. You know, he wasn't hiding his crimes.
Yeah, yes, that's quite true. He was actually, in a sense, taking advantage of them. At the time that Peter Moon remembers this, you youngsters don't remember any of it, but at that time, Oliver North was considered a fucking hero for destroying documents, hiding the crimes of Ronald Reagan. I mean, talk about a perversity. Yes, go on, please. What do you remember?
Yeah, but it's like, it's like this. Of course, people are gonna hide evidence, and I think Yogi Berra said it best. He says, "If you're gonna cheat, it's best you don't get caught." And that's what these people are doing. It's horrible. It's horrible. And it's like, how much horror can anybody absorb? And you've been like a receipt point for it, you know, because of your life circumstance. And it's a double-edged sword, because of course it does not make you sleep any better, but it informs people of this holy crap that goes on. And then we have so many people who are young, and you have a beat on them too, the ones that have been influenced by the Necronomicon and other negative elements. And it's like,
by the way, Jameson Reese is a kind of personification of that, someone who has been negatively influenced by that kind of occult pervasiveness in our society. So please go on.
But yeah, and if so, he's not the only one. Yeah. But it's like, you know, kids get discouraged, they become this and that, and they adopt negative views because of their generation, because of their peers, and it's, you know, too much negativity.
Yes, thank you.
And I mean, it's, I'm glad to be informed of what went on in the Congo, because I didn't know. I didn't know that. I know it was the Belgian Congo. And by the way, you know, I grew up as a youngster, watched probably the first cartoon generation, growing up in the 50s, and seeing cartoons on TV, which I'm showed in the movies before that. But it was frequently they'd have movies or cartoons of, they go into deepest, darkest Africa. There were so many versions of them. The natives would always have extremely large lips, lampoonish lips, and they would have we're going to the Belgian Congo. Instead of the Belgian Congo, it would be pronounced the belching Congo, and they'd have some big face come out and burp.
Oh God!
It was that's kind of where you learned about the Congo, was watching TV. Of course, you knew it wasn't. You might ask my mom, why do they say the Belgian Congo? Well, it's not the Belgian, it's the Belgian Congo. What's Belgian? And you kind of find out who the hell are the Belgians? What are they doing down there? And it's the only claim to fame they have as far as geography goes. They don't think they've gone anywhere, except they're the world headquarters, as you say.
Yes. Oh my God. And
they might host the Bilderberg meetings or something like that.
Yeah, yes, shit like that. Yeah, and headquarters for NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Yes, they've managed to get a monopoly on bizarre federal bureaucratic pan-European paperwork. And
it might interest you to know, though, when I was in high school, I got a book for Christmas. It was a bestseller at the time. It was a football book, Instant Replay, by Jerry Kramer. He was a guard for the vintage Green Bay Packers of the 1960s that won several championships. And Vince Lombardi was the famous football coach, the head coach. And he wrote in the book, I never forgot this, I don't know why. I remember that he hated Lombardi because he was so tough on everybody. But again, he loved him because he made him win. But he said that they used to tell Belgian jokes. The Green Bay Packers, which I assume came from Green Bay itself, which is very, what you would call, the Wisconsin people have their own accent, and they are very Nordic. But they would tell Belgian jokes. Like,
that's interesting.
Joke,
right.
They tell Belgian jokes. I said, what's this? Why do they make fun of Belgians in Wisconsin?
That's fascinating.
So I looked up. They have Belgian jokes, and this is the worst one. It says, "Did you know that King Leopold the Second never visited the Belgian Congo because it was a hands-off operation?" Not funny. It's because he cut people's hands off. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's a hands-off operation. Well, apparently these jokes go hand in hand. I would also, in my research, where Polack jokes came from, is that, of course, the Germans hated the Poles, and vice versa.
Right.
And because the Nazis would tell the guards, they would tell Polish jokes. They would make fun of Polish. They would make fun of their, what do you call it? Their
everything.
Their fodder, their prey. They would make fun of their prey.
Yes.
And that is supposedly where Polish jokes arose from, making fun of the Germans making fun of their captives.
Interesting. Well, that's is certainly not surprising. In terms of the Americans and Polish jokes, it's also just Americans have had a hard-on for just hazing incoming immigrants from almost anywhere. And the Americans just don't know even how to identify who's who. You might remember that stupid song, Mambo Italiano, where, of course, they combine a Spanish term with the Italians, simply because to the Americans they were all just Mediterranean wogs of some sort. So there you have that, just kind of a... but I'm glad to hear that at least the Belgians were catching some flack. That displays a cultural awareness that I don't give much Americans credit for, but I guess in that part of the world, the Northeast, they were more educated and more aware of European geography, just simply because of their roots, and so that's appreciated. And with that, of course, it's closing in on 9 o'clock. It's very close to midnight on the East Coast. I hear the crickets.
You go to sleep.
Yes. And Peter, we love you dearly. It was wonderful to have you tonight. We didn't get into cosmology per se, but we will do that in in an episode soon. So definitely I will be awake by the time you arise. And as soon as you arise, do let me know that you're awake, and I'll talk to you for a few minutes before I go to sleep. Okay?
Okay, I hope nothing happens to prevent that from happening.
Hopefully not. Yes, let's cross ourselves and knock on wood. Okay, blessed night, and I did a little art for that you might be able to incorporate into some ad somewhere. Mr. Moon has placed an ad for the Roswell Deception in his latest book, which is, of course, the one that he translated for Radu Cinemar. And that ad is something that you can take a look at when you either review the book electronically or purchase it physically. I mean, you sell it both as an ebook and a physical book, right? Tell us about it before you
That's
go.
right. Well, the ebook is already available on Kindle.
Okay.
I have not. I just sent it to the printer, and at the rate they're going, I'm going to be very pleased. I think it's going to arrive before Mercury goes retrograde.
Thank God.
But I printed it anyway,
Yes.
and in the next few days, I'm going to put up on the Skybooks USA website a advanced order for those who want the book. Of course, it hasn't. The ad is not to order the book. It's just to let people know that it's there, and then I'm not going to put out an ad for the book until we're ready to take advanced sales, and I'm not going to do that until we finish the book, because then it'll take another couple months to get it out. I don't want to start collecting orders and money too far ahead of time.
Okay.
It's not clean business. So I'll get the book done, then we'll put out, and then people will see the ad. It's just to stimulate interest, and because that book will be strewn out over, people will find out about it, and they will look if they are, because it's got enough to interest people if they're interested.
Okay. Thank you.
So we're getting off to a good start with that, and we'll connect tomorrow.
Yes.
And it's only, I think, 14 days before I'll be in California.
I know. It'll be pretty incredible. You'll see me at my absolute worst because, of course, I basically hang out at home where the crypt has very few amenities, and it's usually when I see my surrogate son and I go into the estate where I can really get hosed down and refresh myself. Otherwise,
Get all the bugs off.
Yeah, I mean, he's kidding. Just so people don't make the worst of assumptions. But you'll be seeing me, and the next time I go to the estate will be around my birthday, which will be October 20th. So there'll be about 20 days before my birthday, approximately, or 15 days, when probably October 1st, when I physically meet Peter Moon. So he may well see me at my worst. We'll see if I can hook up with
we were hoping to take you out, but I found out from my friend Doug that you can only eat in restaurants outside.
Outdoors, that's true. You can only eat
and a bit further, that if it's a smoky day, you don't want to eat outdoors.
Right. It's one of those things that's it's just altogether it's a very bad situation. But hopefully things will clear up a little bit by the time you arrive. There's always hope.
I've also heard that San Francisco is not as bad because of the breeze.
Yes.
And that there are good days and there are bad days. So we've been prepared. I get pictures every day of Yosemite Valley, of a lot of smoke. With descriptions. My friend Dennis is very excited to come down, and said he might be feeding us in his house on a couple of days.
Wonderful.
Just to so we don't get pulled up too much. I mean, because if it's smoky, you don't really want to be eating outside. But we're both excited to see the trip, and we'll hopefully can do something fun and exciting with you.
Yeah. Yes.
And don't worry about anything. We'll just be glad to see you.
Oh, thank God, and I'll be glad to see you as well. And like I said, I'll be casual more than likely, and not obsess on my appearance. But definitely, it's one of those things where it'll be a pleasure to meet you again in person after all these years. And of course, always a delight to meet Paula. I'm sure, because she's such
Will make it much more fun and much more. What is it? Ladylike.
Yes. Yes, and obviously I can have a better time relating with her there as kind of like she's comforting. She's a comforting individual. I can tell that by all that you've described. Well, do share our love with her, and you have a blessed night, and sweet be thy dreams. And I'll speak to you in the morning when you arise.
Okay. Good night.
Good night. And that was Peter Moon. Remember, skybooks.usa.com. And with that, I want to thank Mr. Jameson Reese for letting me know that he's made it home safely. And I'd ask everyone to keep him in their prayers, which I was going to do with the solicitation, or right after the solicitation. But I realize now that our prayers have been answered, and he's safe. I'll ask him if he wants to come on for a moment. Would you like to come on for a moment? For a moment. Okay, ask him that. And see how he responds. Other than that, technically, Our Lady Noreen Helpan is still on with us. And at least I see her symbol there. Going to bring Mr. Jameson Reese onto bandwidth. Let's see what we can do. Jameson Reese. There we are. Add. Okay, so can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, you sound good. All right. As I was saying, I don't know if you heard me. I was going to ask for prayers to be brought up for you. That you were in the emergency room and that you were not feeling well. I was going to tell people about that, and that was going to be at this point, since I usually do the solicitation around this time. But now that you're back, feel free to share with us whatever you wish to share, and kind of say hello to everyone, and if you can, by all means, hang out for the rest of the night. And if you know,
I definitely will. Hi everyone. I am sorry about what happened.
Oh, no need to apologize. I mean, believe me, but go on. Yes, please.
Well, I definitely need to apologize to myself, because my body is telling me you did not do well by me.
Right. Okay, that I can understand. Yes, by all means.
I don't know what compelled me to take 2 bottles of pills. Each bottle would have 300 milligrams. So I took 600 milligrams of pills. I haven't taken 600 milligrams in over a year. So it was, not only did I take those pills, I decided I would go out for a walk. Now, when I went for a walk, I decided instead of going home, instead of waiting for me to complete my circuit and then pick up the bottles of water that I was going to carry, I decided I would train myself by carrying the bottles of water on the walk to the beach.
Of course.
For miles. So I did my 5 miles.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God! Yes, what overcame you? It's the drugs that. Yes, go on. Yes.
I did my 5 miles, with 4 1-liter bottles, 1.5 liter bottles of water in my backpack, and then I went and got Chinese food, and I got some energy drinks, and I carried even more shit home.
Oh my God.
And by the time I got home, I was probably, I was drenched in sweat, so I was definitely dehydrated. I figured I would swig down some carbonated water, which was probably what set everything off. Because after that point, it was just, I was vomiting, and
Ooh.
I couldn't even stand up straight.
Oh, I can't believe you're still alive. But hey, what? How did they? Well, first off, okay. So, was it at that time you were writing me that you weren't that you were at your
Yes.
work? Okay.
Yes. And it was at that time that I had gotten dressed, and my mother drove me to the emergency room.
Okay. So that's how you got there. you didn't call
Yeah.
an ambulance because of
No.
Okay.
If I were to call an ambulance, I would expect a firing squad to show up with snipers from helicopters shooting at me.
Oh my
Oh,
God! Yeah, I can see why. I mean, these sorts of things do happen, and I myself have a bad experience with ambulances, plenty of bad experiences, so I can
I was
relate.
just calling 911 in general as a black person. It's like, whoa,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
I don't be
So,
swatted out.
yeah. So by all means, go on and share what else you're willing to share. Once you were there, what did she stay with you, or did she kind of just leave you there for a while? I mean,
Yeah. My mom stayed with me and stayed at my side, and I told her that she could return home, and they basically did an X-ray on my abdomen to make sure everything was normal. They did my blood work to make sure everything was normal.
hmm
The only thing that would probably be normal would be the low platelet counts, which is pretty much always the case.
okay.
What they did find was that my liver enzymes were high, but that's going to be the case when you're abusing a drug like dextromethorphan. So,
Right. Oh my
other
God.
than that, I was dehydrated.
Right. Right. Well, and so they handled that with an IV. What?
Yeah. They hooked me up with an IV bag and gave me something to drink. They wanted to make sure that I was able to hold down food, so they gave me like a cookie or something,
hmm
and everything went well. So, and here I am.
That's
And
incredible. Go on.
I've decided at this point that I am no longer going to fuck with this drug ever again. I've given my stash to my mother,
hmm
but more or less, I think it might be a good idea for me to eventually throw it out
hmm
because I'll deal with the withdrawals as they come. The withdrawals are a nightmare.
hmm
Um, if I were to tell you what the withdrawals are like, it's like you're blacking out every few seconds. Every few seconds, it's like your awareness just leaves and you pop back in, and you're like, "What was I doing? What was I saying?"
Oh, that's got to
And
be
this,
really disconcerting. Yeah. Go on.
this happens for a good 6 months.
No. Oh man. It's like living
Of
through half a
course,
year of alien abduction. Go on.
yeah, and of course, there's also a sort of exaggerated emotional response to certain things. So things that wouldn't trigger my emotions normally will now all of a sudden cause a cascading effect where all of a sudden I'll see like someone swat a fly and I'll be like, "Oh my God, it's the end of
Oh,
the world!"
oh, yeah, I hear you. Yeah, no, it's that's awful. So, with that in mind, I'm just happy to have you back, and I'm also impressed that it was comparatively so quick. I mean, literally, when you informed me about this, it was 4:30 p.m. California time. So it was about let me see, 5:30, 6:30, 7:30, and then you came back now at about it's about midnight. So it was around 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, about 4 hours. This was a period of 4 hours in which they dealt with something that could have killed you. And in fact, dehydration kills, so it's a potentially lethal condition. So you saved your life within a 4-hour period of time, and you're back here sounding well for all that you've been through. Share us a bit about other things that you're considering. Now, you mentioned to myself, and I think at this point you've made it pretty clear to the public that I believe you're considering turning yourself into detox. How have you done this before? How does this work?
Well, what I found out was that the detoxes aren't open because of the COVID-19 crisis.
Okay.
So what this means is that I'm going to be going cold turkey.
Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah, I'm literally going to be eating the withdrawals that I just described. And at this point, I'm willing to do it because I just don't want to My stomach, I already have been diagnosed with a, what do you call it? Oh my God, H. pylori infection in the stomach.
Okay. Yeah, and ulcer. You have a bleeding duodenal ulcer. Go on.
Yeah. So for me to take those pills is adding to the misery. At this point, I don't want to upset that. So I've just decided, my body's telling me stop using, so I'm gonna stop using. That's that's it.
Hmm. Okay. I really appreciate your sharing that. It's something that is more important than I can emphasize to all of us. I think it will go a long way towards changing your life, and we want you to succeed, and our prayers are behind you, and we want you to continue to update us and let us know if you feel that that you're weakening in that regard. And
Thank,
yeah.
thank you for.
Yeah. And in terms of anything else you want to emphasize, I mean, certainly, as far as it looks like you'll be with us the rest of the night and hanging out in case I need a break, which is deeply appreciated by myself because everyone else is gone. It's just you and I, son. So it's just.
No, I'm actually here.
Oh,
I was just
oh, there you
in and
are.
out. I've been in the other room. I'm here now.
Oh, thank goodness. Yes. Oh,
Hi, Marie.
eh.
Hi.
Oh
Hi.
yes, and so you said that so casually. I haven't formally introduced the twain of you. I take it this is the first time the two of you have met, so to speak. Yes.
I think so. I apologize. What is this person's name? Because I was just in the other room.
Oh yes.
Uh,
I
Oh, he'll introduce
Jameson
himself.
Reese.
Yeah, Jameson Reese.
Huh?
Say it again.
Oh,
Say it again, Jameson.
Jameson Reese.
Jameson Reese. That's a nice name. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And honey, what advice do you have for him? Jameson, could you give her your situation in a nutshell if you haven't heard it, or did you hear it in the other room, honey?
He had something to do with a stomach problem and then drug rehab, if I'm not mistaken. Something.
Yeah. He's basically, what's your drug of choice, Jameson?
Dextromethorphan.
And
What is that?
yeah, tell us
That's in
about that.
cough medicine. That's the robotrippin.
Oh. Okay.
So he's a hardcore drug addict, and he abuses it to the point where it's a kind of suicide. So
It's a dissociative. Well, what it does is it alters your sense of reality. And
Like,
it's sort of
in other words, it's like a Robitussin or a cold syrup, but I'm kind of, I mean, no offense, I'm like surprised that you have.
I never thought you'd meet anybody
I
that
think
crazy.
I'm surprised that he could get high off of it because the reason I say this, I'm not that knowledgeable. I mean, I've heard of people, obviously getting high off of this, but I would think that after a while, a tolerance to that could be really pretty quick, no?
Well, the thing is, for me, I have a sensitivity to it because of there's something. It has something to do with the liver enzyme pathway.
Oh.
I'm a slow metabolizer of dextromethorphan.
Mhm.
So, for me, what most people would just consider like a buzz, I would be completely tripping balls in.
Okay, I get it.
So I'm dissociating to the point where it seems like it's like the equivalent of having taken ketamine.
Well,
Yeah.
well, I guess good luck if you have to. If they can treat, I mean,
I'm sorry, go on.
treat you at rehab. I'm not surprised. I'm sure they could, but wow, it's interesting.
Well, the rehabs are all closed because of COVID-19. So
Well, actually, I have a couple friends that go to some down here that are actually open still, believe it or not.
oh well, you're on the other side of the country. He's in
Yeah.
he's in New York.
Yeah.
So-
Oh well, New York. Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, he's actually in the city of New York technically. So
Oh yeah, no, that's even worse.
yeah.
No.
Yes.
That's called Escape from New York Part. Duh.
Yes.
Whatever, duh.
Yes, he's been escaping. He's been escaping through the drug for years now, apparently. And so, but definitely, honey, any advice you have for him? Probably he's going to go through a lot in terms of when he's kicking it cold turkey. So, any advice you have to comfort him throughout that period of time will be
Well,
appreciated.
is he? Are you? So you're gonna do this in your own home, or?
Yeah. I'm gonna wind up doing this by myself. That I've done it before. It's the last time I did it was last year, January of 2019, because I had a seizure in an old friend's house. So from that day, after I went into the emergency room and I was in the hospital, I was admitted into the hospital for a few days. I decided I would just stop cold turkey, and I stopped. And I went through the withdrawals. The withdrawals were horrific, but I just, I went through it. So I'll just do it again.
Okay.
Well, why do you think you relapsed?
I relapsed because there was a lot going on. I relapsed in June. What happened was I was really close with my ex-friend's dog. He and I bonded very well, and he died.
Mm,
And the grief ripped me apart. And at some point, I just couldn't process it anymore. So I decided I had to literally medicate myself. And of course, I broke friendship with that guy because I figured, that dog was the only thing that kept us together, really.
mm,
He was a mentor to me, but at some point, it seemed like he was trying to push too much of what he wanted to accomplish in his life onto me, and I didn't want to live that kind of life that he wanted to live. So I guess that offended him, and we just broke ways.
well, what kind of concerns me, I'm not a rehab expert here, okay, but I keep saying it, I have backgrounds and experiences with people with different things, but I'm no expert in this particular area. But I mean, I'm just concerned though that if you have another stressful event, that you might relapse again. So obviously, you have to watch for whatever triggers you, right? Because
Well, I know I'm gonna relapse again. That's a given. My thing is, I'm just trying to take a vacation from this thing right now. I'm gonna be realistic with you. Realistically, I realize I cannot stop using. I'm an addict.
well, I mean, what if any counselors or professionals told you about this particular issue? Because I mean, it is a little bit what do you call it? Unique. I mean, of course people do it, but I never heard of anybody as hardcore addicted as you to this. I mean, I'm sure you would agree it's kind of a little bit unusual.
It's
So
very unusual.
yeah, so what have they told you about this unique issue with this? I mean, it's different.
I've had to do my own research, but it has to do with the fact that it has to do with the fact that my brain doesn't produce enough glutamate.
Hmm. Isn't there any foods maybe that you can eat to increase glutamate?
I don't know. All I know is that glutamate is a neurotransmitter, and I know that what happens is when you take dextromethorphan, what it does is it releases NMDA, which mimics glutamate, into the brain. So it provides that which my brain doesn't naturally get. So I feel like I'm actually normal. I'm awake. I'm aware. Whereas when I'm normal, I feel like I'm fucking sleepwalking. I've lived my whole life feeling like I was sleepwalking.
Can I ask you again? I'm not a perfect eater, and I said that earlier in the show, but what is your daily diet like generally?
I tend to eat a lot of greens.
Good. Well, that's good.
I
I'm
like
actually
to eat.
surprised. I thought he was going to say donuts. Go on.
No, I'm not. I am not a carb whore.
Well, that's
I,
good.
I like to eat. I try to get organic if I can.
Yeah, see, you're like me kind of, but I'm getting a feeling like you eat okay, so this has nothing to do with it. This is something else going on. Interesting.
It's psychological. It's really psychological.
Really? Okay.
It's a
Wow.
psychological addiction because I feel like, when I'm dissociated, I just function better. I function like I'm like superhuman when I'm dissociated.
Or maybe
Have you
you
been-
feel like it. But go on, honey. Please,
Have
go
you
on.
ever been addicted to other substances or no?
Yes, I have a history of being of addiction to alcohol, which I've ceased.
And why? okay, so why or how did you go and end your alcohol addiction and got into this, do you think? Because
Well, what happened was I was in a program, and this was a day program. It was more extensive, and I had to go every day. And I met this guy, and I always had this fascination with the idea of tripping on shrooms or something, because I had thought at the time, in my naivete, that it would lead to some kind of spiritual awakening, a spiritual experience. So this guy I meet, he tells me, "Oh, you ever tried triple C's?" I'm like, "What's that?" He's like, "Oh, well, it's kind of like a hallucinogen. It makes you hallucinate and stuff." And so I tried it, and the first time I tried it, it blew me the fuck away.
Hmm.
After that, the hallucinogenic experiences, the sort of the things I saw, the things that, wow,
Mm-hmm.
there's nothing else that's ever touched
I
it.
mean, it's kind of weird because, I mean, the thing, from what I mean, look, even I drank that stuff just to feel kind of, oh, whatever, and that was it. But most people tend to do that just for a very temporary fix. I mean, when they get into that. But for you, it was almost like there's a connection between some, like you said, the what was it? Not the dopamine, but
The what do you call it?
glutamate. The glutamate. And so this sounds physiological too, and this is why
It
it
is.
is different. Oh, it's different.
That's probably the reason why the only medication that really did anything that really helped me stay off it for a while was probably gabapentin,
Okay.
because gabapentin also acts on the glutamate receptors.
Well, can you continue with that again?
I would have to see a psychiatrist, and so the thing is, I have an appointment lined up to speak to a therapist.
Right?
I speak to her. I'll ask her for a psychiatrist.
Yeah, you need a referral to a psychiatrist so that you can get that again because your situation is unique, and yeah, you have to request it. You need to.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and,
wow, that's really interesting.
I want you to see that psychiatrist.
I definitely I at this point need to. I realize that I'm probably morbidly depressed.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's not to the
I like the way Noreen says, wow. Of course, I'm sitting here rolling my eyes saying, oh, do you think? Oh, what would ever give you that idea? Yes, please continue.
Well, it takes me a while to acknowledge it. I figured that, oh, the world's just dark and shitty, and oh, who cares? It's just another day.
Well, I'm just more like I said, tripping that I'm not making fun of you at all, but it is a different kind of addiction. I don't know. And I was trying to, that's why I was asking those questions, and oh my God, it's like glutamate, okay, and now you need a
Pentin.
Gabapentin, right? Wow.
Yeah, it's an anti-seizure medication,
Oh,
but it also works for anxiety. And I'm someone who's very anxious and depressed. Anxiety and depression go hand in hand.
well, you're not alone with that, but it is different because of this particular addiction. So now.
Yeah, definitely, honey. I think you're handling this very well. By that, I'm talking to Noreen in terms of asking the questions that you're asking, which is why we're so fortunate to have you here to talk to Jameson, and of course, he's also known as JMO. Would you mind Noreen calling you JMO, or?
I like to be called JMO.
Okay.
JMO.
Yes.
Or rather, here, let me come up with something. I am the god Jamos.
Oh my God, how funny.
Yeah, that's cute. So, so, honey, feel free to, as I said, provide any suggestions that you can, and
I don't know because I'm really, like I said, I'm just telling him just pretty much what I was thinking, and he gave the answer about what it's like it's a little unique, and he gave his answer about what he's gonna do, and it is. I mean, my goodness, I don't want this to like completely well, ruin his life, although it sounds like it's impacted it quite a bit already. But
Hmm. Yeah.
um,
Yeah, it certainly has. I mean, this essentially, in a very real sense, is his life. So it is what it is. In
well,
terms of yeah, please go on, honey.
no, I'm just saying, wow. I mean, I never heard of a particular addiction to, I guess, just a generic cough syrup, right? I mean, I don't know what else to say. It's, hmm.
Oh well, it's
Well,
yeah, a lot of people are. I mean, this is actually pretty common. So
I mean, it's common, but it's not the way he's describing it is it's like a all encompassing,
yeah,
like a heroin thing. It's
yeah,
very strong. It's not just, oh, I want to get a little high. I'm going to the store. You know what I mean? This is like way, like almost beyond that. So
yeah,
it's
yeah.
different. Yeah, it's different.
Yeah, it's a case study in really going overboard with what otherwise it would be considered an innocuous item. Yes.
I mean, I know they say it's not innocuous, like you said, in the literal sense. There are people that get high off of it. We know this, but what he has is something I never heard of, like this deep addiction to it. Like, wow.
It's diabolic. Yeah, it is what it is. But it's one of those things where he's taken on this what did they used to call it, a monkey on his back.
Well, I mean, he was formerly an alcoholic, but
Mhm.
he's not now. But this took over, which this is like something. I don't know. Like I know, of course, people can transition from alcohol to maybe what, cigarettes or food or maybe another drug, but this one is unique. Yeah, it's unique. Hmm.
Well, definitely, honey. You've got a good understanding of it in terms of. By the way, just let me ask. I'm just curious here. The fact that you're with us is wonderful. And by the way, Jameson, I don't know if you know this at all. Noreen Helpand was my co-hostess on Revolution
Yes,
Radio.
yes, I'm familiar.
Oh, you
Yes,
remember her? Yes.
because I listened to all those I listened to all the broadcasts that were like old
Uh-huh.
Oh,
on the
nice.
website.
Okay. Yeah, and so you do remember her. That's incredible. So that you remember the early days and all
Yeah,
of that. I'm impressed.
Revolution Radio.
Yeah, and so so you know her, and at the time, did you, like so many people, think she was my wife? Many people just simply took her as my wife. I was just curious. Did you get the same impression or what?
No, 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 I didn't get that impression.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious. And so anyhow, we're lucky to have her back with us, and it was just literally on such short notice. I just contacted her and said, "Can you come on?" And she did.
Thank you,
So,
Doug.
oh well, thank you, honey.
Oh, I
Yeah.
want to, before I forget, because I was
Yes.
thinking earlier I might bring this up.
Uh-huh.
Oh, if you don't mind me bringing it up, because this is, I mean, however people feel about Revolution Radio, this is separate from this.
Uh-huh.
But please send prayers, and I think if you type in his name into GoFundMe, he's there. But Doug, I don't know if you know how serious situation that Sean David Morton is in.
Just somewhat. Wait, what is he sick? As well as in jail?
Well, yeah, well, all the above, but it's very bad because he actually send me a handwritten. He's done it before from jail where he send people handwritten letters. You know, because there was a time when, because he's been in jail for a few years now, but he originally went from like a federal easy quote prison to now full blown prison, I suppose. But in those days, he was emailing, but that was difficult through the prison system. So he would send, his friends, which would be me, and other people you may know, Doug, and others that you don't know, it doesn't matter. But handwritten letters. And anyway, let me just cut to the chase. So I don't want to get into the legal part about. All I know is he got to jail because he did whatever. The government claimed, and some of this might be true, tax evasion and other types of methodologies for making people gain income that they didn't agree with. But I'm not here to say whether that's right or wrong or judge it. The only thing I pretty am sure of, in speaking with people that are more on, when I say on his side, meaning legally, if not both personally, is that, they really used him as an example when they threw him in jail, whatever, because of his background, because, he wrote Sands of Time, as you know, he was involved. He wasn't a host on Coast to Coast, but he was involved, with that. As a matter of fact, that's the very first time I even heard him speak. He was a guest of Art Bell, I think, at one time. But anyway, you know this already, Doug, and you know him. You met him too, Doug. So you know who.
Oh, yeah.
There are people that know Sean. Sean is one of these people. I need to sit up straight so I can speak properly. Sean is one of these people who many people outside of even Revolution Radio, but from the Conscious Life Expos to reading Sands of Time and from Coast to Coast and other venues with Carrie Cassidy, Project Camelot, all kinds of things. Okay, what I'm saying about him is that he's known throughout the alternative information community, whether you like him or not. But again, I want to plead and state that whether you like him personally or not, understand his legal plight is that he is more or less being used as an example against anybody who's connected to alternative expose information. And then he also was involved in this thing about how to make money. I forgot the term because right now my mind isn't on it, but there were ways about claiming yourself as a person that didn't have to, I think, pay taxes or I can't even
sovereign individuality. That's what
or something. We can go over the list of terms that could cover this, but I'm getting off track here somewhat, although it's kind of important. But yeah, so let's just say that whatever crimes he committed, he's being 3 times punished more than, no offense, somebody who robbed or raped somebody and they get out quicker. He's being given like the full force punishment of imprisonment, beyond the state of his crimes, if that makes it doesn't make sense. It doesn't equate. And now what is it, he's made many appeals, they've all been turned down. So I think for this last year, if I'm not mistaken, he's got a throat and esophagus cancer.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So he's got tumors. I mean, people, like the other day, somebody said that he what do you call it? His tumors were in his throat. He couldn't swallow. He couldn't eat, and they're not giving him medical treatment in this jail. So this is another abuse thing, whatever. Okay. So basically, there is a GoFundMe. I think all you need to do, you guys, is I think just go to the website GoFundMe and type in Sean David Morton. It should come up, because that's what I did, and people sent me the link, and I'll find that out here in the moment. But let me just explain to you what happened. So he mailed me a letter recently. And I'm sure I'm not the only one, but basically this time, instead of saying help sign a petition or help spread the word or help me with my appeal, which he used to write things like that to people, although he was also humorous and friendly. As you know, he's funny. He's kind of a comedian for real. He was. So he worked at Laugh Factory and whatever, stuff like that. Comedy venues. So he was funny in his letters, but in this letter he was funny, but it was tragic, because basically, in so many words, in this letter he's telling me that he's thinking he is more or less dying, and I believe it. So the thing is, I just let me type in the GoFundMe, but more than that, send him prayers, because let me see, GoFundMe, it's dark in here. Okay, GoFundMe Sean David Morton. Should be here. Fundraiser, yeah, it's right at the top. It says fundraiser by Ken McCoy. Yep, it's right. There you go. It's right there. It's easy to find. You just go to GoFundMe website, or you could just go to Google or any search engine, Yahoo, whatever you use. Just go to GoFundMe and then type his name in, and it's by Ken. The sponsor of this is Ken McCoy, and it is for Sean David Morton. And okay, he's bumped it up to $5,265. See, what's funny is I was on air talking about this, and then my friend texted me and said, you know what, you talking about Sean's GoFundMe thing has raised up his ante here. So I'm like, okay, cool. And then it looks like it went up higher. Good. So I really don't know, you guys, how much this money is going to help him. I hope it does. I mean, I don't know what means or ways, because according to the letter, it sounded pretty depressing. Like he does expect to, in so many words, he's kind of expecting to die in there because they're not giving him medical help. So if you want to give money towards his situation, that's fine. And then also, equally as importantly, your prayers. Not everybody listening to me saying this now knows him, Doug, as you know, but nevertheless, many of you might know Sean David Morton. So, okay, there's people in chat telling me, I think, that they know him. Okay, so if you know him or you don't know him, his name is Sean, Sean, David Morton. Martin is, spelled easily Morton. So please send him prayers that somehow maybe his cancer goes into some kind of halt, remission, he gets medical care, and or he gets out of prison and he gets taken care of. Because really, I mean, his medical condition alone could do him in, much less being in prison for who knows how long.
Well, if he's in prison, the one thing that he should be getting is free medical care. I mean, that's...
He's not. They're refraining from giving him medical care. Yeah.
Well, I mean, is there a way somebody can verify that? Is it aside from?
I was told that, and also his letter kind of refers that too. His letter actually states it. So it is true. He's not getting. I mean, let's just say if he is getting any of it, it might be an aspirin thrown at him here and there. He's not getting.
I'm not quite sure just yet. I mean, he sends me handwritten letters too, or did before.
Okay.
One person who really actually was a great friend of his was a woman who used to interview me once in a while. The Irish princess, I forget her name, but
it's not Carrie Cassidy, right?
No, it wasn't Carrie Cassidy. It was someone else who was a friend of Govinda Ronell, who's still a friend of mine on Facebook. But she may have unfriended me because, of course, she always liked Sean David Morton. I had nothing personally against him, of course. He never did anything to me. And we both met him, and he was nothing but actually respectful to myself.
Not only have we both met him, but afterwards, me and him hung out a little bit too. So a lot of people know him, as you know.
Yeah, and yes, but he definitely. Sometimes, let's just put it this way, his situation in prison, of course, is nothing to envy. But I'm not quite sure that they could get away with depriving him of medical care.
I will tell you this. I would generally agree with you, but again, I heard it from other people, quote, and in this letter, he's stating this. So I'm going to have to believe that there's truth to this. I mean, it doesn't, I know it sounds insane, but then again, I don't know. It just, people, those of us that are kind of in the know with this, we do believe that they are refraining from giving him proper medical care. I mean, here's the weird thing. I'm kind of guessing now that they might be throwing, an aspirin at him here and there and saying, no, here's a proof we gave him this. I don't know, but maybe it's really just not.
Do you have any?
He's not getting treated.
Do you have any news on how his wife is doing? How's his wife doing?
Oh, they are divorced. She's better. I don't know where she lives at the moment, but she does reach out to some of us once in a while through various mediums, and she's okay. But they're divorced. This divorce happened maybe like a year and a half ago or so.
So in terms of his wife, I do remember that when his wife had a brain tumor. If you remember that,
because when he got in trouble, she also went to jail for a while. But see, she might have done what they call a plea, where she probably gave them some information to get her out. Which Sean was always behind her through all this. I mean, he always wanted her to get out even more than him. I think, whatever. So I guess he was sad about the divorce, but I think he knew that there was just too much trouble for her with all this, and that she's out of the equation now, and I think he's probably relieved for her.
I would hope so. I mean,
he never has spoken badly about her. I mean,
really?
Basically what I'm saying is that between the two of them, the marriage is over, she's out of jail, and they don't speak badly about each other, and I think that, and spiritually they're on like normative terms, because it's at this point, what is the point of it, what I mean, of those two, whatever. So that's kind of like what it is.
Well, no, go on, no, please.
She was ill, but I think she's okay. But he's the one that's not okay.
Well,
Right?
yeah, I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
Just to kind of put this in some perspective, Sean David Morton's wife was, I don't know how she looks now, but she was certainly quite attractive, and
Mm-hmm.
she had this condition for a long period of time that he was emphasizing was a brain tumor, and so it was tragic at the time that they were sentenced to prison.
Yeah.
That she, I felt at least, would be getting free medical care at that point, and
Well,
whatever happened. Uh-huh.
that's interesting you mentioned that because I think when she first landed in jail, he
Uh-huh.
said
Uh-huh.
that she was not getting enough medical care. But fortunately, she did get out of jail much sooner. So I'm just going to presume that she's hanging in there because I do see her, like I said, occasionally on social media. So I think she's okay. All right. I mean, I'm being very general here when I say okay, meaning, but really, comparatively, he's not at all. So
Uh-huh.
that I think is true.
Right.
Yeah.
It just the way I remember it was that
Yeah.
she may have actually gotten some medical care in
Yeah.
prison that actually cured her
I think so.
then what happened was when, but at the time that they were going down, at the time that he was
Yeah.
on the lam, when he was on the run,
Right.
I remember that at the time that they had caught up with him, then at that period of time he was, of course, very alarmed, and he was putting out a GoFundMe at that time. His wife was going to prison at that time as well, along with all those health problems. But what struck me was that when he put out the GoFundMe, he was trying to get up money for his legal defense, and so he
Oh,
was
yeah.
at the time that he was putting up money for his legal defense, and his wife was going to prison. There was absolutely no mention whatsoever of his wife at that
Oh,
time
oh,
that I
no,
saw.
that's actually not true. That's actually not true because in the beginning, when he was asking for money, he said, please send Melissa money.
Okay.
So, yeah, no, to be fair, he did try to get funds going towards her too, for sure.
Wait, was
Oh,
that
yeah.
after he was in jail finally? That
Yeah.
wasn't going on in
Yeah.
what I saw. That's is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
In terms of, okay, so maybe after he got in and got stabilized, maybe he started advocating for her. So that's
Oh,
appreciated.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
as for before he went in, I'm glad to see that they've come to terms at least, because before he went in, he was talking quite a bit about her when he was on Revolution Radio. I know that because Judith Agert used to listen to him regularly, and she said
Well,
that
yeah.
he was pretty much saying that she was effectively, I think, beating him. I mean, the way he was describing it, at least psychologically being very abusive at the time, is what he was saying.
They had, and I was a witness to this, they had a lot of ups and downs
Yeah.
in their marriage. That's not a secret, I guess. But, but once he landed in jail, he really advocated for her. And, I'm sure that there's a part of him that's glad that she's out of the equation and she's, separate from all this. But it's him that's in the big trouble now. So.
Right, definitely. Okay, I mean, and certainly he was never an enemy of mine. So thank you, honey. You got that out there, and so you see, Jameson, there are people in worse straits than you, but you know that, and yeah, and
Oh, poor Jensen. He's like, what?
Well, it's not a question of who has it worse. It's just that it's just sort of like a hyper focus.
Right.
It's like when one's going through it, one is hyper focused on it, and that's all that one has. It consumes one to the
Right.
point where you don't care what's going on with other people around you. To the point where you're like, you could see people suffering and it wouldn't affect you because you're just in your own shit,
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, and but we certainly see you express a different side of yourself when you're with us, so that's appreciated, and there's more to it than just self-absorption. And
Yes. I'm not someone who's I'm not what you would call a narcissistic asshole.
Right, and so thank you, honey, and by that I'm referring to Our Lady Noreen Helpan.
You're welcome. I'm so glad that because tomorrow night on my show I'm gonna bring up Sean again. So that's good because he really needs not just money, you guys, but he needs energetic prayer because this is. I mean, I'm gonna actually say something strange. It's okay though. I think I can. Even if he doesn't survive, let's just pray that his death is not painful, because the way that they're treating him. Like I said the other day, I had heard, he didn't write this in my letter to me, but I had heard that, yeah, he was on his way to the lunchroom, and he had an attack because these tumors are like obstructing his breathing, his swallowing, so, I mean, it would be horrible if he was to die with pain and they wouldn't give him any, morphine or anything. So, I mean, I'm just looking at it like, please, at least, may he, if he has to leave this earth, may he do so painlessly. At least, if not, get out of the situation and get help. Whatever it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Do you answer his letters? Do you send him letters while he's in prison?
I do, and I send him a Christmas card like 2 years in a row. This letter I just got, so I have to write to him.
Right.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
And there's still people that do. And another thing, yeah, this jail that he's, or whatever he's in now, is in Texas. So he got moved from California or Arizona, to
that's
Texas.
Bad. Oh, that's bad. Yeah.
Yeah, he was in Arizona before.
And you said this is a maximum.
Federal.
I'm sorry. Is this a maximum security facility or something?
I'm not sure, but I know it's not the federal prison he was in before, which is whatever. It's the federal prison. He said doesn't even have, like, what do you call it, guards. I mean, it's that loose. But anyway, that's different now.
Well,
but
Texas is always different.
here.
Yeah. So go on. Yeah. Why did they move into Texas? What was the?
Well, I think I don't remember the exact details, but I know that there was a point maybe a year or two ago, something, I'm not sure the exact time frame, where when they transitioned him to this more secure, quote, prison or whatever, right? They didn't give him an upgrade in a good way, let's just put it that way, right? But he was in solitary confinement. I remember that.
Did they say why?
Again, no, he was never violent. I
know that. I mean, give me a break. It's Sean David Morton.
I know, but that's what's so cruel about this is I have to believe that they wanted to make him into an example.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You
Okay.
see, because of the stuff he was involved with, which is not like, raping or
I
murdering.
understand. I understand. Now, I just got some input from Crystal River. And so she explains to me that she and Sean David Morton grew up in the same neighborhood, Spring Branch, Houston, Texas. So he's from there. Okay, so they sent him back to his home, essentially.
Isn't that weird?
Well, probably sent him home to die, right? I mean, there's...
ironically.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why the choice of that particular prison, okay, but all I know is when I remembered him going from, quote, the federal easy prison, suddenly I heard something like, they moved him and he's in solitary confinement. I'm like, wow.
And he says,
so this has been a progression of just bad things happening to him. I mean... Yeah.
Wow. Well, yeah, that's incredible. Well, of course, it's terrible that it was all I can say is that we'll say our prayers for Sean.
Because whatever it is, you don't want somebody to be persecuted and not get medical help.
He does have the ability to advocate for himself that no other prisoner has.
I know, but at this point, it's
well, you might say
it hasn't gotten him out, has it?
It's one of those things that, it's one of those things that he definitely, how would I say it? He did. He's no enemy of mine. I mean, he never did anything to me, and he was nothing but respectful. But
I agree.
But he was engaged in really taunting the government. He was taunting them for the longest period of time.
I think this is what got him to where he is now, and that's again, it's a judgment call in a particular way. But yeah, I would say that's why he's in this predicament. But it's almost like what do you call it? Like I said, an example, a negative example.
It's one of those things. It's one of the horrors of. I did warn him though.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
I think the problem with him is he was just too stubborn and in denial.
He
Because
was. He
let's face
really.
it, I don't
Yeah.
know. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you did, and that's a good thing that you did. You did your part,
Yeah. Yeah, no, you remember. So, yes, Our Lady Noreen Helpan does remember that. And he was, of course, just, again, everybody be very, very aware of this concept of the sovereign individual, and don't do it, okay? It's not, he very much believed it. That was the point. He very much believed it, and he just and so yes, I would agree. Yeah, he's being made an example of. I would agree with that. That's it's one of those things where of course I feel he should not have followed that route, that path that he took.
Well, of course, right.
but but for the moment, I mean, where he's at now, yes, by all means, I would not deny him prayers, and so yeah, and I thank you for advocating on his behalf, because it's very good of you. It's very good of you to do that, and it's one of those cases where he's a horrible object lesson. He's an object lesson for us all, and I'm wondering how now the photograph that Crystal River sent me, which by the way is probably the clearest photograph I've ever seen of Crystal. So hey, honey, and that's she's right next to Sean when in happier days, and he was a lot thinner back then.
Well, by the way, he said in the letter that because of his tumors, his neck is bloated out like a bullfrog. It's really sad.
So sad.
Yeah.
That's awful.
Yeah.
Really.
And on top of that, he was on diabetic medicines. They haven't been giving him that. They haven't been giving him cancer treatment. I mean, the whole thing. They really want to murder him. It's unbelievable.
Right. Well, that's just so sad. Well, thank you for sharing that, and I feel
sorry to be the bearer of negative,
Oh yeah. It was there's nothing you're telling me that's a surprise. I mean, I mean, Jesus Christ! It's like I never had any. Let's just put it this way. If I were to predict an arc of what would happen to Sean David Morton in prison, it was never a positive arc of development. The arc of narrative for him in prison did not look good from the beginning. So he did not have a good prognosis. But I thought of it more in terms of abuse from other prisoners. If they had him in isolate, it may simply be, to give you the ugly truth, honey, it would probably be because the other prisoners were bullying him and raping him so much that just for his own protection, they probably put him in.
I don't know, because if they're not giving him crucial medical help, it just sounds to me like it's persecution from the start almost. And this, ever since that point, in other words, because it's like, think about it. I mean, he's not getting help. Like, this is really strange, right?
I mean, that may be the case. I don't know, but it's just like I'd have to have to actually accept something like that as being true. I'd have to see something other than his own letters. Like if there were investigative reporters that were looking into his case and they found that was the case, that would be, it's one of those things where I just don't know. I'm not disbelieving it. I'm not discounting it. I'm not discounting it.
I understand what you mean, because it's hard being where we are at here.
To think of them going that far. Because at the time that he was with his wife, the way they made it sound with her quote-unquote brain tumor was that she was like just the side of dying. So to have her kind of come out of prison and sound like she's doing much better, it sounds to me like, well, whatever she had, they took care of it there. So she worked out okay.
Yeah, but don't forget that she's not the direct object of
their ire. Yes, I understand that. I understand. I understand. I'm not saying that what benefited her would benefit him. No, I'm not saying that. He definitely was. There was probably, as you say, some plea bargaining where she essentially railroaded him to get out.
I mean, I wouldn't blame her. I think that everyone accepts that's what happened, if that's what it was. she's okay, and I'm
Uh,
sure in his mind and heart he's okay with that. But what they're doing to him is just absolutely insane.
well, if he was okay with that, he's a saint. So that's
Well, don't forget though that he put her through things during their marriage.
yeah,
Okay, that I actually saw with my own eyes.
yeah. That was
I think that that's
yeah.
why maybe he's just like he advocated for her very strongly in the beginning. I remember,
Okay.
you know, instead of talking about himself, he'd be like, "Right now, she needs the money to get a legal fence to get out." You know, he was
Okay.
very much, you know, trying to get her situated better.
If what you
at
say
that time.
is true, then I am impressed. If what you say
Yeah.
is true, then yes, he
Well,
deserves
I'm
some
not saying
sympathy
he
for
didn't
that.
want money for himself either, but he did also fight for her.
Okay.
Also,
Okay.
I know, I remember that. A lot of people recall.
Okay.
You know, he didn't say, "Oh, screw Melissa." She says, "No." He was very concerned for her.
Yeah,
He would
actually, I'm
say,
glad to hear that. I'm glad to
yeah,
hear that.
he
That
made
read.
back
Yeah.
when he was making videos with, you
Yeah.
know, JP was still working with him, and he was in the federal prison. He was making videos, and
Right.
he would talk about Melissa, say, you know, you guys,
Right.
please, she's not doing well. Please help her. I remember that. So
Okay.
no, from the beginning, he always advocated for her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So what so thank you. So now that you've got that out there,
Sure.
is there anything else? First off, I want everyone to know that Our Lady Noreen Halpan has her own radio program, and she, by the way, she's invited to bring Jameson Reese or anyone who's affiliated with myself on her radio program anytime she
Sure.
wants. Do
Sure.
let Jameson know how he can call in and how that's done.
Does Jameson, it looks, I don't know, does Jameson have a, if you have a Skype account, then you can, which is free.
Obviously,
and
he's got one, or he wouldn't be on with us.
Oh, yeah, and I can friend him. We can friend each other, and that would work, yeah.
Yes. So the two of you, please, by all means.
Yes.
What's your Skype ID, Jameson?
Well, my Skype ID
Yours.
is,
Uh,
oh,
mine-
go ahead, you go first.
Mine should be Jameson Reese.
Okay. And
I can look for you now, and then
Yeah.
for the public, that'd be Jameson. I'm going to spell his name. I'm looking at it in the chat. Jameson. His
Yeah.
first name, Reese, Reese.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
it's
And then when you see the Chippendale stripper, that's him. Yes, that's right.
Wow. And then my Skype ID number or name is Noreen, Noreen dot Halpan, HELP as in Peter, HAND number 1.
Mhm.
So that would be mine. So
Gotcha.
it's easy. Both ours are pretty easy to remember. I think I'm going to search for Jameson. Let me see.
And Jameson, see if you can find Noreen, and let's get you two connected. And because it would be interesting to see yourself on her program. And
Oh, here we go. I think he came right up. Is it Staten? Oh, I gave away. It's New York. JA. I think this might be it. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay. Oh, thank you. I think we're on now. Good. Got it. Great.
Great. And Chris Collins says Douglas searching for words about Sean David Morton is hilarious. So yes, I can. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Like I said, I've got nothing personally against Sean David Morton.
You don't. You really don't. No.
The thing that I warned him about the most, which you might remember, Noreen, was when he was he bought himself a bit of time from his ultimate persecution by getting involved with Michael Aquino. I don't know if you remember that, but he brought Michael Aquino on as a
he had
guest.
him on his show that
Yes.
time. I do remember. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and I did
Yeah.
warn him that there was a price to pay for that, and and ultimately the inevitable happened. It's one of those things where
Wow, that's actually just as interesting as anything you could talk about, Sean. I mean, you could be honest. I'm encouraging you on your own show to be honest. No, but did you feel like there's a connection between his misfortune and that?
Oh,
Wow.
absolutely.
Wow.
Well, you see, the point was that Sean David Morton was holding off the government with based on the fact that he was declaring himself as. By the way, Crystal River says bingo, all uppercase, bingo in all capital letters, as in bingo. So thank you, honey. And that's to Crystal River. And basically, what was going on was that Sean David Morton was in a very bad spot, and the spot that he was in was desperate enough where he ultimately called on the help of Michael Aquino. And that was able to give him a transitional reprieve, almost immunity. What Sean David Morton had been doing was, just so people understand this, Sean David Morton made criminology textbooks. So what he did was considered pretty big time. So we're not talking about somebody who's like small time, knocking off, gas stations or something. This guy was considered world league for the briefest period of time. And so Melissa and he were living fairly well, and then then for the longest period of time they were almost like sedentary fugitives, as Noreen can describe. They were just like living in other people's homes and bringing their cats, and it was not pleasant. I mean, it was just awful. But the point was that he was not, other than that, the way that he escaped being, the way he escaped lockdown, being in prison for many years, was that he claimed diplomatic immunity. He claimed that he was not a citizen of the United States and that he was diplomatically immune from prosecution. So the way he did this was he claimed he was a diplomat from the sunken continent of Lemuria, and he made his own passport. Now, the interesting thing was the audacity, just the sheer audacity with which he carried himself with this passport. I was there at one time when we were just doing a short trip to Canada and back, and this was with Carrie Lynn Cassidy. And Carrie Lynn Cassidy was just so upset because she was going to be late, and we couldn't get on the plane. And we were going through this passenger checkup, this kind of like, and this was after 9/11. Everything was just we were not going to make it on the plane because she was a producer and she had so much luggage, and they were going to go through it all. And so he was able to get us all on the plane just by flashing this passport that, I'm a diplomat from the sunken continent of Lemuria, and we have diplomatic immunity, and this lady is with me, and she cannot be searched, and they just let us through. So this was the level of audacity, just temerity this man had, and he used that for everything. He was at the point where he was feeling fairly overconfident. I would say he was somewhat intoxicated with overconfidence. And this was before he really affiliated with Michael Aquino. When it got to the point where they were like basically threatening to get him, and they were closing the network, the ring. They were closing the dragnet. Then he approached Michael Aquino and brought him on his show, and this was arranged by a woman who we knew as Vaubert. And you might remember Vaubert. I don't know if she's still affiliated.
Vaubert, yeah.
Yeah, so Vaubert told Mike Ringley, who had sworn an oath that he would never allow Michael Aquino on. The day Mike Ringley got deathly sick with a influenza that was going around, then what happened was Vaubert arranged to bring Michael Aquino on, just like that.
Wow, that's crazy.
And then, and it went so far that I informed Mike Ringley about this, and then Mike Ringley called Sean David Morton, said, "Are you going to bring Michael Aquino on?" And he said, "No, I'm sick myself. I've got the flu too, and I'm taking the day off, and we're going to do a replay." And so then Mike Ringley just checked out for the day, and while he was gone for the day, then bigger than shit, Sean David Morton brought Michael Aquino on. And so
I did not know this story. That's crazy.
Yeah, and so then when Michael Aquino was being interviewed by Sean David Morton and just going through his shtick, that was pretty much the only time he was on, because once Mike Ringley found out about it, then he threatened to fire Sean David Morton, but he couldn't afford to, because the people with the highest ratings on Revolution Radio were myself and Sean David Morton at that time. And the only reason Sean David Morton had higher ratings than myself was because Sean David Morton was on 5 times a week. He was on 5, maybe 6 times a week.
And also he wrote, published books and all that. The whole.
Well, he was constantly active. Yeah, he was constantly active, and he was but when he wasn't doing Revolution Radio, he was doing the Comedy Club, So,
Right.
like you said, the stand-up comedy. So he was just really just always active, which is so I can't imagine. I would have thought that jail would have been almost a vacation time for him in one sense, in that at least he wasn't always having to, earn a
Well,
living.
I would say initially, because he was in that federal prison,
He
and
was.
that's
He was.
the federal jails, as you know, are way lax.
Yeah.
So he really wasn't complaining then, but then they really threw the book at him harder, and he went to the other jail where he got into solitary confinement, got cancer, has no help, medical
Holy shit.
help.
Okay, I get it, because it's Texas. I get it, because it's Texas. Okay, I can believe it now. Okay, that makes sense to me. Now I get it. Okay, now I believe it. Yes, okay, that's right. Now it's all coming together. Okay, so
Yeah.
they basically took him out of the federal pen and they put him in a state pen, which is
Yeah.
Texas, which is the worst. By the way, for people who don't understand this, Texas, for all intents and purposes, never stopped being a republic. It's basically all on its own. If you go into Texas, there are different laws that do not apply anywhere else in the United
I
States.
see.
Yeah, and so, like, if you go to Texas, you can watch this. If anybody, they used to have a series called Cops before everybody started
Oh, yeah.
filming cops independently with their cell phones. Back in the
Right.
days before the cell phone was ubiquitous, they had series like
Bad boys.
yes,
Yep.
yes, and everybody would look forward, if they were true sadists, to the episodes on Texas cops. Yeah, today we do cops in Texas, because in Texas they just like it's just straight to the beating.
That's where the saying "Don't mess with Texas" comes,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, that's right.
You know what, though, but the thing is, I'm wondering, in his case, and I don't know about the details of it all, I'm just guessing, like, somebody must have really wanted to get him, because they transferred him from, the easy peasy Fed thing here,
to
wherever,
Texas, yeah,
to
which is
there.
like
So
to
somebody
Siberia.
was
It's
out
America's
after him.
Siberia. So go on.
Somebody was, what? Huh?
It's America's Siberia. So go on.
Yeah, so basically, somebody or peoples or whatever were after him because they transferred him from that easy thing to this. So
Oh.
somebody's definitely after him, for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah. Well, you know why? Aquino died. That was pretty much it. And but this probably happened to him before Aquino died. But it was like,
Isn't it strange? When did Aquino die exactly?
around June of this year. Around June of this year.
Oh, that's recent then. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
This is 29th, I think, right?
Yeah, that's right, June 29th.
Oh,
So
he died. What did he die of exactly?
the intestinal cancer and the ravages thereof ultimately took their toll on his health. And, the joke, of course, by Brendan Zogit was that, eating all those spit-roasted babies obviously isn't good for you in the long run. But in terms of Sean David Morton, he was probably transferred to Texas before then, I'm assuming.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, and so, at that point, Michael Aquino had essentially abandoned him the moment that he was arrested. They arrested him when Michael Aquino was still, basically living up to his part of the bargain. When they arrested Sean David Morton, it was right after the Conspiracy Con cruise. Now, Noreen Halpan was with me at Conspiracy Con when it was managed by who's the guy who copyrighted his fucking name? The gay guy who was running it. What's his name again? Conspiracy Con, Brian William Hall. And so
that guy.
yeah. So Brian William Hall was the guy who copyrighted his name, and everybody. The joke was, of course, he was not in the closet, but rather in a display case, since he never came out about being gay, but everyone knew he was. So Brian William Hall then transferred the Conspiracy Con to a cruise ship and did the Conspiracy Cruise. And the moment that Sean David Morton was off the Conspiracy Cruise, which people can read about in Popular Mechanics or Scientific American, it was one or the other that did a great article on it, and I think it was Popular Mechanics. Let me look that up, Popular Mechanics Conspiracy Cruise, and see if that's where it comes up, or Popular Science. One or the other did Conspiracy Cruise. Cruz, and let me look up Brian William Hall. Brian William Hall, and see what comes up. It should. There we are. Popular Mechanics, August 17th, 2016. I went on a week-long cruise for conspiracy theorists. That's the title of the article. And it was. Let me see what the guy says. Oh, geez, it's just you have to read the article. It's it's nothing beats this, and but it says it all. But when he got off the cruise, the moment they stepped off the plank and their feet hit solid ground, then he was arrested. That was when Sean David Morton was arrested. And a call was made where he said, "May I make a final phone call?" And they said, "Sure, who are you going to call?" They assumed his attorney, but no, he called Michael Aquino. Hold on, he called Michael Aquino. And when he called Michael Aquino, then Michael Aquino gave the order, "You let this fucker go." And they let him go. So you can look that up. That was the year 2016, like I said. And that was when he was arrested. And they had him, and they were going to bring him and Melissa in, and that's when he made the phone call to Michael Aquino, and Michael Aquino just snapped his fingers, and they let him go. And I still told him there's a price you're going to pay for that. And, he got it eventually. It was in around, when did they arrest him? About 2017, maybe a year later, 2018, something like that.
Yeah, because he was kind of on the run, so to speak, and it was weird. But so you're basically saying that he should not have asked Michael Aquino for that favor.
No, because that once, it's only temporary reprieve.
That's like signing your name to the devil, so to speak, right?
Yeah. And then then when he was abandoned, then that's the very name Cthulhu means the great abandoner in the Arabic, the great forsaker. Then that's when he was brought in, and they really threw everything at him. And then it just got worse from there. At some point, somebody took him out of the federal prison who did have it in for him, and they sent him to Texas, which is like, that's horrible. That's horrible. And Texas is just as bad as it gets. So,
I'm still confused, not really clear as to why Aquino picked up the phone and made that call for him again.
He called Aquino. He asked the cops who arrested him, the federal agents arrested him. He said, "I can get one final phone call, right?" And they said, "Yes." And then he called Michael Aquino. That was the guy.
All people, why him?
Well, he called him because he had him on air as a guest. And as a result, Michael Aquino had told him that, okay, you're under my protection now. You can call me when you need me. And
that's bizarre.
That's what?
That's just energetically weird, the whole thing.
Well, yeah. Well, I told him not to get involved with Michael Aquino, but he did. But you remember who else was involved with Michael Aquino? The Michael Hemmingson of The Art of Dreaming. And you remember what happened to him?
He died, but I don't see. Here's the problem. Can you repeat how he was involved with him?
He was involved with him because Michael Hemmingson wrote a book on the Temple of Set.
Oh, yeah, that's
And he co-authored it with Don Webb, who is the heir apparent to Michael Aquino. He was supposed to take over the Temple of Set when Michael Aquino died. I don't know if that happened, but he's a high priest in the Temple of Set. So here you've got this high priest of the Temple of Set who's co-authoring a book with Michael Hemmingson. And then Michael Hemmingson tried to start a flame war between Michael Aquino and myself, and I told him, "Don't do this. You're playing with fire. You're going to die. I'm not going to do anything to you, but Michael Aquino will." And he wound up dead in Mexico, quote unquote.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, obviously Aquino is quite a powerful man on many levels, but
well, he's dead now.
I know. It's just unbelievable that Sean would even go to him.
Yes, yeah, it was. Well, he was desperate. Sean was desperate, and it's sad. It's really sad. It's an object lesson.
But here's the weird thing. I didn't know he died, Michael Aquino, and it was recent.
Yeah.
But so where is he? Is he the king of hell now, or what's going on?
I was actually going to talk the cosmology of that with Peter Moon tonight, but it all got off in a different direction while I was trying to kind of calm down the tenor of conversation, and that was fine. I could talk about that another night, but I can describe the cosmology. I mean, to extent, tonight, but briefly. And let's just put it this way: when it comes to what we're talking about at that point is the Klipothic world. Now, this is essentially the tree of death, or the underside of the tree of life, resting below Asaya, which is, of course, the plane of the material realm.
Can I ask you, not to intrude, is this Kabbalah that you're talking from?
Yes, Kabbalistic. It's very much the kind of...
Okay. Well, because there's different types of occult knowledge, but this sounds like the tree of life sounds like Kabbalah. Okay.
Oh, yes, very much so. And that was much of the kind of paradigm that Michael Aquino operated on. And it was the most reliable, magically, to really work with. And so when it comes to the Klipothic world, or the dark backside of the Tree of Life, it contains those ancient dimensions whose energies decayed into forms inimical to all normal sorts of life in existence. And as I've said before, when I've spracked on this at length, no mystic has ever explored more than a few dimensions in the Tree of Death, because seeking knowledge of the Klipothic realm is morally and physically dangerous. The mystics who study the Tree of Death, they tend to die messily, or they develop a sick fascination with destruction and oblivion. And just as the Atsaluthic world holds the fountainhead of all existence, that highest of planes, when you take on the Kabbalistic paradigm, the Klipothic world holds the drain down which all existence eventually runs. So at the absolute limit of negative existence lurks the solipsist, or decreator, the anti-god. And the decreator itself is unknowable. And just as anyone who reached Kether would become one with the creator and creation alike, this is why the concept of Doth, that extra realm in the Kabbalistic Tree of Life, is almost never shown. And because it's so important, only the true mystics acknowledge it, and they try to make certain that the general public never even gives it a thought. The Doth is that kind of base on which Archimedes said, if you give me a place to stand that's firm enough under my foot, then I could use a lever there by which to move the world. Doth is that lever, that place on which to stand, by which your lever could move the universe. It's essentially that place by which you get the shortcut down to the Tree of Death, or perhaps gain access to that highest of realms. Anyone who would reach those highest of realms, the Kether, they wouldn't simply be one with God. They would be God, because they would always have been there, because you would be beyond space and time. So the idea of becoming one with the Godhead really means that you essentially become God, and you've always been with us, you've always been God. Time would cease to have any meaning. This is the kind of ultimate power that Michael Aquino was seeking, but the price he really paid was an early death, comparatively speaking, and his sinking into the lower realms of the Tree of Death. So before I go into that, I'm getting a message from Brendan Zogit, who tells me, I believe that he's here. Let me see if I can bring him on.
Oh, hi, Brendan. I know him. He always sends me nice little messages.
Brendan Zogit? You mean Brandon Young?
Well, I don't know. There's a few Brendan. I thought you mentioned a different one.
Oh,
Sorry.
This is Brendan Zogit. He's someone you don't know yet, necessarily.
I think I know him, or his name is spelled... I don't know. Anyway.
Well, let's see if I can bring him on, and maybe we can take care of that. Give me just a second here, and let me try and hit this, and then see if we can do a G+ here. Call up Brendan Zogit. There we are, Brendan Zogit, and he's listed as away, so I don't know if this is going to work. I'll tell him calling you now. Calling now. And that would be interesting if we could get up on there. There we are. Brendan Zoget is with us. Brendan, say hello to both Noreen Helphand, who I don't believe you've ever met before, and Jameson Reeves.
Can you hear me all right?
We do now. I do.
Okay, good.
Brendan, I think I know the way Douglas said your last name. Don't I know you?
I don't believe so, but I remember you from like the Revolution Radio times, so it's an honor to speak with you.
Okay, because I thought that you sent me. There's somebody who's a last name similar to you that sent me. He sent me a Facebook little emoji thing. But it's not you. Okay.
Right.
Great. Okay. Hi.
No
Okay. Hi.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to
Yes, good evening. Hello, Douglas.
Yes.
Hello, Jameson.
Yes, we're so glad to have you.
How's
Yeah.
it going?
Yeah. We're so glad to have you with us, Brendan, and I want you to stay here as long as you want and talk about what you wish before I go into my monologue tonight. And but definitely before you do, just let me finalize what I was saying. How long do you potentially have with us tonight, Brendan, anyway?
I have like approximately like 30 minutes because I just like emerged from work and my phone is on limited battery until I get home. So.
Okay, all right. So just let me finish this up. It will only take... I'll make this as short as possible. But when it comes to the decreator...
I sent you the emojis because I heard what you were saying just now. Like, so I was interested. I was like, okay.
Okay, thank you.
About the realms and because I obtained it's extremely rare, but a copy of Timaeus by
Wonderful.
by Plato. So it was very timely. So continue, please.
Yes. So the decreator itself, who I was basically trying my best to explain in as short a time as possible, is simply unknowable. And just as anyone who reached the Catharian realm would become one with the creator and creation itself, then anyone who reached the solipsist would join its total unbeing and suffer annihilation. So the closest any being can come to the solipsist is what Michael Aquino referenced as an entity called Quimetiel, or the crowd of gods. And Quimetiel is but a churning, chaotic fusion of long-defunct cosmic entities. It mindlessly sucks in anything that cometh near, like a supernatural black hole. So anything eaten by Quimetiel is gone forever. But the problem, of course, is in the process itself. When one falls into a black hole, then a black hole's gravity is so intensely powerful that it not only warps and disintegrates space, but also time. So the process of dying in a black hole is an infinite death. It's an immortality of dying. It's one in which your destruction is eternal, and you are forever in the moment of dying. That is where Michael Aquino is right now.
May I ask how you spell
Wow, that's crazy.
how do you spell the name? Quinethiel?
Well, in terms of the entity which Michael Aquino was referencing, Quimetiel would be romanized roughly as a Quemetiel. So,
Why would he want to end up there? I mean,
well, he
usually
didn't. You see, this is why people who follow the cult of the kings of Edom...
Quemetriel.
No, that would be a variant. It would be a potential mutation or iteration. Of course, it is, what is being alluded to, as Crystal River reminds us, through the Q conspiracy. That is essentially the great allusion.
Yeah, I've initiated through there already.
I can imagine. In terms of the cultists of the kings of Edom, they don't seek to go into this eternal death. This is why they seek as violent and as surprising a death as possible. They seek to die violently in a moment they do not expect, because that way their essence remains in shock and remains here in the material plane as a ghost haunting this plane. In that sense, they evade that fate by forever wandering the Malkuthian plane of Earth. That was...
These things sound like a evolution at all. It sounds like de-evolution and just very. I mean, for all his intelligence of Aquino, he sure was not wise when he chose whatever path. I mean, I don't know.
I agree. Yes, honey.
Well, it depends on how you look at it, because to some degree I could see what, for some reason, and you know, don't take this the wrong way, I could see the brilliance of it to some degree.
Well, let's
As
put it
far
this
as
way.
exploration, as far as information, and as far as, you know, eventually after you're already, you know, in that eternally destroyed space, I mean, eventually all paths lead to the same thing. I mean,
what Jameson is referring to is the fact that things are rumored, are speculated to come out the other side of black holes. So he's essentially alluding to Aquino's ultimate hope that he would emerge at the other end into Godhead. But
Right.
such being said,
that's
we
the
need
left-hand path's philosophy, pretty much.
Right.
I want to say this, you guys. I really don't mean to hog this topic. I'm not that kind of person, as Douglas knows. But I have to say, my intuition tells me that coming out of the other side of that is a possibility, only because no matter how bad you are in this human plane, there's no real. I mean, man, I don't mean to sound Pollyannish, but what is the point of eternal damnation? Okay, and I'm looking at this from many levels. Number one, number two, there's many levels of consciousness for us, quote, to experience. And if what Douglas was explaining exists, I'm not saying it doesn't, but I'm kind of with, I think it was Jameson that said that there's an end game to this when you come out of it. Yeah, that would be more sensible to me, only because I don't see the mind, right? Our spirit is being so limited because we're looking at this from this dimension we're at here. We don't really know fully, right? That other one, at least I don't. Okay, maybe some of you on here might more than me. So this is not about me condoning Michael Aquino. Okay, I'm not. This is not where I'm coming from. I'm just saying that from this philosophical end, I'm kind of seeing it as kind of like everything has a reason. So it goes to reason that why would there be such a phenomena? But then I'm not saying that I know everything. I'm just kind of looking at it from a broader perspective. So even somebody as bad as Aquino, when he was here on Earth, right? Still, okay, we don't know the bigger picture. That's all I can say. Okay?
In terms of giving us some insight into that, we'll bring on Brendan Zogit, who has a limited amount of time with us. So we'll bring him on. Oh, no, that's quite fine. I'm sure he enjoyed. So, Brendan, I want you to introduce yourself to Noreen and both of you to get to know each other a little better. And I think that's important, as she'll be joining us quite a bit in the future, as long as she wishes to do so.
Right. Thank you, Douglas.
Yes.
And yes, that was some good perspective, Noreen, as well. I agree that, like, a lot of this kind of, like, you know, from a rational perspective, it kind of just has especially from people that are, like, in that higher consciousness. Like, I could tell you're definitely there. It's like, why would a being want anything but well-being for themselves? Mm-hmm. And it's like that kind of, I don't even understand that, to an extent. It's like, why would someone not want just well-being in general? Yeah. But I do understand where JMO's coming from, though, definitely. Because I do kind of have that cynicism a bit too. I'm more balanced when it comes to that. In like the Vedic cosmology, my like 12th house is very heavy, and that like 12th house is like loss. Like Douglas knows like all the effed up stuff that's happened to me. Like, so I get it. But to me, it's like evolving, like evolution is more important, and getting towards higher and divine states of consciousness. Like, you want to be living in pleasure and bliss. You don't want to be, have the potential to be like, as Douglas was saying, be like solipsist. Destiny of like solipsism is not fun. Like, and even in science, they tell you going through a black hole, it like spaghettifies you, right, or something.
Yes.
So it's like none of that sounds good, whether philosophically or literally. And so that's why I come from like the perspective of evolution and pleasure and bliss, and those are the higher states. I mean, that's like the point of living. Like the point of doing anything should be to get well-being. The point of any relationship, interacting with people, should be to raise yourself to more understanding, more knowledge, because that way you can work yourself out of any negative situation. Yeah.
Well, could I ask a question though? Doesn't that limit the experience though? Because if you only experience only good things, you don't know what bad things there are. I see things as having to. I see the evolution of the soul or the being or consciousness as having to go through both good and bad, as having to cycle through both the underworld and into the heavens and into the underworld and heavens. It's like a wheel. It spins.
It's like a spiral. It's more like a spiral.
Well, but then saying that though, that doesn't discredit what I was saying or what I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Brendan.
Brendan.
I'm sorry.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
It does because it doesn't.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is that we can't. All I'm saying is that I just advise people not to turn their backs to the shadow as well.
Right.
You have to experience both. You have to experience both to be a whole being. If you experience only bad things or you experience only good things, you're not complete.
Exactly.
You need to experience both.
Exactly. Completely.
Well,
Understood.
Yeah, so Brendan will, of course, put more perspective into this for us while he gives us with his presence. Brendan, I want you to take advantage of this time to bitch about your job first. Tell us about all this.
Blending the good and the bad, yeah. I mean, of course, like, being embodied is not fun. I mean, the point of it is, yes, you, like, the cycle of the soul, like, you do go through, like, lower states and then go up to higher states, and it's all about, the essence of it is, like, fractality, like, divine is, like, ultimate fractality, so it has all of it, it has the good and the bad. So it's, like, that's what the goal is, to gain the entire fractality as a whole, as opposed to one aspect of it. Because even in the body itself, like, according to the Vedic, you have on the left side is like the lunar side, and then the right side is the solar side. But the ancient rishis, the point was to be centered. I mean, that's what the Buddha talks about. I mean, being center is like you understand the left and you understand the right, the path of the moon, the path of the sun, if you will, and like that, like the centered aspect is the important part as a human being, and that's what like the universe wants to see from you. And to an extent, the universe is impartial. It's not really about good or evil. It's about like what you're doing as a being.
Right.
Like, is your intention there? Is your desire to escape like this? Especially being on Earth, it's like Earth is like Midgard. It's not like a permanent realm. Like, this realm's only designed for 100 years. I mean, So the whole point of like living this life is to go to higher realms, and like, in my opinion, or not even opinion, but I understand that there are higher realms. Like, there are realms where you can go to as like a spirit and actually live like better, and like there's less bad things that happen and there's no pain, So that's ultimately like what the universe wants from embodied beings. And but in the meantime, I'm stuck here working at a grocery store, trying to live my life, like go to school, studying, more and more stuff.
You said that you study Vedic astrology. Yeah, I have been studying astrology my whole life, but the Vedic, I just know like it's what do you call it, sidereal, and I know it's
exactly
a little bit about it, but I haven't really got into the Vedic. But that's interesting.
Yeah, if you're familiar, I wouldn't recommend it for everyone, but if you're familiar with astrology, I would highly recommend exploring Jyotish. It's called Jyotish, and it's
Jyotish,
yeah. Because it's, in my opinion, the sidereal is more accurate, and there's a lot you can gain from like sidereal astrology, especially the stuff that's going on now. Like, I've had more insights from the sidereal aspect than like the solar or the lunar astrology. So it's like, it definitely has its place. And with the Jyotish, it's like the way it's set up, it's like there's so many layers to it. It's not so simple. It's like
Right.
I'm even not fully like versed in it. I just know like my chart and certain aspects of it, but it's like you have to take into account, to really do it correctly, you have to take into account like a holistic view. So it's like you have to know like, you know, just general living, you have to know mathematics, like higher understanding, and then getting into the astrology is like a tertiary step. And so
Would that mean, does Jyotish include the theory of the moons of the mansions of the moon or something?
of course, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
They're called like nakshatras. And,
Nakshatras. Yeah.
there's
Right.
27. Some people give it 28, but my sources, or the people that I would say are correct, it's 27. There's 27 nakshatras, and those are extremely accurate. And if you're wanting to get into it, there's an extremely good book, and I have one on order right now. It's called 27 Celestial Houses, or I'm trying to think of because there's two printings. There's one in India and there's one in the United States. The one here, I think it's called 27 Nakshatras, the lunar signs. But the author is important. It's Prash Trivedi. You want to look for like Prash Trivedi, and that book is like the definitive book on nakshatras, and it gives you like the whole aspect. But what's essential about nakshatras is they give each nakshatra has a specific what's the word, psychological imprint or psychological aspect, and the moon's able to travel through one each day. And so if you keep track of these nakshatras, you'll see like over time how each day changes based on the nakshatras and based off of each one's manifestation, you know. And a lot of what's going on in the sky is manifesting here. Like, for example, here in California, like you have Mars is actually in sidereal Aries, and it's in retrograde in his own house. And
Right.
Mars being in his own kingdom, and of course, you know, everyone knows like Hades is the kingdom of Mars. And so right now, like, it's very Hades-like. Like, you go outside and the sun's blotted out,
Yeah.
completely dark.
Yeah. I'm
And
here
then,
in Southern California. I don't know what part of California you're in.
Sacramento. He's in the center. He's in the capital. Go on.
Yes.
You know, Brendan, if you ever want to hop onto my show, oh my God, I've repeated again. It's I have a show on Revolution Radio called Wild at Heart. It's actually tomorrow night.
Yes.
When I say night, it's 9 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time to 11 Studio A. You know, so if you ever have the time and you let me know ahead of time if you want to come on, you can.
Definitely.
We can even talk about, you know, Vedic astrology. Even I'm open to that.
Right. I'd appreciate that a lot. I've actually listened to your show.
Oh, you have? Oh, I
Yes.
didn't know.
Yes. So
What
I
is your Skype ID, by the way?
It's let me check it right now. It's gonna be, let's see. My Skype ID is, let's see if I can find it.
I think it's live something. No.
I was able to find it before. I don't know why it's not coming
Live
out now.
branded something.
Let's see here. But yeah, like, I've been listening to Douglas for a while, and I caught up on all like the Revolution radio shows. So I've heard you multiple times, and let's see. My Skype profile is live Brendan Zoget 5. So like my full name and then the number 5. If anyone wants to contact me
You
on
know,
Skype,
I don't know how to spell your last name.
it'll be Zoghet. It's a very like odd. It's basically Anglo bastardized or Anglo corrupted.
It's not
like,
coming up on here. Let me give you mine. It may be easier, maybe, because yours was not coming up.
Right.
I don't know why. Oh, wait, no,
friend you.
I think I see it. Brandon. Ooh, oh, Brandon with an E. No wonder. Okay.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
No,
Okay,
that's okay. That's okay. Brandon. But for some reason, it's. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know. There's a way to do this on here, and I never.
I sent you. If you check your Skype messages, it should be there.
Did you let me look? Let me look and see. Oh, there. I see you. Okay. Hi. Let me accept. There
It
we
looks
go.
like I'm using Douglas's photo that I stole. So.
Illustration.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
fine.
I know it's a photo of you, Douglas, or it's an illustration of you, but I took it.
Yes, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, so we're friends on here now. Good. Finally. Okay.
Yes.
I didn't have the delusion that it was me.
Oh, no
was like-
worries. It conveys your spirit very well.
Thank you. Yes. It was because I have a cat that looks kind of like that, so I was like, oh yeah, I like this one.
Yes, yes. His cat's fat, all right. Jesus Christ. He tries to pick it up, and it's like weightlifting.
Yeah, he's
Oh, it's a fat happy cat. It's an Ottoman cat where you put your feet on it. It's like,
yeah, literally.
Yes.
That's how I sleep at night because he sleeps on my feet and he's just massive. Yeah.
Oh my God. At least you don't wake up in the morning with this sitting on your face. It's amazing what cats.
If I don't feed him right away and like I'm sleeping in, he'll bite me.
Oh my God.
Really?
Yeah.
Right. Cats are like that.
Yes. I can't remember whether you. Yeah, go on, please. No, go.
I definitely appreciate the invite, and then when I get this Nakshatra book, like I'll have like a quicker reference to it, because a lot of it's in my memory and
That'd be great.
it's hard to pull it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I just got off work, like.
Yeah, definitely. I'm so glad to have you with us. So go on, please. While we have you with us before your battery dies, I want you to take the conversation wherever you wish, Brendan. And
Right. I have, of course, my notes are at home, but I could think of something like multiple things. Oh, I wanted to just like say that thing about Abe real quick.
yeah,
Just because I don't know why it's bothering me, but I feel like okay, like if this is at all possible, able to get to Abe Shinzo, like who he's being impacted by, he has like a digestive problem or something, so he has to like leave office. But I was reading up on because they were saying that he could possibly have, I forget what it's called right now. It's like, is it like Crohn's disease? No, I don't think it's that. It's something else, digestion related. What is it called?
Colitis?
Possibly colitis, or there's one other one where it's like the lining of your stomach strips out, and
Leaky gut or
kind of like that. Man, I wish I could remember it, but anyways, the specific condition he has can be actually helped out by a natural remedy called it's called lecithin, and like sunflower lecithin can actually restore the lining of the stomach. And so I was hoping that perhaps like somehow like Higher and Divine or like the ether could get this message to like Abe Shinzo that like he who knows, he might already know, but I'm saying
Well, Brendan, I'm thankful that you I'm thankful that you gave that message, because I myself suffer from stomach problems, ulcers, and due to H. pylori infection.
amazing.
yes, worth it. So definitely try. It's called sunflower lecithin. You can use soy lecithin, but it's usually GMO, so I prefer sunflower lecithin.
Gotcha.
Well,
But it does restore like the stomach lining, because I've had like massive because especially when I was eating those spicy peppers to get rid of COVID, like my stomach got totally wrecked, and so I took.
Oh my God.
I was eating like ghost peppers and like habaneros and stuff.
Oh no, that's wow.
To cleanse my system, but it helped. It stopped the infection, so I'm cool with it. But that the week after, I basically had to do like a regimen of the basically what lecithin is. It's just phospholipids. It's phosphocholine, and so what that does is it basically creates the cell membrane. It's like the constituents of like the cell membrane, the phospholipid coating. I forgot what it's called, right? But it'll restore the coating of your stomach, and that's a number one for digestive issues at all, I would say.
Wait, does this sunflower-based lecithin come in probably many forms, soft gels or capsules, or maybe a tea?
A lot of them are capsules. I use like a raw powder form.
Right.
It's really hard to drink. You got to put it in a smoothie. And it gels up a lot. But also what is very helpful that I've found that actually has like the phospholipids in it too. It's called liposomal vitamin C. And I use like this specific brand, and it's called like lipospheric vitamin C. And that stuff is like some of the best supplement I've ever taken. It's something that like wealthy people actually use it. Like it's like well known.
I'm on something called Isogenics, which is really high-end quality too. So, and I wasn't like this before, but it's almost gotten to the point now where our food supply is so non-nutritious compared to the past. And
Anti-nutritious.
yeah, we have to find so much to supplement our diets. You know.
Definitely.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
And
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
No, please go on.
Yeah, that's something that I'm like very adamant about at this point. Like, I only eat organic,
Yeah.
and like, you know, people give me crap for it. They're like, "Oh, you're such like a food snob or something." But to
Nope.
me, it's like, what I tell them is like, why would you pay for poison? Like, you know, like why would you consciously give your money that you work for to poison yourself? Like
Exactly.
that to me is crazy. You know, instead, like being a little picky on food is like a small price to pay. You know, as opposed to like paying for like Doritos and Cheetos, and sorry if you guys eat that stuff, and like Coca-Cola. You know, but it's like, to me, it's like, it's crazy to pay for poison. You know, why would you do that? Like, so.
But by the way, when your battery dies on your phone, will you be able to listen to transmission? Because what I'll do is I'll specifically address something that Abe Shinzo has attempted to bring into the Constitution before he leaves, and so I'm going to be talking about that. Will you be able to hear it?
Yeah, I would definitely like to hear that. I'm gonna go like to my friend's house as well, so I'll be on and off, but I'll definitely listen.
Okay.
He might be too, who knows?
Right, because
Well, you know what? I wanted to say to Brendan that I said earlier in the show, just really quickly, is unfortunately, you know, even the organic food supply is tainted these days to various degrees.
It's not perfect, yes.
Yeah.
Well, the organic food
cross-
supply is also processed.
Yeah, and cross-pollination between plants and soil degradation. So, oh my God, you know, so it's like if you could grow, obviously, if you can grow food in your own apartment, backyard, whatever, that's a little better. But you know, the problem now is, and I have a problem with it here, is the chemtrail fallings go into your garden. It sucks. I mean, it's just really bad. But...
And some people, and this is up for debate in my opinion, but I'm leaning towards it might be true. Some are saying that these megafires are being assisted by the aluminum that's
I agree.
Basically, certain chemicals that are sprayed are building up in the vegetation.
Yes.
And normally these fires would die out after a certain time, but because of the amount of just like, you know, some people are saying it's aluminium, but there's other metals that are reactive, like bismuth.
Yeah. There's cesium. There's a shitload of
different stuff, and that could actually provoke these mega fires even more than just a like natural wind event or something. So that's something to definitely look into. You know. But
I have a well, I'm lucky if you want to call it that. I actually have a mild case of Marjolins.
Oh.
And that's from chemtrails. Yeah, this is not contagious. It's not. And it comes in different. It expresses itself differently according to the individual genetic. What type of sprain is in your area? But I just discovered it like months ago. And I'm actually okay, I guess, because I mean, on a hot day I will itch, and I've had fibers come out of me, but they don't. It's not like some people have it to where the fibers literally come out of their pores. Like with me, I barely see it. It's like it rolls off, if at all, or it ends up on the ground. But I don't get a lot of fiber release. But I've had it. But it's a weird thing. It itches. You can feel things crawling under you once in a while, but I don't get that as much. I think some of it's come out of me, which is good. But that is definitely from, I don't want to say that's the whole story, but a lot of it is chemtrail related, or it's geoengineering, it's geoweapons, you know, bioweapons against people. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. So, you know, I'm just saying that's why it's like, yeah. Well, luckily I'm not as bad as some of those people, because I know people that are that bad, but, you know, but still, it does affect you somewhat. And yeah, and the bad thing about it is in my backyard, I didn't know, you know, that the spider webs that I saw in my backyard, some of them are probably chemtrail ones, so I try not to touch them. I need to put on some gloves, and of course, they got so many friggin' masks out there. We can't live without them, right? Just kidding. But yeah, I have to mask up, put on my gloves, and have to get rid of some of this stuff in my yard because, you know, I just, I don't want it around at all.
Right. And like, yeah, some of the trailings you could definitely see visually, and like I'll send you a video about it if I have like some time. Yeah.
Right. Well, definitely appreciate it. I want to say hello to Valeria B. Washington, who's in the chat room. She says, "Hey, DDD." So, hey, honey, Ashe, and she of course has the background where she understands that of course is the Vajahuduns and the culture in which she derives from. So Valerie L.B. Washington it's so good to see her there. So I want both of you to understand how important it is you bring these issues up. I'm so glad you're addressing this. Please continue. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go mute and I'll be off for a few minutes. I'll be right back. And I do this often, of course, honey. So just so you get familiarized with this routine, Noreen, so that you know that I do this often enough, and just leave everybody just kind of talking to cover me while I just grab a refreshment or some extra calories or something like
I
that.
don't blame you. You've been on the air now for at least a few hours.
Oh, 6 hours, honey. We've been on air for very close
Really?
to. Yes, we've been on air for 6 hours.
I think I've been on it half of the time, right? Because I've kind of been back and forth.
Right,
so I don't know.
But I do 12 hours. I do 12-hour programs.
Really?
Yeah, I only do
Wow.
it twice a week. So
This is like just the intro for Douglas.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
That's right. But just so you understand the format, when I start monologuing, then everybody just goes into the background. They're just here to back me up in case I need to take a break. And
Okay.
usually the person who does that is JMO. Now, of course, if someone really feels the need, if they're hanging out in back and they feel that they have something that they need to interject that would be constructive and they feel it's dire and important for them to get that out there, or it's going to, just disappear from their mind forever or something, then you're welcome to interject. And I do say this to people, but otherwise it's discouraged in general. But so that's only when I go into my monologue. Otherwise, of course, I want you to know that Crystal River said she really enjoyed your standing up for yourself, or rather, the way she put it, she said, "I enjoyed the roundtable, particularly the women asserting themselves," meaning both Selena
Is she
Khan and
referring
yourself.
to myself tonight or on my shows?
She's referring to Selena Khan and yourself tonight. And
Nice. Thank you. Tell her thank you.
yes, she also
I didn't
says.
know.
Yes, and she also says Peter's a treasure, and of course, she says my lovely self. So hey, honey, and she says she's here hanging out, listening while working, sending us all love and positive vibes. That's a wonderful transmission. This is Crystal River, and
But Crystal's listening right now.
yes.
Yeah, I would tell her in like what I sent you. I haven't sent it to her yet, but I'm sure she knows about like the Ace of Swords and how that relates to that one show you guys did about the sword.
Oh, send that to her by all means. Yes, please. Are you in contact with her in any way?
I can get to her by Facebook. I'll send her those screenshots I sent you.
Please do.
It's the minor arcana sword, Ace of Swords,
Yes.
and to me that resonated with Max and all that stuff that you guys brought up.
She gives a big yes. She says yes by all means. So
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and so again, I'm going to go mute for a few minutes. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes, and more like 10 minutes. And then when I come back, we'll gradually ease into transition to where I monologue. We'll keep Brendan on for as long as he can hang. And then when his battery dies, hopefully. By the way, Crystal River says thank you, Brendan. Thank you so much. She says.
Thank
you. Yes, do make certain you follow up.
I enjoy her talks too. Like Crystal knows a lot about.
Yeah, let her know. Right
enjoy
now.
the faith. Enjoy it like a lot. We've talked before, so yes, thank you.
Okay. By the way, you were cutting in and out, so repeat everything again. Thank you.
Oh, I just said I appreciate Crystal and like what she brings up, and we've talked on your show before, so
yeah,
I look forward to doing that again.
Wonderful. Okay, I'm going to go.
Is she a tarot reader too?
Yes. Oh, yes. She's a cartomancer.
Next time she's on, I'd like to talk to her too. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to try and get Crystal to go on your program as well. And,
that'd be good.
Yes, and get us all circulating. And as for, I'm just astonished. Crystal Rivers sent a photograph of herself with Sean David Morton in Happier Days.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and so hopefully she gets you a copy of that. And so aside from that, all of you kind of take over. I don't know how many minutes we got left on his battery, but we'll keep him here for as long as his battery holds.
But it's related. I'll tell you about like my recent purchase. And you could like do your thing. Recently, I got I ordered this 1971 Rider White tarot deck that was in all in German.
Wow.
And so for me, it's like I'm learning like Deutschsprach, and I've been wanting a tarot deck recently, like just because I really just study the symbolism. I don't use it like for divination usually. It's kind of just more, I enjoy the symbology of it and just how it works. So I wanted my own copy, and I've been searching and searching, and then the universe just works like this. I stumbled upon there's like a selling app. It's called like Mercari. It's like a Japanese selling app you can get on your and people sell house goods, like all kinds of stuff. It's like just like a marketplace. But I found this this all German 1971 original print, and I was like, okay, I'm buying it. I need it. And so that's on the way from like Alaska, which is surprising how long it really takes. You would think that Alaska's kind of close, but it's not. It's taken like a couple weeks now. And there's other stuff going on with like the post office too, and various things. But yeah, normally it wouldn't take this long to get a package, but I guess Alaska's a lot farther than I thought, and it was interesting just as a weird fact about Alaska. I always you always hear about like Anchorage and Juneau, and like there's very famous spots in Alaska, like because there's not a lot of like people there, from what I can tell. But apparently the capital is called Juneau or Juneau, something like this. Juneau or Juneau, Jean, not Juneau, but Juneau, Jea. It's like a French spelling, Jenau, Juneau. And so that apparently that's the capital of Alaska. And I was like, well, like it took me off guard for a second. I was like, because in school we learned all the capitals and all the states, but for some reason that one didn't stick. So it was kind of surprising, And I lost track of what else I was going to say. Let me see if I can find it here. But there was just let's see here. What's this? Oh yeah, that's the other thing. It was recently I also purchased. I've been looking for a long time to find. I wanted Critias and I wanted Timaeus by Plato. It's like one of his ancient discourses. It's one of the most famous. But if you try and find these books, there is a deliberate censorship of them, like guaranteed. Like I have this used bookstore. I go online. It's called like Half Price Books. They're based out of Texas, and there's like a store near me. And I went to their website, and I've looked for multiple other out of print books, and they have like, you just type in the title, and there's hundreds of just like different options and different sellers. And then I typed in like Critias by Plato, one of the most famous books in history, and all it gives you is like one single edition with one single. It's like an annotated version, like a school book version, basically. Like it's annotated and abridged and everything else, and it's the only one that you can find. All the other categories are blanked out. They're all zeros. And so I went to like used bookstores to find this. I finally found it on one of those, like that selling app I was talking about. I found someone that just had a copy that's out of print, and there's a reason it's censored. If you go to the back of it, it lays down what Socrates knew about like divine ratios and platonic solids and how the ancient Atlanteans lived. It's all the classical stuff that you hear from all these so-called researchers and stuff, but they're basically just plagiarizing Plato himself. So to me, it was like eye-opening. He lays down like the fractions and where you actually get these fractals from, like the sacred geometry, the phi ratio, phi ratio. And so to me, that was shocking. It's like even now there's censored books. Like it really is like, George Orwell or something, where like you can't even find books that even like 50 years ago they were like well known, And there is also this out of print book that I've brought up on the program many times. It's called like Rings of a Finger by his name is George Frederick Kuntz, and he's he was a geologist, and he was also an occultist, but he's like a very famous person actually in the 1800s, in the late 1800s. He actually discovered like kunzanite. It's a very famous gemstone called kunzanite, and it's one of my favorite gemstones, and it was first discovered here in California by him. And if you read his book called Rings of a Finger, massively out of print, impossible to find. I somehow, through like Higher and Divine, I was able to find it at like a local shop, like a local crystal shop. So they just had a copy, and upon seeing it, I was like, okay, I need to buy this, because I looked it up and there was basically copies were non-existent, and the copies that were online were like $300 plus. So I bought it from them, and just reading this book, like I got details on like the story of what's his name, the ancient god Prometheus. Like there's stories about Prometheus that we don't hear even now, and it's the same part of this, like I would call it academic censorship, where like instead of finding the actual source material, you'll just find like volumes and volumes of like essays and books, and it's all those people's opinions about these ancient writings. So to me, I'd rather go to like the source material and interpret it myself, you know. So for me, that was like, it kind of opened my eyes, like, all right, like it's starting to get fishy, you know, like how can you not find the original material on a lot of these things? And so many other censored authors, like, and not to say that they're like right or wrong, it's just like they had a lot more source information. Like you have like Blavatsky, like it's impossible to find a Blavatsky book that's like in print. It's impossible to find Ignatius Donnelly, you know, like a lot of these people that talked about Atlantis and stuff. So to me, that leads more credit that they actually know about Atlantis, which of course it was, you know, that's real. But I'm saying for anyone who's in doubt, that lends way more credence. Like why else would they try and suppress it?
Right, because Censorship Act itself shows that they're threatened by the information that's out there.
Yeah, that there's something there that can help people evolve.
Right.
And I think everyone can agree that the system is, that's the last thing the system would want, is people to evolve and get higher and break out of the system and remove like the slavery that's going on. And you know, that's my main critique about, like, you know, like we're trying to, you know, make society better and stuff, but it's like people need to just fundamentally realize that like being like enslaved to like the debt system and, you know, working these menial jobs and stuff when we have the technology, like when I was working at like UPS and stuff, like they'll slave you to death working these boxes, like throwing boxes around, when in reality, like it would be cheaper for them to literally have robots do it. And I understand,
but
like
we're
people,
going, but aren't we going that direction anyway?
It is, but it's like these companies are so cheap and so corrupt that they don't care. Like they'd rather just have the you know, I'd call it like the what would be the word for it, you know, like it's almost like a meat grinder. Like they, you know, people come in, they get injured, their quality of life goes down, and then they just replace you. They had me lifting, like for an example, instead of just replacing all the humans, maybe for like the really heavy stuff, we could have like augmented people, or people with, you know, like mech suits or something. But instead they have us move these things, or even just a normal, just mechanical device that helps you move these boxes. But instead we would get these boxes coming down, and we have to load trucks, and it literally says on it, machine lift only, and it has a picture of a forklift, and they'll tell you, oh, you have to pull it off by yourself and put it under the belt, and then at the very end you have to load it in the truck, you know. So to me, these companies don't care about people. Like if you get hurt,
obviously they don't care, but here's the double-edged sword to all of this, is that automation or robotic assistance, computerized assistance is always good, but then here's the thing, there's that balance between, okay, well, what function does the robot do versus the person, and does the person really need to be there anymore? And then it gets into this whole thing where it's like complicated, right? So I think
it does complicate things.
Yeah, I think one of the solutions is kind of like people being a little bit more self-sustaining in their own lives, and then of course you have to turn to commerce and the exchange of goods, but that the factory and the industry part, which is what you're referring to with the injuries at work and all this, that has to do with corporate greed, because of the fact that whether they want to utilize a person is one thing, but you want to abuse and harm a person for profit, like what happened to you and others, is that's a different thing.
Yeah, I got it easy, but like there's people that they have to work their entire lives doing this, and it's like,
sure.
I feel for them, and it's And what's interesting that you brought up about the automation and stuff, it's like since the 70s they've actually known, because there's, you know, people that have talked about it, such as like Alan Watts is an example, but they've known that that increasing the amount of automation, the only way to sustain your economy, to sustain your country, or to sustain even the market itself, you have to actually, the more automation you have, the more likely, or the more basically it's required that you have to have the UBI, or the universal basic income.
Yeah, that's another political end of this. Oh my God. I
Yeah,
know.
yeah. And it does fit in a sense, because practically speaking, the only way for the machines to continue working without people like workers making money is to give them money to spend, or the machine would not.
Correct.
You know, the machine would just be printing T-shirts, and then if no one can buy the T-shirts, then the machine just gets turned off. So it's like.
Yeah, but you realize too that we've gotten to be such a monolith in terms of, and I'm not. I want to state that I am not anti-capitalist. I'm not anti-consumerist, but at the same time, we all know there's a balance between the human existence, production, needs, goods, and the balance of the earth itself. So this is very complicated, because on one hand, we can't just shut off all commerce and industrial production, but at the same time, you don't want to shut it off, but you want to have some means of controls within it. And then how do you go about that is the most difficult question. Because I mean, think about it. Even if it were scientifically somewhat aligned to a better system, human beings with their different thoughts, philosophies, and politics may not agree either. So
really, give one person $1,000 a month and their lives benefit, and then you give another person $1,000 a month and they spend it all on drugs or something. You know?
Yeah, it's complicated. I mean, the whole thing. You know,
it's not so easy, right?
No. Right. I'm not trying to put a damper on your theory.
No, not at all. Not at all. I just wanted to put it out there that, like, you know, if we want to go in that direction, humans, if they're going in the completely automated direction, they need to know that you require a UBI to even, you know, to even function as a society. But there's other things too, like what's more important is, of course, I think the evolution of the individual is like my thing is like why the Vedic system, in my opinion, is the most important. It stresses like evolving, and at the end of the day, all of our goods, all of our power, basically everything comes from Earth, and like Earth gives you a place to stand. Like you have to have the reverence for like higher and divine. That's the thing that's missing, I think, from our system, is like people think that you can print more money, you can print more, you can have more goods, you can have everything, you know, infrastructure, but at the end of the day, like the house you're in, the food you eat, like everything's coming from the planet Earth, and if you don't have reverence for Earth, then it takes away all the work and all the effort that goes into these things. Like I think ultimately that's what people should understand, is that, you know, just having, you know, taking care of yourself and improving your situation, improving your well-being is the only real way to honor what the Earth's given you, and what all these workers, even these people working, like, you know, when you eat food, you should be putting out something that evolves you, something that's, you know, that makes you more, your well-being increase, and makes your pleasure increase.
Right.
You know, yeah. So it's like, I think the system is, of course, flawed in every way possible, but
it's flawed because I mean, you know, you have a small percentage of very powerful, I don't know, bloodlines, elites, you know, whatever the label is. And I want to say, when I throw all these terms out, I'm not in favor or against any particular label, be it Illuminati, be it New World Order, agendas, this and this. Like, but that's the people running this. What? Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I know I'm kind of rambling, but I'm just saying that, you know, I'm not, when I use these terms, I'm being very general. So, but these are the personas or systems or lineages or people or groups that are putting us in enslavement, wherever we have, you know, various degrees of enslavement. So what you're talking about with the balance and how things could be better, that's once we say, I think I said it in the beginning of tonight's show, I told Douglas, because I haven't talked to Douglas in a while, but on my own show, I say, hey, everybody, we have to just say no, because we have to say no to that which negates human evolution, that which is not good for us, which, again, are wearing masks when you're working, wearing masks just when they're not necessary, and saying, oh, well, rioting is just protesting when there's innocent people of all races and economic backgrounds being harmed. So, whatever. Okay, I'm just saying that, this is an agenda, and we have to, as individuals, we have to say no. That's, to me, that's the foundational right there, is to say no. Because once we do that, then how much push can they do? They can push still, don't get me wrong, but it may be harder. It gives people more time to collect and say, we're saying no as this collective to what you have been doing to us for centuries.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And I just was interjecting, like, I agree with everything you said there, but it was just fun. It just, to me, I heard the term, one of the people that I follow, he's like a high level, like, Vedic guru. He doesn't call them like Illuminati, he calls them like desperati.
I like that. Desperati.
Yeah, I like that one too, because in his eyes, it's like they're desperate to keep people down. I mean, because it's like, to me, it's like exactly what I was explaining with Timaeus and Plato and stuff. It's like, it's almost like they're trying to plug every hole. It's like the dam is breaking, and so they have to plug every hole. We're like, okay, maybe someone could get some evolution from this, so we have to like plug that up. Someone's gonna get evolution from eating better food, so we have to like plug that up. So someone's gonna find out about this that totally disregards what we've been saying, so we gotta plug that up, and and it goes on and on from there. They're desperate at this point. They're desperate.
Oh yeah. Well, I have to say that I don't mean to interrupt you, but I have to say that they're desperate. But on the other hand, we're working within it seems to me that we're working within a timeline. So I'm thinking, how much time do we have? Because again, okay, you have to have a certain percentage of people that say no, for one thing. But then during the interim of us trying to figure, or some people trying to figure this out, what can they pull? Because obviously, most of us, I think, can agree that we are, let's be honest, in fear of the big bad COVID vaccine, that they're trying to say that we're coming out with it. Well, okay, maybe that's true, but we don't want that. So
they've definitely like asked people, or like polled people, and like the majority of people will not take it. Like even educated people are saying it's coming out too fast. People that are normally okay with vaccines, like they're even saying it's coming out too fast. We don't want it. So
I hope,
that's
yeah,
good.
I think you're right. But I'm hearing reports, and this is more military level, that they're going to try to get the military in to enforce the vaccine. I don't know. That's what I'm hearing. I don't know.
While it's possible, I think if they really wanted to do it covertly, I mean, they could literally, they've done studies where they've sprayed vaccination.
I see what you mean. Yeah. I didn't think of that. Wow, you're right.
But if you go into like what the vaccine trials that are going on now are, the reason why they're being done so fast, at least, excuse me, in my opinion, is they're using a technique called, it's called mRNA. It's an mRNA vaccine, which means it's mitochondrial ribonucleic acid, which is like like the DNA that's split in half is called like RNA, and they're using the mitochondrial version and the way they're getting it into the cell is with that technology I was telling you earlier about, like the liposomal vitamin C, but they actually, the vaccine itself is liposome encapsulated mRNA. What the mRNA does is it reprograms the cell. It's basically like, I don't want to call it a shortcut vaccine because obviously there's a lot of work that goes into it, but to me it's basically a vaccine that works off of genetic material instead of the traditional
correct,
the
right.
traditional way would be to like introduce like a dead virus or an antibody.
Right. Well, you're talking a lot more of a live situation, but here is where the fear lies, is that with this quote COVID vaccine, not to get weird, but it's being called the mark of the beast, and do not take it because it's going to change our DNA. So what you're talking about correlates with that. And the scary thing about it is if they're, whether they inject it into you or whether it's coming from the air, it's going to change our DNA. It's going to change our perception of life, and that's very bad. So
And
that's
what
something
I was
very
saying.
scary.
Yeah. It's more than just exactly, like, it's an agenda that's beyond just the vaccination. Like,
Right.
and I think like people get stuck on a lot of this stuff because of, like, unfortunately, a lot of propaganda and just
Sure.
stuff getting mixed up. A lot of it's getting mixed up. That's why I think, or in my opinion at least, like, that's why I strengthen, like, the body, you know, and strengthen your own immune system, because a lot of people think, you know, and quite rightly, I was like this at one point too until I got more understanding, but it's like the human DNA is not something that once it's trifled with, like people say, like, oh, like aliens came down or Atlanteans altered our DNA bloodlines, you know, which is of course true to an extent, but people don't realize that human DNA is actually DNA itself isn't fully physical. It has like a light, like it's made out of like biophotons, and there's light, like wavelengths involved. It can actually repair itself. And as anyone
So
who's
are you saying that this, and I'm really not scientifically inclined that much, but or is knowledgeable, but are you saying that this COVID DNA altering a vaccine, or whether it's sprayed above us to come down, or whatever form they do choose, are you saying that our bodies cannot, our bodies and our mind cannot mutate at all? Are you saying that we're somewhat impervious to the effects of this? Or I'm not.
If you're in like, I'll quote like the Gita, like the Bhagavad Gita. If you're in the Atman state, if you're in the self, as like it's translated, it's called like Atman, or the self. If you're in that position of consciousness, like the centered Atman position, like nothing can touch that state. Like, just as the Buddha says, like, become like a mountain. Like, once you're in that clear bodhi intelligence, it's called like discrimination intelligence. It's an essence unto itself. Like, it's separate from mind. The intelligence cannot be like corrupted. So the DNA has that within it, is the true intelligence of divine. And so there's nothing they could do from the outside. And to quote the Gita, it says, the true Atman, the fire cannot burn it, the water cannot wet, the wind cannot wither, and the world cannot touch it. You know, it's that simple. So it's like, and I think a lot of people, like, the DNA isn't, while we are in a spiritual war, I'd say this is literally like a spirit war situation. Yeah. But while all of that's true, I think the DNA altering is more of a transhuman agenda, in my opinion. It's more of a, we're going to make it easier for people to get on the internet and do the Neuralink. And
again, okay, so maybe it isn't as horrific, but however, I agree with you that even if it's transhumanism, that's negative. It's negative because of the fact that, think about it, you know, we know that they're relating this vaccine to the Bill Gates contact tracing and all this stuff, okay? So obviously we have, say if you have this in your body, it's easy to manipulate the individual. This is the fear, see, because this is, I think, what they mean about the DNA connection to the transhumanism is because, okay, so from a remote place, they're going to get a group of people to lift their leg all of a sudden, and they do it, and then do it involuntarily, and then also.
I agree that is like a factor, but in my opinion, it's like they already have people where they want them. I mean, the money's worthless. Like, our entire system is fucked over. Like, they control everything, like we were alluding to earlier. So in my opinion, it's like they have us where they want us. That's like, they don't.
But okay, so let me ask you this: so you taking the Chinese social credit system into account, along with the contact tracing, which in parts of China they are doing all of that, all those things.
And I'll tell you this: the reason why I wear the mask is not because of COVID. I wear the mask because I know that they will use cameras, or they already are using facial recognition to do the social credit. So if you don't wear a mask, they're going to actually mark you down, so to speak. And
Well,
I'm telling people as a warning. So I mean,
well,
it's not,
but I want to tell you conversely.
but I don't like the mask personally.
Well, of course not. But conversely, by wearing the mask, I'm not saying you personally, but it is kind of falling into their hands too, because what you're doing is you're saying like, well, yeah, I don't want to be identified, therefore I cover. But then, why should we live in that kind of tyranny anyway? But you know.
Well, I agree with that. But I'm saying my rationale is the only reason why I wear it in like, especially like a 7-Eleven or something that like uses facial recognition software is because of that. Because I want to actually be able to leave the country at some point, and if they like, you know, like you never know. I'm just saying, you know, I sound paranoid, but to me it makes sense. It's like a rationalization for myself.
I don't see it. It's a rational. I think it's a fair assessment, but I'm just saying that, you know, again, I'm not scientifically that knowledgeable, but I'm just wondering where all this. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was just saying no worries, like.
Yeah, I don't know we don't know where this is all going to lead, because this is why I say I'm feeling like many people that we don't have a lot of time to get this sorted. I'm not trying to be negative in literal sense, but we have to really get it together quickly, because we're being thrown bombs and stuff from, when I say bombs, I mean like on different kinds of, we're being attacked on all sorts of levels. So the problem is there's a lack of defining unity, obviously, within human beings or amongst them, and yet we got all these things attacking us. Well, so where does that leave us? See, because if we're going to be told, well, there's facial recognition, well, there's contact tracing, well, there's a possibility of DNA alteration through either vaccines or things being what do you call it, drop down on us from planes or this or that. I'm just telling you. And then you got the 5G factor, which I experienced something very strange with that. And I'm just saying that, you know, there's all these levels. How can humanity wrap their heads around it, A, collectively, and B, move against it collectively at the right time? This is what I'm thinking.
My answer to that would be divine, like higher and divine.
Sure.
Because once you're in the state of higher fractality and higher consciousness, like none of that stuff can affect you. Even the 5G and various things, like lose their power over, you know, as that process becomes more.
Can I bring
developed.
something up real fast?
Yeah.
Well, Noreen, you brought up something very, very, very interesting. There's a lot of stuff coming at us very fast, and I think that's a part of the point. That's deliberate. If there's a lot of things coming at us very fast, that means there's things going on behind closed doors that we do not know, that are going to have a very critical impact on the way we live in governance. Because
you do this on purpose too.
That they could be putting bills and laws and all kinds of shit into play to fuck us over.
Yep, exactly.
And we won't know about it because of all the other stuff that's going on.
That's right.
Okay,
it's
kids.
Classic like problem reaction solution. I mean, that's like
yes.
Yes.
Yes. Oh no, you're all doing wonderful. I really appreciate everything. Honestly, you're great. This is why it's so good to have a woman with us. This is why Selena insisted I get a woman on board as soon as possible. She was really sick of all the men, and I honestly don't blame her. I'm going to cut and paste Our Lady Crystal Rivers' comment for Selena to review so that she knows how her standing up for herself was enjoyed, and definitely I see that our man Brendan Zogit's battery lasted much longer than we thought it would. Tell us a bit about that. What's going on with that? Did you manage to find a charger?
I got a phone, so the new phone is worth the money I paid, it seems.
Okay, good. I'm glad, and it's at any rate. So in terms of all of you. You know, what else do you want to say in terms of, certainly Brendan has brought up the higher and divine, and of course our man Jameson was emphasizing the speed. 11:11 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time is being emphasized by Our Lady Noreen Helpan right now.
Sorry, I had to do that.
It's very awesome.
Right now here, which 211 equals 4. So it's 4.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's me and Douglas's number 444.
Yes, yes, yes. And so Noreen, you brought up the 19th as being numerically significant. Did you want to say anything about that? Or do you remember saying that? Did I get cut off? Or did anyone?
Yeah.
No, I was muted. I'm sorry, I was muted.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, according to gematria, numerology, and all that, this particular 19th anniversary of, because I was watching a video by this guy named James True, okay? And he did a video about it saying, like, this is the 19th nervous breakdown. He's being facetious. That's the title of his video. Because this is the 19th anniversary of 9/11, 19 years ago.
Right.
But then we just had, what, COVID-19 come on what day? March 11th, right? I mean, and there's all these connotations between 11, 13, 33, all this stuff, you know? So it's just kind of like,
311
yeah,
is like
no,
the
it's,
famous date though, for sure.
what?
311 is very well known for negative things happening because
Yeah.
like 11 or I think it's 11 days later is 322, which is like a well-known Masonic date, and it's the sidereal first day of the year for sidereal, etc. Yeah, there's a lot
Isn't
going
that
on.
ironic? Yeah.
But when you look at September, though, September is actually septum. Septum is actually 7. So when you think about it,
Yeah, it's an artifact from the old calendar or something.
yeah, and this is a reason why, I don't know why, my mind keeps going towards the 23rd for some reason. So if you have 7, you have 2 and 3, 7 and 5, 7 and 5. 7 is atom. Let's see, 5 is Wajet. So I'm using Egyptian mythology here.
Yes.
But when you think about it, you have 75. That there's significance there. Something significant will probably happen that day.
Okay.
Well,
And
supposedly September 23rd and the 24th are astrologically, what is going on? There's some kind of moon thing. Yeah, there's stuff going on astrologically too. Yeah.
well, well, definitely the October 23rd was when my father was born, so that was an
Okay.
interesting birthday with the 23rd there. And I definitely wanted to, before I take over with a monologue, I'm just so excited that Brendan's phone has still lasted this long. I
Yeah.
want to take advantage of that while we can. But I do want to
Yeah,
ask.
yeah.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on, Brendan.
No, I was just go ahead.
Oh, okay. And I'm not quite sure. He doesn't seem to be transmitting as well now, but nevertheless, we do want him to talk while he can. But I was going to ask, and she doesn't need to answer this today, but I was going to ask Noreen to later on kind of explain to us what kind of schedule she has with her care provision, because I am curious about that, because you seem to be able to stay up during the night. Do you normally conduct your care provision hours during the night as well?
No,
Or?
you know, well, no, here's the thing. It's, with the kind of, especially since the COVID and everything, the nature of my work, it's not a strict schedule. It's hard to explain it. It's like I work with my clients when they need me, but that could be like random.
Okay.
So like tonight, I happen to be here. I happen to have a lot of time, but there's going to be times like on a Sunday night where I will be busy, either with a client or here at home or something. So, but tonight you happen to, ironically, you caught me at a very good night. I didn't really have that much going on tonight.
Oh, great. I am truly blessed. I am truly blessed.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad I've been able to connect you to these guys. And as well, how are you normally for Wednesday nights? Is it you just don't know? Is your schedule?
You know, I just don't know. That's why, to be honest, just to state it from the beginning right now, that, you know, the best thing to do is for us to just randomly text one another, like on
Yes,
Skype, hey,
yes.
are you available and for how long? Because I can't determine at all. That's what's going on with me. Literally, I cannot determine what my schedule can be. Because, see, for my own show, that's, you know, pretty much set. And if I can't do it, I do a fill-in. I get a fill-in. So that's kind of set for me, like tomorrow night. That's been, you know, like a set schedule. But anything else for me is just kind of random, I'm sorry to say. So if you can live with that, then hey, you know, it's cool. It'll be random, but
Right.
you know, I'll pop occasionally, yeah.
So what we'll do is I'll certainly be in much more regular contact with yourself. and
Right,
that way.
and realize too that if even like tonight I was able to be on longer than I imagined, there might be times when I can only be on for like half an hour, or
That's
maybe
good.
I can hang out for longer, but or maybe a night when I can, or a night that I can't, but I can't determine it. So yeah,
Okay, that's fine. So long as we
all right,
know that,
sure.
that's great. I mean, just so long as we
Okay.
get you regularly in the sense of, just familiar enough to people where you
Sure.
come on, just as often as possible.
Right.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
that's fine. And because it's definitely something that I agree with Selena was needed. And so aside from that, let's again take advantage of Brendan's time with us. So Brendan, yeah, go on with what you were saying. Kind of finalize whatever you were saying, as long as you feel you need to take.
Oh no, I was just interjecting where I felt like I should, but like yeah,
Mhm.
because I appreciate the discussion. I enjoyed talking with Noreen.
Well, of course, yeah,
Likewise.
yeah, yeah. I mean, well, I think both of you have a lot to teach each other because of the mutual interests that you both have. And I think if Crystal River were with us, it'd be perfect. And
Oh
Jason
yeah.
Reese, of course, always brings in his own occult perspective, which is I always appreciate it.
I appreciate his knowledge. It's
Yes,
good.
yes, and
Quite that.
yeah, he's definitely done his bit with research, and like the classical old Renaissance men, he's interlaced that with a lot of narcotic expansion of his consciousness. Yes, to the point of sacrificing his health. Yeah, all in the name of science, of course. Back in the day, and in the day of Jameson Reese, I guess it would be in the name of I guess I'd call it numbing himself, so to speak. And all right then. So
It's in the name of exploration.
there we
I-
are. Yes.
Yes. I'm exploring vistas of consciousness that are probably cut off from ordinary everyday experience.
Yes.
Wow. So you're talking beyond an ayahuasca experience, and right?
He's talking about really just pressing the limits of the corporeal envelope. Let's just put it that way. And yeah, I first met Jason when I was just going through the Netherlands of the darkest regions of the internet, when I just ran out of porn and was running out of different types of avenues thereof. I wound up at some party where they were turning people upside down to stand on their heads while they were pouring cough syrup down their ass. And then Jameson came up. He wasn't doing that, but that's where the conversation started. I said, "What are those people doing?" And then Jameson shows up. "Oh, they're pouring the DMX down their anus because it's a mucous membrane and it absorbs much quicker into their system." I was like, "Okay." I didn't ask him how he found out about that, but anyhow, I am just joking. I'm being facetious.
I assure you, I would not recommend going that route.
What does happen? What is the wrong thing that could happen with people doing that? Because that's what they were doing in some
I'll
of the
tell
party
you
scenes.
now, it's
What I would
super
say is
dangerous
I've
because
never
of
done
the-
it, but the thing is that it bypasses the liver and it goes right into
Yeah.
the bloodstream.
Okay, and tell us, Brendan was going to give us a dimension on that. What was that?
Oh, I was just saying I've heard of that done with alcohol, and it's like it just basically like you could die instantly if you do it too
Wow.
much. Like just like what Jameson was saying. Yeah, it's like there's no built-in mechanism to prevent
So
Like
in other
your body-
words, your body doesn't filter it and it just goes straight into the bloodstream, whether it's alcohol or the DMX and
whatever.
yeah. So, but the effect must be much more potent and much more immediate. I'm assuming, yes, gentlemen.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure it is.
And this is why some medicines are administered through a suppository. It makes
Right.
sense now. Yes. Okay, so there we have that. Okay, your lesson for the night, people. Don't blame us when you wind up in the emergency room. Just remember,
Do
we
not
were.
try this at home, ladies and gentlemen, please, or children, or whatever.
Yes.
Well, the Trump cultists will probably start putting bleach up their ass. So
Yeah, there we are. There we are. We can only hope. We can only hope. Oh my God. And so aside from all of that, I will say that I feel that Noreen has been very overexposed in an environment via revolutionary radio or revolution radio, where they have a lot of that right-wing paranoia. So heard a little bit of that reflected tonight in some of your earlier statements, but we'll, these things
Well, I
work out
just
over
want
time.
to state for the record that as far as politics or whatever, I'm a registered nonpartisan. I don't belong to a party per se. If I was to say that I was to align with a political party, the only two I could think of would be independent or libertarian off the top of my head. Not really into the Democrats or the Republicans. And as far as Trump or Biden, I don't have strong. Well, I think Biden's losing his mind because of physical senility or whatever. That's a different thing, right? And Trump just talks. He's a good talker, whatever. But I'm not. I don't buy too heavily into presidential candidates. I'm not saying I never do, but there's a lot of controversy with Trump, good and bad. Okay, good and bad, and with Biden, whatever. He's not physically, I think, fit. So this is just my take on the whole thing.
Yeah, well, our man Peter Moon is actually a Trump fan. Such is the nature
Well,
of.
again, I'm not against those who like or dislike Donald Trump. It's just more like I think Biden is literally physically losing his faculties. That's whatever. So this is what I think is going on with the whole thing. But whatever. It's cool.
Understood.
I think it proves what Douglas has said the whole time, that the junta, or like the military-industrial complex, just runs everything.
Yeah.
And like it doesn't really matter who comes up on the stage. These clowns really don't matter to them.
I think you're absolutely correct, Brendan, because they're almost like players, like on a stage, like you said, and they're more doing what the New World Order agenda wants them to do. That's just a general thing. So so it's kind of a very tricky thing, right? It's not necessarily what we think it is.
Yeah. Of course, we don't want to take cynicism too far. So, because that in itself is really defeating the purpose of our being here, which is, of course, to manifest some change in the environment around us, or we would not have incarnated. That was essentially our hope when we did incarnate. Right, Brendan?
Yes, thank you.
My hope, I can assure you, I did not have any say in incarnation. If I was given a choice, I would have said no.
I can understand that too.
I am not doing this.
Yeah, well, I saw what you said the other day. Who were you talking to? It was Jameson came on and he was telling somebody. I think it was Salman Sheikh. Our dear friend Salman Sheikh, our Muslim brother, who's also in the Freemasons. Peace be upon him, and rolling my eyes simultaneously about the Freemason orientation that he has, but they stole everything from the Muslims anyway. So he, of course, has put up some fairly hefty intellectual analysis of various paradigms on his own channel, which I've subscribed to, and therefore you can find it through mine. But our man Salman Sheikh had a post up on which he was talking about life, and that's when Jameson Reese entered his comment, it's all a cosmic joke, it's a sick cosmic joke that we incarnate, and I saw that, and I got enough of it and moved on. But what was essentially the overall exchange there, Jameson? Maybe you could relate it in summary.
Well, he was saying that life is beautiful, and I was saying, yeah, it's beautiful, but that beauty is paid for by the bones of suffering. So, I mean, in all honesty, it's not a question of whether it's beautiful or not, because it seems to balance off between negative and positive. It's somewhere in between. The thing is, we didn't choose to be here. So, his thing was that we're guests here, and the thing is, yeah, we're guests. I'm an unintended guest. I did not intend to be a guest here.
Is it conceivable that you jumped into this and just don't remember it?
It's conceivable that I had. It's conceivable that I was probably someone who was super gung ho and had some devious plan and said, yes, I can do this by doing this and this, so let me incarnate. And all of a sudden, when I got here, it's like, oh shit, I forgot everything. So it's like
that I get it. I get it. That's kind of like
a lot of people feel I think a lot of people feel that to various degrees at different times of their life. And then now with all this stuff going on in our world, I think, well, I'm just using me as an example. I'm like, am I here for a specific reason because of all this weirdness? So, but then something tells me, yeah, you got to live through this because you can't bail out. That wouldn't be good. So just live through it and try your best. But yeah, no, this is a very strange time. So all these questions that people might have had in the past are really amplified now. Like, really, what am I doing? Really, what am I supposed to do?
For spiritual work, it's actually the most beneficial, and like, you can get enlightened quicker than any other time. It's like right now. Like,
okay, then you could be right. That
the
this
best
is.
time.
Yeah, that's what I heard. So I'm glad you, Brandon. I'm glad that you validated that because I heard that.
Mhm.
And I wasn't sure, but you just validated
Like,
yeah.
directly from like divine himself.
Okay.
It's actually like.
So in other words, being here right now is not as much of a punishment as it's really good because it's a weird time and we're supposed to add to it.
The term is opportunity, honey. You're looking for
Okay.
the term
All right,
opportunity.
All right,
It
then.
is an opportunity right now.
All right.
Anyone who's like perceptive of that, like, can tell. And I just like to add that, like, the purpose of incarnating here is, and like the point of like evolving yourself at all, according to the Vedic perspective, is like then you have your destiny in your own hands when you've mastered, when you've mastered the Atman or the self, and you basically, reach that fractality, that divineness within yourself, then that's when you can choose to incarnate. That's when you're not subject to the constraints of manifestation. Like, your destiny is in your own hands. That's like the purpose of any spiritual path. It's like your destiny is in your own hands. Like, it's not like you're not compulsory to come back here,
Right.
because there's obviously problems with like being
Right.
a body.
Right.
Sure.
Well, definitely when I start monologuing, I'm going to take it to the 12th hour tonight because I'm trying to stay up as long as possible because I'm going to be talking to Peter Moon when he wakes up. So by the time I'm finished, he'll be awake, and then I can take care of that and then retire for the
Is it wise to then be the vampire that was like, that sounds kind of nice. I wish I could do that.
No, you don't want to do that. It's everybody thinks that. They all think it's cool. They all think it's like
There's like a romanticism to it, like staying up all night and like, drinking blood and shit.
Yes,
Like,
yes. It all has this appeal that people think of it. I've been trying to, how would I say that? Putting that into perspective to people, the kind of blander aspects of it, and I don't think people want to hear it. Most of the time they just, how would I say it? It's like they go back to the Twilight crap they were reading, and just get into this kind of bizarre. I mean, talk about a real shit kind of paradigm about. Vegetarian vampires, really? I mean, come on, it's like vegetarian cats. It's
A
not
vegan one would be even nonsensical, wouldn't it?
Yes, thank you. It's just, oh my God. As I was saying, it's just like it's gotten a lot better for me since I've gone back to drinking blood, but it's not. It's
Oh my God, do you really do that?
yeah. Well, there was a lot that I didn't talk to you about. I mean, in the past, and you saw me at my
it's like a Vietnamese dish. It's like a Vietnamese dish.
Yes, there we are. Yes.
Oh, you're talking about that thing. Okay.
Oh no, not really. He's joking. There is that, but it doesn't really hold. But honestly, honey,
Wait a minute, I don't remember. I remember I thought
there's a lot we didn't have an opportunity to go into when we were together. But
right.
we'll have time to talk about that, as
Sure.
time progresses. I
Right.
mean, there's no need to cover the same ground over again with many people who have heard it.
Right.
But
Yeah, I was joking when I brought up the vampire thing. It's just like,
yeah,
staying up all night.
yeah, right.
Biologically, I'm not like able to do that. Like, I used to work overnight shifts, and like I would almost like fall asleep driving home, and like
Oh, that's awful. That's awful. That is so bad. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
At a casino was like, if you want to be a card dealer.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's funny. Yeah, I know the casinos are open all night. It's pretty sad. It's awful.
Hey, I'm just joking though. Anyway.
Yeah, I no.
So I'm gonna say my goodnights.
Yeah, because you're breaking up real bad, but we appreciate your having been here, and we're so glad your phone lasted as long as it did. Have a blessed night, son, and all our love and hugs, and do say goodnight to our listeners as well as everyone here. Okay.
Yes. Good night, listeners. Thank you. I'm glad to be back. I want to talk more about stuff, but I can't because
Well,
of
come
work.
on my show sometime, and we'll have some chats too, all you guys. Thanks, Brendan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
Definitely.
night, Brendan.
Yeah. Hey, Brendan, you think you can make it on her show tomorrow night? What do you think?
That's definitely a possibility. I will contact you in the Skype
Okay,
during
good.
the day tomorrow.
Good.
Okay.
You know what time her show is, right?
Wait, what time is it?
It starts at 9 p.m.
Okay.
Pacific. So
Yeah.
you're in the time zone.
Yeah.
Okay. And all right, that was wonderful. Thank you, Brendan.
Yes. Good
Okay,
night.
bye.
Doc and everyone. Yes.
Yeah. Hopefully he's back Wednesday. Maybe we never know with his schedule. And he didn't respond to that, so I guess he's off. And with that, we turn towards Jameson and the lovely lady Hellpant, and have them both say kind of goodnight to our listeners, but do hang out for as long as you're available. And
Well, I may actually leave then if
Understood.
you're going to do your monologue and just listen. But
that's fine.
just before Jameson goes, I just want to say thank you, Doug, for having me. It's
Oh,
been a
bless you.
while since we
Oh,
spoke.
honey, yes,
Yeah.
too long. It's been
Yeah.
too long, and I'm so glad to have you back in my life. And
Yeah,
we'll obviously be
catch
speaking.
up on what's
Yes.
going on.
Yes, we'll catch up on everything, I promise. And we'll speak to each other casually during various times when we catch each
Sure.
other in the days ahead. And we'll certainly be speaking before our Wednesday episode, which isn't too long from now. Find out whether or not you're available for that time. But I'll always try and get you on
know, we'll
whenever.
have to see. But
Yeah.
you know what you can do too on Skype here? Put in my inbox the start and end times of your shows generally.
Sure, definitely.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, you can find that schedule on my promotional banner. I think you accepted my Facebook friendship on the Sora AOI timeline.
Okay, yeah,
So
it's
just-
on there. Okay,
Yeah,
then
just
I'll
open. Yeah, just open the promotional banner, and you'll find the times. And
Well, nice to meet you. Okay, yeah, no, I will do that because I saw your new Facebook, and I'll look at that. But nice to meet you, Jameson, too.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Thank you.
and I hope Jameson comes on your show as well. And I think that would be.
Definitely, he's invited anytime.
Yes.
So,
So-
okay, you guys, thanks, Doug, and
Yeah.
talk to you guys soon.
Look forward to it, baby.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye. And Jameson, of course, will stay with us throughout the night. Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. And so definitely appreciate it. But for now, of course, say goodnight to the audience because you'll be in the background. And,
Good night, everybody. I'm going to be in the background.
and do thank them for their prayers. I'm sure they help.
And I definitely thank you for your prayers and support. I am not going to be messing around with that stuff anymore.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And it's definitely a challenge. We will help Jameson make himself up to the task by supporting him. He has all our moral support. And so Noreen Helphand says, thank you. Thanks for having me tonight. So let me get that up there so I can give her a nice little response. She's a wonderful human being and definitely deserves all of our support. So with that, let me just flip the screens around a bit, make certain everything is working as well as possible, and go into solicitation. Going to do a check on the live dashboard, see who else might be there. Ms. Lalim is there as well, says hello, and so hello, Ms. Lalim. And so glad to have you with us. Cynthia Tropa della Maggiore says, is the high like heroin? That's when Chris Collins answered, it's like ketamine, or ketamine, PCP, which is elephant tranquilizer, meaning that it more or less numbs you so you're feeling no pain. And with that, we're going to go over to the check around with other people, see what they're saying. Gonna check into the timeline here and just see what our man said. Sammy Romero gives his prayers, and the Peacock Angel. Thank you, lad, and definitely appreciate that. With that, we're going to turn towards basically delivering my solicitation. I'm going to do another check on the let me see here. Here we are. Refresh this. See how the number of people watching, how that's going. And we've got a goodly number. Good, we're maintaining numbers. And glad to see that the kids were able to keep everybody occupied while I was grabbing myself some calories and refreshment so I could last the next 6 hours. And though the amount of time we have left is more like 5. So let's see what I can do to keep us occupied for 5 hours. First thing I'm going to do is kind of like get my head a bit into order here and see where I can go. I would say that I probably should be going so far as to talk about basically the fires again tonight, I'm afraid. And I can cover other subjects on another night, such as the COVID-19, which is, of course, a major subject for us all, impacting us all. And, all right, so give me a second here to calculate something and figure out the time and what I should cover as a subject during that time, aside from the fires, because that will probably take us in a number of directions, including the conspiracy that has been overtaking all concept of the fires. The conspiracy theorists are twisting the fires, or exploiting them, for their own sick agenda, and I will try and outline that tonight, to the best of my ability, how they're doing that, and with that, give me another second here for, okay, just to kind of catch my breath. With the kind of fires we've been having, it actually makes it somewhat difficult for me to talk, because what happens is a lot of particulate matter gets inside of my lungs, and I start phlegming up, believe it or not. So it becomes really a pain in the ass just to be alive, and as a result, I start kind of just, it feels uncomfortable talking sometimes. So with that in mind, of course, I'm definitely going to do my best, and now that I've kind of tabulated in my own mind what it is I can say for about how long, I'd better just get started. First off, this is my struggle, is to communicate with you amidst all the chaos that's going on around us, and my obligation to you is to put the chaos into context, and in that way, when I perform my analyses as an information consumer, you become more educated and capable of consuming information with what in theology is called discernment. And in the end, all life is theological, because we are in a world of the cosmic creation, and we're in that struggle for what will happen to you in this world, or rather, what you will do with yourself. Because in the end, that's what free will is all about, what you decide to do with yourself. And educating you in that regard, or informing you, is Mein Kampf, my struggle, and my struggle therefore be thine own. So contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com, and in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/john.war, and of course the YouTube limited liabilities channel, or rather the YouTube company channel is for him the Maggot channel. And of course there's a million Maggot channels, believe it or not, because Maggot is an affectionate name in the Celtic world, where they use that to describe someone who's an attention seeker, someone acting the maggot at a party, or acting the fool in a kind of positive sense, a kind of jester figure. And so the Douglas Dietrich Maggot channel is one you can subscribe to at youtube.com/c/maggot tour, which itself be spelled MAGGOTAUR. And of course, aside from being the property manager thereof, John Henry McMills Warrington, the Maggot Man, is the Team Thrax, Dietrich's our Dragons, ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For were it not for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmaggotmillions. Again, that's tinyurl.com/MMAGGOTMILLIONS. And again, donate to Maggot, the Maggot Man, also known as John Henry McMills Warrington, by searching on Facebook for Maggot Millions in the search bar, and look for the building under construction post. And the reason that it's important to help him, if anyone deserves donations aside myself, it be he, is because he saved my legacy no less than thrice, that is, 3 separate times, in which all of my work on YouTube was completely scrubbed from the internet and rebuilt or reassembled from scratch, so to speak, using the most everything that I published on YouTube having been saved into the hard drives of this individual, the Maggot Man, John Warrington, of his own initiative. That is how we were able to reconstruct my legacy online, and to therefore enable the persona, which is interacting with you now within the data matrix of cyberspace. That's what enabled me to not only return but thrive. And having done so via his intervention, that in a sense renders the Maggot Man, John Warrington, my creator. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether it be of my legacy or of the human race itself and every living thing on the face of the earth. Because that ultimately, that mass annihilation of everything, is the objective of the cult of the Kings of Edom, as personified while he was incarnate and embodied among us by Michael Aquino. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08 Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while you're there. A footnote on mine bio, sire, which tells the meaning of my biological father's name, and therefore what made the man, on the homepage of showsdd.com. Let it be known by spreading the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of that man, Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, convince others to electronically relay their contributions at douglasdietrich.com. People are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Ab Mazza Irreductio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedo-patho-philocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Zuchin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated, nigh immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Sensemi, or the 311 terror attack in the Japanese, that was launched against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 Isles of the Greater Japanese Empire. When 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore. Whereon the intra-global crises analyst, Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which be spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Now, optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Helena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's Our Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD managing mixologist. That's his YouTube channel, Bizarre HD. And the Bizarre HD channel you can subscribe to at youtube.com/user/Bizarre HD, which be spelled BIZAREHD. The manager thereof being George Edward Knight, bartender extraordinaire, and now a house husband, while his beloved wife Sarah works the front lines of the battle against COVID-19 as a nurse within the national health system of the greater British Empire. And, of course, she is gifting him a daughter. And he has about 2 or 3 daughters already by her first marriage. She's gifting him another. So he is going to be the father of his first child soon enough. And so maintain her in your prayers, his wife, Nurse Sarah, that she maintain her health through these grim and terrifying times to deliver their child into a healthier world, which hopefully will be healthier by the time their child is born. Anyhow, friend him and support him at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7. He being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose own self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Failed Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions, and into which he's adding a third on the itinerary, which is already trailered on the Bizarre HD channel, and that is the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, about the Flugelrad and Hannibut technology of the 1,000-Year Reich, of the Third Reich, the Millennial Reich, the Millennial Realm. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulviers, or son of Dietrich's, son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services, rendered unto thyself, and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all, mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It'd be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Every Sunday and Wednesday night. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. Because sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Now, as I promised our man Brendan Zogit, I would speak to what's going on in Japan with the retiring Prime Minister, who's not retiring voluntarily but out of necessity due to health reasons. And that's one of the reasons why the week ahead is going to be such a wild week. So hang on, because it's going to be a wild ride. Now, Japan's parliament will officially name their new prime minister on Thursday, replacing Abe Shinzo, surnamed first in the Asian fashion, who recently announced his resignation. However, his successor will be all but decided earlier in the week when Abe's Liberal Democratic Party chooses a new leader tomorrow, on Monday, to open the work week. And in his final moments in secular power, Japan's Prime Minister Abe seeks preemptive strike capacity in a policy shift for the Japanese Empire. Now, in response to the Japanese Empire's Prime Minister Abe Shinzo's suggestion that Japan should change its defense policy, Shigeru Ishiba, the member of the House of Representatives of the Liberal Democratic Party and one of the candidates for Liberal Democratic Party leadership in their election to be held tomorrow. That same Ishiba Shigeru explained that the Japanese Empire does not have a capability and that it would take a lot of time and cost to acquire such a capability, and that Japan would have to rely on the United States for surveillance. Now, I know for a fact that all of this that Ishiba Shigeru has articulated is total bullshit. Japan has the capacity. Abe Shinzo is simply trying to formalize it. Now, what happened more precisely was that on Friday, into this weekend, the Prime Minister Abe Shinzo stated that the Japanese Empire should make a major change to its defense policy by developing a first strike capability on enemy bases to defend against imminent attacks amid rising missile and nuclear threats in region. Now, what this tells you immediately is that Japan has more than enough war-making capability to defend itself. Abe Shinzo is simply asserting that Japan needs to constitutionally validate any future Pearl Harbor attacks, any future preemptive surgical strikes, as was conducted at Pearl Harbor, so that such attacks be rendered legal to the Japanese people in their perception of legitimate intervention overseas. Now, of course, this is being attempted in terms of formalizing a Pearl Harbor option, because it did work out for the best in the last war. It's not said ironically, that's said factually, and therefore is viewed as viable. And Abe Shinzo, who is stepping down next week for health reasons, stated the ability to intercept missiles after they are launched is simply not enough, and that the Japanese Empire must seek greater deterrence. So he's asserted the new government will compile a revised defense policy by the end of this year. So he's still enacting something that will have repercussions after he's gone, in the same sense that Franklin Delano Roosevelt basically incepted the Manhattan Project, which developed the atomic bombs starting while he was alive and brought them to their completion, or rather the plutonium bomb specifically, after he died, and said weapon being delivered after he was dead, simply because by then it was railroaded into a program that could not be stopped. And by the time Harry Truman assumed office, he had no choice but to give it the go-ahead, because that's what he had committed to when he took the office from Franklin Delano Roosevelt. It was what Shinzo Abe, more correctly Abe Shinzo by putting his family name first, is asserting as a man in power is something that will be put into effect even after he is gone. At least such be his intent. Now, the ability to carry out preemptive strikes would be a significant shift in the defense policy Japan has followed openly since the conclusion of the Second World War in Japanese victory. Now, because Japan sought peace with its neighbors, Japan's post-war constitution limits the use of force to self-defense, just as the Japanese forced the Americans to limit their use of force to self-defense by forcing the Americans to dismantle their Department of War, to forswear the ability to declare war forevermore, and therefore the Americans were forced to develop instead a Department of Defense. Japan is seeking now to openly flaunt their victory of the Second World War by giving themselves a capability in law that the Americans are forbidden to have. And so, for such reasons, Abe Shinzo is perceived as a quote-unquote defense hawk, which in any sane and rational world, the term would be warmonger. So, Abe Shinzo has stated that Japan is seeking to build up its missile deterrence capability within constitutional limitations, though he has not asserted how this can be possible. But he doesn't really need to, because America is under such restrictions and is building missiles apace. So, in official statement, Abe Shinzo is quoted as saying, "Can we protect the people's lives and their peaceful livelihoods just by stepping up our missile intercepting capability?" And he asserts that the Japanese Empire must show its unshakable commitment and capability with an ability to defend its territory and peace as a sovereign nation. And Abe Shinzo made these comments after members of the National Security Council, including Chief Cabinet Secretary Sugo Yoshihide, who is seen as Abe Shinzo's most likely successor, agreed to pursue this proposal. So this will go onto the rail to be wrote into the Japanese Constitution, more than likely. Rather, I should say, inevitably. Of course, like the United States, Japan really doesn't need any legal excuse to do anything it wants anyway. But this is something that will render legitimate the Japanese Empire's actions in the eyes of the Japanese people, which in the postmodern sensibilities is an important thing to do. Now, defense experts in Abe Shinzo's governing Liberal Democratic Party earlier compiled a report urging the Japanese Empire to develop a preemptive strike capability because of North Korea's missile and nuclear developments and the Communist Chinese Empire's increasingly assertive activity in the East and South China Seas. So Abe Shinzo's push for the capability intensified after Defense Minister Taro Kono scrapped a plan to deploy 2 Aegis ashore land-based interceptors due to technical reasons. The Japanese Empire has been increasingly purchasing costly missile defense systems and fighter jets from the United States. Indeed, since taking power in 2012, the year Noreen Halpand and I myself met, Abe Shinzo has expanded the Japanese Empire's defense budget and capabilities and has sought to expand its role in international peacekeeping and in the Japanese-American Security Alliance. In 2015, he adopted a new interpretation of the Constitution's war-renouncing Article 9 to include the United States in its self-defense in a concept of so-called collective self-defense. That means that the Japanese will intercede on behalf of defending the United States. And going further, allowing strikes on enemy territory would require the Japanese Empire to have long-range weapons, including cruise missiles, such as a United States-developed Tomahawk system, or just many tomahawks, period, an arsenal thereof, and other highly advanced military equipment, some of which need not be purchased from America at all, or simply produced at home, or rather domestic Japanese equivalents thereof. Now, a revision of the defense policy allowing such weapons, of course, could prove a challenge, because even some hawkish defense experts assert that allowing a preemptive strike capability, the so-called Pearl Harbor option, which for the Japanese would be the equivalent of Israel's nuclear option, known as the Samson option, that would be difficult within Japan's constitutional limitations. But all of that could ultimately be overcome. Now, such capabilities would also be costly in the material sense, and Japan would have to rely on the United States at present for surveillance. Well, that's according to the defense minister, Ishiba Shigeru, who told reporters Friday that I don't think Japan by itself can decide whether to launch missiles against enemies or their territories under the Japanese-American alliance. Now, this change could also face resistance from the governing party's junior coalition partner, Komeito, which be a Buddhist-backed dovish group, which probably Noreen Helpan could tell us a bit about at some point in the near future, because she's involved with such groups at the level of, her faith, the last time that I knew her. They may have changed, but I don't see any reason why it should have. I'll find out sometime in the near future. We all will, as to whether or not she's still a member of the Soka Gakkai. As for China, these United States have revoked the visas of more than 1,000 Chinese nationals since the start of June under a program aimed at graduate students and researchers believed to have ties to the Communist Chinese military. And such people, as asserted by the United States State Department, are to be considered security risks. So, it's all part of a broad crackdown on what the White House fears is an ongoing Chinese Chinese effort, to steal sensitive United States technologies and intellectual property. While the number of revoked visas is small, compared with the 369,000 Communist Chinese nationals estimated to be studying in these United States, it certainly doesn't do anything to improve relations between the two empires. Meanwhile, more than 160 human rights groups around the world have signed a letter saying Beijing should not host the 2022 Olympics in light of alleged widespread human rights abuses that have been proven all too atrocious to be tolerated. Now, let's see. Because it's already Monday in Japan, we can see that Suga Yoshihide has been elected as the Liberal Democratic Party leader, the new leader of the main ruling Democratic Party, as brought to my attention by Brendan Zoget now, who I suppose is listening. He can confirm that, whether or not he's even heard what I just said, but that's impeccable timing. So I thank him very much for his interjection there. And so Shigeru Ishiba, of course, is the individual who has been trying to qualify the objectives of Mr. Abe Shinzo, and he is the last in line. He has only received 68 votes, whereas Sugo Yoshihide has received the majority of votes, 377, and that is an individual who I believe is going to be continuing the objective, pursuing the objective of Abe Shinzo. And Yoshihide Suga is how he would be referred to in the English, where they put the first name first and the last name last, rather the family name after the Christian name, as we would use it in the Western conceptualization. That would be Yoshihide Suga. He is going to guarantee pursuing the Pearl Harbor option. And he has now succeeded Abe Shinzo as Prime Minister of the Japanese Empire. I am happy to report. So, good news to start our Monday morning. And it is 12:13 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. We have entered the Monday opening the work week. The Japanese are on the other side of the international date line. Their Monday has already come and gone. And I am looking at the image of the new Japanese Prime Minister, the leader of the empire in the secular sense. And that is Suga Yoshihide, who will now be the Prime Minister of the Japanese Empire, and he is intent on pursuing the Pearl Harbor option so that Japan can conduct a first strike, a preemptive surgical or nuclear strike in what they perceive to be defense of their empire, countering any perceived threat to the security thereof. Now, in terms of the weekend that was, and that first strike capability, by the way, is going to be incredibly important in light of the communist Chinese situation I've just alluded to in terms of their genocidal campaigns on people within their empire, subjects within their empire, who are not of Han Chinese ethnic origin or Mandarin speaking majority status, such as either the Caucasian Turkic Muslim Uyghurs in northwestern China, what is rightfully eastern Turkestan, or the Tibetan peoples, or the Chinese people of Hong Kong. Now, once again, in terms of referring back to the weekend that was, which will take us straight back into the fires inevitably in arc of narrative for the remainder of tonight's narrative. With that, I take a short check into the amount of time we have left. And the first thing to bring to your attention about what happened into this weekend is the fact that the United States stocks Wall Street poised for a second straight weekly drop, or they are poised for a second straight weekly drop in light of how Wall Street closed last week at this point into the weekend. Three things to bring to your attention that come to mind in the world of American stocks. The company Oracle erased all gains after hitting an intraday record. The materials that the only Standard & Poor's sector poised, well, they ended the week higher, or are they poised to end next week higher at this point, because there's no place to go but up. The Dow is up 0.03%. Standard & Poor's 500 is down 0.47%. Nasdaq's down 1.25%. And to just lay it all out more in a refined method of presentation than just sound bites and blurbs that I'm catching off the stock ticker, the Standard & Poor's and Nasdaq were lower on Friday as early gains in the technology sector and growth names faded, with each of the three major Wall Street averages on track for their second straight weekly decline. That would be probably the best summary of the situation as I understand it, as an observer. Now, after rising to a record high of $61.86, shares of Oracle Corporation turned lower, along with the rest of the technology sector. The cloud services company's earnings beat estimates, and it signaled a recovery in client spending due to higher demand led by the work-at-home trend. Now, the tech sector itself fell 1.39% and was on track for its fifth decline in 6 days and the biggest weekly percentage decline since March, as investors have moved away from companies such as Apple Incorporated that have helped spearhead the rebound in stocks from coronavirus-driven lows in March. And in addition, the sector was on pace to close below its half a 100-day moving average, a technical support level for the first time since April 21st. Now, growth stocks, which include many tech names along with others that have benefited from government-imposed lockdowns such as Amazon.com Incorporated, also moved lower, down 0.82%. In contrast, value names edged up 0.09%. So, in observation, Tim Grisky, the chief investment strategist at Inverness Council in New York, was quoted as saying, "We are in another period out of growth and into value. We get these about once a month. They last either a couple of days or an entire week. And while growth isn't cheap, it is growth, and a lot of these companies are doing well during the pandemic. So I wouldn't be surprised to see money coming back to them." Now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was up 8.07 points, or 0.3%, at 27,542.65. The Standard & Poor's 500 lost 15.74 points, or 0.47%, to 3,323.45. And the Nasdaq Composite dropped 136.94 points, or 1.25%, to 10,782.65. Now, the industrials and financial stocks provided the biggest boost to the benchmark index. Material was the only Standard & Poor's sector poised to end higher on the week. Many investors view the recent slump as a healthy consolidation after a stunning 5-month rally in the Standard & Poor's 500 that was powered by a narrow group of heavyweight tech companies and massive amounts of fiscal and monetary stimulus. Meanwhile, the latest data shows American consumer prices increasing solidly in August, but the labor market's slack is likely to keep a lid on inflation as the economy recovers from the COVID-19 recession. Another beneficiary of the coronavirus lockdowns is the exercise bike maker Peloton Interactive Incorporated, which gave up early gains and turned negative, down 2.1%, even as it reported forecasting forecast beating quarterly revenue due to a surge in subscribers and increased demand for its fitness products during the pandemic. Now, the European Union issued a stern Brexit warning last week, which I should have reported on Wednesday, because in the 8th round of post-Brexit trade negotiations between the United Kingdom and the European Union, which started 5 days ago on Tuesday, it was not a pretty sight at all when the Prime Minister of the Greater British Empire, Boris Johnson, whom I refer to as Bojo the Clown, told European Union negotiators that unless a deal is reached by mid-October, the United Kingdom will simply walk away from the table. Plus, the British government is reportedly set to release legislation that will undermine some of the legal force of the original Brexit agreement. If these things happen, the United Kingdom would run into the December 31st trade deadline without a deal. Now, Bojo the Clown has said that would actually be good for the country. Well, that's definitely not a popular opinion. As for the European Union, it's warning the United Kingdom that it cannot back out on Brexit promises already made. And here on this side of the Atlantic, our House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, has warned Britain that breaking the Brexit treaty could imperil its trade pact with these United States. So, to go as into detail, the United States House of Representatives Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, has warned the Greater British Empire midweek last, on Wednesday, that ignoring some parts of its European Union divorce treaty could imperil any new trade agreement with these United States. Well, just to read her words, the Democratic lawmaker issued statement to effect that, well, I'll just quote her. If the United Kingdom violates the international treaty and Brexit undermines the Good Friday Accord, there will be absolutely no chance of a USUC, that's a US-UK trade agreement, passing the Congress. The Good Friday Agreement is treasured by the American people and will be proudly defended in the United States Congress. Now, Britain quit the European Union in January, but has remained part of its single market since, largely free of trade barriers, under an agreement that expires come December. London says that if it cannot negotiate a favorable trade deal to take its effect from the 1st of January, it will simply walk away. The agreement calls for border-free trade on the island of Ireland, which the European Union says should in some cases require checks on goods passing between Northern Ireland and mainland Britannia. Some fear that a failure to agree on border arrangements could jeopardize the 1998 Good Friday Agreement, which largely ended 30 years of political and sectarian conflict in Northern Ireland. Now, in terms of economics, the post-lockdown surge in American household spending was supported by stimulus applications for jobless benefits that continue to number in the hundreds of thousands. And the economic rebound has become more fragile with United States federal aid on the brink. Congress is jeopardizing robust gains by letting support lapse or even collapse. Trump's stopgap jobless aid is drying up amid elevated claims as more and more people make their claims for unemployment. Let me just put it this way. America's economic rebound is about to get a lot tougher after an initial series of gains from the depths of the pandemic. Applications for regular state unemployment benefits continue to number more than 800,000 each week, and chances in Congress have diminished for any additional support for the jobless and businesses on Thursday of this last week. What's more, funding for the temporary supplemental jobless benefit payments authorized by President Donald Trump in early August is running out. With the help of fiscal stimulus, from aid for small businesses to an extra 600 United States dollars a week in jobless benefits, the United States economy has rebounded faster than many economists expected. Sustaining a robust pace, however, now that could prove quite challenging given the elevated unemployment rate, the absence of additional government support, and the persistent spread of the coronavirus itself, the cause for all our woes. As unleashed by Communist China in a campaign of incompetence so egregious it may as well be considered an act of war. The recovery right now is quote-unquote fragile, and Gregory Dako, the chief United States economist at Oxford Economics, has gone on record to say is that, barring additional stimulus, the recovery will be more susceptible to downside risks, there being no doubt that the full expiry of the unemployment benefits will weigh on household income and, in turn, deter consumer spending. Now, Matthew Luzetti, the chief United States economist at Deutsche Bank AG, said consumer spending could recede over the coming month without any help from Congress. Aneta Markovska, the chief United States financial economist at Jefferies, expects the pinch to be felt in October, mine own and my late and sainted sire's birth menses, or natal menses, our birth month, with her saying significant risk of softer data just a month before the election is where that pinch will be felt the most if there is no additional stimulus. Now, this week also coincides with the reference period for the September Jobs Report's household survey, informing data such as the unemployment rate. The August report showed the jobless rate falling much lower than expected to a still elevated 8.4%, a statistic that likely took some pressure off of lawmakers to even come to a deal. The September employment report on October 2nd will be the last before Election Day. So the Madame Markovska said that household spending may not take a hit until next month, in part due to the distribution of lost wages assistance funds. That program was created by Donald Trump himself in early August after lawmakers failed to extend the extra 600 United States dollars in weekly unemployment benefits that millions of jobless Americans had come to rely on during this pandemic. It authorized the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the FEMA, to grant what would ultimately be an extra $300 United States dollars a week for 6 weeks to states that applied for said funding. Logistical hurdles, however, have led to an uneven rollout of these funds, and many states have yet to pay out any of the aid. As states dole out these payments, incomes could be propped up through September. The labor market and the economy more generally has been recovering. Millions of Americans have come back to work, and the quits rate, or the number of workers who voluntarily left their jobs as a share of employed, neared its pre-pandemic level in July. At the same time, the dire knock-on effects of the sharpest recession in records dating back more than 70 years are beginning to take its toll. Widespread, permanent business closures, I mean to say, are expected to leave the economy millions of jobs shy of its pre-pandemic levels. And just in recent weeks, a host of companies have announced plans to cut more jobs. So, the same individual that I cited earlier, the Mr. Luzetti of the Deutsche Bank AG, has said that, well, what exactly did he say? He said it in German, so I'm going to do my best to interpret. He said we should not underestimate how critical fiscal stimulus has been for the V-shaped recovery that we've had so far. We've gotten many of the easy gains of this recovery as we've reopened, but as we're looking forward after that initial bounce, things get much tougher from here. Forgive me. On a global scale, the United States is underperforming almost all its peers in terms of daily activity. That I got from Bloomberg Economics. Meanwhile, the coronavirus and state government responses continue to exacerbate current economic challenges. Now, COVID-19 cases are decelerating, for now, but they continue to number in the hundreds of thousands each week. Even so, the third quarter is still likely to be the strongest on record. Economists at Goldman Sachs Group Incorporated have raised their tracking estimate to an annualized rate of 35%, bolstered by solid household spending figures. While improvement across a variety of metrics in the July through September period assures robust quarter-over-quarter growth, any stumble in demand late in the quarter could temper the outlook for the rest of the year. According to a survey of economists conducted by Bloomberg News in early September, GDP, or gross domestic product, is forecast to rise 5.1% at an annualized rate from the prior quarter in the October-December period, down from 6.1% in the August survey. The median estimate for the third quarter rate increased. And all of this brings us to the fires. We've covered the economy in the most peripheral sense, just a summary to show you that things may not look that bad right now economically. But I will put that into context in light of the fires consuming the largest economic engine in these United States and one of the largest economic engines in the world, the state of California, and indeed the entire western seaboard. Here we've got not just a real problem, we've got an international crisis. Now, Oregon fears mass casualties after the wildfires ravaging all America's western states have killed 33 people that we know of and have left dozens missing. The climate change is happening right now. Just look at California's weekend of converging apocalypses, record high temperatures, record fires, record smoke. But a forthwith 14 nights, 12 weeks agone, after freak lightning strikes torched Northern California, but before the inferno of Labor Day weekend had begun, a friend called to talk to myself, like you do when the world is turning to crap and nothing is stable or makes any sense. In the past half year, she'd fled New York for rural West Marin in California, Marin County, one of the highest income locations on the face of the earth. She fled New York due to the pandemic, a true escape from New York scenario, as Noreen Helphand had explained. And West Marin was ultimately fled by she for San Francisco, due to all the fucking smoke, because she's sensitive like that. And now she was planning to leave San Francisco for Los Angeles, as the gross air had descended here. And we joked, as I joked with every friend this summer, that we should all just drop out and start a commune on a lake in Maine. Now, she doesn't want to be named, but the way she expressed it was, every commune needs lesbians. I'll be our lesbian. California is going to become unlivable. Now that forthwith 14 nights agone, 2 weeks ago this was a funny conversation. By today, it was not. This was the weekend that climate change in California stopped being about the future. The weekend that the idea that COVID-19 was worse than climate change, or totalitarianism was worse than climate change, have disappeared. The experts, of course, had known this for some time by now. But by the point August turned into September, the drumbeat of California's environmental anomalies had grown so horrid and relentless that not even the professionals could stay detached. Way back, a lifetime ago, on the 3rd of September, Daniel Swain, UCLA's, the University of California at Los Angeles' extreme weather climate scientist, who's made a name for himself by tweeting in plain language just what the hell is going on, wrote, "This, gesturing wildly and in every direction, is utterly exhausting." Still, through Friday the 4th and into Saturday the 5th, Swain tried his professional best to keep his readers up to date on the all-time record-high temperatures in a staggering number of California cities and the unheard-of airlift rescue of 200 people from the creek fire surrounding Mammoth Lake in California. But by Saturday evening, his emotional and I'll call it lexicographical reserves, his vocabulary, was growing thin. So while commenting on how the creek fire had exploded to more than 100,000 acres before it even reached the part of the Sierra where, due to climate change, bark beetles killed millions of trees that would serve as its fodder to explode into the greatest fire California has ever seen. While commenting on that, Daniel Swain of UCLA wrote, "Yeah, it's almost literally unbelievable, but I've been saying that a lot lately. And for a moment early this morning, he appeared to get his vocabulary back up and running, along with enough mojo, reactivated, back on track, to state, and I'll just quote his T, active pyrocumulonimbus. Active pyrocumulonimbus means fire thunderstorm. Fire fucking thunderstorm, kids. That means the firestorm is generating its own fucking weather and puking lightning in big fucking blankets. Sheet lightning marching across the landscape, generating more fire, fucking reproducing like a goddamn djinn giving birth to Cthulhu's own flame vampires, what they call fire vampire. Negative djinn. All this, well, just read what he said. Active pyrocumulonimbus activity occurred through the night, resembling volcanic eruptions all across the state of California. In other words, the state of California is suffering cosmic bombardment by fire thunderstorms. The state of California has gone up as if it were a volcanic mountain chain, and every mountain in the chain is fucking erupting. Like the Pacific Rim of Fire opened up and puked lava, and we all drowned in burning poultice, our flesh being hewn from our bones by searing, glowing, melted mud rock. But by 8 a.m., Daniel Swain of UCLA had exhausted both his vocabulary and himself. He was only able to eke out a final tweet. These are getting harder and harder to write. From where he was located, in front of an advancing sheet of lightning and one of the approaching fire thunderstorms, I don't even know if he survived. By that time, the stakes had shifted anyway. The essential subject-object dynamic had changed. The entire fucking planet Earth, at least the part of it that is California, which is as large a landmass as you can get in an aggregated assembly of acreage, larger than most nations on Earth, was no longer a backdrop for our actions, the set of our play. It had become the diva, the star of our horrible drama, the villain demolishing cascades of plans for all of us little specks, hubristic enough to believe we could still make them. California is the new Atlantis, sinking into a sea of burning flame. Mid-morning today, hoping to escape the heat and the smoke. For a period of time, after I had animated, I walked across San Francisco's Great Highway on the far western edge of the city to Ocean Beach. Last year, the city closed part of the Great Highway due to blowing sand, and it plans to move a whole stretch in the future due to sea level rise. This spring, the city closed the road again, so residents could exercise, socially distanced. Then today, Mayoress London Breed shut down not only just the Great Highway, but the parking lots along Ocean Beach. Mayoress London Breed being San Francisco's first black African American female mayoress. Now, Labor Day weekend last is Burning Man weekend in the traditional Bay Area calendar. A tradition actually started with some participation, as he took it upon himself, by Michael Aquino, who gave himself credit for a lot of things. Given that Burning Man 2020 has been canceled, we then had 1,000 people gathered that Saturday night on the beach instead. Now, the very next day, the mayor has called the partiers absolutely reckless and selfish, and she closed the beach parking to make it an example of them. Taking into account all that was impacted by her understandable decision, which I back wholeheartedly, brings us into the entire greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region of Marin and San Francisco. And then it makes me reflect upon Noreen Helpan's own Los Angeles, and of course the state of Maine, where my lesbian friend, who has asked to be maintained in anonymity, did hail from. Since March, I realized that whether it was Noreen Helpand or the anonymous lesbian or myself, we'd all been canceling plans and making backup plans and then scrubbing those plans too. And when I was back at my house, my crypt, sitting in front of my fan and my HEPA filter, the HEPA, of course, being an acronym, for all of you who are unfamiliar with this kind of technology, if you live in some place where air quality is not an issue, that's an acronym for high efficiency particulate air, or high efficiency particulate arrestants, more than rather. This acronym referring to a filter that is manufactured, tested, and certified and labeled in accordance with current HEPA filter standards. Just so you know, filters meeting the HEPA standard must satisfy certain levels of efficiency. Now, high-efficiency particulate air, also known as high-efficiency particulate absorbing as a filter, and high-efficiency particulate arrestants as a function, is manifest in an efficiency standard of air filtration. So, hopefully that puts that in perspective for you. Now, that's when my lesbian friend called, and she was going to visit someone who, again, I better not name the relationship or what's going on with that, but she was visiting someone in Marin County that day because Marin was going to be cooler than Napa, where she lived at this point since she vacated Marin, transitioning to her ultimate move to, elsewhere. But Mill Valley, at the time that she called, was 106 degrees. Yet, where she was in Napa, Wine County, it was 110 degrees. So I could see why she made the trip. And there is still our pandemic, so no socializing in the air-conditioned inside. Now, I myself attempted to call the offices of Governor Gavin Newsom of California, because he was a former mayor of San Francisco. And he had declared a state of emergency in Fresno, Madera, Mariposa, San Bernardino, and San Diego counties that day. And finally, I resorted to calling the retiree, the former governor of California, Jerry Brown, who was much more available, because I wanted a civic parental figure, a leader to help me, and the rest of California, to think about the state's past and its future, to analyze how we'd come to this point where we'd made so many plans we later had to call off. When Governor Jerry Brown was kind enough, gracious enough, to spare a few minutes in calling myself back, he was in a very practical mood. What he would say to Californians who are feeling grief from the Labor Day weekend over the condition of the planet and state and how it's been descending into further flames ever since. Basically, he said, okay, number one, I wouldn't talk about the planet. That's a very abstract idea. He was all for the individual actions we all know we need to take. Change the cars we drive, the foods we eat. But what he really felt we needed to do was harness our values, consolidate our pain into outward pressure and political power, not retreat into fantasy communes. World leaders have not done nearly enough to meet the climate crisis because we have not demanded enough of them. So, the former governor, Jerry Brown, said, we need to break down and reverse engineer the problem. Start the causal chain, as in causal, as in cause and effect. By, in his words, build the belief that builds the consensus that allow us, the leaders, to make us the decisions that we need to make. This could be grounded in individuals right here this weekend. But the consensus and accountability needed to fan out across the globe. And so, to quote his T, when I say that leaders, I mean the mayor, the city council, the governor, the legislator, the Congress, the president, President Xi Jinping, President Vladimir Putin, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the whole crowd. They've got to get on board. If any of the major players play hooky, then we all suffer. Since 2006, when California passed its landmark greenhouse gas reduction legislation, our state has basked in the glory of a glowing reputation with regard to climate policy. In some ways, we legitimately earned our gold star, but we've also used sleight of hand, shell games of carbon credits, a focus on inventing incredible new sustainable energy technologies whilst still pumping over 10 million barrels of oil a year out of the ground. With the wildfires, too, we put on a fantastic performance, uniformed firefighting armies, an incredibly huge aerial armada show, dropping water bombs. But in our overzealous suppression efforts, we left our forests choked with fuel. Now we have mega fires like the ones that shut down 8 national forests, and camping in all national forests in California. Over Labor Day weekend, through till now. Fires so powerful they create their own weather fronts. And not even our dazzling pyro-fighting army can defeat them. So, was former Governor Brown hopeful we'd meet this moment? Or that we ever will? He's a Jesuit-trained student of Buddhism. And I call him the Zen Jesuit governor. He took a deep breath and let his spiritual side talk. He said, I focus on what I can do. There's 3, right? There's faith, there's hope, and there's charity. And we all know what faith is. You either believe or you don't believe. Charity, you're generous. You help people. You love people. Okay, I know what that is. Hope? Hope is what? A state of mind? I'm not quite sure. He paused for a while after that before he said, hope derives from a belief that life has good things in store. I definitely think that's possible. I also think the alternate is possible too. So at dusk, after I spoke to him that night, that last night of the Labor Day weekend, I sat and drank and looked at the reflection of the smoky orange sky in my alcohol. And because I'd been talking about the fire both with the former governor of the 6th largest economy on planet Earth and with my own listeners, I drank in the knowing of knowing too much. I know that even if California starts lighting prescribed fires, controlled burns at the rate we need to ignite them, our Septembers will be filled with smoke for the rest of our lives. But we need to make those plans anyway, and we need to keep them too. The timing never feels right for the big important things in life. Your children are too young, and then they're too old. The climate crisis is too distant. Well, it was too distant until today in California, when we all woke up with its thick, hot smoke upon us and realized it was smothering our lives. Dozens of wildfires have forced thousands of Californians from their homes, killed at least, well, originally they said it was 3 people in state borders, while leaving millions breathing unhealthy air. Los Angeles suffered its worst smog in almost 30 years. Lung-damaging ozone pollution in Los Angeles reached its highest levels in a generation and set records in other parts of Southern California during the blistering Labor Day weekend heat wave. All proved, confirmed, and recorded by air quality readings. Officials attested the high readings were a result of intense heat combined with stagnant weather conditions and winds that were simply too weak to sweep away much pollution from the greater Los Angeles basin. Indeed, there's smoke and ash everywhere. A record-setting fire season worsened as more than 24 fires forced thousands of Californians from their homes. Originally, they said at least 3 people were killed and more than 250,000 acres consumed by a new monster blaze in Northern California that's also threatening the town of Paradise, just 2 years after it was destroyed in what was then the worst fire in California history. In Southern California, San Gabriel mountain foothill communities were spared the worst from the Bobcat fire, which rained ash but moved away from the cities. Yet, with so many fires burning, millions of people in the Bay Area, Central Valley, and parts of Southern California face dangerous levels of particle pollution. The skies have taken an apocalyptic turn, and rarely have so many Californians breathed such unhealthy air. Anthony Wexler, the director of the Air Quality Research Center at UC Davis, has gone on record to say What's notable is that it's everywhere. So no matter which way the wind blows, you're getting hit by smoke and ash. And dozens remain missing as these deadly wildfires scorch all the western states. We've got dozens of wildfires tearing through communities all across the American West, as they did today. And since the original 3 that were calculated as dead, that number has increased tenfold to an officially recognized and admitted 33 people dead, while officials confess dozens more are missing that are totally unaccounted for. Images from these ravaged areas are perfectly apocalyptic, with scorched trees and telephone poles poking out from smoky gray, ashen landscapes. Buildings are reduced to piles of bricks, concrete, and metal. Cars sit in driveways and along roadsides, blackened and gutted, abandoned by the road as the families within them fleeing took to running on foot until the smoke overcame them. Major fires spanning several states have burned 4.6 million acres, as confirmed by national fire officials. That's an area roughly equivalent to Connecticut and Rhode Island combined. While the 94 major blazes are burning mostly in rural and forested areas, major cities along the West Coast, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle, and Portland, Oregon among them, are also feeling the impact. Smoke from these blazes is making air quality unhealthy, which can irritate the lungs, cause inflammation, and affect the immunosystem, heightening the risk of lung infections such as coronavirus, and making our pandemic all the worse, spreading it in a way it never spread before, via particles of ash. In Oakland, California, the blackest city in the United States in terms of population, so much so that the old joke is the longest bridge in the world is the Oakland Bay Bridge, leading from Africa to Fairyland, because it connects Oakland to San Francisco. That's where many businesses and facilities are closed because of statewide COVID-19 precautions, and where officials have opened clean air centers for those with nowhere else to go. I confirmed that via the CNN affiliate KGO. One of the people killed since some of the fires broke out in mid-August. Well, of those people killed since then, 22 have been in California, many in recent days. 10 people have been killed in Oregon, and a child was killed in Washington State. The majority of the fires are in California, 250 of them. 16 in Washington State, and 13 in Oregon, and 10 in Idaho, though blazes have also emerged in Alaska, Arizona, Colorado, Nevada, New Mexico, Utah, and Wyoming. I've confirmed it all with the National Interagency Fire Center this morning. Yet 3 of the California fires have reached historic proportions. In California, firefighters are battling more than 24 major fires, but officials have expressed hope that improving weather conditions will boost efforts to control the flames. 3 of the 5 largest wildfires in California history are burning now. I again confirmed this with officials. One of those blazes, the LNU complex fire, which was about 96% contained as of yesterday, has burned more than 363,000 acres. The fires burning in Northern California wine country, and vintners worry the smoke will taint the grapes, reducing this year's yield. Little rain, High temperatures and strong winds have helped to fuel these flames, and it's unclear how long it will take to get them under control. Angeles National Forest Fire Chief Robert Garcia's department is fighting fires with 1,000 personnel, when it usually has, well, 1,000 to 1,500. Or so he informed myself yesterday. Some firefighters are working more than 24 hours in a shift. The Bobcat Fire northeast of Los Angeles is tearing through the mountainous national forest. More than 4,100 structures have been destroyed since the 15th of August, the Ides of that month, with CAL FIRE saying today that adding 16,750 firefighters battling fires statewide as the massive fires rage, more are popping up. All the men that have been mobilized are countering fires that are mobilizing themselves in turn to swamp these men in an ocean of flame and blaze and smoke and ash. The interagency confirmed that firefighters across the state responded to 36 new wildfires yesterday, and all were contained quickly thanks to the mobilization of as many men as they could muster. But fires in this state have burned more than 3.3 million acres this year alone, with the August complex fire burning in the Mendocino National Forest accounting for more than a quarter of the sum. That blaze, the largest in our state's history, is only 28% contained, or so I learned from CAL FIRE itself. Now, in the Sierra Nevada range north of Sacramento, the capital of our Golden State, where residist Brendan Zoget, the North Complex fire has consumed more than 258,000 acres, killing at least a dozen people, as confirmed by the United States Forest Service yesterday. Those are the bodies they could find, and those victims include a 16-year-old boy who was fleeing the area in his vehicle, as announced by Butte County authorities, who found his body. Now, typically fires consume about 500,000 acres a year in state. But this week alone, we burned over 1 million acres of beautiful Oregon. And in Oregon, they saw the perfect firestorm. They saw incredible winds. They saw very cold, hot temperatures. And of course, they have a landscape that has seen 30 years of drought. And so, the state of Oregon is preparing for a mass fatality incident based on how many structures are charred. I confirmed that Friday into this weekend with the Oregon Emergency Management Director Andrew Phelps. About 500,000 people in that state are under some type of evacuation alert. And evacuation orders have been issued for more than 40,000. 80% of the buildings in a Washington state town were destroyed. The past 5 days in Washington state have made for the state's second worst fire season in its history, as confirmed by Governor Jay Inslee. As of yesterday, 15 major fires were burning. A 1-year-old boy died, and his parents were badly burned as they tried to rescue him in an escape from a wildfire that was confirmed by officials. The family was visiting their property west of Spokane and evacuated when the wildfire encroached. They abandoned their vehicle and fled to a river. The couple was rescued, but their son did not make it out alive. I confirmed this with the CNN affiliate KCRA. And I found that another child was killed in the Cold Springs fire in Omak near the Canadian border. Earlier this week, Malden in eastern Washington announced 80% of the city's buildings, including their fire station, along their post office, their city hall, and their library, were completely destroyed. Now, before I go on, I'm going to check into Messenger where I received a message from our man Brendan Zokit, who informs me that the new Prime Minister of Japan is of the Yoshihide clan, which goes back to samurai times. The correct pronunciation is, of course, in the Japanese, Yoshihide. So, Yoshihide Suga, again, is the new Prime Minister of the Japanese Empire, who will carry on the objective to include a Pearl Harbor option in the Japanese Constitution, legally ensconcing the right to first strike, preemptive strike capability. Now, one of the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Schmitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com, where you can find excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book and scenes from his film documentaries he's been working on to produce. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. Tucson spelled Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it. TheTucsonMurders.com or telephone the Baron Ben himself to personally guide your tour at 1-520-323-3406. Once again, that's 1520-323-3406. And don't forget to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. At the YouTube channel named Man of the Soil, you can see drone aerial footage of the landscape architecture that is, well, laid into the ground, or set in the ground, by Ben Astenius himself and his laborers. And you'll find many other interesting videos on Man of the Soil YouTube channel. Do subscribe. Now, Niels Lars, I think that's how he pronounces his name, is saying, "Hi DD, just checking in now, still going strong." Yes sir, welcome aboard. And Jameson Reese is talking about the fires, acknowledging them as a self-perpetuating ecosystem of flame, an element invading our dimension from the dimension of fire, very terrifying. The dimension of the jinn, who are born of fire. And what makes it all the worse in this awful world is the fact that we are left with Michael Aquino's legacy. After calling upon the anti-god Cthulhu, the anti-god of fire, and his Flammavampire, or flame vampires, his QAnon cult is spreading fake claims about the real fires in Oregon. Authorities in Oregon are pleading with the public to only trust and share information verified by official sources about the unprecedented wildfires sweeping the state. And these pleas came as law enforcement agencies described 911 dispatchers being overrun with calls about a false online rumor that Antifa members have been arrested for setting these fires, a claim promoted by the anonymous account behind the QAnon conspiracy theories. This incident highlights how online conspiracy theories, a sustained right-wing campaign to create increased fear of anti-fascist groups, and amplification of false claims by QAnon cultists, the legacy of Michael Aquino, have real consequences after he has left our mortal plane. He still torments us and laughs maniacally from the other side in his eternity of non-existence, in the bowels of the desecrator, itself at the bottom of creation. On Friday into this weekend, the FBI responded saying reports that extremists are setting wildfires in Oregon are untrue. The Douglas County Sheriff's Office actually took to Facebook to warn in a post published on Venue of Facebook Thursday of this week last that rumors spread just like wildfire. They adding that staff have been overrun with requests for information and inquiries on an untrue rumor that half a dozen Antifa members have been arrested for setting fires in area. Now that specific Russian-sponsored disinformatia, or disinformation claim, has been amplified by Q, the anonymous person who has succeeded the late Michael Aquino behind QAnon, rather the anonymous cabal that has succeeded the late Michael Aquino. And that claim of 6 Antifa members being arrested for setting fires was exacerbated, disseminated, exaggerated, and spread like a wildfire itself by the Q only a dozen hours before the Douglas County Sheriff's Office had to take to Facebook to pitifully post a contrapuntal. Now, early Thursday morning, this week last, Q posted a link to a tweet from Paul Joseph Romero Jr., a former U.S. Senate candidate who lost his Republican primary in May, that falsely claimed the Douglas County Sheriff's Office had 6 Antifa arsonists in custody. Now, speaking to CNN yesterday, Romero claimed, "My original tweet is not 100% accurate. There is no question about that, but it is mostly accurate," and said he wanted to draw people's attention to his belief that arsonists are responsible for a lot of the fires. Yeah, they're all red Republicans, you motherfucker. Dopes like you. And, of course, he confirmed he will never remove his false tweet. He claims he's not a QAnon follower, but has seen some of Q's posts, and he said, I don't think you can discount Q more than you can discount anybody. Now, the post by Q was published on 8kun. 8, uppercase K, numeric 8, uppercase K, lowercase un. 8kun is a successor to the messaging board 8chan, where users have always posted hateful content. Finally, yesteryear, 8chan was linked to at least 3 atrocities, including a mass shooting in El Paso, Texas, that left 250 people dead. In the post that included Romero's tweet, Q suggested the fires were linked to highly coordinated domestic terrorism. President Donald Trump threatened earlier this year to label Antifa a terrorist organization, a move that experts say is completely unconstitutional, as Antifa does not effectively exist. The wildfires sweeping my Golden State, or the state of Oregon in this case, have consumed around 900,000 acres since they were first sparked amid fierce winds this week, forcing the evacuation of 500,000 Oregonians, as confirmed by that state's officials on Thursday. At least 8 people have died in wildfires in Oregon that we knew of at that time. An anonymous post to an obscure online site wouldn't normally merit much attention, but QAnon followers are fervent and persistent, and the FBI has labeled them a potential domestic terrorist threat. Cut the fucking shit. They are the terrorist threat. They are the Russian propaganda machine on our own shores. QAnon's cultists believe that there is a deep state within the United States government that is controlled by a cabal of Satan-worshipping pedophiles. That's because they are that cabal of Satan-worshipping pedophiles. Now, according to the baseless conspiracy theory as applied to the Democratic Party, their perversion of reality is that this cabal is largely run by Democratic politicians and liberal celebrities. And most fantastically, of all the notional tenets of this cultic faith, be the assertion that Trump is trying to take them down. The Jackson County Sheriff's Office in Oregon also took to Facebook on Thursday, asking people not to spread false information. They wrote, "We are inundated with questions about things that are fake stories," in the uppercase fake, with a shout. One example is a story circulating that varies about what group is involved as to setting fires and arrests being made. This, all in the uppercase, this sentence, this is not true! Now, on Friday into this weekend, the FBI's Portland office field tweeted, well, their Portland field office is the correct terminology from my Department of Defense days, if I recall correctly. Anyhow, the FBI's Portland field office tweeted, "With our state and local partners, the FBI has investigated several such reports of extremists setting wildfires and found them untrue. Conspiracy theory and misinformation take valuable resources away from local fire and police agencies working around the clock to bring these fires under control. So that is a form of terrorism. That means the white supremacists are the terrorists who are spreading this Russian-sponsored shit. And police in the city of Medford said screenshots of what purported to be a Facebook post from the police department's account were fake. In the screenshot, a post showed a man's picture and claimed 5 people were arrested in connection with arson. So police wrote back saying, "We did not arrest this person for arson, nor anyone affiliated with Antifa, or Proud Boys, as we've heard throughout the day. Also, no confirmed gatherings of Antifa, which has also been reported." Now, Medford police took to the press, the Fourth Estate, specifically CNN in the report that I sourced, requesting that fake posts, all the fake posts, be removed from other Facebook accounts, whilst posting a notice on their own page about these bogus claims, saying, "We are still getting calls from local and out of the area asking if it's true." Now, the Proud Boys they reference is a far-right group, far more likely to be responsible for these fires than the non-existent Antifa. In the anonymous online posting entitled Q, after Aquino, that was his reference, his pet initial for himself, so that people would remember to pronounce that Q for him, and of course in honor of his anti-god of the Qlipothic realm's bottom drain, Quimetiel, the crowd of gods, as it transliterates. All that Q shared, among what I noticed, Q also shared a link to a post from a Washington state trooper who said a 36-year-old male had been arrested for setting a fire. But authorities in Washington state itself, however, have given no indication that the alleged arson was politically motivated. Now, I reached out for comment, and Craig Roberts, Clackamas County Sheriff, was asked about the possibility of arson in Oregon. And he said, "At this point in time, we don't have any evidence of that arson, but the origin of those things will be part of an investigation as things move forward. So you can imagine a fire to this magnitude. There will be an in-depth investigation looking at all the possibilities and anything that might come forward regarding that. But at this particular point in time, nothing conclusive that would direct us to any of that." But you see, the conspiracy singularity has arrived. With the pandemic and a global uprising against racial justice, or rather, racial injustice, to be explained away, a global uprising against racial injustice for racial justice, all to be rationalized away along the pandemic, which be confronted by such crowds protesting in the open. Conspiracy communities are now bleeding into each other in the race to explain away these new realities, helping to make a world the white male supremacists would never want to live in. Their conspiracies are now merging into a conspiro-singularity. One single, gigantic, massive suspicion. Now, let me try and tell you something. I talked about Conspiracy Con changing to Conspiracy Cruise. And, you know, we've got in San Francisco, basically, let me try and put it to you this way. If certain places in the world have a kind of sacred place that is known to be the center, the beating heart of their faith, that faith which holds up their world, the religious centers of Dural Islam would comprise the cities of Al Makkah and Al Medina, the holy sacred sites of the Islamic faith, having to do with the bookended points of the life of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. If you were to seek the center or one of the main beating hearts of the Hindu faith or the Vedic faith that I be aware of, that would be Benares, Varanasi in Asian Indian, where that would essentially be the Asian Indian Florence. If you were to look for the heart of Catholicism, it would be the Vatican City-State, separate from the peninsula of Italy by law, as arranged by Benito Mussolini. If you were to look towards the center of the world in terms of the faith of the ancient world, it would be Babylon. If you were to look towards the center of the Christian world in faith, it would be Jerusalem, Yerushalayim, in the ancient Hebrew. In terms of the New Age, that anti-religion of the insurgency, the Mecca, the Vatican City-State, the Varanasi, or the Babylon, would be San Francisco. And a few months ago, at a time when it was still safe to have strange experiences in unusual places, unusual for even San Francisco, I was handed a mysterious document entitled Alliances and Traitors Within the Truth and UFO Communities. Now, this document was a single bright red sheet of paper, crowded with close-set black type. Different kinds of lines and arrows connected in wild formulations, linking George Soros with the Illuminati, various stars of the UFO community with their alleged handlers. The CIA with Alex Jones was the only straight line I could fucking find amid what engineers would otherwise call a spaghetti chart or graph. But the Pleiadians, you know, that race of tall, blue-eyed Nordic alien beings, was connected with both Tesla, yes, the sainted Nikola Tesla, and the president in ways I couldn't quite parse out. This paper was handed to me by its creator, Dylan Louis Monroe, a player in the QAnon world, and the creator of the Deep State Mapping Project, a one-man operation where Monroe creates dense visual maps of the presupposed alliances he sees between various major players and world events. And Monroe was at the New Age Expo Conscious Life, selling Q-branded t-shirts and promoting a YouTube show. both of us thinking about the strange alliances and friendships that have begun to surface in various conspiracy communities. Well, the document itself warned, "Be careful who you follow!" All uppercase. That was in bold at the bottom, just above a large black Q. The way Aquino used to write it. In the months that followed our chance meeting, this world has buckled under the weight of the novel coronavirus pandemic, and the alliances have gotten stranger still. Conspiracy communities that have previously only brushed past each other like schools of fish, borne along on different currents, are suddenly, abruptly, swimming in the same direction. Take Larry Cook, whose evolving belief system has been playing out in a remarkable way on Facebook. Cook being the man behind the largest anti-vaccination group on that platform. Stop Mandatory Vaccination is the name of that anti-vaxxer cult, which, along with his personal Facebook page, serves as a central clearinghouse for anti-vaccine misinformation. And in the months since this pandemic began, Cook has begun to claim that it's a pretext for the mandatory testing, tracking, and vaccination that he's feared all along, there being no evidence whatsoever that the United States government will ever impose mandatory vaccination for the coronavirus, even though it fucking should. He's also started to turn towards people who can provide some explanation for what's really going on and some measure of hope. Cook is promoting QAnon ideas, sometimes dozens of times a day. QAnon is the conspiracy theory, which broadly holds that Donald Trump and his allies are bravely fighting back on any number of fronts against the shadowy, satanic deep state which they themselves so serve. And so Cook, the anti-vax cult leader, did recently post, along with 2 Q-related hashtags, part of an oath that the mysterious Q had recently requested that his followers post. All uppercase, shouted out, shouted loud, "I am a digital soldier!" Disgraced former Trump advisor General Michael Flynn was among those who posted this oath of treason and disgrace. All linking to a webpage that shares Q's missives with Cook, the anti-vax cultist and cult leader, adding in another post, "Discover why we have a lockdown and mask requirements for the healthy." Now, he didn't respond to my emails, but Cook isn't an outlier. As an investigation conducted into this phenomenon by Mother Jones magazine recently noted, coronavirus and the general uncertainty of the times in which we live have aided the spread of QAnon specifically. But it's not just QAnon. The strain of living in this particular time, what Brendan Zogit emphasized, be a time of opportunity for self-development. With a dragging, devastating pandemic and a global uprising against police brutality and racial injustice crashing together at the highest speed, has accelerated something that's been going on for years. I call it the conspiracy singularity, the conspiro-singularity, the place where many conspiracy communities are suddenly meeting and merging, a melting pot of unimaginable density. I say that in the negative sense, as in dense motherfuckers. Putting their heads together to create a pile of shit falling out from their ears higher than Mount Everest. UFO conspiracy theorists and QAnon fans are advocating for drinking a bleach solution promoted by Donald Trump and his anti-vaxxers. QAnon groups and Reopen America groups alike promoted Plandemic, a film clip jam-packed with conspiratorial claims about the causes and spread of COVID-19. The Freedom Angels, an anti-vax group based in California, are among the many such groups joining anti-lockdown protests, employing language that feels heavily drawn from the Patriot Militia movement. They, if I can just give you an example of their shtick, their creed, rather, their screed, that which they read from the writ left on a roll of toilet paper in a public bathroom. They're calling stay-at-home orders tyranny, addressing their followers as patriots, and positioning themselves as a new civil rights movement for white males. They urged people to burn their face masks on the 4th of July, floridly proclaiming, "Join millions of Americans on Independence Day as we show all these," all in the uppercase now, "blue state governors, swamp docs, and deep state rats how we feel about their latest orders, dictates, and mandates to wear our muzzles again." Now, more mainstream internet stars, as several outlets aside myself have noted, have also been drawn in. Lifestyle influencers are promoting COVID conspiracy theories, whilst the virality-seeking teens of TikTok are discovering a new obsession with Pizzagate. Sex trafficking conspiracy theories, all of which are tinged with Pizzagate and QAnon influences, seem to have an especially broad appeal. You can smell the sweat on the upper lips everywhere. When recently, a pair of Arizona influencers promoted a baseless rumor that the furniture company Wayfair was trafficking children, as I was informed of by my former mistress and manageress, Lena Shea. The trend towards a kind of disturbing unity is distilled in the hashtag COVID911, backed by a lot of powerful players in both anti-vaxxer and QAnon cult circles. It holds that what we're living through, the pandemic and the protests against police brutality alike, is all a massive hoax designed to sway not just the 2020 elections, but usher in the New World Order. Not long ago, Joe M., a major QAnon promoter, published a video, which is still up on multiple platforms, even as it's marked as false information, calling the pandemic, the protests, and of course the push for nationwide mail-in voting all part of a coordinated irregular warfare insurgency with multiple aims perpetrated by the deep state, the 9 million, well, let's just say the 9-minute clip with about 9 million hits throws in a dizzying cocktail of claims touching on virtually every conspiracy theory of the current moment, managing to claim that the murder of George Floyd was mysterious and not what it seemed, that social distancing was perhaps but pretext to halt grand juries so that President Obama could not be investigated for spying on the Trump campaign, and, of course, that violent paramilitary group Antifa had been given free rein by Democratic mayors to wreak havoc on city streets. Now, over grim violin music and a shot of Nancy Pelosi taking a knee in kente cloth, Joam intones, "COVID-19 is being sold as a natural event, but we see now it is an attempt by enemies of humanity to hold on to power. After November, they stand to lose it all, but they will do everything to keep the crisis alive, and the people in fear." Now, the last minute of the clip features shots of news reports about a feared second wave of coronavirus, the implication being that too is part of the program to keep us afraid and should never be acknowledged or even believed. People contain multitudes, and our ability to believe in several conspiracy theories at once is nothing new. We've seen hints of a conspiracy singularity before. Most memorable in the worlds of Milton William Cooper, the author of the dense, chaotic, and totally unreadable conspiracy classic, Behold the Pale Horse, which he vomited out before he communicated with myself and was cured. To extent, he ultimately took it upon himself to take the government head on with the truth, and that's what got him killed. But before he died in a shootout with the sheriff's deputies attempting to arrest him for what they claimed was aggravated assault, he was successful in assembling a broad coalition of anti-governmental zealots. Behold the Pale Horse claimed to draw on his military service in the Vietnam War to expose a variety of evil deeds perpetrated by those who wanted to bring about a new world order. But Cooper also successfully weaved in UFO conspiracy theories. Again, this was writ prior his communicating with myself, which cured him of that pathology. In his claims in the book, of course, he confabulates that the United States military shot down mysterious craft to destroy alien technology, for instance, as well as medical ones, including claims that both AIDS and hepatitis B were bioweapons loosed on the public by the CDC. Now, that's giving him too much credit. Bioweapons, yes. The CDC more or less passively refrained from any action, which resulted in the near annihilation of the gay community. And the hepatitis B took out all the druggies. As the Cooper biographer Mark Jacobson noted, some of these theories gained a lot of credence among Black Americans and in the hip-hop community. And Behold the Pale Horse itself as a title became a surprising mainstay across a lot of different communities. One of the only things you'd be just as likely to find in an Afrocentric bookshop in New York as at a militia rally march table of merchandise. It showed that UFO researchers and heavily armed, self-proclaimed patriots had some kind of common language and view of the world, or at least places where their worlds overlapped. One devoted fan of Cooper's radio show, The Hour of the Time, was Timothy McVeigh, who went on to bomb the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City, killing 168 people, including children, which he did attest to regretting. The author and political scientist Mikhail Barkun notes in his book that was published circa 2003 and entitled A Culture of Conspiracy. In that work he notes that McVeigh also developed a fascination with UFOs around the same time, visiting Area 51 a year before he perpetrated the bombing. And when on death row, Barkun writes, Barkun, his surname being spelled B-A-R-K-U-N, Mikhail Barkun, he writes that McVeigh obsessively watched the film Contact, about a brave lesbian government scientist chosen to make contact with extraterrestrials. Now, conspiracy theories that the government is hiding what it knows about aliens, or the existence of a secret strawman bank account assigned to each United States citizen, live in the same place, theoretically speaking. And so in his book entitled A Culture of Conspiracy, Michael Barkun referred to these realms as, quote-unquote, the domain of stigmatized knowledge. Well, let me just read from his book a single paragraph. That domain, the domain of stigmatized knowledge, as we have seen, is made up of rejected, outdated, or ignored knowledge claims, regardless of subject matter. It contains material drawn from revisionist history, pseudoscience, alternative medicine, occultism, new and alternative religions, and political sectarianism. Despite these differences of focus, all share certain overarching similarities: the disdain or disinterest of mainstream institutions, along with the common outsider status conferred by that disdain or disinterest, and a consequent suspicion of the institutions that have excluded them. Now, Barkun's book is broadly about approaching conspiracy singularity without really acknowledging or foreseeing the fact that the conspiro-singularity is here. Instead, focused especially, as it should be, on the places where the far-right anti-government and UFO circles had started to merge even at the time of its publication back in 2003 when both my parents were still alive. And the same fusions Barkun observed in the late 80s and early 90s between far-right conspiracy theorists and UFO believers could also be seen within the 9/11 truth movement. Conspiracy theories about 9/11 brought together the military-industrial complex, critical left, and the Alex Jones-tinged radicalized right, as well as what Barkun called the prophecies of Nostradamus, UFOs, and conspiracy theories about the Illuminati. These bedfellows were strange indeed, as a profile of Alex Jones from the year my late and sainted mother was murdered, circa 2011, observed, "It turns out that the world of paranoia is round, and 9/11, with its billowing smoke and miles of video and a cast of thousands, is the terra incognita where left and right meet, fusing 60s countercultural distrust with the 'don't tread on me' variety of the patriot militia gun cult." In other words, alliances and overlaps are common and not new. And so Michael Wood, in an interview with Vice News, did say there's always been cross-pollination. Now, Michael Wood himself holds a PhD, Philosophiae Doctor, from the University of Kent, and is himself an expert in conspiracy psychology. And along with his co-authors, Karen Douglas and Robbie Sutton, he published a 2012 paper exploring the phenomenon of people who simultaneously believe in conflicting conspiracy theories. That Princess Diana is alive and yet was killed by MI6, for example. Or that Osama bin Laden both died before the military raided his compound, the United States military that is, and is still alive after those same military forces supposedly killed him. Now, the psychotic ability to believe two things at once, even completely contradictory things, is based on an underlying level of higher order thinking. Or at least that's what this paper argues. An overriding belief that can make even conflicting ideas make sense. Simply put, it's the centralized belief that conspiracies and hidden deceptions underpin the world and guide human events. And so the authors of the paper I'm citing did write, "The idea that authorities are engaged in motivated deception of the public would be a cornerstone of conspiracist thinking due to its centrality in conspiracy theories. Someone who believed in a significant number of conspiracy theories would naturally begin to see authorities as fundamentally deceptive, and new conspiracy theories would seem more plausible in light of that belief. This being so, it's still true that conspiracy communities used to have some degree of separation. Their conventions were held in different hotel ballrooms and targeted different audiences geographically and socially. Conspiracy theories were spread in newsletters and in-person meetings. They were narrowly targeted and often somewhat underground, part of a legitimately fringe and countercultural narrative. But now the internet is the largest hotel ballroom of them all. And the novel coronavirus pandemic has forced a lot of people into a set of universalizing life circumstances. We're all trying to make sense of the same massive global event, which seems to drive an urge towards a grand unified theory of suspicion. And with everyone using the same global platforms, conspiracy communities seem to influence and inflect each other far more rapidly. What we have today is more of a mass, a merge of conspiracy ideas combining in ways that make their individual contours ever harder to make out. For some people invested in multiple conspiratorial beliefs or communities, Wood has said, "The evidence you've based your beliefs on is more like a negative argument. What you believe didn't happen. The actual conspiracy theories themselves aren't that important. They're really just manifestations of this underlying suspicion and mistrust." And that can take us down some odd forms. In a 1954 study cited by Mr. Wood, Theodore Adorno found that German Judeophobes tended to believe that Jews were both too withdrawn from mainstream society and overly eager to participate in it. The higher order thinking at work was Judeophobia, and every negative belief derived from that, even when they didn't logically cohere. Similarly, Wood himself has writ in more modern conspiracy theories, distrust of official narratives may be so strong that many alternative theories are simultaneously endorsed in spite of any contractions, or rather contradictions between them. Today, alternative theories abound that the coronavirus pandemic is both a hoax and a dangerous bioweapon unleashed by communist China. That Tom Hanks is dead, executed for being part of the pedophile deep state, and alive in witness protection. That he is dead and replaced by a body double. All these theories have been promoted by the same guy, a QAnon fag named Tommy G. At the same time that the conspiracy singularity starts to take shape, we're seeing a distinct collapse between the fringe and the center. Nowhere is that more visible than in the increasing prominence of QAnon in relatively mainstream Republican politics. As of July, the left-leaning organization, Media Matters, has found that 63 current and former congressional candidates are open and enthusiastic Q fans, all of them Republican, some of whom, like Mary Jo Ray Perkins in Oregon and Marjorie Taylor Greene in Georgia, have already won their primaries. To make it to Congress, Greene still has to defeat the second-place winner, John Cohen, in an August 11th runoff election. She may have done that. I was checking in on this. At that time, she was headed towards that. She was at that time facing significant condemnation from the state Republican Party. Another useful idea referred to by Barkun, the author of the work entitled Culture of Conspiracy, is the cultic milieu, a term coined in the 1970s by the British sociologist Colin Campbell, a sort of cultural underground that's made up of a variety of rejected knowledge disdained by the mainstream. The cultic milieu, as Barkun describes it in his writing, is wary of all claims to authoritative government. Rather, it's wary of all claims to authoritative judgment, and receptive instead to all forms of revisionism, whether in history, religion, science, or politics. So it's no stretch to see how that domain of stigmatized knowledge extends to how people process current and ongoing events. How groups of people with seemingly nothing to bind them together on the surface might find themselves seeking explanation, order, and meaning in the same places. In fact, there's been language for this phenomenon for a long time. People deeply embedded in the overlapping worlds of conspiracy theory tend to refer to themselves as being part of the truth community. And it's, well, as its members come to a new and mutually reinforcing view of just what that truth is, the rest of us would do well to pay attention to just what it is. Because in California's smoke-filled horizon, it's become quite hard to breathe. Not just because of all the smoke, but all the conspiracies that choke the mind. And for West Coast residents, the anxiety that comes with the fire season is simply all too familiar. It's common for everyone here in my Golden State to be walking around or driving with an emergency bag filled with items like a first aid kit, a flashlight, a portable cell phone battery pack, and a map marked with at least 2 evacuation routes at the ready. And along with the emergency bag itself, a plan at the ready for places to stay when you need evacuate. But this year, with air so thick with smoke it's hard to breathe, the fires, which span beyond California into Oregon and Washington, seem far worse. And according to all experts, that's because they are. These unprecedented wildfires that continue to cause havoc on the West Coast have claimed the lives of at least 33 people we've even been able to account for thus far. Quite literally, physically, the West Coast of the American Empire is burning. From the orange skies in Golden Gate at San Francisco to the ash rain in Southern California, the Golden Bear Republic, the state-nation in disambiguation from a nation-state, defined as a state like California, which was once a nation, like the Republic of Texas, looks like it's been given the Hollywood dystopia treatment. As if you've got a matte painted background in front of a stage or in back thereof, on which we all act out our dramas before Cthulhu, the anti-god of the Flamme of Enfer, the fire vampires. But it's not a dystopia. It's a reality. The climate crisis has arrived. And on the West Coast, people are getting a front row view of just how bad it is via the very air they breathe. Los Angeles experienced its worst air quality in more than 100 years amid a historic heat wave last weekend, as proven by data I've sourced from the South Coast Air Quality Management District. The ozone pollution reading from downtown Los Angeles was so high on Sunday of Labor Day weekend that air quality officials confirmed that it was not initially reported for fear of generating mass panic and exodus from the city. So instead, officials conducted an additional manual review just to make sure it was even correct, because they could not believe their own sources and sites. And thus it was that Daniel Swain, the aforecited climate scientist at UCLA, whose status as alive or dead I do not know as of now, he being when he works as the climate scientist at UCLA, or worked if he no longer be among us, He worked at the National Center for Atmospheric Research, the NCAR, therein. And earlier this week, what perhaps may be his last legacy of communication, he told CNN, climate change has not just made the extreme heat waves that coincided with the fires worse. The bigger effect is the more subtle long-term warming. That couple of degrees of average warming over decades, you don't notice it that much. But it's still there, lurking in the background, sucking extra moisture out of the vegetation and the soil. And so breathing itself becomes a luxury during fire season. Satellite images from NOAA, NOAA, acronymous for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, reveal that the wildfire smoke has continued to blanket most of this west coast by Thursday morning of this week last, and because of this, the air quality remains moderate to even hazardous across this region, including in all major cities. And as Jameson Reese reminds myself, it is visible from space. But West Coast residents don't need NOAA to tell them. They just need to step outside and breathe, or attempt to. Because as the recent Time magazine journalist noted, during fire season in California, breathing feels like a luxury for more and more months of the year. As of Thursday this week last, the South Coast Air Quality Management District said a smoke advisory remained in effect for most of Los Angeles County and parts of Orange, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties. Fortunately, many people in the fire areas are already equipped with masks. Unfortunately, that's due to their concerns over catching or spreading COVID-19. With Dr. John Balmes, a pulmonologist at the University of California, San Francisco, my own UCSF, telling CNN that an N95 or an N100 respirator certified by NIOSH, the NIOSH, which itself, if I remember as a former Department of Defense bureaucrat, was acronymous for, the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, which is the United States federal agency responsible for conducting research and making recommendations for the prevention of work-related injury and illness, thereby, of course, rendering them the certifiers of such PPE or personal protective equipment, that their certified N95 or N100 respirators be the best respiratory protection from both COVID-19 and PM 2.5, the tiny lung-damaging pollution particles that are found in the worst concentrations of wildfire smoke. And that same Dr. John Balmes reminds us, or informs us, that cloth masks may prevent transmission of SARS coronavirus 2, the severe acute respiratory system, COV2, but they offer little protection from wildfire smoke. So Balmes recommends that people simply stay indoors, with their windows closed, and put central ventilation on recirculate mode, or create a clean air room with a portable HEPA air filter device. Now, the CARB, C-A-R-B, or the California Air Resources Board, has echoed similar tips, adding that people should listen and watch for air quality reports and warnings throughout the day. with a tweet from that agency reading, "Smoke can hurt eyes, irritate lungs, and worsen chronic heart and lung disease. Stay home, stay safe." Now, all of this is symptomatic smoky skies and rains of ash. Ash rains. Fires have destroyed over 3,900 structures in California as of Thursday this week last, when such statistics came out. I haven't looked since. And at least 14,000 firefighters are currently, at this very moment while I speak to you, battling 29 major fires up and down the state in which I live. And authorities in many communities have had to order mandatory evacuations, with more than 170,000 customers recently going without power to prevent future blazes. And with all these fires comest the bad air quality, which prompted another Twitter user to write, "Hurts to breathe, extremely lightheaded, feeling so sick." Another wrote, "Anybody else's eyes been burning from all this smoke and bad air quality? Or is it just me?" Some, like Juliana Park, narrowly escaped one of the many fires while on a getaway over this last Labor Day weekend opening this month of September. The 24-year-old young lady who lives in Mountain View, California, had gone, for some reason inexplicable to myself, but then I know better, on a 5-hour road trip from the Bay Area toward Sierra National Forest for a backpacking trip over the Labor Day holiday weekend. Her group had hiked for about an hour when they heard lightning. She told journalists that was our cue to turn around. We didn't have cell service either, so we thought it would be safest to go back as soon as possible. As they walked back to the car, Park said they started to see the sky was a different color. The whole sky was orange, but also very gray. Well, I'll just read the rest of what she said to CNN here. "I was wearing a white shirt, and you could see the black ash on my shirt, and the white ash falling on top of our eyelashes. So our white shirts were turning black, and our eyelashes were turning white. When we got to the car, and we had a red Honda, you could see on the hood black and white ash, and it was getting harder not only to breathe, but harder to even see. They made it home safely, but passed a smaller fire on their way, which Park posted a video of on Twitter. And of course, later in this very week, Wednesday night when I was on with Peter Moon, was the day Park woke up to an orange sky over the entire San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region. Now, the meteorologist at CNN itself, named Judson Jones, said the smoke and ash are acting like nature's version of an Instagram filter. The particles in the air are refracting sunlight similar to the way small air particles do when the sun sets or rises. Massive plumes of smoke generated by the wildfires raging across the state has led to the longest stretch of unhealthy air quality alerts on record in the San Francisco Greater Bay Area Metroplex region, with a quarter of 100 days straight of spare the air alerts. as I confirmed with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District spokeswoman Erin Demerit. The previous record was 14 consecutive days during the 2018 Camp Fire that devastated the city of Paradise, California. So that young lady, Park, and her roommate kept all their apartment windows closed because of climate change concerns. I mean, if you've paid attention to the headlines and the global climate change activists, it shouldn't come as a surprise that the fires have only worsened. Even earlier this year, in pre-pandemic times, Australia down under saw its own devastating wildfires that burned across the only nation on Earth that occupies an entire continent throughout last year and into 2020. A news analysis, or rather a new analysis published in March, proved that the fires were made far more likely and intense by the climate crisis. Scientists have found that the chances of the kind of extreme weather that triggered those blazes have increased by more than 30% since 1900, and that fire conditions like this are at least 4 times more likely than they were at the start of the 20th century. Still, it's hard to understand the impact when it's not necessarily close to your home. So that's why the young lady named Park went on to say, I would say growing up in Orange County, I didn't really pay attention to the fires. But I think we can all say, no matter how long you've lived in California, that the fires have gotten considerably worse. Over 3.1 million acres, twice the size of Delaware, have burned in California as a result of these wildfires ravaging my state, which I have confirmed by checking in with the Cal Fire. They actually issued press release Thursday this week last that this year's fire season has been a record-breaking year in not only the total amount of acres burned, but 6 of the top 20 largest wildfires in California history have occurred in 2020 thus far. And our governor, Gavin Newsom, himself a former mayor of San Francisco, has pointed to climate change as the primary factor. This time last year, California saw 4,927 fires burn 118,000 acres, according to Governor Newsom. Yet, he emphasized that this year alone, the 2020th year in our Lord, there have been 7,606 blazes so far. In Oregon, Governor Kate Brown said more than 300,000 acres have burned. And for the parts that aren't yet on fire, the worst fire conditions in 3 decades persist. And in Washington state, more acres were burned the day before yesterday. Well, actually, on Monday, opening the work week last, than were charred in the past 12 fire seasons, as confirmed by Governor Jay Inslee. Bottom line, according to Dr. Balms, the pulmonologist, we have been more and more bad air quality days due to increased wildfires driven by climate change. Rather, we've seen more and more bad air quality days due to increased wildfires driven by climate change. And so, West Coasters must be even more careful. With Balmes himself having been quoted as saying, "The people at greatest risk of adverse health effects from wildfire smoke are those with pre-existing hearing, heart and lung disease." That said, even healthy people may be at increased risk for respiratory infections, inclusive COVID-19. But the crisis is in the skies of San Francisco itself. The West Coast's wildfires and the ecological crisis they portend have never been more visible than in the dark ochre sky over San Francisco on the 9th of September. There is a substantial corpus of writing on the merits and unreliability of California light. Its clarity, iciness, fickleness, and mood, none of it could account for the light in the Bay Area on Wednesday midweek last, the 9th of September, when a dark ochre stain, like a scrim over the sunrise, that deepened as the day wore on, emerged. For hours it looked like 4 in the morning. Drivers kept their headlights on. Neighbors drew their curtains. There was an ongoing sensation of jet lag. People quickly defaulted to a generational impulse. Engaging through documentation, they launched drones to capture the red glint of high-rises downtown and brought tripods and SLRs to the top of Twin Peaks to stake out panoramas. They took selfies in the tangerine light tide. The single lens reflex camera that was used by so many to chronicle these events is a camera that typically uses a mirror and prism system that permits the photographer to view through the lens and see exactly what will be captured. With twin lens, reflective, and rangefinder cameras, the viewed image could be significantly different from the final image. That's always something to keep in mind when you're trying to pull a kind of opera watch on a world catastrophe, world level catastrophe. Taking selfies of yourself in a tangerine light. The skies were being changed by wildfires in California, Oregon, and more recently Washington, that had overwhelmed our West Coast. During Labor Day weekend, fires in the Sierra National Forest, northeast of Fresno, spread so quickly that campers and hikers there were subject to emergency evacuations. After being told to seek refuge in a lake, several hundred were airlifted out by helicopter. In Southern California, fire spread into the Angeles National Forest, a short drive from the northern edge of Los Angeles itself. In Northern California, fires in the Mendocino National Forest, sparked in mid-August by a rash of lightning storms, were accelerated by dry winds after weeks of attempted containment. And on Wednesday this week last, the built environment in the Bay Area was safe. It was the sky that was in crisis. A layer of smoke and ash, nearly 50,000 feet high, was blocking the sun itself and scattering the daylight. By mid-afternoon, San Francisco had an amber quality, bringing to mind Western films or the elementary school pastime of antiquing paper. Outside, I was startled to find the outdoors beautiful. Labor Day weekend had coincided with a record-breaking heat wave, but Wednesday afternoon midweek this week last, was cool. We were separated from the smoke by the marine layer, the concentration of dense, humid air that oftentimes manifests in San Francisco as a fog. This was welcome, if confusing, because at 4 p.m., in the Mission District of San Francisco, shops and apartments glowed comfortingly to myself, against the artificial night. There was a low note of disaster camaraderie, everyone looking out and checking in, waving one another across the street. At a crosswalk, a man turned to myself and noted that in his 42 years of living in San Francisco, he had never seen the sky this way. Nothing like it. Me neither, I said, as if I'd lived there for longer than him. I couldn't have lived there longer than this old man. We smiled at each other. Probably. It's hard to translate facial gestures through a mask. Empty parklets dotting the commercial corridors looked like feeble solutions to some other distant problem. 2 years ago, during the 2018 wildfires, I spraketh in dispatch in which I recounted watching a woman in a P100 respirator select salad dressing at a Safeway. At that time, the image struck myself as unusual. Now, during the coronavirus pandemic, it seems almost quaint. In the past month, new rituals have emerged, some more ceremonial than others. First, in response to the pandemic, using masks, gloves, wipes, alcoholic gels and tonics, and now to the fires. The rituals have begun converging, like the conspiracy theories. We now monitor the air quality index, consulting it like the weather, multiple times a day. AQI. That is acronymus, if I remember consciously, for the air quality index. And just so you know, an air quality index is used by government agencies to communicate to the public how polluted the air currently is or how polluted it is forecast to become. Public health risks increase as the AQI rises. Different countries have their own air quality indices, corresponding to different national air quality standards. Think of AQI, your local AQI, or air quality index, as a yardstick that runs from 0 to half a thousand, meaning the number 500. The higher the AQI value, the greater the level of air pollution, and the greater the health concern. Exempli gratiae. An AQI value of 50 or below represents good air quality, while an AQI value of over 300 represents hazardous air quality. Now, AQI, as a Department of Defense librarian, I remember that the measurement was established by the Environmental Protection Agency. In other words, the AQI was established by the EPA to denote the level of air pollution using this scale from 0 to 500. And it has by now become the determining factor for pandemic-safe social gatherings, telling us whether it's safe to walk our dogs, exercise, or talk outside. The website of Purple Air, a manufacturer of air quality sensors, displays a color-coded map of the world, studded with AQI data. A healthy AQI of between 0 and half 100 is denoted by circles of yellow and green. Orange and red indicate air that carries some risk. For AQI levels between 200 and half 1,000, the circles run from eggplant to maroon. Their presence usually coincides with text messages from the city's Department of Energy Management, or rather Emergency Management, warning that all outdoor activity should be avoided. And on Thursday of this week last, right after midweek, the AQI map looked like a cluster of ripening grapes. The nearest clear air was clear across into our neighbor state, Nevada, where nuclear tests were conducted. The orange light receded. Instead, the city of San Francisco was a dull white. Friends in Portland packed go bags. Group text messages fluttered around the question of whether those with small children should leave and wherever they might go. People noted their headaches, sore eyes, itchy throats, or sore throats and itchy eyes. By Friday, into this weekend, towns and communities up and down the West Coast had been incinerated. At least a dozen people we know of in California have been reported dead. Fires in Oregon have consumed nearly 1 million acres, and thousands have been evacuated, with 500,000 more awaiting their marching orders. In Golden Gated San Francisco itself, where I reside, the crisis remains confined to the air and to the light. Even indoors, a thin haze hovers. Glancing through the windows, one can see what looks like heavy fog, but it's a thick, suspended ash, which clings to the glass. It's hard not to sound histrionic when considering the source. What looks like a dusting from a mild snowfall is the particulate remains of people's homes, people's bodies, their personal histories, physically falling to the ground. Some are saying that these crises altogether are just too much to bear, that the collision of public health issues is unsustainable, that my golden California will soon become literally uninhabitable, that people will flee. But the state has always offered its residents reasons to leave. Earthquakes, drought, heat, fires, political or rather economic cruelties. A certain degree of volatility is part of the pact of the Golden Bear Republic. It seems just as likely that people will adapt, as they always have, until adaptation, by will or by necessity, turns into retreat. and retreat we may be forced into. The long march of the Communist Chinese, which is ensconced in their history as their defining cultural origin point, their unifying point of their identity as a collective. Ours may be the fact that the Western United States is burning out of control. 33 dead we know of, 500,000 evacuated. More than 20,000 firefighters from across the United States on Friday into this weekend battling sprawling, deadly wildfires up and down the west coast of the Pacific Ocean, a wave of infernos that have forced more than 500,000 people to flee their homes. The true scale of destruction is hard to gauge. With the 33 deaths confirmed thus far this week, as wide stretches of California, Oregon, and Washington state remain cut off by the flames from the rest of America. The biggest recorded blaze in Californian history, the August Complex Fire, has ripped through 302,000 hectares by European measurement. That's 746,000 acres of dry vegetation in my state's north, as multiple fires combine under high temperatures and strong dry winds into a single mega firestorm. But it is just one of around 100 mega firestorms on the American West Coast, and other rapidly growing blazes closer to populated areas have proven more deadly. So far, 12 people have been confirmed dead in Northern California's Butte County alone. Bobby Zedeker told the San Francisco Chronicle, after deoxyribonucleic acid tests proved her missing 16-year-old nephew, Josiah Williams, was among those killed, was only able to say, "We are at a complete loss for words right now." 2 more people were killed near the rural community of Happy Camp, a CAL FIRE spokeswoman told the Associated Free Press on Friday into the weekend. When I was reviewing the lists of the dead, and in neighboring Oregon, 500,000 people were on the march under evacuation orders. 2 massive conflagrations are threatening to merge south of Portland in Clackamas County, where a 10 p.m. curfew was announced for all non-emergency workers to clear the roads for patrol and evacuation efforts. Portland's mayor declared a state of emergency late Thursday night, as if the riots, or rather the protests, hadn't been enough. Governor S. Kate Brown said the area incinerated in just 72 hours, a mere 3 days' time, was twice the state's annual average, and at least 5 entire towns had been, in her own words, substantially destroyed. She held a press conference to announce, "We have never seen this amount of uncontained fire across our state before." Huge wildfires are becoming more common, with the World Meteorological Organization saying the 5 years to 2019 was unprecedented for fires, especially in Europe and North America. Climate change amplifies droughts, which dry out entire regions, creating ideal conditions for wildfires to spread out of control and inflict unprecedented material and environmental damage. And the only words authorities can say are "leave your house." Oregon officials confirmed 2 deaths in the Santiam Canyon region south of Portland, and a third near the California border, when police were going door to door to make sure that residents were evacuating the city of Molalla, marking their driveways with spray paint to show that they had left. Denise Pence, a resident of that town for 11 years, who was loading her family belongings into a camping trailer, was quoted as saying, "It's one thing to leave your house. It's another thing being told that you have to leave. And seeing police mark your departure by spray painting your driveway to show that your home is vacated. It must be a beacon to the looters who stay behind and brave the flames and smoke." And, as I said, in Washington State, a 1-year-old boy perished while his parents suffered severe burns, attempting to rescue him while fleeing an inferno, 210 kilometers. Well, that'd be 130 miles by royal measurement east of Seattle. Governor S.J. Inslee coming forward to say, "This child's family and community will never be the same. Everything's glowing red," as it was behind her when she said those words, because winds that whipped up flames earlier in the week have eased off across much of California, with severe weather warnings lifted for most of the state by Friday. Humidity being expected to rise as temperatures cool through to next week, providing some relief, as announced by CAL FIRE. But California has already seen more than 3.1 million acres burned this year, an annual record larger than the entire state of Connecticut, with nearly 4 months more of fire season still to come. 29-year-old Tina Rose, who fled her home in Central California, described witnessing a nearby mountain glowing red from looming wildfires. She told the Associated Free Press while she was speaking from her brother-in-law's crowded home near Fresno, her brother offering a Christian shelter to families and their pets beside his own. She said, "It's something we never want to experience again. A burning mountain. It looked like the devil himself had emerged out of hell to consume us all. And it killed 8 more people, devouring them in these California wildfires since last month, as if attracting them with gravity of some sort into its burning, towering mass." Governor Gavin Newsom blaming the ferocity of this year's fires on climate change. The former mayor of San Francisco, who now governs the Golden State, tweeted, "We must do more. We need action at every level. California cannot do this alone. Climate change is real. So please, vote." All of that in the uppercase. And the former president of the United States, Barack Obama, shared alarming pictures of our West Coast fires in his stark message about our climate crisis, your climate crisis. Vote like your life depends upon it, because it does. But 72 hours are gone. 3 days ago, the former president emphasized that the fires across the West Coast are just the latest examples of the very real ways our changing climate is changing our communities. Now, Barack Obama has underlined the connection between these raging wildfires in America's West and the climate crisis, noting that, in his own words, protecting our planet is on the ballot. And so the former president tweeted the message, and 4 photographs of the eerie, glowing orange sky over San Francisco on Wednesday night this midweek last, with that massive cloud of smoke from raging wildfires covering much of California and dimming the sun to a blood red. That's when President Obama wrote, "The fires across the West Coast are just the latest examples of the very real ways our changing climate is changing our communities. Protecting our planet is on the ballot. Vote like your life depends on it, because it does." And winds have stoked an unprecedented number of fires driven by this climate crisis across California in recent days that have forced rescues and thousands of residents to evacuate. Further north in Washington state, more acres burned in a single day than firefighters usually see all year round. Fires also forced people to flee in Oregon and Idaho. A number of recent studies, including reports by the federal EPA itself, the Environmental Protection Agency, which developed the AQI, have linked bigger wildfires to the climate crisis. Stanford University climate scientist Noah Diffenbaugh told the Associated Press, "The frequency of extreme wildfire weather has doubled in California over the past 4 decades, with the main driver being the effect of rising temperature on dry fuels, meaning that the fuel loads are now frequently at record or near record levels when ignition occurs or when strong winds blow." By dry fuels, he means dried trees and vegetation, dead trees and vegetation. The fuel loads are the acres of dead trees, miles and miles, killed by invasive species of beetles that infest them. And so, this convergence of catastrophes are invasive species variants of the locust plague, along all else, have seen, well, caused the United States to see, well, let's just say this. The American empire has hit the 10th billion-dollar weather disaster of its year, this year, at a record pace. The United States has hit its 10th billion-dollar weather disaster earlier than any other year, making 2020 the 6th consecutive year with at least 10 extreme weather events, also a record. All this sourced from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the NOAA, NOAA. With the climate reckoning in fire-stricken California, bringing it all home. If climate change was a somewhat abstract notion a decade ago, today it is all too real for Californians fleeing wildfires and smothered in a blanket of smoke, the worst year of fires on record. When many in California talk about this year's wildfires, they describe the color, the apocalyptic, ominous, red-orange glow in the sky. With 2.5 million acres having already burned in our state this year, now multiple megafires are burning more than 3 million acres as I speak, with millions of my fellow residents smothered in toxic air, rolling blackouts and triple-digit heat waves. Scientists have known for years that runoff from burned homes can put harmful chemicals into groundwater and reservoirs. And so climate change, in the words of at least one scientist, is smacking California in the face. Climate change has made conditions ripe for fires. Temperatures are higher and the landscape is drier. But the destruction has also become more acute because of the number of homes that are built on the wildland-urban interface, where development meets wild vegetation. Because the pressures of California's population have meant that towns are encouraged to build in high-risk areas. And when a development is ravaged by a fire, it is often rebuilt, starting the cycle of destruction all over again. The crisis in the nation's most populous state, California, is more than just an accumulation of individual catastrophes. It's also an example of something climate experts have long worried about, but which few ever expected to see so soon: a cascade effect, in which a series of disasters overlap, triggering or amplifying each the other. Roy Wright, who directed resilience programs for the FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, until the year before yesteryear, and grew up himself in Vacaville, California, where, of course, Mr. Brendan Zogit worked near the prison system, near one of this year's largest fires, has himself gone on record to say, "You're toppling dominoes in ways that Americans have never imagined. It's apocalyptic." The same could be said for the entire West Coast this week, to Washington State and Oregon, where towns were decimated by infernos as firefighters were stretched to their limits, physically and logistically. California's simultaneous crises illustrate how the ripple effect works. A scorching summer led to dry conditions never before experienced. That aridity helped to make the season's wildfires the biggest ever recorded. 6 of the 20 largest wildfires in modern California history have occurred this year alone. If climate change was a somewhat abstract notion 10 years agone, today it is all too real for my fellow Californian residents. The intensely hot wildfires are not only chasing thousands of people from their homes, but causing dangerous chemicals to leach into our drinking water. Excessive heat warnings and suffocating smoky air have threatened the health of people already struggling during the pandemic. And the threat of more wildfires has led insurance companies to cancel homeowner policies and the state's main utility to shut off power to tens of thousands of people preemptively. That's why Governor Gavin Newsom said yesterday, last month, if you are in denial about climate change, come to California. He gave Trump the California challenge. Now, officials have always worried about cascading disasters. They just never thought they would start so soon. Alice Hill, a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, who oversaw resilience planning on the National Security Council during the Obama administration, has gone on record to say, "We used to worry about one natural hazard at a time. The acceleration of climate impacts has happened faster than we ever anticipated, than even we ever anticipated." Climate scientists say the mechanism driving the wildfire crisis is straightforward: human behavior, chiefly the burning of fossil fuels like coal and oil, has released greenhouse gases that increase temperatures, desiccating forests and priming them to burn. Mark Harvey, who was Senior Director for Resilience at the National Security Council until January, said the government has struggled to prepare for situations like what is happening in California now. Mr. Harvey himself saying the government does a very, very bad job looking at cascading scenarios. All of our systems are built to handle but one single problem at a time. In some ways, this year's wildfires in California have been decades in the making. A prolonged drought that ended in 2017 was a major reason for the death of 163 million trees in California forests over the past decade, according to the United States Forest Service. One of the fastest moving fires this year ravaged the forests that had the highest concentration of dead trees. south of Yosemite National Park. Further north, the Bear Fire became the 10th largest in modern California history, burning through an astonishing 230,000 acres in one single 24-hour period, a single day. And so Daniel Swain, that climate scientist in the Institute of the Environment and Sustainability at the UCLA, University of California at Los Angeles, had been so bold as to say, "It's really shocking to see the number of fast-moving, extremely large and destructive fires simultaneously burning." He was quoted as saying, "I've spoken to maybe 24 fire and climate experts over the last 48 hours, and pretty much everyone is at a complete loss of words. There's certainly been nothing in living memory on this unimaginable a scale." While the state mobilizes to deal with the immediate threats, fires will also leave California with difficult and costly longer-term problems. Everything from the effects of smoke inhalation to damaged drinking water systems. This place may truly become unlivable. Cheryl Jacobs says, "Hi Douglas, what's with these freaking fires?" in the chat room. Hey honey, well, I'm trying to explain. Bizarre HD, who is George Knight, says, "Just came on, Douglas. Much love and appreciation for all you have done for me. Forever and eternally grateful. Thank you, sir. Hugs and prayers, as always, for your wife Sarah on the front lines of the pandemic, protecting us all." Wildfire smoke can, in the worst cases, be deadly. It can kill you, especially older people. Studies have proven that when waves of smoke hit, the rate of hospitalization rises, and patients experience respiratory problems, heart attacks, and strokes. The coronavirus pandemic adds an entirely new layer of risk to an already perilous situation, because the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention have issued statements warning that people with COVID-19 are at increased risk from wildfire smoke during the pandemic. John Balmas, the spokesman for the American Lung Association, himself a professor of medicine at UCSF, the University of California, San Francisco, told myself that the longer we have bad air in California, the more we'll be concerned about adverse health effects. As for drinking water, scientists have known for years that runoff from burned homes can put harmful chemicals into groundwater and reservoirs, but research in the aftermath of the 2017 wildfires in wine country north of San Francisco and the 2018 fire that destroyed the town of Paradise in the foothills of the Sierra discovered a different threat. Benzene and other dangerous contaminants were found inside water systems, possibly from heat-damaged plastics in the water infrastructure. Andrew J. Welton, a professor in environmental engineering at Purdue University and an author of a study on water contamination in Paradise, California, has gone on record to say communities need to recognize this vulnerability. Dangerous chemicals can leach from inside water systems for months after a fire. The Environmental Protection Agency itself classifies water with benzene levels above 500 parts per billion as hazardous. Unpotable. Some samples in Paradise after the fire were found to have 2,000 parts per billion. In Sonoma County, after the wine country fires, some samples had 40,000 parts per billion. Before now, many Californians assumed it would be an earthquake that might knock out their power, damage their homes, and render their neighborhoods uninhabitable. Susan Luton, a retired attorney in Oakland, lives near the Hayward Fault, an area that seismologists warn is due for a major earthquake. But it is the threat of fire that prompted her and her husband to put their go-bags by the door. Shoes, a change of clothes, flashlights, whistles, medications, small bills, and duct tape. Miss Luton went on record to say, "We have a rope inside the house in case we have to escape down the steep hillside on foot rather than by driving a car." Her husband has studied Google Maps for escape routes. The whiplash of the multiple crises in California has played out in their living room, with Miss Luton saying, "2 days agone we were roasting inside with the windows closed in a heat wave to avoid heavy smoke. Today we are cool but unable to see across the street." She was saying this on Wednesday, midweek last, when the entire San Francisco Bay Area was shrouded in that faint orange glow, the sun obscured by massive columns of smoke in the atmosphere. Combine all of this with the pandemic and political menace, and it's hard not to think we're our unwitting bit players in some sort of end-of-days movie. That was her quote, not mine. Combine all of this with a pandemic and political menace, and it's hard not to think we all be but unwitting bit players in some sort of end-of-days movie. Emily Saz, a graduate art history student from Santa Cruz, said she felt like she was in a strange, unfamiliar land. To quote the young Ms. Saz, "I feel as though I'm somewhere I've never been before. There were wildfires occasionally throughout my life here, which would be quickly fought and contained. Never do I remember 23 straight days of orange, oppressive, smoky skies, leaving my house in fear that I'd never return again, or knowing someone whose home burned down in the mountains near my house." Several years agone, as a student at the University of Berkeley, UC Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley, an alma mater of mine in a sense, a professor there explained that California and the West were likely to experience the effects of climate change sooner than the rest of the country. Ms. Saz herself recalled that lecture, and the words resonated with her at time of her interview. When of the wildfires, she went on record to say, "There is no greater proof, nor should we require it, that climate change is here and is changing our very lives. I am only 25 years old, and I do not know what future there is for me, let alone my potential children and grandchildren. Even after this year's fires are put out, their ripple effects will just keep spreading, creating economic shocks in the insurance industry and with the state's power grid, to name but 2 examples, well beyond the physical and health damage of the disasters themselves. This summer, millions of Californians' homes went dark for an hour or more as the smothering summer heat threatened to overload the grid. People suffocating inside their homes in a heat wave with no air conditioning. Many seniors dying and their apartments becoming their final crypts, at least transitionally, until they were collected and moved to morgue. Those blackouts are separate from the preemptive shutoffs carried out by California utilities in an effort to prevent their equipment from sparking wildfires. This week, Pacific Gas and Electric, our utilities monopoly, turned off power to about 170,000 customers, a continuation of a program of extensive power shutoffs that began last year. In the insurance industry, years of heavy losses have pushed companies to pull back from fire-prone areas in what state officials call a crisis of its own. A lack of affordable insurance threatens to devastate housing markets by making homes less valuable and harder to sell. Rex Frazier, president of the Personal Insurance Federation of California, which represents insurers, said the industry was waiting to see how big this year's losses were and what the state does next. Mr. Wright, the former FEMA official, who is now president of the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety, an industry-funded group that looks at how to reduce damage from disasters, has gone on record to say, "We have to use this as a clarion call. What we cannot do is simply cover our ears, hunker down and go, 'I just want this to go away.'" Philip B. Duffy, a climate scientist who is president of the Woodwell Climate Research Center, said many people have never understood the dynamics of a burning world. He went so far as to say, "People are always asking me, is this the new normal? I always say no. It's only going to get worse." Indeed, a new U.S. report warns that climate change will create economic chaos. The climate crisis won't just destroy the environment. This new American report proves it will also wreak havoc on our economy, the world economy. The far-reaching consequences of climate change have the ability to create chaos in the financial system and disrupt the American economy. All this according to a federal report released midweek last on Wednesday, as dated the 9th of September, 9/9/2020. And in the time we have remaining, some, 32, 11, 12, 1.5 hours. Let me see what I can summarize. This report, the first of its kind by a United States government entity, calls for Congress to swiftly impose a price on carbon and urges financial regulators to more urgently and decisively work to understand and blunt the looming economic damage from climate change. The U.S. Commodity Futures Trading Commission's Climate Subcommittee wrote, "Climate change poses a major risk to the stability of the United States financial system and to its ability to sustain the American empire's economy." The CFTC, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, which regulates some financial markets, is made up of 3 Republican and 2 Democratic commissioners. The Climate Change Advisory Committee, obviously bipartisan, was launched by Ralston Benham, surname spelled Behnam, now that I remember, who himself be a Democratic commissioner. His advisory committee, which he launched, includes representatives from banks, environmental groups, investors, and a major oil company. A disclaimer in their report emphasizes that its conclusions do not necessarily reflect the views of the CFTC itself or the United States government. But scientists have already identified climate change as culprit in destructive weather events across these United States, including wildfires, severe floods, and massive hurricanes. This report is notable in part because it directly contradicts President Donald Trump's and other Republicans' downplaying of the consequences of climate change. The president himself has called climate change a hoax, rolled back environmental regulations, and even falsely claimed that windmills cause cancer. Benham, the Democratic CFTC commissioner, is hoping the broad involvement of industry in Wednesday's report will change this tone from the misadministration over us today. And so Benham told CNN Business on Wednesday, midweek last, that it's incumbent on policymakers, elected officials, and regulators to start building in rules about climate resilience so we don't suffer in the long run from these dramatic weather events. These are real-world climate events happening on a more frequent basis and more extreme manner than ever before. And there be jobs, incomes, and opportunities at stake. Because this report warns of potential financial system stress that could hurt the economy by limiting access to credit. Indeed, to read from the report itself, it says, over time, if significant action is not taken to check rising global average temperatures, climate change impacts could impair the productive capacity of the economy itself and undermine its ability to generate employment, income, and even opportunity. Environmental groups involved in this report have stressed the urgent need for immediate action now. Mindy Lubber, the Chieftainess Executrix Officiere, the CEO of sustainability nonprofit Ceres, named after the goddess of grain, which is also the unacknowledged planet in our solar system, the largest body in the asteroid belt, which, because it's spherical in nature, fits all the definitions of a dwarf planet itself, and is therefore the 10th or 9th unacknowledged planet in our solar system. Ceres is a company named in honor of that unacknowledged goddess and celestial body, and Mindy Lubber, the CEO thereof, has gone on record to state, for such a politically and sectorally diverse group to issue such a strong call for regulatory action is testament to just how serious a systemic financial threat climate change poses to United States capital markets, and how concerned stakeholders from across the political spectrum are about it. The CFTC chairman, Heath Tarbert, a Republican, struck a different tone on the report, emphasizing the potential disruption caused by the shift to cleaner energy, with Tarbert saying in statement that the subcommittee's report acknowledges that transition risks of a green economy could be just as disruptive to our financial system as the possible physical manifestations of climate change, and that moving too fast too soon could be just as disorderly as doing too little too late. Talk about a shit-eating scumbag. That's the turd in the punch bowl. We have to make these changes. Yes, it will destroy our economy as it stands today, but we're all going to die anyway. Let's do what we can before the climate crisis becomes a financial one. The report itself suggests the climate crisis will inevitably turn into financial crisis, with the report reading, climate change could pose systemic risks to the United States financial system. That could happen through a disorderly repricing of assets that has cascading effects on investment portfolios and balance sheets. And those impacts could be amplified by the fact that corporate America is sitting on record amounts of debt, which could leave some industries vulnerable to shock. Debt shock. Another risk is that climate change sparks subsystemic shocks. I'm reading this from the report itself, that impact particular sectors and geographical regions. Now, other reports outside of the federal government have similarly warned of dire economic consequences from climate change. In December, the Principles for Responsible Investment warned that climate change and the policies designed to fight it could wipe out 2.3 trillion United States dollars of value from global stocks. But yesteryear, Stanford University in mine own Golden, California, their researchers found that climate change makes poor countries poorer and widens global inequality. The CFTC Climate Subcommittee laid out 53 recommendations for dealing with climate risk, including requiring companies to disclose details on greenhouse gas emissions, piloting climate stress tests, and forcing banks to address climate change financial risks. The report also urges regulators to incorporate climate risks into their mandates, including the Financial Stability Oversight Council, which is charged with identifying emerging threats to financial stability, because markets are completely unprepared for climate risk. You see, the CFTC Climate Subcommittee has emphasized that the single most important step to manage climate risk is for these United States to set a fair, economy-wide, and effective price on carbon. The goal would be to steer capital towards clean energy and ensure that markets are appropriately pricing the disruption caused by climate change. Lawmakers and industry leaders have debated a price on carbon, such as a carbon tax, for decades. Even some large fossil fuel companies, such as ExxonMobil, which trades as XOM in the uppercase, or ZOM, support a carbon tax in hopes of getting clarity on the uncertain regulatory picture. Bob Litterman, the chairman of the CFTC Climate Subcommittee, has said via this report that financial markets today are not pricing climate risk. The financial markets cannot do that on their own. Until this fundamental flaw is fixed, capital will flow in the wrong direction. So the report calls on Congress to impose a price on carbon and create other appropriate incentives to fight the climate crisis. Only then will the awesome power of the financial system be able to address, at scale, this existential threat. And as wildfire smoke chokes the skies, from Southern California to Oregon, one Northern California county has learned to cope. So I'll relate to you, in closing on this subject, lessons from the fire wary. At least 10 people have died from the massive North Complex fire that we know of, sweeping through mountain communities of Butte, Plumas, and Yuba counties. One of the blazes that exploded this week as record heat and ferocious winds seized California. Meanwhile, the August Complex fire north of Sacramento is now officially the largest blaze in California history, and the Creek Fire's ferocious run through the Sierra has slowed to a crawl, giving officials hope they can finally begin containing it. It's not just California, of course. Oregon is also experiencing its worst fires in memory, fanned by roaring Santa Ana-like winds, gales unfamiliar to the Pacific Northwest rainforests, but almost certainly due to climate change, as confirmed by all researchers consulted. At least 3 people have died there, in the swaths of 2 small cities that have burned to the ground, and the western part of the state, including Portland, is experiencing some of the worst air quality ever recorded. If the West wants to know how to cope with the apocalypse, they might do well to ask people in Butte County, California. Few communities have endured so many years of wildfire emergencies, culminating with the Camp Fire 2 years agone, California's deadliest ever, even to this date so far. The principal of an elementary school there was quoted as saying, "It's pretty darn devastating. Unfortunately, everyone in Butte County has been down this road before." So, in that sense, this renders the California county of Butte the go-to place to consult for coping mechanisms. I mean, we need as many as we can get, which, what with a La Nina climate pattern forming in the Pacific Ocean that could worsen drought conditions and make us next year's fire season even worse. And the Bobcat fire burning in the San Gabriel Mountains northeast of Los Angeles doubling in size Thursday as it moved away from the foothill cities. During the long weekend's heat wave, lung-damaging ozone pollution in Los Angeles itself reached its highest levels in a generation. So that leaves us, again, with the need to try and find some sort of coping mechanism that can simply help us survive on a day-to-day basis amid chronic catastrophe. Now, when it comes to what was done in Butte County, I've been doing my best to investigate just how they've rebuilt their community and maintained its functionality. I'll see if I can derive anything that can be copied at the national level. But right now, we're stuck with other catastrophes to contend with that have been exacerbated by the fires themselves, mostly concerning the pandemic, of which we all be wary. At this point in history now, more than 900,000 have been officially acknowledged as having died of the virus worldwide. The global death toll from the coronavirus has now topped 900,000. And countries like France, the United Kingdom, and Indonesia are considering or have implemented renewed restrictions to stop the spread. In these United States, schools are still struggling to contain cases. Colleges in all 50 states and union have reported coronavirus cases. More than 2,000 students and faculty at the University of Tennessee are under quarantine or isolation due to COVID-19 threats, and there be similar stories on campuses across the nation. As for a vaccine, the International Air Transport Association says providing doses worldwide will be the mission of the century. Not only would such a feat, superhuman in scale, require the use of at least 8,000 cargo jets, as confirmed by the group itself, it also requires a ton of planning, and countries should start that planning right now. Yesterday, President Trump months agone admitted to downplaying the coronavirus threat that has now killed more than 190,000 Americans, according to interviews by the legendary journalist Bob Woodward for his new book. And now the White House is struggling to manage that fallout. A fallout well-deserved and well-earned by their evil. Think upon what I am relating, that you can't just be blithe about this. In these interviews, Donald Trump admitted he knew weeks before the first confirmed U.S. COVID-19 death that the virus was beyond dangerous, airborne, highly contagious, and in his own words, much more deadly than even your strenuous flus. Yet, in an interview in March, he said, "I still like playing it down because I don't want to create a panic." Woodward recorded 18 wide-ranging interviews with Donald Trump's permission, and CNN has obtained copies of some of those audio tapes. Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden is among those denouncing Trump's words, saying they represent a life and death betrayal of the American people. But you see, America itself is trapped in a pandemic spiral. The summer's end may be more bittersweet than usual, as Americans prepare to enter a season that will, for many, make socializing safely even trickier. 9 months into this COVID-19 outbreak, the time it takes to drop a baby from out of the womb after being carried beneath the heart, that amount of time it has taken and your brain may feel like it's been tumbling around in a washing machine, bouncing up against despair and hope intermittently, riding on an agitator. When I look at some of the cognitive traps that are muddling Americans' thinking, I can offer insights into what's still to come because of my background in psychological warfare, provided myself in my liaison status with the master thereof, Michael Aquino. And I can tell you that there be 9 conceptual errors that are continuing to dog the American empire, including, troublingly, a habituation of horror. As these United States heads towards the winter, think of the Game of Thrones. Winter is coming, and it's going to be bad. That level of trepidation is required. For the country is going round in circles, making the same conceptual errors that have plagued it since the spring tide. Now, army ants will sometimes walk in circles until they die. The workers navigate by smelling the pheromone trails of workers in front of them, while laying down pheromones for others to follow. If these trails accidentally loop back on themselves, the ants are trapped in a lethal circuit feedback loop, wherein they become a thick, swirling vortex of bodies that resembles a hurricane as viewed from space, wherein they march endlessly until they're felled by exhaustion or dehydration. Because the ants can sense no picture bigger than what's immediately ahead. They have no coordinating force to guide them to safety. They be imprisoned by a wall of their own instincts. This phenomenon is called the death spiral. I can think of no better metaphor for these United States of America's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The American empire enters the 9th month of the pandemic with more than 6.3 million confirmed cases and more than 189, well, at this point, 190,000 confirmed deaths. The toll has been enormous because the country presented the SARS-CoV-2 coronavirus with a smorgasbord of vulnerabilities to exploit. But the toll continues to be enormous every day. The case count rises by around 40,000, and the death toll by around 800. Because this country has consistently thought about the pandemic in the same unproductive ways. Many Americans trusted intuition to help guide them through this disaster. They grabbed onto whatever solution was most prominent in the moment and bounced from one, often false hope, to the next. They saw the actions that individual people were taking and blamed and shamed their neighbors. They lapsed into magical thinking and believed that the world would return to normal within months. Following these impulses was simpler than navigating a web of solutions. staring down broken systems and accepting that the pandemic would rage for at least 2 years. These conceptual errors were not egregious lies or conspiracy theories, but they were still dangerous. They manifested again and again, distorting the debate around whether to stay at home, wear masks, or open colleges. They prevented citizens from grasping the scope of this crisis and pushed leaders towards insane policies. And instead of overriding misleading intuitions with calm and considered communication, those leaders intensified them. The American empire is now trapped in an intuition nightmare. Like the spiraling ants, Americans are walled in by their own unhelpful instincts, which lead them round and round in self-destructive circles. Lori Peek, a sociologist at the University of Colorado at Boulder, who studies disasters, has gone on record to say the grand challenge now is how can we adjust our thinking to match the problem before us? Let me then articulate unto you the 9 errors of intuition that still hamstring the American pandemic response, and provide us what glimpse I can at the future if they continuest unchecked. The time to break free is now. Our pandemic summer is nearly over, and winter is coming. Now cometh fall, the season of preparation, and then the winter, the season of survival. The American empire must reset its mindset to accomplish both. Ant death spirals break only when enough workers accidentally blunder away, creating trails that lead the spiraling workers to safety. But humans don't have to rely on luck. Unlike ants, we have a capacity for introspection. The divine creator graced us free will. The spiral begins when people forget that controlling the pandemic means doing many things at once. The virus can spread before symptoms appear, and does so more easily through 5 Ps. People in prolonged, poorly ventilated, protection-free proximity. To stop that spread via those 5 Ps, this country could use measures that other nations did to great effect. Close non-essential businesses and spaces that allow us crowds to congregate indoors, improve ventilation, encourage mask use, test widely to identify contagious people, trace their contacts, help them isolate themselves, and provide a social safety net so that people can protect others without sacrificing their livelihoods. None of these other nations did everything, but all did enough things right and did them simultaneously. By contrast, the United States engaged in, well, firstly, a serial monogamy of solutions. Stay-at-home orders dominated March. Masks were fiercely debated in April. Contact tracing took its turn in May. Ventilation is having its moment now. Natalie Dean, a biostatistician at the University of Florida, has gone on record to say it's like we only have attention for only one thing at a time. The American mind is just too small to accommodate more than one thought. As often happens, people sought easy technological fixes for complex social problems. The bane of science fiction. The magical tool that answers all your needs. And for months, President Donald Trump touted hydroxychloroquine as a COVID-19 cure, even as rigorous studies proved again and again that it never was one, and never will be. In August, he switched his attention to convalescent plasma, the liquid fraction of a COVID-19 survivor's blood that might contain virus-blocking antibodies. There still be no clear evidence that this century-old approach can treat COVID-19 either, despite grossly misstated claims from FDA Commissioner Stephen Hahn, for which he later apologized. More generally, drugs might have some of the very sickest patients, might save them, as dexamethasone does, or shorten a hospital stay, as remdesivir does, but they be unlikely to offer outright cures. With the specialist Natalie Dean, my favorite biostatistician, assuring us that it's so reassuring to think that a magic bullet treatment is out there and if we just wait, it'll come and things will be normal. But other strategies that have merit, yet be wrongly dismissed for being imperfect, would serve us in their dissemination. In July, Carl Bergstrom, an epidemiologist and a sociologist of science at the University of Washington, argued that colleges cannot reopen safely without testing all students upon entry. To quote his T, "The gotcha question I've handled most from reporters since is, this school did entry testing, so why did they get an outbreak? It's because such testing is necessary for a safe reopening, but not sufficient. If you do it and screw up everything else, you'll still have a big outbreak." Well, this brief attention span may be understandable, certainly never defensible, but maybe comprehensible. Adherents of the scientific method are trained to isolate and change one variable at a time. Academics are walled off into different disciplines that rarely connect. Journalists constantly look for new stories, shifting attention to the next great idea. These factors prime the public to view solutions in isolation, which means imperfections become conflated with uselessness. For example, many critics of masks argued that they provide only partial protection against the virus, that they often don't fit well, or that people wear them incorrectly. But some protection is clearly better than none. As Dylan Morris of Princeton has writ, X won't stop COVID on its own is not an argument against doing X. Instead, it's an argument for doing X along with other measures. Seat belts alone won't prevent all fatal car crashes, but cars also come with airbags and crumple zones. When we layer things, we give ourselves more wiggle room. Several experts I've talked with have been asked, what now? The question assumes that the pandemic lingers because the United States simply hasn't found the right solution yet. In fact, it lingers because the familiar solutions were never fully implemented. Despite claims from the White House, the United States is still not testing enough people. It still doesn't have enough contact tracers. The aforecited Mr. Dean sayest, we have the playbook, but I think there's a confusion about what we've actually tried and what we've just talked about doing. A successful response is never going to be one thing done perfectly. It'll be a lot of things done well enough. That resilience disappears if we create the second misconception, false dichotomies. A world of black and white is easier to handle than one awash with grays. But false dichotomies are dangerous. From the start, COVID-19 has been portrayed as a disease that causes mild symptoms in people who quickly recover and occasionally causes severe illness that leads to hospitalization and death. This two-sided caricature, severe or mild, sick or recovered, has erased the thousands of long haulers who have endured months of debilitating symptoms at home with neither recognition nor even care. Meanwhile, as businesses closed and stay-at-home orders rolled out, Daniel Allen, a political scientist at Harvard, observed we presumed a trade-off between saving lives and saving the economy. This was foolishness of the most profound degree, because the two goals were never actually even aligned. Epidemiologists and economists largely agree that the economy cannot rebound while the pandemic is still raging. By treating the two as opposites, state leaders rushed to reopen, leading a barely contained virus to surge anew. So in reality, while we mispresented the two goals as never having been aligned, they were actually perfectly parallel. One could not exist without the other. And now, as winter looms and the pandemic continues unabated, another dichotomy has emerged. Enter another awful lockdown, or let the virus run free and rampant to rage among us all, to cut us down like a scythe, as if we were so much wheat and chaff to be separated. This choice, too, is false. Public health measures offer a middle road, and even lockdowns need not be as overbearing as they were in spring. A city could close higher-risk venues like bars and nightclubs, whilst opening lower-risk ones like retail stores. There's a whole, well, to quote Lindsay Wiley, a professoress of public law, public health law at American University, there's an entire control panel of dials on offer, but it's hard to have that conversation when people are locked into thinking of a goddamn light switch. The term lockdown has done a lot of damage. It exacerbated the false binary between shutting down and opening up, whilst offering the third misconception, cursing America, the comfort of theatricality. Stay-at-home orders saved lives by curtailing COVID-19's spread, and by giving hospitals some breathing room. But the orders were also meant to buy time for the nation to ramp up its public health defenses. Instead, the White House treated months of physical distancing as a pandemic-ending strategy in itself. Julia Marcus, an infectious disease epidemiologist at Harvard Medical School, she went on record to say, "We squandered that time in terms of scaling up testing and contract tracing, enacting policies to protect workers who get infected on the job, getting protective equipment to people in food processing plants, finding places for people to isolate, offering paid sick leave. We still don't have any of those things. The country is now facing the fall with many of the same problems that plagued it through the summer." Showiness is oftentimes mistaken for effectiveness. The coronavirus mostly spreads through the air rather than contaminated surfaces, but many businesses are nonetheless trying to scrub and bleach their way toward reopening. This is what I, as a former private security enforcement agent, deem hygiene theater, a variant on what I called security theater. Think back on 9/11. Think back on the goddamn TSA established after 9/11. The one thing I could rage on in commisery with Alex Jones. That TSA was security theater. After 9/11, many other would-be terrorists, the shoe bomber, the underwear bomber, the boxing briefs bomber, as he was known, so many others. None of these sons of bitches was caught or detained by the goddamn TSA. Every single one of them was taken down by passengers on the plane which they boarded to destroy. American passengers have a 100% track record of taking down the terrorists. From the moment one of them said, "Let's roll," to every terrorist thereafter, not a single goddamn one was ever stopped by a single fucking federal agent paid on your tax dollars. Your entire federal security apparatus is security theater. And hygiene theater manifests as dramatic moves that appear to offer safety without actually doing so. The same charge applies to temperature checks, which cannot detect the many COVID-19 patients who never manifest a fever. It also applies to the porous and inefficient travel bans that Trump and his allies still tout as policy successes. These tactics might do some good. Let's not conflate imperfect with useless. But they cause harm when they substitute for stronger measures. Because theatricality breeds complacency. And by emphasizing solutions that can be easily seen, it exacerbated the American preference for yet another chronic misconception. The fourth, in my observation list, personal blame over systemic fixes. SARS-CoV-2. Severe acute respiratory syndrome, coronavirus mutation 2, spread rapidly among America's overstuffed prisons and understaffed nursing homes, in communities served by overstretched hospitals and underfunded public health departments, and among Black, Latinx, and Indigenous Americans who had been geographically and financially disconnected from healthcare by decades of racist policies. Sans paid sick leave or even a living wage. Essential workers who earn a low hourly income could not afford to quarantine themselves when they fell ill, and especially not if that would jeopardize the jobs to which their health care be tied. Whitney Robinson, a social epidemiologist at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, has said, "The things I do to stay safe, they don't have that as an option." But tattered social safety nets are less visible than crowded bars. Pushing for universal health care is harder than shaming an unmasked stranger. Fixing systemic problems is more difficult than spewing moralism, and Americans gravitated toward the latter. Like the Puritans of old who burned witches to solve their problems. News outlets illustrated pandemic articles, often distorted photos of beaches, even though open-air spaces offer low-risk ways for people to actually enjoy themselves. I attribute this tendency to America's puritanical roots, which conflate pleasure with irresponsibility and which prize shame over support. The shaming gets codified into bad policy. Chicago fenced off a beach, and Honolulu closed beaches, parks, and hiking trails while leaving riskier indoor businesses wide open. Moralistic thinking jeopardizes physical health in two ways. First, people often oppose measures that reduce an individual's risk. Seatbelts, condoms, HPV vaccines. The vaccines that take care of the hepatitis and papillomavirus, because such protections might promote risky behavior. In other words, if you're protected, you take the risk. During the pandemic, some experts used such reasoning to question the value of masks, while the University of Michigan's president argued that testing students widely would offer a false sense of security. These paternalistic, false assurance arguments are almost always false themselves. There's very little evidence for overcompensation to the point where safety measures ever do harm. The second, misplaced moralism can provide cover for bad policies. Many colleges started their semester with in-person teaching and inadequate testing, and are predictably dealing with large outbreaks. UNC Chapel Hill lasted just 6 days before reverting to remote classes. Administrators have chastised students for behaving irresponsibly, whilst taking no responsibility for setting them up to fail, a pattern that will likely continue through the fall as college clusters inevitably grow. If you put 10,000 students in a small space, eating, sleeping, and socializing together, there will be an explosion of cases. I don't know what colleges were expecting, but I do know they fell prey to the fifth misparadigm, the axiomatic idiocy of the normality trap. Number 5 in my list of misconceptions. When in times of uncertainty and upheaval, people crave a return to the familiar, predictable rhythms. Monica Shock-Spagna, a medical anthropologist at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, has emphasized that pull is especially strong now because the pandemic's toll is largely invisible. There's nothing as dramatic as ruined buildings or lapping floodwater to hint that the entire world has changed beneath our feet. In some circles, returning to normal has been valorized as an act of defiance. That's a reasonable stance when resisting terrorists who seek to stoke fear, but a dangerous one when fighting a virus which doesn't fucking care. The powerful desire to recreate an old world can obscure the trade-offs necessary for surviving the new one. Keeping high-risk indoor businesses open, for example, helps to spread the virus within a community, which makes reopening schools all the harder. Bill Hanage, an epidemiologist at Harvard, has observed that if schools be a priority, you have to put them ahead of something. What is that something? In an ideal world, they would be the last to close and the first to open, but in many communities, casinos, bars, and tattoo parlors opened before them. A world with COVID-19 is fundamentally different from one without it, and the former simply cannot include all the trappings of the latter. Cherished summer rituals like camps and baseball games have already been lost. Back-to-school traditions and Thanksgiving now hang in the balance. Change is hard to accept, which predisposes people to that sixth misconception: magical thinking. In the most negative sense, the sense of the fantasist and the big wish, the approach to Santa Claus to give you your every desire. Back in April, Trump imagined the pandemic's quick end. Maybe, to ape his words, maybe this goes away with heat and light, he said. From the start, he and others wondered if hot, humid weather might curb the spread of COVID-19, as it does other coronaviral diseases. Many experts countered that seasonal effects wouldn't stop this new virus, which was already spreading in the tropics. But fueled by shaky science and speculative stories, people widely latched onto seasonality as a possible savior, before the virus proved that it could thrive in Arizona, Texas, and the Florida summer. This brand of magical thinking, in which some factor naturally diffuses the pandemic, has become a convenient excuse for inaction. Recently, some commentators have argued that the pandemic will imminently fizzle out for two reasons. First, 20 to 50% of people have defensive T cells that recognize the new coronavirus because they were previously exposed to its milder, common cold-causing cousins. Second, some modeling studies claim that herd immunity, whereby the virus struggles to find new hosts because enough people be immune, could kick in when just 20% of the population has been infected. Neither claim is implausible, but neither should be grounds for complacency. No one yet knows if the cross-reactive T cells actually protect against COVID-19, and even if they do, they're unlikely to stop people from getting infected. Herd immunity, meanwhile, is no perfect barrier. Even if the low thresholds be correct, a fast-growing and uncontrolled outbreak will still shoot past them. Pursuing this strategy will mean that, in the winter, many parts of these United States may suffer what New York City endured in the spring: thousands of deaths and an untold number of lingering disabilities. That alone should be an argument against the seventh misconception plaguing America: the complacency of inexperience. When illness is averted and lives be spared, nothing happens and all you have is the miracle of a normal, healthy day. That's a quote from Howard Koh, a public health professor at Harvard, who has gone on to say, people take that for granted. Public health departments are chronically underfunded because the suffering they prevent is invisible. Pandemic preparations are deprioritized in the peaceful years between outbreaks. Even now, many people who have been spared the ravages of COVID-19 argue that the disease was never a big deal, or associate their woes with preventive measures. But the problem is still the disease those measures prevented. The economy is still hurting, mental health problems are growing, and educational futures have been curtailed, not because of some fear-mongering overreaction, but because of an uncontrolled pandemic that is still raging among us, loose and taking lives. If anything, the American empire did not react swiftly or strongly enough. Nations that had previously dealt with emerging viral epidemics, including several in East Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, were quick to take the new coronavirus seriously. By contrast, the American empire's lack of similar first-hand experience, combined with its sense of exceptionalism, contributed to its initial sloppiness. Abrar Karan, an internist at Brigham and Women's Hospital and Harvard Medical School, has observed that one of my colleagues went to Rwanda in February, and as soon as he hit the airport, they asked about symptoms, checked his temperature, and took his phone number. In the United States, I flew in July and walked out of the airport with no questions asked. Even when the virus began spreading within these United States, places that were never initially pummeled seemed to forget that viruses spread. As Karen so noted, in April, I was seeing COVID patients in the ER every day. In Texas, I had friends saying, "No one believes it here because we have no cases." In Los Angeles, fellow physicians said, "Are you sure this is worse than the flu? We're not seeing anything." 3 months later, Texas and California saw COVID-19 all too closely. Up, cut, and personal, as they say in prison. The tendency to ignore threats until they directly affect us has consigned the American empire to that eighth misconception I note from my psychological warfare studies in liaison with Michael Aquino: the reactive rut. In March, Mike Ryan at the World Health Organization advised, "Be fast, have no regrets. The virus will always get you if you don't move quickly." The American empire failed to heed his warning and has repeatedly found itself several steps behind the coronavirus. That's partly because exponential growth is counterintuitive. So, as Beth Redbird, a sociologist at Northwestern, has observed, we don't understand that things look fine until right before they're very not fine. It's also because the coronavirus spreads quickly, but is slow to reveal itself. It can take a month for infections to lead to symptoms, and for symptoms to warrant tests and hospitalizations, and for enough sick people to produce a noticeable spike. Pandemic data are like the light of distant stars, recording past events instead of present ones. This lag separates actions from their consequences by enough time to break our intuition for cause and effect. Policymakers end up acting only when it's too late. Predictable surges get falsely cast as unexpected surprises. This reactive rut also precludes long-term planning. In April, Michael Osterholm, an epidemiologist at the University of Minnesota, told myself that people haven't understood that the pandemic isn't about the next couple of weeks, but about the next 2 years. Leaders should have taken the long view then. Redbird himself saying, "We should have been thinking about what it would take to ensure schools open in the fall and prevent the long-term harms of lost children's development. Instead, we started working our way through a serial monogamy of solutions and, like spiraling army ants, marched forward with no sense of the future beyond the next few footsteps to our mass extinction." These errors crop up in all disasters. But the COVID-19 pandemic has special qualities that have exacerbated them. The virus moved quickly enough to upend the status quo in but a few months' time, deepening the allure of the hastily abandoned past. It also moved slowly enough to sweep the United States in a patchwork fashion, allowing as yet untouched communities to drop their guard completely. The pandemic grew huge in scope, entangling every aspect of society and maxing out our capacity to deal with complexity. Nyoki Mwarumba, an emergency management professor at the University of Nebraska at Omaha, so noted that people struggle to make rational decisions when they cannot see all the cogs. Full of fear and anxiety, people furiously searched for more information, but because the virus is so new, they instead spiraled into more confusion and uncertainty. And tragically, all of this happened during the presidency of Donald Trump, because Trump embodied and amplified America's intuition and therefore its intuitive death spiral. Instead of rolling out a detailed, coordinated plan to control the pandemic, he ricocheted from one overhyped cure-all to another, whilst relying on theatrics such as travel bans. He ignored inequities and systemic failures in favor of blaming Communist China, the World Health Organization, governors, Anthony Fauci, and Barack Obama. He widened the false dichotomy between lockdowns and reopening by regularly tweeting in favor of the latter. He and his allies appealed to magical thinking and steered the American empire straight into the normality trap by frequently lying that the virus would go away, that the pandemic was ending, that the new waves were not happening, and that rising case numbers were solely due to increased testing. They started talking about COVID-19 in the past tense, as cases are surging now in the Midwest. Martha Lincoln, a medical anthropologist at my own San Francisco State University, my own little red schoolhouse, my alma mater, has been so bold as to say it's all mass gaslighting. We were put in a situation where better solutions were closed off, but a lot of people had that fact sneak up on them. In the absence of a robust federal response, we're all left washing our hands and hoping for the best, which makes us all the more susceptible to magical thinking and individual level fixes. And if those fixes never comest, I think people are going to harden into a fatalistic sense that we have to accept, whatever the risks be, to continuous with our everyday lives as we romanticize them from the past that will never come back again. And that, indeed, be precisely Trump's next solution. The Washington Post reported that Trump's newest advisor, the neuroradiologist Scott Atlas, is pushing a strategy that lets the virus rip through the non-elderly population in a lunatic bid to reach herd immunity. This policy was lethal folly for Sweden, which be nowhere near herd immunity, and had one of the world's highest COVID-19 death rates, and has a regretful state epidemiologist that should die multiple deaths by being skinned alive and kept conscious by smelling salts, until he be burned alive, slowly, to even begin to compensate for all the deaths he's caused. And although the White House has denied that a formal herd immunity policy exists, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recently changed its guidance to say that asymptomatic people do not necessarily need a test, even after close contact with an infected person. This change makes no sense whatsoever. People can still spread this virus before showing symptoms, by effectively recommending less testing, as Trump has specifically called for. The nation's top public health agency is depriving the tax-paying American electorate, which funds them, of the data they need to resist intuitive errors. As Mwarumba has so stated, when there be a refusal to take in the big picture, we are stuck. This pandemic is now in its 9th month, like childbirth, only birth to a beast. Uncertainties abound as fall and winter loom. In much of this country, colder weather will gradually pack people into indoor spaces where the coronavirus more readily spreads. Winter also typically heralds the arrival of the flu and other respiratory viruses, and although the southern hemisphere enjoyed an unusually mild flu season, according to Eleanor Murray, an epidemiologist at Boston University, that's because of the severe precautions they were taking against COVID-19. It's not clear to me, she said, that our precautions will be successful enough to also prevent the flu. Schools are reopening and will shape the path of the pandemic in still uncertain ways. Universities are more predictable, thanks to magical thinking and misplaced moralism. The United States already has at least 51,000 confirmed infections in more than 1,000 colleges across every state and union. These underestimated numbers, mind ye, will grow because only 20% of colleges are doing regular testing, whilst almost half are not testing at all. As more are forced to stop in-person teaching, students will be sent back to their communities with COVID-19 in tow. And that's why Eleanor Murray, the Boston University epidemiologist, has been so bold as to say, I expect this will blow up outbreaks in places that never had outbreaks, or in places that had outbreaks under control. Further spikes will likely occur after Thanksgiving and Christmas, as people who yearn to return to normal, or who believe that the American empire overreacted, traveled to see their families. Despite that risk, the CDC recently dropped its recommendation that out-of-state travelers should quarantine themselves for 14 days. But many of the experts I spracketh with thought it unlikely that we'll have cities going full New York. As one of my consultants, Bergstrom, so put it, doctors are getting better at treating the disease. States like Massachusetts, New York, and New Jersey have managed to avoid new surges over the summer, showing that local leadership can at least partly compensate for federal laxity. A new generation of cheap, rapid, paper-based tests will hit the market and make it easier to work out who be contagious. And despite the spiral of bad intuitions, many Americans are holding the line. Mask use and support for physical distancing are still high. That's according to Redbird, who has been tracking pandemic-related attitudes since March. Bill Hanage has been quoted as saying, "My feeling is that while things are going to get worse, I'm not sure they'll be catastrophic because of situational awareness." Meanwhile, Trump seems to be teeing up a vaccine announcement in late October, shortly before the November 3rd election, his October surprise. Moncef Slaoui, the scientific head of Operation Warp Speed, told NPR, National Public Radio, that it's extremely unlikely a vaccine will be ready by then, and many scientists are concerned that the FDA will be pressured into approving a product that has never been adequately tested, as the Russian and Communist Chinese empires already have. Many Americans share this concern. A safe and effective vaccine could finally bring the pandemic under control, but its arrival will also test America's ability to resist the intuitive errors that have trapped it so far. Vaccination has long been portrayed as the ultimate biomedical silver bullet, separating an era when masks and social distancing mattered from a world where normality has returned. This is yet another false dichotomy. As Natalie Dean has said on record, everyone's imagining this moment when all of a sudden it's all over and they can go on vacation. But the reality is going to be much messier. This problem is not unique to COVID-19. It's more compelling to hope that drug-resistant bacteria can be beaten with viruses than to stem the overuse of antibiotics, to hack the climate than to curb greenhouse gas emissions, or to invest in a doomed oceanic plastic catcher than to reduce the production of waste. The historian David Segal has writ that throughout its entire history, and more than any other empire, the United States has espoused an almost blind faith in the power of technology as panacea. Instead of solving social problems, the American empire uses techno-fixes to bypass them, plastering the wounds instead of removing the source of injury. And that's if people even accept the solution on offer. A third of Americans already say they will refuse vaccination, whether because of existing anti-vaccine attitudes or more reasonable concerns about a rushed development process. Those who get the shot are unlikely to be fully protected. The FDA is prepared to approve a vaccine that's at least 50% effective, a level comparable to current, contemporary flu shots. An imperfect vaccine will still be useful. The risk is that the government goes all in on this one theatrical countermeasure, sans addressing the systemic problems that made the American empire so vulnerable in the first, or investing in the testing and tracing strategies that will still be necessary. We're still going to need those other things. Between these reasons and the time needed for manufacturing and distribution, the pandemic is likely to drag on for months after a vaccine is approved. Already, the event is extracting a psychological toll that's unlike the trauma of a hurricane or fire. Samantha Montano of Massachusetts Maritime Academy, who studies disasters, has concluded it's not the type of disaster that Americans specifically are used to dealing with. Famines and complex humanitarian crises are closer approximations. Health experts are burning out. Long haulers are struggling to find treatments or support, but many Americans are simply turning away from the pandemic. Redbird has concluded that people have stopped watching news about it as much, or talking to friends about it at all. I think we're all exhausted. Optimistically, this might mean that people are becoming less anxious and more resilient. More concerningly, it actually means they are becoming inured to tragedy. The most accurate model to date predicts that the United States will head into November with 220,000 confirmed deaths. More than 1,000 healthcare workers have already died in the line of duty serving you. 1 in every 1,125 black Americans has died, along with similarly disproportionate numbers of indigenous peoples, Pacific Islanders, and Latinxes. And yet, a recent poll found that 57% of Republican voters and 33% of independents actually think the number of deaths is not only acceptable, but to be encouraged to rid America of minority populations. Lori Peek has stated, in order for us to mobilize around a social problem, we all have to agree that it's a problem. It's beyond shocking that we have not, because you really would have thought that with a pandemic, it would be easy. And this is the final, and perhaps the most costly intuitive error of all. The misconceptions that have led America into literal death spiral. The ninth misconception, the ninth intuition, the habituation of horror. The American empire will stop treating the pandemic as the emergency that it is. Daily tragedy will become ambient noise. The desire for normality will render the unthinkable the normal, the new normality. Like poverty and racism, school shootings and police brutality, mass incarceration and sexual harassment, widespread extinctions and changing climate, COVID-19 will become yet another unacceptable thing that America comes to accept. And I must warn that the next phase will be emotionally challenging. We've been psychologically kicking the can down the road, but the pandemic will not end when this year comes to its close. I am addressing the emotionally challenging next phase of pandemic. The end of summer is a bitter reminder America's coronavirus ordeal won't end when the 2020th year of our Lord does. A wary friend of mine, a working mom, recently texted to say she couldn't decide which aspect of daily life during the coronavirus pandemic was worse. The insanity or the monotony. Either way, the misery will not end when 2020 does. The new year will inherit many of the same problems that have become so grindingly familiar in this 2020th year Anno Domini. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention got some Americans' hopes up with its recent instruction that states should be ready to distribute a coronavirus vaccine in the next couple of months. President Donald Trump is desperate to convince the public that a vaccine to COVID-19 will arrive by a politically convenient deadline. Maybe even before November 1st, he said, on Friday into this weekend, or sometime in the month of October. You know, the October surprise! But Trump's Operation Warp Speed is an election ploy, not a guarantee of scientific progress. Drug companies that are competing to develop vaccines are banding together to resist political pressure to take shortcuts in safety testing. On NPR, in Thursday of this week last, Moncef Slaoui, the chief scientific advisor to Operation Warp Speed, said that an effective vaccine by the end of next month is extremely unlikely, and that population-wide distribution of a vaccine could take us until the middle of next year. In other words, the American coronavirus crisis will end, just not anytime soon. The infectious diseases expert Anthony Fauci actually has gone on record to say that with a combination of public health measures, with a vaccine that's reasonably good, by the time we get around through 2021, we can start having some form of normality. Maybe never exactly the way it was, but certainly different than what we're doing right now. Now, Fauci's prediction is based on the best-case scenario, in which, in his own words, as we get into 2021, we should start seeing a substantial number of vaccine doses available. Now, this timetable comes as difficult news. Summer is ending. Winter is coming. Americans were told that this season, the season of outdoors and open windows, would create the best conditions to manage COVID-19. The nights are now shorter. The mornings be darker. In the northern states, the long summer nights are yielding to the approaching chill. Windows in much of the country will be, well, they'll soon be closed for months. Outdoor dining and events will be harder to enjoy, and a regular flu season will begin. For many families, the Thanksgiving and December holidays may be as much fun as spring break was in March. That is, no fun at all. And still, over the past week, an average of nearly 1,000 Americans a day died of COVID-19, and more than 40,000 new cases every goddamn day were reported. As every day passed, us closer towards the winter. When the rapidly spreading coronavirus first closed classrooms and workplaces earlier this year, Americans might have assumed that the shutdowns might go on for a few weeks. In late March, I myself argued that the United States would need at least 18 months to end this crisis, but still never imagined quite how incoherent and ineffective the Trump misadministration's responses to this virus would be. I was realistic. Closing schools for the rest of the school year, offices until summer. Then, as those dates approached, as late summer came, often last-minute decisions were made to mostly continue the distance until the middle or the end of the fall semester. Many offices are now closed until January or later. We've been psychologically kicking the can down the road. The whole point of each incremental delay was that the pandemic might change for the better by Memorial Day, or by the 4th of July, or by Labor Day weekend, or maybe this Thanksgiving. But the changes are not happening fast enough. Americans frustrated with Trump's criminal mishandling of the pandemic have trained their eyes on the November election. But even if Joe Biden wins, the status quo is essentially locked in until at least early next year, if not later. Trump owns the winner. If he loses the election, he may lose any lingering interest he had in fighting the pandemic and go out of his way to make Biden's task more difficult. If Trump wins, he'll take it as validation of his misapproach to the crisis. Chin up, the security planner tells herself. Fortunately, Americans, as individuals, institutions, states, and groups of states, cities, corporations, haven't been completely paralyzed by the White House's massive failures. On our own initiative, we are taking steps that buy ourselves a certain amount of freedom, testing and tracing, developing better treatments, practicing smarter social distancing, masking, working from home, protecting vulnerable groups, masking, limiting contact intensity, minimizing contact numbers, masking, practicing better hygiene, promoting healthy buildings, being quiet in indoor spaces, and, oh yes, masking. Did I mention that? These practices have been adopted to varying degrees, just not widely enough to keep the coronavirus from ricocheting around the country. Trump helped encourage a culture war around masking. Fortunately, he lost. Today, more than 75% of Americans, including in red states such as Mississippi and South Carolina, are living under statewide masking policies, and 74% of Americans favor a mandatory national one. Biden has embraced such a policy. If Trump had done so months agone, efforts to reopen the economy would be much further along now. Instead, get your head around it. Rules and regulations controlling our movement and masking could well be in place for another year. The dilemmas facing retailers, airlines, and many other private sector companies, such as how strict to be with customers who don't wear masks, are not passing problems that time will solve. Whether a crisis lasts a few weeks or 18 months inevitably affects your own personal risk calculations. Some normal activities, including seeing family in a faraway state, making new friends, or going to the gym, are easy to put off for a few months. But avoiding them forever carries a cost. The bad habits that you might have formed in the spring, smoking or drinking as a form of stress relief, no longer look like short-term vices, but are now full-blown addictions which you can never recover from. Everyone will need coping strategies. Now, you might distract yourself with a video game on your cell phone, on your morning runs, hoping a sultry groove might distract you from the discomfort of wearing a mask and breaking through the numbness of pandemic life. But eventually the weather will warm again, and Americans will learn to go to work and school together again. Still, these 100 states in union have no excuse for being ravaged by a virus that more focus and discipline could have defeated completely. Unlike Asian and European countries now resuming a normal life with modest precautions, Americans squandered our first opportunity to beat the virus in early 2020. The calendar shows the consequence. We'll pay for our mistake well into the new year. Because, believe me, the United States will see a very deadly December, with tens of thousands of coronavirus deaths to come, as predicted by computer modeling. An influential model is predicting a catastrophic winter with a significant rise in coronavirus deaths. The most likely scenario sees 415,090 COVID-19 deaths by January, as modeled by the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation, the IHME, at the University of Washington in its latest forecast. The worst case scenario is 600,000 deaths, well over 500,000 by New Year's Day. The IHME director, Dr. Christopher Murray, has gone on record to say, when we look ahead into the winter with seasonality kicking in, people becoming clearly less vigilant, mask use is down, mobility is up in the nation. You put all those together, and we look like we're going to have a very deadly December ahead of us in terms of toll of coronavirus. The IHME model is essentially predicting the number of deaths will double in the next 4 months. As of Friday, into this weekend, nearly 6.4 million infections have been recorded in these United States, and more than 192,000 Americans have died. I've just checked the latest incoming numbers, according to data from Johns Hopkins University. And despite this dire prediction, President Donald Trump says the United States has done really well in fighting the virus, according to a Thursday video on the White House official Facebook page, in which Trump says, "I really do believe we're rounding the corner and the vaccines are right there, but not even discussing vaccine and not discussing therapeutics. We're rounding the corner." Yeah, he's rounding the corner all right. He's squaring the fucking circle. Now, speaking with MSNBC's Andrea Mitchell on Friday, Dr. Anthony Fauci said he does not agree with the president's statements, saying, "We're plateauing at around 40,000 cases a day and the deaths of around 1,000. And that's your director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, who stresses that test positivity is increasing in some regions of the country and people are spending more time indoors because of cooler weather. Which, of course, as he emphasizes, that's not good for a respiratory-borne virus. You don't want to start off already with a baseline that's so high." Now, Fauci's disagreement with that comment is but another example of a top scientist and a member of the White House Coronavirus Task Force publicly disputing the president's own claims about the virus. Fauci told CNN's Wolf Blitzer on Friday into this weekend, well, what he said was, "We're in a very politically charged atmosphere now, and whenever you're trying to get people all together singing from the same tune and doing the same thing as a society, unified against this common enemy, this virus, it's very difficult to do that when you have such a charged atmosphere that we have right now. And that really is truly unfortunate." Fauci warned the American empire that it needs to get the levels down lower so that when you go into a more precarious situation, like the fall and winter, you won't have a situation where you really are at a disadvantage right from the very beginning. Like we are now, because the United States, as Dr. Fauci himself has concluded, will not return to normal until 2021. Get that through your head. The United States will not return to pre-coronavirus life until the end of next year. And that's from Anthony Fauci, who's but cautiously optimistic that the United States will have a vaccine by the end of this year. Let me end my transmission now and continue with the repercussions of this and how we can cope with it in my next transmission. That be Mein Kampf, my struggle, and my struggle be thine own. Contribute to this struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings on DouglasDietrich.com, and in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it of everyone moral and fiscal support of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, and of subscribe, of course, to his YouTube maggot channel at youtube.com/c/Magateur, which be spelled Maggotaur, he being the property manager thereof, who also be Team Thrax, Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. Were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost, so if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmaggotmillions, spelled tinyurl.com, MAGGOTMILLIONS. Again, donate to the Maggot Man, John Warrington, by searching on Facebook itself for Maggot Millions and look for the building under construction post. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether it be of the thrice scrubbed legacy of Douglas Dietrich from the internet, which only was able to be reestablished through John Warrington's help, derived from his archives in his own hard drives. But you too can spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer while there a footnote on mine bio, sire. Speaking of the etymology of the name of my biological father, and of course, that name is what made the man. Let it be known to, well, spread the word yourself far and wide, to all and sundry, and let it be known unto they, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at douglasdietrich.com. For people are forever asking, the renegatus humanus arma ab masa erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year my own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Zujin, Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich was murdered, assassinated in the immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the Sixth World broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crisis